The young man Ye Xiao had just awakened one of the rarest professions saw beast mastery, yet almost everyone was convinced he was destined to fail. At Haicheng No. 1 High School, the moment the transfer ritual's golden light burst from the magic circle, every eye in the hall snapped to the boy standing on the platform. Class 3, Ye Xiao, transfer complete. Profession, Beastmaster. The registrar's voice boomed through the auditorium, instantly setting off a wave of shock. A Beastmaster? He actually drew Beastmaster? That's a top-tier, dream-level profession. Good-looking and overpowered. The heavens really do play favorites. Envy rippled through the crowd until the sneers began. A Beastmaster, huh? He's a penniless orphan. Where's he going to find the money to raise beasts? Exactly. Beastmasters burn cash like a furnace. Cheap pets are useless, but anything decent costs billions. What's he going to buy? Special or not, for him it's a deadened class. The previous admiration turned into open ridicule and feigned pity. Ye Xiao simply stood there, calm, as though none of it concerned him. In truth, he was sorting through the information he'd gained the moment he transmigrated into this world. Here, game mechanics fused with reality. The planet was tens of thousands of times larger than Earth, crawling with monsters and riddled with secret realms. At 18, everyone stepped onto a transfer circle, received a class, hunted creatures for experience, materials, and gear, and climbed ever higher. Classes fell into 3 tiers. Combat roles warriors, mages, archers were the most common, and Beastmaster ranked at the very pinnacle of the special combat classes. Support classes lacked raw offense, but massively boosted allies. Life classes sat at the bottom, offering little future. Ye Xiao had indeed awakened the elite Beastmaster class, yet as an orphan he simply could not afford its crushing expenses. While he sighed inwardly, a crisp mechanical voice rang in his mind. Ding! Class transfer complete. Conditions met. Beastmaster system successfully bound. Congratulations. Beast taming space unlocked. Congratulations. Exclusive skills granted. Contract, summon, heal, clarity, detect. Congratulations. SSS-tier talent acquired. Beast amplification. Ye Xiao's heart pounded, barely contained excitement flooding him. The system wasn't finished. System binding complete. Additional SSS-tier talent available. Claim now? Claim. Claim successful. SSS-tier talent acquired. Ancestral Bloodline. The barrage of rewards left him trembling. Just then, the transfer instructor sighed and approached. Beastmasters do cost a fortune, the teacher said gently, but don't lose heart. Special classes come with extra support. The school will allocate you some resources enough for a decent starter pet, at least. Ye Xiao blinked, then gave a grateful smile. Thank you, teacher. I understand. The moment he stepped off the platform, a flock of eager girls swarmed him. Ye Xiao, don't worry, we'll crowdfund your first beast. Move in with me, and I'll support you forever. Pick any pet you like. His scalp tingled. Thanks, everyone, but I'm exhausted. Please let me through. After finally escaping their encirclement, he ducked into a quiet corner and exhaled. Those girls are terrifyingly enthusiastic. He could also feel waves of grudging envy from the surrounding boys. Shaking his head, he murmured, System, open personal stats. A clear display appeared before his eyes. Name, Ye Xiao. Class, Beastmaster. Level 1. Strength, 23. Agility, 20. Endurance, 19. Spirit, 32. Talents, Beast Amplification, Ancestral Bloodline. Skills, Contract, Summon, Heal, Clarity, Detect. Beast points, 0. Pets, none. After scanning the utterly ordinary numbers, Ye Xiao sighed softly. So it's true Beastmasters have mediocre base stats. Not a single point above average. Whenever someone switches to a new class, their base stats usually get a bump, but the Beast Tamer is the lone exception. Nothing rises at all. Ye Xiao shrugged. If the numbers don't go up, so be it. Beast Tamers let their pets do the fighting, and staying out of harm's way is what really matters. First things first, he needed to pull up his status screen. Show me my talents. Beastmaster's boost. Pet-related support skills are amplified by 500. A perfectly ordinary SS rank talent, Ye Xiao said to himself, though the grin stretching to his ears gave him away. A 500% bonus meant a single heal could fill a health bar instantly. A clarity spell could top off mana in one shot, and a basic shield would be 5 times thicker. With him around, his party would have to queue up if they wanted to take damage. Nice. Next talent. Bloodline Reversion. Instantly reverts a pet to any superior bloodline it carries, no prerequisites. The process auto-tames the creature and maxes out its loyalty. Appraisal. Reveals hidden bloodlines in a target, assisting bloodline reversion. The system spelled it out clearly. If a monster housed a superior bloodline, Ye Xiao could trigger a guaranteed reversion and tame it on the spot. Just thinking about it made his heart race. This world crawled with monsters, many of them harboring rare bloodlines. Yet true bloodline revisers were almost non-existent. The farther removed a bloodline was, the thinner it got, and success rates were abysmal. For everyone else, reversion required 90% resources, 10% sheer opportunity, and another 90% dumb luck. Most people never saw a single success in their lifetime. Rich kids might raid tiger dens or eagle nests to boost the odds, but compared with his no conditions, guaranteed, auto-tame setup, the gap was night and day. As expected of a transmigrator starter kit completely busted. Those two talents alone were enough to satisfy him. With cards this good, he could definitely gain a foothold in this world. He might be short on cash, but there were always bargains to be found. Even with the worst luck, he could pick up a decent bloodline as a stopgap, then upgrade to something truly terrifying once his wallet was heavier. The plan was taking shape fast. All that remained was to put it into motion. Show me the skills. Contract, binding skill. Success rate is 100% on pet eggs. For wild beasts, it scales with the Beast Tamer's strength. Standard issue, nothing special, Ye Xiao muttered, closing the panel. With mountains of eggs to choose from and appraisal to sieve out the bloodlines, he had zero interest in risking his neck for wild creatures. Why bother contracting a beast in the field when an egg would do just fine? To tame a wild beast, you generally have to whittle its health down to roughly 10% before a contract will take hold. For newly promoted Tier 1 adventurers, however, they are not even allowed to leave the city to hunt. They have to grind experience in trial dungeons until they reach level 5 before the gates open to them. As a result, most rookies settle for contracting a pet egg safe, reliable, and not worth risking their lives over. Ye Xiao was no exception. Staring at the floating interface in front of him, he reviewed his skills one by one. 1. Summoning art standard for beastmasters, used to call forth contracted pets. The description was concise and practical, nothing flashy. 2. Healing art restores health to both the user and their pet. Effect scales with beastmaster bonuses. Higher levels mean stronger healing. It was hardly spectacular, but more than enough to keep him alive in battle. 3. Clarity art replenishes mana at a rate that also scales with beastmaster bonuses. Higher levels restore mana faster. Paired with healing art, 1 for health, 1 for mana. The combination was rock solid. On his stat panel, Ye Xiao's mental attribute was a shade higher thanks to his transmigrator identity, while everything else looked ordinary. He skimmed the numbers and was about to close the interface when a deeply lined, smiling face suddenly popped into view. Whoa! Ye Xiao almost yelped, stumbling half a step back. Principal? What are you doing here? The principal ruffled his hair with a kindly grin and spoke in a low voice. You know every special class awakens an exclusive talent, right? Yeah, everyone knew that, so there was no point hiding it. Has yours awakened? It has. A hint of satisfaction flashed in the principal's eyes. Beastmaster was already a top-tier combat class. Paired with a strong talent, it was a true force multiplier. Patting Ye Xiao's shoulder, he adopted a more formal tone. The academy understands your situation, but just as a nation has its laws, the school has its rules. After you change classes, we can't intervene directly in your growth. It wouldn't be fair to the other students. However, he paused for half a second, then pointed to the nearby terminal. We do have an incentive program. Any student who awakens as a Beastmaster receives a 10 million bonus. If your talent rate's high enough, the amount goes up after a full assessment. You get the idea. Of course, you can choose not to report it. Your talent is personal information. Ye Xiao already knew these rules by heart. He had only 123.45 credits in his pocket, and even a lower mid-grade pet egg cost at least 30 million. Confident in his SS grade talent, he figured the bonus would probably cover it. He'll report it, Ye Xiao said, drawing a deep breath. I need the money. Very well. The principal nodded. Place your hand here. The machine will record your talent automatically. Don't worry, aside from top administration and you, no one else will have access to the data. In less than 3 minutes, the scanner finished evaluating Ye Xiao's talent. SSS rank Beast Mastery Amplification. The blood-red letters on the monitor seemed to mock everyone's imagination. All beast control support skills receive a full 500% boost. The principal stared at the numbers, his hand frozen in midair, unable to utter a single sound. An orphan, a trainee beast master, yet blessed with SSS talent, had never seen it coming, and neither had the history of Haiching. Hidden class awakeners appear in the city every year. Some even spend fortunes on class change scrolls, but their ceiling is only S rank. Across all of Huagua, SSS ranks can be counted on one hand, every one of them born into powerful families and raised on rare resources from birth. Now a boy with no background possessed a 500% beast mastery amplification. If word leaked, Haiching wouldn't see a peaceful night. Every faction would kick down Ye Xiao's door, and if the imperial capital claimed him by force, the principal couldn't stop it. Haiching's hard-won glory must not be handed over. He made a snap decision, lowering his voice. A rank talent. Not bad. Work hard, and the prize money will be transferred to your account later. It was the official statement and a warning to stay low-key. Ye Xiao understood immediately. As an orphan with good looks, he already drew envy. If people learned he was SSS rank, someone might literally bag him in the night. He nodded without protest. I'll add 30 million of my own, the principal said, patting his shoulder. With the school's bonus, that makes 60 million enough for a top-tier beast egg. It wasn't an astronomical sum for the principal, Yet they had no personal ties, and he was still willing to invest. Gratitude welled up inside Ye Xiao. Sir, you. Save it. A grown man shouldn't get sentimental. The principal waved him off. Bond with something fierce, and you'll earn the money back in no time. Call it an advance investment, just don't forget Haiqing. After the principal left, hurried footsteps echoed from the end of the hall. His best friend, Xiao Yanru, burst through the door, eyes curved in a bright grin. Xiao Yi, what talent did you get? Better than mine. Your big sis is now a super alchemist, a rank double success rate. Alchemy wasn't a combat class, but Xiao Yanru had always loved it, and with her dream fulfilled she flitted about like an excited sparrow. Ye Xiao offered sincere congratulations. Happy for you, dream achieved. Then he held up two parallel fingers. We're neck and neck, both a rank. That SS grade talent is undeniably jaw-dropping. But let's do what the principal said and pretend I only awakened in a grade skill. Xiao Yanru patted Ye Xiao on the shoulder and rattled off. And a grade Beast Tamer isn't bad. Just bond with a pet and level it up slowly. Once your big sister makes some money, we'll swap it for a better one. Alchemists never lack cash. When I strike it rich, they'll carry you to the top. A faint warmth flowed through Ye Xiao's chest, yet a chill climbed his spine. He sensed something unclean staring at him. Bro, let's negotiate, Xiao Yanru suddenly whispered. The two had known each other since toddlerhood, and she had always been the bossy big sister. She slung an arm around his neck, giving him a first-hand taste of armpit perfume. Hey, big sis, mind your image, Ye Xiao murmured. You're campus queen material. Hugging me like this will make half the guys hate me. Experience told him resistance meant a beating. Clearly unfazed by any campus queen title, Xiao Yanru snorted. What's that got to do with me? She switched to a wounded expression. Big sis has a favor to ask. You'll say yes, right? I'm so good to you. And he'll even buy you a new pet later. Agreeing to one little thing isn't too much, is it? Classic empty promise. Ye Xiao grumbled, inwardly talking terms before I've even seen a strand of fur. He wanted to refuse but knew the cost, so he nodded, eyes stinging. Fine. What is it? Promise first. Can you let go of me? Image. Promise, and he'll let go. Her arm tightened. Boys nearby were shooting daggers his way. His heart froze. Okay, I promise. Out with it. She finally released him and beamed. Keep me. Ye Xiao almost spat blood. A girl asking to be kept? Was this moral collapse or human distortion? Cut it out. I'm a man of principle. Threats won't work. How about black stockings? She teased, hiking up her pant leg. The black hose had letters printed on it. Despite her tomboy vibe, her legs were long and flawless. Ye Xiao swallowed. Who could resist the campus queen in lettered black stockings? Seeing his reaction, she breathed into his ear. Say yes, and you can pick. Black, white, or fishnets. Across 2 lifetimes had never faced temptation like this. Anyone would cave. If she was this forward, he couldn't wimp out after all. They were both 18. Midnight. Hanting Hotel, room 308. Ye Xiao muttered. Smack. A crisp slap exploded on his cheek, obliterating every fantasy. What's wrong with you, punk? A hotel? Got ideas about me? I treat you like a brother, and you want to sleep with me? Xiao Yanru glared. Ye Xiao was speechless. This woman's brain had to be wired wrong. She seduced him, then acted like it never happened. You were the one who asked to be kept. Ye Xiao couldn't help muttering under his breath, just loud enough for Xiao Yanru to hear. Quit scheming, Xiao Yanru said, raising an eyebrow, her tone utterly serious. When I say keep me, I mean you cover every alchemy material I need until I reach the top. So that was her idea of keeping. Ye Xiao's worldview flipped on the spothe had thought she wanted kidney power, not manpower. I'm a dignified beastmaster. I refuse to be anyone's wage slave, he declared. Come on, little brother, don't be so heartless. Xiao Yanru instantly switched to a softer attack. She knew exactly what unnerved Ye Xiao. The family elders always said a woman's acting skills were innate. One moment, she was a snarling tigress, the next a fragile sweetheart. Please, little brother, have pity on your big sister. I'm just a regular alchemist. Everything's tough at the start. I have to practice nonstop to improve, but I've got no combat power. If I gather materials myself, they'll be ancient before I ever advance. You wouldn't want me selling myself to some shady alchemy guild and working around the clock, would you? Help me, okay? She hugged Ye Xiao's arm and gave it a gentle shake, her soft curves brushing him lightly. Sponsor me now, and it'll be yours later. Ye Xiao was tempted, but that last line made him backpedal. Take that back, and he'll agree to everything else. Bringing this tigress home would spell the end of peaceful days. What? I'm not good enough for you. Xiao Yunru's face darkened. The sweet girl flipped back to Mother Tigress in an instant, and Ye Xiao surrendered on the spot. It's settled, she said, clapping once. You bankroll me now, and when I'm established, they'll bankroll you. They'll even guarantee you a divine pet. Ye Xiao had no doubts. Alchemists burn money faster than beastmasters. Forging gear, brewing potions, inscribing talismans, of every step devours materials. But once they hit the big leagues, the gold comes back with interest. Gear forged by a high-level alchemist sells for billions. Investing in Xiao Yanru now meant free gear and potions later. Whichever way he looked at it, The deal was a steal. After weighing it up, he nodded. Find him in. He'll cover all your materials while you grow. He added solemnly. And it's definitely not because of fishnet stockings with letters. It's purely for our unshakable friendship. Yes, that's it. Xiao Yanru rewarded him with a colossal eye roll. She knew Ye Xiao's nature better than anyone. Friendship couldn't compete with black stockings. If it could, she wouldn't have bothered wearing them today. Still, since Head agreed, she let him save face and said no more. While they were still bantering, Naiyun's class panel suddenly flashed. Naiyun, Special Class Guardian Angel of Holy Light. A super healer capable of cleansing and restoring. Beast Masters are elite combatants, but a Guardian Angel of Holy Light is the undisputed pinnacle of support. In short, infinite heals. Wow, your dream girl turns out to be a Holy Guardian Angel. Could there be a better match for a Beastmaster like you? Jealousy as old as vinegar drifted through the crowd. So Sour, what did you do? Hike to the far side of the mountain? Get lost. The playful jabs stirred up even more laughter among the students. Ye Xiao stood below the stage, his face blank as fresh plaster. The debate over Naiyun's new class held zero interest for him. Yes, she was a campus beauty, but there were plenty of those besides. Being around her always felt awkward. Hanging out with Xiao Yanru was much more comfortable. Too bad Ye Xiao was the only one enjoying his own detachment. The instant word spread that Naiyun had become a holy guardian angel, the huge plaza turned into a gathering of drooling admirers. No wonder she's our school belly. Of course, she nailed the holy guardian angel class. She's always been kind and gentle. Now she's practically a real angel. I feel warm all over just looking at her. Give me a break. The one wrapped in warmth last night was me. Naiyun and Xiao Yanru shared the campus belle title, but Naiyun was clearly the crowd favorite. Xiao Yanru carried a big sister aura not everyone could handle. Naiyun's soft voice and gentle manner charmed everyone, male, female, young, or old. She was the collective white moonlight. Yet Ye Xiao felt nothing for her. She's smiling at you. Aren't you going to respond? A classmate nudged him. Ye Xiao merely raised an eyebrow and gave Naiyun a perfunctory nod, not even bothering to smile. Seeing his indifference, Xiao Yanru finally relaxed. She had no intention of letting an angel steal her sugar baby. The principal squeezed up beside Naiyun, his face one big ingratiating wrinkle. Naiyun, could you share your talent? Maybe give a live demo? With the powerful Ni family behind her, he wasn't worried anyone would try anything untoward. This is my exclusive talent, divine protection, Naiyun replied softly, raising her hand to cast the skill. In an instant, holy light surged from her like a tide, blanketing the entire plaza in gold and white. So warm, so comfortable. The fatigue from last night's all-nighter just vanished. The bruises my old man gave me are gone. This is crazy. Bathed in the radiance, everyone had to admit the talent was outrageous. Naiyun was only level 1, yet her area effect was already massive. Test complete. Can we release the results? A staffer asked. Go ahead, she answered. The principal announced on the spot, Shrank Talent Divine Protection. Effect. Continuous holy light that restores health and stamina within its range, boosts all resistances by 20%, and grants immunity to dark elements. He could barely contain his grin. Landing the monster Beastmaster Ye Xiao had already been a coup. Now they also had Enshrank Holy Guardian Angelicing on the cake. Naiyun might be half a step behind Ye Xiao, but she still far outclassed ordinary students. Excellent. Naiyun, the school reward will be transferred to your account shortly. Thank you. She gave a slight bow, stepped off the stage, and walked straight toward Ye Xiao. She's heading your way. This is your chance to live off the Ni family. Thief got money and clout. With their backing, you could buy a top-tier beast egg tomorrow. The sour note in the air grew even stronger. Ye Xiao could read Xiao Yunru's little ploy from a mile away, and he had zero interest in playing the nice guy for everyone. I'm out. Need to buy some eggs. With that, he clamped her head under his arm and half dragged, half pulled her toward the door. She had just subjected him to her so-called armpit fragrance, so it was only fair to return the favor. Hey, she's looking for you. Where are you going? Naiyun called after him, taking a couple of steps in pursuit. Why would I stick around? I'm not short on milk. Ye Xiao shot back without turning his head. Then why are you squashing me like this? My image. Xiao Yanru struggled and whispered a protest. You still care about your image? Come on, it's only fair you get a whiff of the same aroma. Ugh. Xiao Yanru gagged on the spot. Watching the two of them disappear, Naiyun chuckled and turned to leave. At the school gate, Ye Xiao and Xiao Yanru went their separate ways. I'm heading to the east side trading market for a beast egg. You? Too bad. I'm going west to the Alchemist's Guild for practice materials. Since their plans didn't align, there was no reason to travel together. Ye Xiao flagged down a cab and headed straight for the eastern district. As the taillights faded, a faint smile curved across Xiao Yunru's lips. An A-rank Beast Tamer? Not a chance. She, an alchemist, had only awakened at a rank. Ye Xiao's class outranked Naiyun's Holy Light Guardian by a tier, so at worst he had to be shrank. Sooner or later, the Bali clan and Hualuan Tiannu would want to test him. Keeping that in mind, she hailed her own cab and left. Ye Xiao had no idea someone was already plotting against him. His attention was glued to the text message that chimed the moment the door closed. The principal had just wired 60 million credits into his account. It was the first time he had ever seen that many zeros behind his balance, and he almost yelped aloud. That was the power of an SS rank aptitude. Even the principal was willing to pour money into him. Grinning, Ye Xiao planned his feast. Instant noodles with sausage and an egg. No, make it 2 cups. Tonight he could splurge a little. Still, before he could treat himself, he needed to contract a proper beast and set aside tuition for university. Once his class change was finalized, the government stipend would stop and he'd be on his own. Please let me find the right one. I don't want this trip to be for nothing, he prayed silently. Ye Xiao had always preferred none over mediocre. If an egg didn't have Lord-grade bloodlines, he wouldn't touch it. But the semester was about to start, and showing up at level 1 would be humiliating. The East Side market was even busier than usual, flooded with fresh class changers. Stalls stretched in a long row selling gear, materials, beast pets, herbs, and skill books, many of them tailored for level 1 rookies. After all, no matter how high your talent, you were still dead meat without combat power. Ye Xiao wove through the crowd, spotting plenty of tempting items, but he kept his wallet shut. Nothing mattered more than the right beast egg. The money had to be spent where it counted. Following the signs for pet shops, he browsed one after another until he stopped in front of the market's largest store. The moment he stepped inside, rows of beast eggs in every size, shape, and color filled his view. At a glance, there were easily 100 varieties. An entire wall of shelves, rising from the floor to his chest, and then all the way to the ceiling, was crammed with beast pet eggs of every color and pattern. Even the tiniest gaps were filled, making you wish you had a dozen hands so you could rummage through them all at once. The moment Ye Xiao stepped inside, the nearest clerk caught sight of him. The young man was tall and lean, his sharp features seeming to come with a built-in soft focus filter under the lights, impossible to ignore. Hello, are you here to buy a beast pet egg or to form a contract with a beast pet? The saleswoman asked, hurrying over with a sweet voice. Besides selling eggs, the shop also offered contract services. For most wealthy buyers, purchasing really meant contracting. A beast tamer could bond with blood and spirit, ensuring high loyalty and sometimes unlocking symbiotic skills. Ordinary people had to rely on an alchemist's contract talisman. A talisman bond/loyalty and occasionally ended with the beast killing its master. Worse, a person could hold only one contract in a lifetime. To get a second, the first had to be dissolved. So only heirs of the great clans were willing to spend a fortune on a beast that doubled as a personal bodyguard. Ye Xiao waved a hand. He'll look around for a suitable egg first. Certainly. Call me if you need anything. A textbook introvert, he dreaded having a chatterbox at his elbow. Besides, he wasn't some young lord from an elite family. How awkward would it be if he couldn't afford anything? He nodded politely. You go ahead. I'll browse on my own. Of course, sir. Take your time. The clerk turned away, the tailored uniform tracing graceful curves, and even the tiny logo at the hem of her skirt looked pleasing. Left alone with shelves and wallet, Ye Xiao drew a deep breath and ran his fingers over the shells smooth, rough, icy, scorching, each unique. Price tags flashed past, and he swallowed hard. Plain noodles for dinner again. The deluxe instant ramen was clearly out of reach. First egg, Flame Hawk Elite Grade. Traces of Flame Hawk King Bloodline. Specializes in fire attacks, capable of flight when mature. Growth cap, second evolution, level 60. Bloodline cannot be upgraded. Price, 30 million. For most people this was the king of cost. Performance cheap, durable, easy to raise. Almost everyone had one. To Ye Xiao, though, elite grade was still too weak, and that growth ceiling was fatal. Maybe there was a hidden gem? He cast detection. The data matched the tag perfectly, not even an extra skill. Dull. He put it back, disappointed. Second egg, Spineclaw Beast Elite Grade. Descended from the Spineclaw Beast King, attacks with dorsal spikes, vicious temperament, prone to backlash. Growth cap, second evolution, level 60. Price, 40 million. Better combat power, but the bad temper made Ye Xiao reject it at once. Pass. Third egg, Quack Dragon Beast Elite Grade. Quack Dragon King Bloodline, adept at water attacks, combat strength in water 1.5. Growth cap, second evolution, level 60. Price, 45 million. Still elite grade, still a pass. He wandered back and forth among the shelves, inspecting nearly half the eggs. Every single one carried an elite bloodline. Any of them would be a stopgap at best and of limited help to him. Then his gaze landed on a golden beast pet egg. Golden Fur Mouselordeer Devouring Gold Rat King Bloodline, diluted, 0.2. Specializes in metal attacks and moves with remarkable agility, but its damage lags behind its growth tier. Requires third-class advancement at level 80. Price, 130 million. It was the first halfway decent pet he had found that could tide him over for now. Ye Xiao stared at the price tag, his heart turning cold. 130 million. He patted his pockets. 60 million and change. Exactly 60 million 113.45. He didn't even have enough for the down payment. If only he hadn't taken a cab. That 10 yuan base fare suddenly stung. With his wallet so painfully light, a lower-tier bloodline was out of reach. He would have to settle for an elite-tier pet until he saved enough to upgrade. He scoured every shelf, and only the golden fur mouse met his contract requirements. But the thing was absurdly expensive. Could a beast shop even run a tab? Bracing himself, he waved to the saleswoman. Hi, can I pay in installments? He'll put down 60 million now and pay off the rest bit by bit. The clerk blinked in surprise. In all her years, no one had tried to buy a beast egg on credit. Still, the young man was striking and seemed sincere. Making an exception might not hurt. The store could afford to float 60 million. She had just opened her mouth to agree when Ye Xiao suddenly looked away. At that moment, a batch of freshly captured wild beasts was herded through the door. Their fur was matted and still bloody, nothing like the glossy, pristine beast eggs in the cases. Store policy dictated that such beasts would be slaughtered by some rich playboy for experience points, then served for dinner, bones and all. Ye Xiao's gaze swept the group and locked onto a feline creature with golden fur and eerie emerald Isa demon claw cat. 7 or 8 deep gashes still bled along its body. It looked as if it might collapse any second. Demon claw cat. Divine tier Azurite, white tiger bloodline. Diluted, 0.001. Excels at close combat. Its claws are razor sharp enough to tear steel. Extremely fast. Growth limit, none. A diluted 0.001 divine tier bloodline might be useless to others, but to Ye Xiao it was a gift from the heavens. If the bloodline awakened, it would become a pure divine beast. Compared with that, Lord, Overlord, even saint-tier bloodlines paled to insignificance. His heart thundered, but he forced a calm expression, afraid the clerk would notice his interest and raise the price. How do you handle those wild beasts? He asked, sounding casual. She followed his gaze. They're for the young masters, to farm levels. Before they leave the city, new combatants need to hit level 5. The quickest way is to clear dungeons, or by half-dead beasts like these. They level up and get fresh meat at the same time. Pretty convenient. For the wealthy, it was indeed an easy shortcut, and the meat also boosted their constitution. Ye Xiao nodded, but his eyes never left the demon claw cat. How much for that bunch? Sorry, sir. We don't sell them individually. Only by the lot. Buying by the lot meant taking the whole haul at once, but Ye Xiao wanted only the demon claw cat. A lot, huh? Then how much for the entire group? Ye Xiao strolled around the shop as if deep in thought, circling twice before stopping in front of the demon claw cat. Bright lights flooded the store, and display cases were packed with steel cages holding low-tier beasts. Newly certified students enjoyed a 10% discount, and these ordinary creatures were little more than leveling fodder. A salesman pitched eagerly. One of these runs 100,000 credits. A basket of 20 is 2 million, but with the discount it's only 1.8. Sir, that's a bargain. Ye Xiao had expected to spend tens of millions. When he heard the price, he nearly broke into song. Cheap, unbelievably cheap, he muttered, already picturing a deluxe instant noodle dinner topped with ham and eggs. Fearing someone else might snatch the deal, he swiped his card. He'll take the basket. The clerk's smile stretched from ear to ear. Certainly, sir. Would you like to carry them yourself, or shall we provide free delivery? Free? Ye Xiao's eyes lit up. He could pinch a penny into 2. Delivery, please. 10 credits saved on bus fare meant another pack of noodles. Soon, the shop's van dropped Ye Xiao and the cage of beasts at his government-issued studio apartment, barely 20 square meters, but enough for an orphan living alone. Hey, race the cage key, the staffer said, handing it over. They're under a special sedative, and this is the antidote. We don't advise waking them yet. They're low tier, but all of them are level 5. Releasing them could be dangerous. If that's all, please sign here. Thanks, Ye Xiao said, signing. The employee bowed and left. With the door closed, only the caged beast's ragged breathing remained. Ye Xiao dragged the cage to a corner and pulled out the most badly injured one, the demon claw cat. Barely a meter long but famed for its ferocity, the cat's golden fur was soaked in blood, dripping steadily onto the floor. Without treatment, it wouldn't last the night. Finally scored a bargain, divine pet. Can't let you die, Ye Xiao muttered. He waved the antidote under the cat's nose. The pungent smell jolted it awake. Meow, the demon claw cat hissed, vertical pupils gleaming with murderous intent. Had it not been wounded, it would have torn him apart. Fiery, aren't we? Ye Xiao grinned. He pricked his fingertip, a bead of crimson forming. Contract magic. The blood drop landed on the cat's forehead, igniting a miniature silver magic circle that sank into its body in a flash. The cat had no time to resist. Certain death was coming. It squeezed its eyes shut. Congratulations, host contract successful, demon claw cat. The mechanical voice echoed in Ye Xiao's mind. Meow? The cat froze. A human had formed a contract with a beast of such ordinary bloodline? Ye Xiao patted its blood-clotted fur. Surprised? Don't be. Bigger surprises are coming. Stick with me, and it'll give you a future brighter than you can imagine. Originally, the demon claw cat had lost all hope of survival, never expecting to be bonded to Ye Xiao. The young man not only promised it a bright future, but also spared its life. With resistance now pointless, the beast quietly lowered its head. The contract took effect. Loyalty jumped to 70, and the Demon Claw cat officially became Ye Xiao's pet. A status panel appeared. Melee level, 5. Strength, 53. Agility, 64. Endurance, 47. Spirit, 51. Bloodline, Divine Tier, Azure-eyed White Tiger. Innate skills, Razor Claws, Feline Shadow Step. A prompt followed. Bloodline can awaken ancestral form. Activate now. Azure-eyed White Tiger. The very name stirred Ye Xiao's curiosity. Yet the room was already crammed with a dozen ferocious beasts, and a 15-meter titan would have nowhere to stand. He decided to postpone the awakening until they reached a spacious, secluded place. Suppressing his excitement, Ye Xiao raised a hand and cast Heal. Boosted by his 500% Beastmaster coefficient, a torrent of emerald energy surged into the Demon Claw cat, sealing its wounds in an instant. Moments later it was fully restored, pale blue pupils brimming with gratitude. It trotted over, rubbed against Ye Xiao's leg, licked his face, and wagged its tail with unabashed affection. Ye Xiao patted its head, his voice gentle yet firm. All right, go deal with those beasts. The animals in the room possessed only common bloodlines. To him, they were walking bundles of experience. In this world where the weak are prey, countless humans fall to claws and fangs, and the reverse is equally true. With that single command, Ye Xiao had pronounced their death sentence. Obediently, the Demon Claw cat padded toward its unconscious kin. It felt no pity. Weaklings had no right to live. As it drew closer, its pupils narrowed, every hint of earlier docility replaced by razor-edged killing intent. With each step, another inch of claw slid free. By the time it reached the cages, talons gleamed like cold steel in the sunlight. Rip! Without hesitation, it drove a claw into a fellow beast and sliced sideways, carving the creature into 5 pieces as blood sprayed across the floor. A low growl rumbled in its throat, the scent of blood igniting its battle lust. It licked the crimson from its claws, savage and otherworldly. Ye Xiao's gaze remained calm. Go on. They're all yours. Clean it up. With that permission, the Demon Claw cat blurred into motion, slipping inside the cages to unleash its slaughter. Wherever its claws passed, not a single corpse was left whole. Ding Feral Clawcat slain, EXP 10. The sharp system chime sounded 3 times in quick succession. Ding Feral Clawcat slain, EXP 10. Ding Feral Clawcat slain, EXP 10. Yet all Ye Xiao received was 30 points in total. A level 5 beast should have been worth 20 per kill, but Beast Tamers were always like this. They outmatched other classes at the same level, yet leveled far more slowly. Their pets didn't share their level, so every bit of experience had to be split between master and beast. The larger the stable, the smaller the slice. Ye Xiao didn't mind. As long as the Clawcat could regress and evolve into a blue-eyed white tiger, hunting beasts would soon be as easy as reaching into a pocket, and the levels would come naturally. Ding Feral Clawcat slain, EXP 10. Before long, every beast in the cage lay dead. The stench of blood filled the air, turning the Clawcat's snowy fur scarlet and making its mismatched slit pupils look even more uncanny. Meow? Stay? The cat tried to rub against him, but Ye Xiao raised a hand to stop it. If that blood-soaked creature brushed up on him, he would look like a walking corpse. Head back to the beast space first. They'll take you somewhere nice in a bit. He opened the contract portal and recalled the Clawcat. Then he bent down to sort through the remains. They might have been nothing more than target dummies for the Clawcat, but he had paid a fortune for these level 5 beasts. A poor boy had to make every coin count. The pile of meat would feed him for weeks, and the cat had already shredded flesh and bone into bit-sized pieces that would store well. Tonight, he could make a batch of beast meat dumplings. After scrubbing away the blood and splinters and locking the door, Ye Xiao left the rented flat with the Clawcat. If he wanted to get into the university of his dreams, he had to raise his stats. Rich heirs could throw tens or hundreds of millions at truckloads of caged beasts and power levels safely. He had no choice but to farm dungeons. He flagged down a cab. To the EXP dungeon, please. Hold on tight. The driver hit the gas, and the car shot toward Haiqing's dungeon entrance. Haiqing had 2 instanced zones, the EXP dungeon and the material dungeon. The latter was easier, designed for support classes with poor combat power. Life skill players like Yanru farmed there, leveling while gathering free resources. The EXP dungeon was capped at level 5 as a whole, yet it was still far more dangerous than the material one. Each dungeon offered 2 challenge modes and 5 difficulty tiers. Solo mode gave more experience per person but restricted you to the lower tiers. Most people only dared choose normal, while the confident might try intermediate. Party mode allowed 3 to 5 players to tackle difficult, hell, or nightmare, but the EXP had to be divided, so picking a low tier was actually a waste. By the time the taxi pulled up to the dungeon plaza, recruitment shouts were echoing everywhere. Healers, mages online, looking for strong teammates. Veteran leader here, cleared intermediate team run. Need experienced players for difficult. Need a high DPS mage for a difficult run, special classes preferred. Freeloaders keep out. Triplet sisters, LF triple healers, need a tank. Voices overlapped in a constant din. Ye Xiao glanced at them and looked away. With his strength, he had no need for a party. Each pet already halved his EXP. If he teamed up with others, he would earn even less. He decided to test the dungeon on his own first. Experienced dungeons were free, the monsters inside were mostly low-level, and with a bit of caution, nothing serious usually happened. Besides, if danger did arise, all you had to do was crush the dungeon key in your hand, and the system would teleport you out immediately. Every dungeon in this world had to be opened through a medium, and the government-issued key was the only way to access an experienced dungeon. One player, normal difficulty, please. After stating his request at the registration desk, Ye Xiao accepted a key that shimmered pale blue, its metal cool against his fingertips. This would be his first run, so he wanted to gauge the difficulty. If it proved as easy as the guide suggested and if his Yaoclaw cat's awakened bloodline turned out to be as powerful as he hoped, wouldn't hesitate to jump straight to nightmare mode. Activate. The key had only begun to glow when a voice burst from the crowd. Ye Xiao, you're here too? Want to join our party? We're about to tackle a team hard mode dungeon. One more person means extra firepower. Amid the milling players, Naiyun locked onto Ye Xiao at once and invited him without a moment's pause. She knew his family situation and figured had probably contracted only a barely usable pet leveling, as a Beastmaster was notoriously tough. If Ye Xiao joined them, they could level faster and earn enough money for better pets down the line. Naiyun's tone was warm and eager, but Zhang Long and Wang Hu, standing behind her, looked distinctly unhappy. They understood that with Ye Xiao around, Naiyun's attention would drift from them, and the thought of someone leeching experience rubbed them the wrong way. What's he doing here? Did he actually form a contract? Zhang Long muttered. Who knows? Wang Hu shrugged. Looks like he did, but it's probably just some common bloodline pet. Nothing impressive. Basic courtesy kept Ye Xiao from ignoring the greeting. 9 years of compulsory education had taught him better. Naiyun stepped closer, eyes shining. So you pulled off the contract? Here to level your pet, right? Her overflowing enthusiasm made Ye Xiao feel a bit awkward. He instinctively took half a step back and replied with a polite smile. That's right. He glanced at the two behind her. Zhang Long, Eagle-Eye Guardian, long-range control. Wang Hu, Martial Brawler, close quarters damage. The three of them together shouldn't have any trouble with a standard team dungeon. You're here to grind too? Then get moving, don't waste time, Ye Xiao urged deliberately. Several male players nearby were already eyeing them. If he kept chatting with Naiyun, jealousy would flare up. Being too handsome was sometimes a liability. Naiyun seemed not to hear. With a hint of frustration she went on, we've already pushed the hard dungeon 3 times, but the boss keeps one-shotting us. We need a main tank. If someone can survive the boss first burst, the rest is easy. She was right. Their damage and healing were fine. They simply lacked anyone who could absorb the hits. With a tank, clearing hard would be a certainty. But what did any of this have to do with him? He was only a Beastmaster. He couldn't tank a hit. Out on the plaza, Naiyun's voice was as gentle as ever. I see. Well, keep it until you find a heavy armor specialist. You'll clear the dungeon. Or Ye Xiao, why don't you join our party? Before she could finish, Zhang Long, Wang Hu, and even Ye Xiao himself all shook their heads at once. Everyone knew how kind Naiyun was, but not everyone welcomed that kindness. Zhang Long spoke first. Naiyun, we're going into a hard mode instance. You know how rough it is. Adding Ye Xiao would drag the team down. Wang Hu piled on. Exactly. He's a Beastmaster's first contracted pet, is bound to be pure DPS. We've got plenty of firepower. What we need is a tank who can soak damage. Their stance was clear. Ye Xiao wasn't wanted. Wang Hai also stepped forward. Naiyun, our goal is the Imperial City Elite Academy. With our current stats, we're still short. Split the XP with one more person, and it only gets worse. Think of the bigger picture. Cost everyone their shot at a top school. The repeated persuasion made Naiyun waver. She really did worry about Ye Xiao being on his own, and wanted at least to help him buff his stats enough to get into a decent academy. Just as she was weighing how to convince her teammates, Ye Xiao spoke up calmly. Actually, I already have a party. The lineup fits me perfectly, so I won't trouble you. Naiyun swallowed her words, while Zhang Long and Wang Hu were secretly thrilled Naiyun would stay in their team after all. Seeing their reaction, Ye Xiao added, there are 5 of us already, a full squad with heals and DPS. No open slots. Naiyun could only sigh softly. Her silence made Zhang Long and Wang Hu even more pleased with themselves. Zhang Long put on a show of courtesy, cupping his hands to Ye Xiao. Since you're already on a team, we won't steal you away. That wouldn't be right. Beastmasters are core DPS, after all. Wang Hu nodded eagerly. Exactly. It's tough enough to form a party right after specialization. Then they urged Naiyun, we've wasted enough time. If we wait any longer, the tanks will all be gone. I just spotted a couple of good heavy tanks over there. Naiyun could only nod. Zhang Long gave Ye Xiao a polite wave. Well, get out of your way. We still have to run that hard mode instance with Naiyun. Go ahead, Ye Xiao said, eager for them to leave. He barely had enough XP for himself. There was no chance he'd share it with those guys. His obvious relief struck Zhang Long and the others as simple self-awareness. Other than his looks, he hasn't got a single advantage, Zhang Long said, wearing the smug smile of a victor. Then he raised his voice across the plaza. Holy Light Guardian Angel leading. Eagle Eye Sentinel and Fighter on DPS. Looking for 2 specialty heavy tanks. Time to take on the hard mode dungeon. As soon as the 3-member lineup was announced, the place erupted. A special class squad led by a Radiant Guardian Angel could raise the clear rate by at least 50%. I'm so jealous. They've got a Radiant Guardian Angel. People in the crowd kept sighing. Too bad I'm just a regular heavy tank, not a special class, or I'd try to tag along. This year's sour plums taste extra tart. Almost every eye drifted to Naiyun, strikingly beautiful, unfailingly gentle, and above all, the holder of an exceptionally rare class. A few starstruck girls craned their necks to gossip about Zhang Long and Wang, who instead, standing on the fringe. Ye Xiao listened to the chatter and shook his head with a smile. Kids and their vanity, he muttered. None of it had anything to do with him. Instance launch. Solo dungeon, normal difficulty. Confirm? Confirm. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A column of light swallowed Ye Xiao and whisked him away. The spectators were long used to the sight and spared him no attention except for Naiyun. Her gaze stayed on the fading beam. She had clearly seen Ye Xiao choose a solo dungeon. Do you dislike teaming with me that much? She whispered. He had no party, yet he lied that his roster was full. He would rather tackle a dungeon alone than walk beside her. Even after she took the initiative, the thought ended in a faint sigh. She steadied herself at once. Ye Xiao was already inside. She couldn't afford to slack off either. She had to level up quickly. A day would come when a Radiant Guardian Angel was exactly what Ye Xiao needed. Is the party set? If so, let's move. Zhang Long and Wang, who adjusted their gear nearby. Naiyun felt neither fondness nor dislike for them. If she only wanted experience, she could have farmed beasts alone, but she needed live combat practice. Ready, ready. Wang, who rubbed his palms in excitement. An earth-heavy tank and a Radiant Knight, 2 tanks. Clearing a hard dungeon is in the bag. Meanwhile, Ye Xiao appeared inside the dim, sprawling stone forest instance. Summon demon-clawed cat. A flash revealed a palm-sized gray-black kitten at his feet. The arena was spacious enough for a bloodline reversion. Little one, your big moment has come, Ye Xiao said, bending to stroke its head. The kitten didn't understand big moment, but it trusted its master. It rubbed against Ye Xiao's arm, then crouched quietly. Bloodline reversion. Scanning bloodline approved, environment approved, physical parameters approved. Azure-eyed white tiger bloodline detected. Reversion begins. A pillar of crimson light crashed from above, piercing the kitten's body. Arg! A shrill tiger's roar shook the air, echoing through the dungeon. Within the churning blood-red light, the silhouette of an azure-eyed white tiger emerged. Its body expanded at a terrifying pace. 1 meter, 3, 5, 10. Another deafening roar burst forth. The blood light shattered, and the fully formed azure-eyed white tiger rose before Ye Xiao. The first thing one noticed was the Golden King's sigil blazing on its brow, a single glance enough to chill the heart. Its cyan-white eyes radiated uncanny dominance. The coat was pure white, laced with faint azure stripes. Its limbs were thick and powerful, claws jutting beyond each toe. A long, heavy tail, banded with black rings, swayed like a slightly curved steel whip. The broad white muzzle looked built for crushing, and the long whiskers at either side quivered with every breath. The whole creature resembled a purpose-built war machine. Sleek lines, corded muscle, and explosive strength coiled inside every contraction. Yet what truly stole Ye Xiao's gaze were the turquoise wings spanning as wide as an adult's outstretched arms. For anyone, the chance to soar through the sky was irresistible, and Ye Xiao was no exception. He was already picturing himself astride the azure-eyed white tiger, looking down on the world below. Excellent. Majestic and domineering, worthy of an azure-eyed white tiger. Ha ha ha. The more he thought about it, the more feverish his excitement grew, and he threw his head back in laughter. Little fellow, are you pleased with this stroke of fortune? He asked, patting the tiger's broad shoulder. The tiger remained silent, standing motionless. Moments ago, it had leapt from a weak, Klakata creature often captured by Humansto, a divine-grade, azure-eyed white tiger. Its instincts hadn't yet caught up with the transformation, a form it had never dared to dream of. When its mind finally caught up, it tossed its head back. Ruhar. The 10-meter body sent a low shockwave through the air, wings half spread, and sweeping a 20-meter arc. The blast forced Qinyang to stumble 4 or 5 steps backward. Judging by the look in its eyes, the tiger even wanted to bound over and nuzzle them. Ye Xiao quickly raised a hand. Stay right there. Don't move. One playful rub from something that size would peel his skin off. System prompt. The Clawcat's bloodline has successfully regressed to its ancestral form, evolving into an azure-eyed white tiger. Divine grade pet evolution successful. Divine pet skills unlocked. 1. Symbiosis passive. Shares 10 of all attributes with the master. 2. Divine shapeshift active. The divine bloodline allows the pet to assume human form and wield human equipment. Sharing the azure-eyed white tiger's stats, just thinking about it gets my heart racing. Ye Xiao's pulse thundered. Beastmasters were natural glass cannons. If an assassin got close, they often died on the spot, and their pets collapsed with them. With symbiosis, even 10% of a divine pet's attributes would make him far tougher than an ordinary human. As for shape-shifting, tempting as that sounded, Ye Xiao preferred the beast form. Bigger, cooler, and far more impressive in public. Quick, pull up the azure-eyed white tiger's stats. Divine pet, azure-eyed white tiger. Elements, metal, wind. Level 5. Strength, 1,500. Agility, 1,540. Endurance, 1,470. Spirit, 1,490. 1. Elemental immunity passive, max LV. Immune to metal and wind elemental damage. 2. Elemental mastery passive, max LV. Can manipulate metal and wind elements. 3. White tiger physique passive, max LV. Sacred beast constitution. Stamina recovery 500. Injury recovery 500. 4. Gale edge active, max LV. High-speed wing beats generate a blade wind, dealing 500 wind elemental damage to all enemies in range and inflicting bleed. Active skill, gunmetal shield, max level. A shimmer of gunmetal energy coats the user's body, forming a barrier that absorbs 3,000 points of damage. The shield's capacity increases with level. Bite claw, every melee and ranged attack was maxed out. With those broken tier stats, Ye Xiao felt as if head grabbed a live wire burned outside, roasted inside. All of its average attributes had broken 1,500, backed by 3 passives and more active skills than he could count. Within first rank combat, it was untouchable. Below second rank, it had no rivals, and even third rank foes would be hard-pressed to survive. In short, invincible. And that wasn't even the craziest part. Although the azure-eyed white tiger was already 10 meters long, it was still only a cub. Once it reached maturity, no human would be able to contend with it. Even now, when it spread its wings, it blotted out the sky, and a casual swipe could whip up a gale. The more Ye Xiao stared at his divine pet, the cooler it looked. He couldn't help running his eyes over that sleek, glossy fur. System, show my stats. Ye Xiao gave the order. Name, Ye Xiao. Class, Beastmaster. Level 5. Strength, 150. Agility, 154. Endurance, 147. Spirit, 149. Talents, Beast Amplification, Ancestral Bloodline. Skills, Contract, Summon, Heal, Clarity, Detect. Beast points, 0. Every stat had cracked triple digits. Compared to the tiger's average 1,500, it was nothing, but among other beastmasters, he was already unbeatable. Below level 10, above 10, the azure-eyed white tiger would handle things. Ding. Instance quest. Clear the normal dungeon perfectly within 10 minutes. Reward, 100 beast points. To help the tiger grow faster, he needed rare treasures, all purchased with beast points. No way he was leaving free points on the table. Before I name my pet, I should at least confirm its gender. Kitty doesn't cut it anymore. You've outgrown your days as a clawcat. Talking to himself, Ye Xiao ducked under the tiger's belly to check. Roar. The sudden intimacy flustered the azure-eyed white tiger. A gentle flap of its massive wings seemed to tear the air apart. Ye Xiao's clothes shredded in an instant, and the wind hurled him hundreds of meters skyward. Without the gunmetal shield absorbing the brunt, he'd have been turned into a sieve midair. But the tiger was intelligent. The moment it saw its master tossed aloft, it regretted its reaction. It leapt, catching Ye Xiao in midair, cradling him against its soft belly fur before setting him safely on the ground. The warmth and fluff were so inviting that Ye Xiao couldn't resist running his hands through it. So smooth. Feels amazing. Once his feet were down, he put on a stern face. Seriously? Sneak attacking your own master? No sense of honor at all. With a thud, the tiger dropped to the ground, wings folded tight, head bowed, its azure-white eyes full of anxiety. Relax, I'm not mad, Ye Xiao said. Their contract let him sense the beast's remorse instantly. I'm sorry, master. I didn't mean to. The blue-eyed white tiger's youthful voice echoed in Ye Xiao's mind. Female, definitely female, he decided. That soft master had almost turned his bones to jelly. Accident or not, who cares? I'm not angry. Easy now, you didn't hurt me. Your bloodline just awakened, so losing control is understandable. He stroked her sleek fur while whispering comfort, patient and gentle as an indulgent father. At last, the tiger settled down. Soothing was one thing, naming her was another. A beast tamer needed a private nickname for his partner. Titles such as Empress of Beasts, King of Predators, Avatar of Slaughter, and Mistress of the Golden Wind flashed through his mind. Yet he finally said, almost casually, "We'll call you Xiaoqing." The tiger rolled her eyes. All that build-up for Xiaoqing? Still, her master had spoken. A low growl signaled acceptance. The delay had eaten half the dungeon timer. Less than 5 minutes remained. Xiaoqing, move out. 3 minutes to clear everything. She exhaled, and a golden gale hardened on her back, forming the beast tamer's throne to hold Ye Xiao securely. Wrapped in that wind, he was safe from being flung off if he fell and died. she would be inconsolable. Once he was seated, Xiaoqing beat her wings and shot skyward. The wind blades sheared nearby grass, trees, and boulders to pieces. Master, hold tight. Relax, I'm a pro at riding tigers. Man and beast streaked through the air. The dungeon sweep had begun. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiaoqing moved so fast she blurred, locking onto the first wave of monsters in a blink. Goblin. Level 3. Strength 40. Agility 28. Endurance 39. Spirit 22. Skills, throwing bite. Their stats were close to a human's, but they hunted in packs. A dozen of them could force an ordinary player to flee a dungeon. Too bad they had met Ye Xiao. A dozen or 100 were nothing but walking experience points to him. Xiaoqing, what are you waiting for? Wipe them out. Once, Xiaoqing was no stronger than a goblin. Now, bonded to Ye Xiao, she was god tier. These pests didn't even merit a direct attack. Hold on, master. Enjoy a bit of low-altitude flying. She dived toward the goblins like a falling star, then pulled up sharply and hammered her wings. Boom. The resulting wind pressure tore the ground apart. Caught in the maelstrom, the goblins burst into gore and were buried beneath the shattered earth. They might die without ever understanding how such a powerful creature could appear in a mere level 5 experience instance. Goblin minion slain, XP 25. Goblin minion slain, XP 25. With one powerful beat of its wings, the experience counter shot upward. In a heartbeat he had banked 300 points cheap, effortless, and far more cost-effective than any beast hunt package. Come on, keep farming. Ye Xiao patted Xiaoqing's neck. The mount spread its wings, leaving a teal afterimage as it skimmed the ground, sweeping through the instance in seconds. Ordinary goblins and their chieftain alike dissolved into particles under that single stroke. Moments later, not a living thing remained in the dungeon. Ding. Congratulations, perfect clear. Beastmaster points 100. Normal mode really offers no challenge. If I want to level up, I need Nightmare. Ye Xiao crushed the key, and a flash of white light warped him back to the plaza. Solo instance, Nightmare difficulty, he requested. Nightmare? Are you sure? The attendant hesitated, offering a friendly warning. No one has cleared this since it went live. A level 5 class changer going in alone is practically suicide. Experienced dungeons are safer, but make one wrong move and you're dead. How about trying hard first? Ye Xiao knew she meant well, but he had no time to waste. I'm fine. Give me the Nightmare key. Seeing he could not be dissuaded, the attendant complied and handed over the key. Ye Xiao took it, turned on his heel, and stepped straight onto the teleport pad. Solo instance, Nightmare difficulty confirm? Confirm. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The light faded, and Ye Xiao found himself in a new setting. Solo instance, Zombie World. Objective, eliminate all zombies 01000 and Zombie King Boss 01. 1,000 zombies and 1 zombie, king not too bad. Ye Xiao called, and Xiaoqing appeared with a flap of its wings. Low-altitude sweep. Hunt them down. The sky was a murky gray, pressing down on a ruined town devoid of life. A harsh wind churned the stench of decay, making his chest tighten. Mounted on Xiaoqing, Ye Xiao skimmed the streets and soon spotted a dozen isolated zombies. Common zombie, level 9. Strength, 150. Agility, 130. Endurance, 149. Spirit, 0. One glance at the stats, and he understood why no one had cleared this in years. A off-the-mill zombie already pushed every physical attribute into triple digits. Even after sharing Xiaoqing's attributes, he only edged them out by a hair. This is a level 5 dungeon. Even the regular monsters have broken through level 9, and there's a zombie king waiting at the end. If Xiaoqing weren't by his side, Ye Xiao would have crushed the dungeon key and fled long ago. With his current strength, he might barely win a unknown against a single zombie, but if the rest rushed him, they would tear him apart in minutes. That settled, it was a Beastmaster. There was no need to fight personally. Xiaoqing, go. Roar on it. To Ye Xiao, these level 9 zombies were deadly. To the sapphire rocks circling behind him, they weren't even a warm-up. Xiaoqing beat its wings, gathering razor winds between the feathers. Without the shield of spiritual energy around him, even Ye Xiao would have been shredded by the currents. Go. Ye Xiao pointed. The gale swept silently over the patrolling zombies. The cold air quivered for an instant, and the corpses were sliced into scraps before they could so much as howl. Killed common zombie, 50 XP. Killed common zombie, 50 XP. Killed common zombie, 50 XP. Bloody fragments scattered, yet none of the common zombies dropped useful loot. Ye Xiao didn't bother looking. He swung onto the rock's back and told Xiaoqing to continue patrolling the ruins. Killed common zombie. Quest progress, 700-1000. In less than half an hour, Xiaoqing had wiped out 700 common zombies. They were so weak the bird considered napping in midair if its master permitted. A blue shadow sliced across the murky sky, the wind beneath its wings howling. Xiaoqing's pale eyes searched for prey, and soon another squad of zombies came into view. These wore tattered armor and hefted massive battle axe clearly different from the naked corpses before. Armored zombie. Level 9. Strength, 180. Agility, 177. Stamina, 179. Spirit, 10. Their level was still 9, but every stat had jumped, and, most importantly, they finally had 10 points of spirit. When Xiao hovered overhead, the armored zombies actually raised their heads, locking onto the target with guttural roars. They clearly possessed a trace of awareness. Roar. After a brief standoff, they seemed to find a solution. Axes rose in unison, then hurtled skyward in an attempt to hack the bird down. Ye Xiao lifted an amused brow. Throwing weapons, huh? Courtesy demands reciprocity. Xiao, give them their axes back. At his command, the rock spread its wings, and the airflow reversed. The roaring wind froze the axes mid-flight. On the next sweep, the blades gleamed with cutting gales. An instant later, more than 20 axes streaked back the way they had come. Thunk! Steel flashed. Helmets spun across the ground as heads dropped. Within seconds, more than 20 mangled corpses littered the wasteland. Killed armored zombie, 60 XP 23. Drop, shattered armor. Drop, zombie battle axe. Decent haul, but all of it was junk to Ye Xiao. He looked away, patted Xiaoqing's neck, and signaled to keep moving. The azure rock climbed higher, the rush of wind roaring anew onward. They had flown barely 500 meters when another patrol of armored zombies appeared. These walking tin cans weren't too bright. The only trick they knew was to treat their battle axes like throwing knives, hurling them at Ye Xiao and Xiaoqing with a shrill whistle. The screech of spinning steel split the air, yet Xiaoqing didn't even bother to blink. She spread her wings, stirring up a violent gust. An instant later, a dozen axes were flung back by the whirlwind, boomeranging through the ranks. With several dull thuds, dozens of armored zombies lost their heads in perfect unison, never even managing a scream before they burst into drifting globes of experience. Hey, not bad at all. RNG loves us today. Gear drop. Ye Xiao's eyes lit up as he patted Ziking's neck. Touchdown, girl. The dust had barely settled when a brilliant gold glow pulsed on the ground. Ye Xiao vaulted off Ziking's back, crouched, and scooped the light into his hand. Shadow battle axe, excellent. 35 physical attack. 5 cooldown reduction. 500 max HP. Passive cleave. 5 character level, 3 physical penetration. Passive cripple. Basic attacks have a 30 chance to slow the target's movement speed by 20 for 2 seconds. Holy crap, a top-tier weapon for warriors. Ye Xiao whistled. Give this to a berserker and the damage skyrockets. Too bad I'm just a beastmaster. The stats were sweet, especially the extra 500 HP, so he shrugged. Better than nothing. He equipped it on the spot. It was his first excellent grade drop, after all had to give it some respect. After making sure nothing else had been left behind, Ye Xiao swung back onto Xiaoqing. Keep sweeping. Xiaoqing beat her wings, leaving scorched earth in her wake. Any zombie bold enough to poke its head out was blasted into fragments by a wave of razor-feathered air. Killed armored zombie, EXP 50. Killed venom zombie, EXP 50. System prompt, level up to 4. Keep it up. Quest progress, zombies 10001000, zombie king boss 01. 1,000 trash mobs for a single level. Leveling a beastmaster was brutal when half the experience went to the pet. No wonder the rich kids from the big clans bought power leveling services. Without grinding 1,000 mobs, how would anyone reach level 5? He was struggling even with Xiaoqing. Everyone else had it worse. Money really does fix things, Ye Xiao muttered, dumping every new stat point into endurance and agility. A beastmaster didn't need much strength or spirit. Stacking endurance made him hard to kill. The fodder was cleared, only the boss remained. Take down the zombie king, and the nightmare dungeon would be finished. The idea of being the first player to clear nightmare difficulty made Ye Xiao's heart race. The rewards had to be insane. Xiaoqing shot skyward, heading for the deepest part of the map. Soon an enormous ancient tomb loomed into view. Sensing intruders, the stone lid slammed aside. A colossal figure swathed in black cloth, easily several times the height of an ordinary zombie, dragged itself out. The zombie king's eyes burned blood red, its talons glinting coldly in the night. It was itching to rip the two trespassers apart. For years, no one had dared disturb it. Now its minions were slaughtered and its slumber shattered. The zombie king, seethed with rage, was absolutely livid. A shockwave barreled toward Ye Xiao, but Xiaoqing merely shook his head, looked up at the zombie king, and answered with a thunderous roar of his own. That god-tier bloodline bellow shattered every sound wave instantly, and, with its crushing lineage pressure, drove the zombie king back several steps. The zombie king cocked its head, its dull pupils growing even more vacant. One casual roar had broken its attack and forced a retreat far beyond its expectations. At the same time, Xiaoqing's bloodline aura triggered an instinctive terror it could not resist, igniting the urge to flee. Run? Yes, run. The zombie king had survived this long not on the backs of its primitive underlings, but on what it believed to be a clever mind. Against an opponent like this, escape into its lair was the only road to survival. Snorting, it wheeled around and sprinted into the tomb's depths with startling decisiveness. In less than 2 seconds, The hulking figure slipped into a corridor and vanished. Ye Xiao and Xiaoqing exchanged baffled looks. That was the dungeon boss. It hadn't even lasted a full exchange before bolting. No wonder no one had cleared this instance in years. What can players do when a boss decides to run the moment the fight begins? Well, it's got a few brain cells, Ye Xiao muttered, his gaze firming. But we have to finish this dungeon. If it gets away today, we'll never have another chance. He raised his hand. Xiaoqing, blow the grave open and fly in. Boom. Xiaoqing ripped off the stone lid. The burial chamber was vast, almost palace-like, its corridors lined with murals and grave goods. Clearly, the zombie king enjoyed its comforts. Ye Xiao took a quick look around and urged, no matter how deep it hides, it can't escape. Can you track it? Even in these sprawling corridors, Xiaoqing's wings had plenty of room. They sped through the front hall, down passageways, and into the farthest depths, finally catching the zombie king's lingering aura. Creak, a chilling laugh drifted from the darkness ahead. The instant they stepped into the core chamber, a magic array flared, swallowing both Ye Xiao and Xiaoqing. What in the world? Ye Xiao frowned upward. An anti-magic field cuts off human mana output, he judged instantly. No wonder the zombie king had fled only to wait here. The tomb was equipped with a complete suppression barrier. Any mage would be helpless, and most warriors would lose most of their abilities. So it thinks this will finish us? Ye Xiao looked at the lurking zombie king. That was clearly the plan. The boss cackled, ignoring Xiaoqing's towering form. Yet Ye Xiao knew that, even skill-sealed, Xiaoqing was a terror in both melee and ranged combat. Let's see what you're so proud of, Xiaoqing. Scan it. Zombie King Boss. Level 10. Strength 350. Agility 290. Endurance 330. Spirit 20. Note. Possesses some brains, but not many. Capable of thought, but rarely thorough. 350 strength is unreachable for a human, Ye Xiao smiled. But for Xiaoqing, 350 points of strength might be a distant dream for humans. Yet for Xiaoqing, it was nothing more than the power behind a single slap. Xiaoqing, go. The zombie king's jaw dropped wide open, and the reek of blood and rot rushed into Ye Xiao's nostrils, almost making him gag. Its ashen claws cracked as the joints stretched madly, extending a full meter, the blades of bone glinting coldly as they drove straight for Xiaoqing's chest. Snort. Xiaoqing let out a contemptuous snort. It didn't even bother to shift its footing. It simply lifted a front paw and flicked it. A howling gust tore through the air, and the zombie king's massive body hurtled backward, smashing into the rubble-strewn ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. That's it. I thought you'd be tougher. Squash it. Ye Xiao curled his lip, unwilling to waste another second. The instance rules were clear. Kill the zombie king, and the clear screen pops immediately. Taking the cue, Xiaoqing beat its wings and, in the blink of an eye, hovered directly above its target. Its body folded tight, then plunged like a 1,000-pound hammer. Boom. The ground caved in several inches, spiderweb cracks racing outward. The zombie king didn't even have time to scream before it was stomped into a shriveled patty, black blood splattering everywhere, life snuffed out in an instant. Not even one full exchange as so-called zombie king, fell with a single swipe and a single stomp. Gazing at the tattered corpse at his feet, Ye Xiao murmured, invincibility is such a lonely thing. A chime sounded. Killed zombie king. EXP 200. Nightmare difficulty instance cleared. Please exit to view your rating and claim rewards. Countdown, 10 minutes. With 10 minutes of buffer, he wasn't in a hurry to leave. First, the loot. If the little armored zombies could drop gear, the boss certainly would. 2 dazzling golden beams rose from the remains and hovered in midair. 1. Item. Anti-magic field 3 uses. 2. Equipment legendary. Mercury boots. Stat. Magic resistance 10. Passive. Movement speed 45. Passive. Duration of stun, slow, taunt, fear, silence, blind, polymorph, and root 10. A premium consumable and a premium piece of gear. Quite a haul, especially the Mercury boots, perfect for both escape and survival. Equip. The boots wrapped snugly around his ankles, silver light streaming up his calves. After confirming nothing else had dropped, he chose to exit the instance. Exit. First solo clear of a nightmare difficulty instance. Calculating score. Rating, SSS. Ye Xiao wasn't the least bit surprised. No one had ever cleared nightmare difficulty, and had done it in record time. Anything less than SSS would have been an insult. Reward, Nightmare Chest 1. Clear record saved. Choose anonymous or real name display. First nightmare clear will be broadcast globally in 10 minutes. Remain anonymous? He needed the chest and the record, but exposing his identity was out of the question. A real name announcement would put the world's spotlight on him and make him a target overnight. Anonymous, everything anonymous, Ye Xiao confirmed at once. He'd turn off the broadcast entirely if the system allowed, but anonymity was the best it could do. Confirm exit. A flash of light, and Ye Xiao returned to reality. His expression was calm, as though nothing had happened, and no one around him noticed a thing. Only then did the global announcement roll out. An anonymous player from Huagua has cleared the nightmare level solo instance zombie world, earning an SSS rating. An anonymous player from Huagua has cleared the nightmare level solo instance zombie world, earning an SSS rating. An anonymous player from Huagua has cleared the nightmare level solo instance zombie world, earning an SSS rating. The 3 consecutive system announcements instantly ignited the forums and every streaming channel. Solo instances are a stage for geniuses. Nightmare difficulty? Only top elites dare touch it. No one has ever beaten it perfectly until now. Zombie World's brutality was legendary. Countless acknowledged prodigies had tried, and all quit halfway. Today someone not only reached the finish line, but walked away with an SSS score. Nightmare plus SSS? You're kidding. What class could pull that off? Beastmaster? Forget it, plenty of them died in there. Stop guessing. The world of big shots is beyond us. I've wiped 3 times on a normal instance. I'm so jealous. If I could be a single hair on that boss leg in my next life, I'd take it. Anonymous? Who cares? As long as they're from Huagua, I'm proud. Exactly. Huagua's glory absolute legend. Hold on. Isn't anyone curious about the rewards? Nightmare level SSS won't hand out scraps. After the announcement, the entire platform froze for half a second, then the screen filled with envious comments. The rewards weren't even revealed, yet the words Nightmare SSS alone had every player's heart racing. People went wild guessing the anonymous hero's identity, while the staff inside the instance plaza could barely hide their delight. Only one name had registered for a nightmare run today, Ye Xiao. The clerk in charge had assumed he was overestimating himself, yet the guy crushed the dungeon without breaking a sweat. Good-looking and overpowered, the staffer muttered. If only I were a woman, I could benefit from proximity. His daydream ended abruptly when security detained all employees to keep the news under wraps. At the same moment, Naiyun and the others in the lobby received the announcement. Naiyun's first thought, the anonymous player had to be Ye Xiao. Why? A woman's intuition. Scanning the crowd, she locked onto him in a secluded corner within seconds. Ye Xiao. All pretense of goddess-like restraint vanished. Naiyun sprinted over in 3 quick strides and stopped right in front of him. Several male players nearby turned green with envy on the spot. Damn, can this guy's luck get any better? Snagging Xiao Yanru wasn't enough, now he's hooking Naiyun? What can we do? He's handsome and insanely talented. We just can't compete. The sourness spread across the plaza. Right then, Ye Xiao became every man's public enemy. If looks could kill, had have been pierced 1,000 times over. Ye Xiao hadn't expected Naiyun to show up so suddenly. He had just turned to leave when light footsteps came up behind him, and Naiyun stopped at his side, looking up with concern. Was the run smooth? You didn't get hurt, did you? She asked. Before he could answer, a gentle holy radiance blossomed in her palm, spreading over him like a fine mist and healing him from head to toe. I'm fine, really. I can use healing spells myself, no need to trouble you, Ye Xiao said, waving her off, but her worried eyes told him she wasn't convinced. Only after confirming he was unscathed did she finally relax. Not wanting to seem ungrateful, he made polite conversation. Weren't you guys tackling the hard mode instance? Did it go well? Of course it did. Zhang Long cut in before she could reply, and Wang Hu nodded vigorously beside him. With us guarding Xiao Yun, how could we fail? The two clearly disliked how attentively Naiyun was looking after Ye Xiao. The moment her healing finished, they stepped forward to pick at him. You just came out? Must been a wipe, huh? Bet you didn't even clear a normal run, Zhang Long said, palms up in mock sympathy. Solo instances are tough, already your beast companion isn't much, so losing is normal. Isn't much? Ye Xiao almost laughed. It was the first time he'd heard anyone dismiss a blue-eyed white tiger. If that creature wasn't good enough, he doubted any beast in the world would qualify. Not wanting to waste breath, he gave a perfunctory, sure, whatever you say. But Zhang Long and Wang Hu kept going. Ye Xiao, a man needs self-awareness. If you don't have top-tier power, don't act tough. Teaming up isn't shameful. For Xiao Yun's sake, we'll let you join us. Run the hard instance with us, and at least earn a little experience. A little experience wouldn't impress a dog, Ye Xiao thought, though he only offered a curt wave. No thanks. I'm fine on my own. The two exchanged a smirk. We get that beast masters have some pride, but there's no way your pet can solo an instance. If you had real elite power, we wouldn't bother offering. But you don't. Learn from the real top players, the ones who won't even show their faces on the global boards. Sooner or later society will grind you into shape. While they belittled him and praised their so-called heroes, Ye Xiao found it ridiculous. He could be running instances instead of standing here listening. One more clear and head be high enough to leave the city and hunt dangerous beasts, far better use of his time than playing their comparison game. And Naiyun, you go ahead and chat with them. I'm heading back to the instance, he said, giving her a polite nod before striding toward the teleport array. Blue-white light flared, and he disappeared into the portal. Zhang Long clicked his tongue. TCH, acting all lofty, treating our kindness like dirt. If it weren't for Xiao Yun, why are you two talking about him like that? And Naiyun cut in, brow furrowed, leaving them speechless. Watching Ye Xiao's figure vanish behind the glowing veil, she felt a pang of regret. If not for them, she could have talked to him a bit longer. So what if his gear wasn't top tier? As long as Ye Xiao asked, she would give him every resource he needed to level up. When Naiyun's expression darkened, Zhang Long and Wang Hu wiped the smiles from their faces and forced looks of deep regret. Xiaoyun, we didn't mean anything by it, Wang Hu said, waving his hands. We were just anxious. We're all classmates, and we couldn't bear to see him struggle, so we tried to bring him into our team. He's just too proud for his own good. Sooner or later he'll pay for it. Zhang Long hurried to agree. Come on, Wang Hu, don't talk like that. Who is Ye Xiao? A beast master, a prodigy. Of course he has a right to be proud. Maybe he's already cleared the stage. Why don't we check his record? With talent like his, he can't be worse than us. Must have beaten hard mode by now. Zhang Long was a master of backhanded praise. While lifting Ye Xiao up, he secretly calculated. If Ye Xiao's name wasn't on the board, Naiyun would be disappointed and their chance would come. Exactly, Zhang's right, Wang Hu said, nodding eagerly. Ye the genius must have a better record than we do. That's why he won't team up with us. Let's go take a look. Naiyun was gentle, not foolish. She saw through their ploy but still followed. She truly believed in Ye Xiao, even suspecting that the top player announced across the entire network might be him. With different thoughts in mind, the three stopped before the leaderboard. Filter. Today's solo clears. Hard difficulty, Zhang Long said. The screen refreshed blank. No way, Wang Hu gasped in mock surprise. Impossible. Ye Xiao's such a genius. How could he have no hard mode clears? Maybe he just entered, Zhang Long replied calmly. He might have been warming up in normal dungeons. Fair enough. Show today's solo clears, normal difficulty. Still nothing. What about easy? Another blank. Don't tell me he tried hell difficulty, Wang Hu said, blinking. What's the harm in checking? Maybe he actually cleared it, Zhang Long answered. They checked every list, but Ye Xiao's name never appeared. How can there be nothing? Wang Hu shook his head, though the delight in his eyes was obvious. Almost in unison, they turned to Naiyun, barely hiding their excitement. No record meant Ye Xiao hadn't cleared a single dungeon. That should disappoint her. Outwardly, they kept up the caring classmate act. Don't worry, Wang Hu said with fake sympathy. Maybe he just slipped up. We had to retry plenty of times ourselves. He'll clear it next run. Silent until now, Naiyun suddenly spoke. What if the player who just cleared nightmare difficulty with an SSS rating was Ye Xiao? The question choked Zhang Long and Wang Hu. They stared, then burst into uncontrollable laughter. Him? Seriously? Zhang Long guffawed. Xiaoyun, do you even understand what nightmare difficulty and an SSS rank mean? He's an orphan with just an ordinary pet beast. His combat power is probably lower than ours. Clear nightmare? Dream on. Clutching his stomach, Wang Hu echoed, exactly. A useless nobody like him isn't even fit to carry that guy's shoes. From their perspective, Ye Xiao obviously hadn't cleared the nightmare level dungeon. He simply wasn't that strong. The murmurs rose and fell. Ye Xiao had grown up in an orphanage, and even with the school stipend for a beast, the best he could afford would be a mid-tier contract target elite bloodline at most. Beating a nightmare dungeon and walking away with an SSS rating? Pure fantasy. Some tamers had gone in with pets of overlord bloodline and still never laid eyes on the boss. A tale that only cemented everyone's belief that Ye Xiao would fail. Maybe I'm overthinking it. He's already inside, so there's no way to ask him. Come on, let's keep grinding. We need to close the gap before the high rankers leave us in the dust. The global announcement was stunning, but the excitement faded quickly. Envy aside, leveling was the real priority. On campus, newly advanced students, fired up by the news, dove into dungeons with renewed ferocity. Meanwhile, the major factions exploded into action. Imperial City University. Find him immediately. Spare no expense. He must join Imperial City. Demon City University. Move out. Whatever it takes, do it. Don't let Imperial City get him. First, bring him back. First Military Academy. A prodigy. This is our year. Use every connection we have and lock him down. Mage Guild, Warriors Guild, Alchemist Guild. Orders flew everywhere. Locate Ye Xiao and bring him to headquarters at any cost. Where some sought to recruit, others plotted murder. If Ye Xiao fulfilled his potential, humanity would gain another powerhouse, and not everyone welcomed that. Covert directives spread in tandem. Capture him if possible. If not, erase him. The same unrest brewed overseas. The worldwide broadcast reached every awakened professional, and the words Huaguo prodigy, sole SSS rating made foreign powers uneasy. Huaguo's rapid rise threatens our position. Act now, no matter the cost. Snuff out this rising star. Ye Xiao knew none of this. Luckily, he had set his personal data to full privacy. Without authorization, no one could see his details, or he might not have lived to see another sunrise. New to the field, he focused solely on killing monsters and leveling up. After the reset, the dungeon's difficulty was exactly the same as the first run, and with that prior experience he advanced faster and more steadily. Summon. With a flash of contract light, Xiaoqing burst from the beast space, practically bristling with pent-up energy. Master, please don't send me back in there. It's so boring. I want to stay with you. Ye Xiao gently stroked Xiaoqing's head as she nuzzled his palm. The divine rank azure-eyed white tiger radiated raw power, and having her at his side would be ideal if only she could fit inside his tiny, sub-20 square meter rental flat. It's not that I don't want you out here, he explained, exasperated. You're just too big. You'll attract trouble. Xiaoqing glanced at her enormous frame, gave an unconcerned flick of her tail, and purred, size is never an issue. I can transform. Ye Xiao suddenly remembered that her bloodline awakening had unlocked shape-shifting. By transform, do you mean shrink, or turn into a human? With a massive paw she traced shy circles in the dirt, acting more kitten than apex predator. Either is fine. A chill ran up Ye Xiao's spine. Who knew a divine beast could act cute? Stop. Quit giving me that smoldering look. Who taught you to flirt? And Naiyun talks to you that way, Xiaoqing muttered, ears drooping. Why don't you like it? He rubbed his temples and sighed. All right, show me your human form. If you're good looking, you can stay out of the beast space. If you're average, back inside you go. If I'm human, I can really stay outside? Transform first. We'll talk. Master, was that girl outside pretty? Xiaoqing asked, oblivious to human standards. Pretty enough campus queen material. What's a campus queen? Super pretty? Very. Enough chatter. Transform, we still have monsters to grind. You're so impatient. Goosebumps rose on Ye Xiao's arms. This tiger was getting way too flirty. Ding. System prompt. Azure-eyed white tiger is transforming. Please wait. A torrent of golden light swallowed the 10-meter beast. As the glow churned, her massive body shrank, wings folding back into flesh. Eyes closed. Ye Xiao let his imagination roam. A dainty girl? A cute lowly? A sultry stunner? Given Xiaoqing's temperament, probably a sweet, soft beauty, flowing golden curls, killer curves, a hint of Naiyun's allure. Not bad. When the light faded, a tall, slender figure about 172 stood on the ground, features veiled by a curtain of golden hair. Master, I'm human now. Before Ye Xiao could blink, a totally naked body flung itself into his arms. 2. Soft curves pressed against his chest. Warm, sweet breaths brushed his ear. Ye Xiao's brain short-circuited as the girl wriggled in his embrace. Gaga, put some clothes on. Xiaoqing's languid pose, and those teasing eyes almost made Ye Xiao lose his mind. Put something on right now, he ordered. He didn't dare look down. The ample softness pressed against his chest felt like a bottomless pit waiting to swallow him. Master, she cooed. That's an order. Clothes. With a shimmer, a pale blue floral dress appeared on her. Only then did Ye Xiao risk a direct look. She stood a full 1.70 meters, blue-white eyes smoldering with a hint of allure. Sky blue gown, tousled hair, an angel's face, a devil's figure flawless. Even Naiyun and Xiao Yanru would fade beside her. Master, am I pretty? If he said no, he'd be lying. If he said yes, it felt too weird. How was he supposed to ride her into battle after this? Master, you can ride me anytime, she added. Ye Xiao nearly choked. She could read every thought he had. So, pretty or not? Pretty. Very. But stop calling me master. It sounds off when you look like this. In beast form the title was fine. In human form it made him feel like a creep. If not master, then what? She tilted her head, lashes fluttering. Anyone who didn't know she was a blue-eyed white tiger would think she was a nine-tailed fox. Call me big bro. Just big bro. Okay, master. Big bro. Pause. Yes, master. That mischievous glint told him she was doing it on purpose, but he let it go. A clear conscience doesn't fear gossip. After getting to know her better, he finally gave her a name. Ye Qingqing. Xiaoqing, beast form. Time to farm. Yes, master. In a blink the stunning woman became a blue-eyed white tiger. It still felt odd, but speed mattered, so Ye Xiao swung onto her back. How should we kill them, master? As fast as possible, but don't hit your limit, got it? Records are meant to be broken later. If we max out now, how do we exploit the bug for extra rewards? Nightmare dungeons pay way better than standard ones. Xiaoqing didn't understand his whole plan, but an order was an order. She beat her wings and shot up dozens of meters. The spawn points hadn't changed. She followed their previous route exactly. Whenever a monster entered their sights, her wings blurred. Razor-sharp gusts scythed the ground, shredding everything into chunks of meat. Kill. Armored zombie, 50 XP. Kill. Venom zombie, 50 XP. The system prompts never stopped. 1,000 zombie mobs couldn't survive 10 minutes of Xiaoqing's onslaught. One blast of cutting wind after another swept across the entire instance, shrouding it in a raging vortex, while everything outside the zombie king's tomb turned into a no-go zone. The howling wind sliced the air like knives. Withered grass was torn out by the roots, shredded to bits, and flung skyward, leaving a swath of wasteland in mere seconds. The lone structure left intact was the pale gray mound. A thin layer of soil was shaved off, the coffin lid blew apart, and the zombie king had barely lifted its chalk-white head when a streak of cold light flashed past. My body, why is it over there? The zombie king's pupils constricted, a surge of unwilling fury flickering in its mind before razor-sharp claws split its skull in two. Zombie king slain. Experience 200. Congratulations, nightmare difficulty, solo instance cleared. New record. Clear time, 13 minutes. Rating, SSS. Remain anonymous? Anonymous. Record reward, Nightmare Chest 1. Instance will reset in 10 minutes. Please exit promptly. The gale died, the dust settled. Ye Xiao looked around, confirmed nothing was left behind, and dismissed his summon. Drops of eerie green ichor clung to Xiaoqing's talents. He opened his status panel, stamina barely touched, health full, but mana down by 70%. No surprise, Xiaoqing had been casting ultimates nonstop. Clarity. A cool wave surged through his mind. The mana bar snapped back to full. Teleport light flared, and he stepped out of the instance. Lifting his eyes, he ran into Naiyun's group again. They had a knack for showing up right after the entrance cleared. Ye Xiao couldn't be bothered to greet them, but they were eager enough for both sides. Naiyun opened her mouth, yet Zhonglong was already muttering, "Nightmare difficulty solo? He went in 10 minutes ago and is already out, must wipe fast." Someone chimed in, "Quit wasting time and run something you can actually clear. A kid shouldn't bite off more than he can chew. Just because others can finish Nightmare doesn't mean you can. Imitating them only makes you a joke." The unsolicited lecturer mused, "Ye Xiao, did they really think he was that weak? A Nightmare instance was hardly worth fussing over." Still, they meant well, so he kept his tone mild. "It's fine, Before he could finish, a girl behind Naiyun cut in, "You should give him the Nightmare key. He's the genius of our Skola proper Beastmaster. Clearing a Nightmare instance will be a breeze for him." Ye Xiao ignored the comment, but they weren't done. Zhonglong lowered his voice, unable to resist another jab. "Come on, Naiyun, isn't this guy hilarious? An orphan Beastmaster trying to copy the pros in a Nightmare solo." Naiyun waved a hand, feigning seriousness. "Don't mock people with dreams. What if he pulls it off?" Zhonglong nodded vigorously, though the smirk on his face said otherwise. "Right, what if he does? Clearing Nightmare in 13 minutes now, that's not talent, that's monstrous." None of them knew Ye Xiao's exact clear time, only that it couldn't have been long, barely 10 odd minutes at most. Every student present understood what that meant. On a normal difficulty run, it took them 10 minutes just to clear the mobs, never mind a Nightmare instance. For a dungeon at this difficulty, spending a day or two inside is normal, and 10 days or half a month isn't unusual. Clearing it in a matter of minutes? Pure fantasy. While his teammates watched him with skeptical eyes, Ye Xiao simply smiled and said nothing. He casually picked up the glossy black key from the exchange counter, felt its weight in his palm, and stepped through the gate of light. Nightmare difficulty, solo instance. The system prompt flashed across the screen. Selection confirmed. Teleporting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The teleport ended, revealing the familiar, dim hall. Ye Xiao drew a deep breath. This was his last run here before reaching level 5. Xiaoqing wouldn't be holding back. He had to set a record no one could touch. Give it everything. Wipe them out. "Yes, master." With permission granted, Xiaoqing's ice blue wings snapped open. She circled overhead, cold light and cutting wind squeezing the air into a shrill whistle. "Master, hit me with clarity." Ye Xiao raised his hand. Wave after wave of clarity gleamed along her wings, mana pouring out like water from a breached dam. Within seconds both of their bars were empty, yet her wings already rumbled like distant thunder. Grand Gale. Her wings beat once, and 2 fist-sized wind spheres spun and compressed, like pressurized canisters ready to blow. Gale burst. Boom. The spheres detonated, a savage shockwave turning the entire instance into a gray-white vortex. System messages flooded his view. Ding. Armored zombie slain, 50 EXP. Ding. Venom zombie slain, 50 EXP. Ding. Zombie king slain, 200 EXP. Silence returned. Only mangled limbs littered the hall. The system window popped up again. Instance cleared. New record. Time, 57 seconds. Rating, SSS. Post anonymously. Anonymous, Ye Xiao confirmed. He preferred a low profile. The reward was all that mattered. The screen updated. Record bonus, Nightmare Chest 1. Instance resetting. Please exit promptly. With a level up and a new record secured, Ye Xiao swept every material and piece of gear into his bag and headed for the exit. Instance exit. The teleport glow faded, and he ran straight into Naiyun's party just as they were about to enter. They stared, wide-eyed. Barely over a minute had passed since Ye Xiao went in. "Already back?" They muttered, exchanging looks. He strutted in and crawled out in under 2 minutes. "We could stand still and last longer." "Ye Xiao, you're killing me," the leader chuckled. "A Nightmare run isn't a joke. Even a complete scrub can survive 10 minutes. What a letdown. Naiyun had such high hopes for you." He sighed theatrically. "For Naiyun's sake, they'll let you tag along for experience. One-time offer." Naiyun added kindly, "Why not come with us? The EXP will help you level up." She had half believed he might have cleared the dungeon, but 60 seconds made that impossible. "You must have a lot of free time," Ye Xiao said calmly, giving them a once-over. "Try leveling instead of worrying about me." With that he turned and walked away. He had a chest to open and no time for their chatter. Seriously, what's he swaggering about? He slunk out of the dungeon looking like a beaten dog, and he still has the nerve to act cocky. Zhonglong and Wang Hai elbowed through the crowd, pointing at Ye Xiao's retreating figure as they jeered. "We tried to help, and he spit it back in our faces, Xiaoyun. Somebody like that isn't worth our time." And Naiyun stayed silent, standing where she was, her gaze following the figure shrinking in the distance. Suddenly she murmured, "Did either of you notice Ye Xiao's weapon and boots just now?" The seemingly random remark snapped the others back to attention. Ye Xiao was already far off. They could only make out the outline of his gear, yet the faint gleam still stood out sharply from the standard equipment around them. It did look different. Wang Hai frowned. Where'd he get that gear? Did he skip buying a pet and blow all his cash on equipment? No, Naiyun said with certainty. He wasn't wearing any of that when we first met him. He must have picked it up inside the dungeon. Naiyun had been watching Ye Xiao closely, and she was sure the gear had just appeared and was top tier, the kind you couldn't always buy even if you had the money. A bold thought sprang up. Ye Xiao might really have just soloed the dungeon. Come on, check the leaderboards, she said, striding off almost on reflex. They hurried through the crowd to the holographic screen in the central plaza and pulled up the nightmare difficulty solo instance rankings. The moment the list lit up, Zhang Long and Wang Hai felt their breath catch. The board showed only 3 records, all updated today. The first clear took the longest, and the next 2 were progressively shorter. The second run just over 10 minutes, the third exactly 1 minute. Zhang Long's mind buzzed. The intervals matched almost perfectly with the times Ye Xiao had entered and left the dungeon a moment ago. No way, absolutely not. Wang Hai's face contorted. How could the big shot be him? He's an orphan. How the hell could he clear a nightmare dungeon? The louder he spoke, the more hollow he felt. How many coincidences could there be? One coincidence is chance, a string of them is the truth. Remembering how they had just used that ranked expert to belittle Ye Xiao, both men felt their faces burn. What do we do now? What are we supposed to do? Fear replaced their shame. Ye Xiao wouldn't make a scene inside the city, but they couldn't stay in Haiqing forever. If they ran into him in the wild, he could squash them like ants. Wang Hai lowered his voice and pleaded, "Xiao Yun, do you think you could? I mean, we're teammates after all. Can you help us out?" And Naiyun was secretly delighted, though she forced a troubled expression. "I can try to put in a good word, but whether Ye Xiao forgives you will depend on how sincere you are. I'd suggest you show that sincerity first. If you approach him the right way, he probably won't keep coming after you. Ye Xiao's family isn't well off, and getting into a good university means he has to prepare a lot of things. To buy that beast companion, he practically emptied his pockets, so he intends to squeeze a hefty sum out of Zhang Long, Wang Hu, and their crew while they're still feeling guilty, and use it to help Ye Xiao. Got it. Got it. Well, head back and put together a proper gift. Just leave it to you. Forget the dungeon or whatever. The real issue is making sure Ye Xiao doesn't hold a grudge. Anyone who can clear nightmare difficulty in under a minute is destined to be one of Wagwo's top figures. Once the higher-ups find out, he's bound to soar, and small-timers from Haiqing like us can't afford to offend him. I just had to shoot my mouth off and end up angering Ye Xiao. I'm dead now. Exactly. If we'd known he was this strong, we would have tried to cozy up to him, maybe he'd even give us a hand someday." Zhang Long and Wang Hu could only smile bitterly. It was too late for regrets, so they had to patch things up as best they could. After leaving the dungeon square, Ye Xiao released Xiao Qing. The handsome young man and the pretty girl strolled leisurely down the street. "Master, what's that?" "Master, that looks delicious. Can I try it?" "Master." Like a child on her first trip to the city, Xiao Qing chirped non-stop, pointing at everything. Since Ye Xiao doted on his beast companion, and she had done brilliantly in the dungeon today, treating her to a feast seemed perfectly fair. "Whatever you want, well, buy it," Ye Xiao declared grandly. An hour later, he regretted it. This young lad's stomach was a bottomless pit. She had already devoured more than 10,000 yuan's worth of food and was still going strong. 10,000. Ye Xiao felt his heart bleed. If this was just one meal, what would 3 meals a day cost him? No wonder people say beast tamers burn money. You need deep pockets just to keep one fed. "Are you full yet?" About 30%, Xiao Qing replied, eyes half closed as she let out a satisfied burp. Ye Xiao did the math. To get her all the way full would take roughly 30,000 a meal. 3 meals a day came to 100,000. 10 days, 1,000,000. 1 year, 36.5 million, and that was only food. Ye Xiao, if you don't start making real money soon, you won't even be able to feed your own beast. 2 more hours and another 20,000 later, Xiao Qing finally put down her chopsticks. "Master, I'm full." She patted her slightly rounded belly, bliss written across her face. With Xiao Qing satisfied, Ye Xiao let out a quiet sigh of relief and went back to his own plain bowl of rice porridge and pickles. "Come on, let's head home." While Ye Xiao was still mourning his wallet, news of him breaking the record twice had already exploded. "This has to be our Paikaguo's divine child. Only Paikaguo deserves such a prodigy. Pass down the order no matter the cost. Even if we sacrifice every undercover agent, bring the divine child home. Paikaguo will rise." Nightmare difficulty, cleared in just over a minute. Why doesn't my Pailiangguo have a genius like that? Pass my orders. Activate every sleeper agent. We have to assassinate him the moment Huagua tries to shield him. Their rise is happening too fast, and we can't let them jeopardize our top spot. Inside the dim command center, the Sakura Nation's supreme commander slammed his fist on the table, his tone laced with agitation and fear. "Damn it. How did Huawei surge ahead so quickly? We exhausted every means to contain them back then, yet they still grew. Veins bulged on his forehead as his gaze darted between the flashing intel screens. At this rate, the Sakura Nation is in danger. What's the status? Have you identified the class changer? The officers bowed their heads, scarcely daring to breathe. Still filtering the data? Useless, every one of you. The commander hurled the folder in his hand, papers scattering across the floor. You can't even handle a minor task. Deploy all assets we have inside Huagua and check every nightmare run cleared today. You have 24 hours. Fail, and you can disembowel yourselves. While hostile forces quietly gathered information on Ye Xiao and plotted his assassination, the operation was unfolding on Huagua soil. If the enemy had caught wind of it, Huagua's response would be faster still. Imperial City, Huagua. High-level conference room. Around a wide circular table, holographic screens projected the latest intel from every city. Old you, who do you think the kid is? Deetsong leaned on his elbows, eyes shining. The moment a prodigy appeared, detailed dossiers on each city's rising stars were delivered to the table. Cross-referencing them with today's nightmare clears had narrowed the list to a thick stack. Because the instances blended game and reality now governed by the game world, nobody could probe what happened inside. They could only infer from external performance. Yuming quietly lifted the top file. Name, Di Shirtian. Origin, Imperial City. Class, Battle Mage, Holy Shield Bearer. Talents, SS rank, cooldown reduction. SS rank, invincible domain. Background, descendant of war god Di Long. Grandson of the Imperial City University president. Son of the city lord. Dual SSS talents and a dazzling pedigree, undeniably one of his generation's leaders. Yuming glanced at it and tossed the file aside. You know your own people best. He isn't the one who cleared it, is he? Pulled this out just to brag? Deetsong burst out laughing and flicked his sleeve. Exactly, and bragging. My grandson impressive, isn't he? You'd better find an heir yourself, or no one will burn incense for you when you're gone. The two were old friends, and Yuming knew Deetsong's temperament well. Ignoring him, he opened the second dossier. Name, Feng Qian. Origin, Demon City. Class, Beast Tamer. Pet, Saint Grade Bloodline one-legged golden crow. Talent, SS rank shared body. Background, eldest daughter of Demon City, jewel of the Feng family. Clan boasts 2 war gods, both parents deceased. She was the only one in Demon City's younger generation who could rival Di Shishananather top prodigy. Yuming nodded lightly. Feng Qian's talent is solid, but her golden crow is only Saint Grade and one-legged. If it were a God Grade, 3-legged crow, she'd really have a shot. Deetsong agreed with a nod. We've checked her already, probably not her. Not Di Shirtian, not Feng Qian, Yuming muttered as he flipped to the next file. The following dossiers all featured SSS talents and concealed classes. A storm-wielding shadow dancer, a blood-raging primordial berserker, a blade domain walker who could fold space. Each was dazzling, yet something still felt missing. These people are good, he thought, but none of them could shatter the record in 1 minute. Then he reached Ye Xiao's file. Name, Ye Xiao. Hometown, Haicheng. Occupation, Beast Tamer. Contracted beast, demon claw cat. Innate talent, grade A. Background, orphan, both parents deceased, verified by our investigation. The dossier was projected onto the light screen. The room was dim, yet the air felt as taut as a drawn wire. This year only 2 new Beast Tamers qualified, the man in black said, pointing at the display. One is Feng Qian, the other Ye Xiao. Feng Qian has a saint-level golden crow bloodline and an SSS talent. Ye Xiao's beast is an elite blood demon claw cat, talent grade A. One was born with everything, the other has nothing. The gap is absurd. Yuming leaned against the wall, eyes half closed. Is this information accurate? It just came in. I haven't gone through the details, the man in black replied after a pause. You think the anonymous challenger is him? Yuming gave no answer. He enlarged Ye Xiao's file. Orphan, demon claw cat, grade A talent. Over the years, Huagua has produced at least 1,000 beast tamers, he said flatly. Even the weakest rated SS, yet he's only A? Someone's covering for him. The communicator lit up. Update. 3 cities had individuals attempt the nightmare-level solo dungeon today. The man in black flipped through the report. Imperial City Di Shirtian, failed. Demon City Feng Qian, failed. And finally, Haicheng. Yuming's gaze lingered on the word Haicheng. A smile tugged at his lips. There's our answer, Ye Xiao. You mean? They'll handle the kid. Yuming closed the projection with a snap, his expression chilled. If we found the lead, others will soon. Plenty of moles inside are leaking information. Time for a purge. Should we lock down all data on Ye Xiao? Yuming's grin turned feral. No need. This is our turf. I could use the exorcisito, see if my blade is getting dull. He rolled his shoulders. Joints popped crisply, killing intent swirling around him. His partner nodded. With you on it. Ye Xiao is as good as dead. Yuming glanced back while pushing the door open. The wind's picking up. Let's send them home. Ye Xiao's rented room was cramped and stuffy under the night sky. He came home, scooped up Xiao Qing, and collapsed onto the bed. There was only one single bed. Making her sleep on the floor would be disrespectful to the host. When I've saved enough, I'm buying a bigger place, he muttered. Xiaoqing's figure was stunning. Any ordinary man would have lost control by now. In his sleep, Xiaoqing curled into a ball, pressing softly against him, occasionally shifting in his arms. Her long lashes quivered. Strands of golden hair brushed his chin, carrying a faint fragrance. Spring is here, time for sowing seeds again. He jerked his head, banishing the thought. The bed creaked. Ye Xiao carefully shifted Xiaoqing to the side. The sweet little hum made his heart hammer. I didn't do anything, he whispered to himself. Just helping her find a better position before my arm goes numb. This little Qing is anything but obedient. With Ye Xiao standing guard and no hint of danger nearby, she could finally sleep without worry. She used to fear being torn apart by beasts or hunted by humans, living every day on edge. Lacking strength, she was powerless to resist. Now, Ye Xiao had given her a life-changing opportunity, reshaping her destiny so she could finally rest in peace. For that, her gratitude toward him ran deep. Whatever he asked, she would do. Drowsy, little Qing opened her eyes and, unable to hold back her tears, threw herself into Ye Xiao's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Ye Xiao froze, flustered. Why the tears all of a sudden? Master, thank you. Okay. Okay, stop crying now, wipe your tears. He was helpless in the face of a woman's tears, so he could only murmur comfort. Once she calmed down, Ye Xiao pulled out the 3 nightmare chests had long been waiting to open. The moment had finally come. Rubbing his hands together, his eyes shone with excitement. Open. Ding. System message. Nightmare chest opened. Reward 1 set of gold grade gear. Identify it. Even a single gold grade item was worth a fortune. An entire set was practically priceless. Identify. System message. Identification fee 100,000 credits deducted. Ye Xiao nearly spat blood. 100 grand for one appraisal? That's daylight robbery. Identification result Shadow Shatter, White Tiger set female. Longsword, Strength 500. Chest piece, Strength 200, Endurance 188. Leggings, Strength 200, Endurance 188. Helm, Strength 200, Spirit 188. Boots, Strength 200, Speed 188. Set passive, Physical and Magical crit rate 20. Damage to afflicted targets 45. When attacking an afflicted target, 5 chance to execute the target and reduce its status resistance by 25 points. Staring at the stats, Ye Xiao was stunned. This is gold grade. That's insane. Unfortunately, it was made for a woman. He couldn't wear it. Still, Little Qing's bleed effect matched the set's passive perfectly. Once equipped, her combat power would skyrocket. Little Qing, try this on. Ye Xiao never stinted on his beast companion. The stronger she was, the safer he would be. Without hesitation, Little Qing took the gear. The moment it touched her skin, the armor shrank and molded to her figure. In the blink of an eye, the fragile girl transformed into a spirited warrior. How does it feel? Amazing. All my stats shot up, and the set bonus syncs perfectly with my skills. Thank you, Master. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, unaware of the armor's value. She hesitated. Master, is this set expensive? You seem so worried about money at lunch. I don't want to burden you. It's not that bad. Let me check the price for you. Ye Xiao unlocked his phone and checked the going price of the legendary gold set. The digits on the screen climbed ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, millions, hundreds of millions, each extra zero stabbing at his eyes. The most recent sale? A staggering 7 billion. For that much you could buy a beast companion with a monarch's bloodline. If he could unload the set, he'd be an instant billionaire. In his previous life, he could have retired on the spot. But in this survival-off-thefitist world, money isn't always yours to keep. Power is the real currency. Master, how much is that? Xiaoqing pressed close, eyes glued to the screen. Enough to feed you for the rest of your life. How long is a lifetime? I'm not sure, but it's definitely pricey. Why don't we sell it? Even without the set, I can still fight just fine. Ye Xiao ruffled her hair. She was clearly thinking of him, but no matter how much he loved money, he'd never skimp on his partner's gear. Hold on. We've still got 2 chests left. They might hold something even better. If we don't need the loot, we can sell it later. He took out the nightmare chest. For wide eyes fixed on it. Ding. The chest opened. Reward. Ice Attribute Stone 1. An Ice Attribute Stone lets a class holder gain a second element. Beast companions can use it too. As expected of a nightmare grade chest, it even dropped a treasure this rare. Ye Xiao's pulse quickened. Because he and Xiaoqing shared all attributes, 1 stone meant double the benefit. Xiaoqing, it's yours. Without hesitation, she swallowed the stone. The moment it touched her tongue, an azure pillar of light shot upward, cocooning her. For 30 full minutes the blue radiance surged like waves. When it finally faded, she opened her eyes, and a torrent of frost erupted. The 20 square meter room flash froze in an instant. Walls, bed, desk, even drifting dust motes turned to glittering shards of ice. Caught off guard, Ye Xiao became an ice statue. Without the master pet pact shielding him, he'd be dead. Xiaoqing, let me out, came his muffled voice from inside the ice. With new ice blue pupils still swirling with chill, Xiaoqing realized she had lost control of her fresh power. Master, I didn't mean to. She rushed to the statue, drew a gentle breath, and reversed the frost. The ice peeled away from Ye Xiao and scattered into powder. As the last layer cracked, he finally inhaled warm air again. Xiaoqing stood there, eyes watery, like a child who'd broken a family heirloom. I overdid it, and almost hurt you. I'm sorry, she said softly. Ye Xiao had never planned on blaming her. Seeing her like this made his heart melt even more, though it was a pity the room's little keepsakes worthless, but sentimental were now dust. I'm fine. I didn't get hurt. Just be more careful next time. After gently smoothing Xiaoqing's hair, Ye Xiao watched the tension leave her eyes. With a single thought, his personal interface appeared. Pet, azure-eyed white tiger. Elements, metal, wind, ice new. Level, 6. Strength, 2,249. Agility, 2,134. Endurance, 2,255. Spirit, 2,250. New skills. 1. Ice Element Mastery. 2. Ice Prison. 3. Blizzard. 4. Frost Breath. Humanoid Gear, Shattered Shadow, White Tiger Set. Encased from head to toe in the Shattered Shadow set, Xiaoqing's stats and skills had leapt forward. Ye Xiao figured he could now stand toe-to-toe with a second-tier combatant. The first 2 treasure chests had already surpassed expectations. Naturally, the last Nightmare chest promised even more. Ye Xiao reached out. Nightmare chest opened. Reward. Ring of the Sage, Star Diamond Perfect. Equipment tiers, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Star Diamond, Obsidian, Sacred, Divine. Quality grades, Common, Normal, Perfect, Epic. A perfect grade Star Diamond item wasn't as broadly valuable as the Shattered Shadow set, but in rarity it eclipsed any gold gear. On the open market, spotting a single Star Diamondier item was almost unheard of unless you robbed someone or had an alchemist for a friend. Properties. Ring of the Sage, 20 Spirit, 20 Endurance. The numbers were modest. The Real Draw was its special feature. Function, 50 square meter storage space. As a portable vault, it was more practical than any stat boost. Worthy of Star Diamond, if not exactly jaw-dropping. Passive skill. Sage's Aegis activates instantly upon mental attack, granting immunity to all psychic damage for 3 seconds, 30-minute cooldown. 3 seconds might be brief, but they could be life-saving. Outstanding. ID call it top tier, Ye Xiao muttered, sliding the ring onto his finger. All 3 chests were now cleared. Meal done, nap taken, loot secured. Time was running short. A dungeon run? Yep. He nodded. Home upgrades would wait. First he needed materials. Head promised to support Xiao Yanru, and empty hands wouldn't cut it. The rookie dungeons were now below his level cap, leaving Haiching's only option for level 5+ players, the Necro Dungeon. It could take him from level 5 to 10. After that, hunting wild beasts outside the city was the only path. Half an hour later, Ye Xiao arrived at the Necro Dungeon entrance with Xiaoqing at his side. Ye Xiao? Is that really Ye Xiao? What's he doing here? Zhang Long and Wang Hu, who had finally scraped together enough courage, happened to be passing by when they spotted Ye Xiao and Xiaoqing. It is him. He actually dared to come to the Necro Dungeon. Has he already broken past level 5? Highly likely. That would only prove he's the anonymous powerhouse. Nightmare level dungeons give heaps of experience. Getting to level 5 checks out. Who's that girl with him? She's gorgeous, easily prettier than Xiao Yanru or Naiyun. In the crowd, 2 players stared at Xiaoqing standing beside Ye Xiao, their thoughts in turmoil. A real powerhouse never lacks women. No wonder he barely pays Naiyun any attention. So he already has someone even more beautiful. We really made fools of ourselves. Remembering the petty tricks they'd tried on Ye Xiao, both men flushed and wished they could vanish on the spot. If they'd known he had such a stunning companion, they wouldn't have been so presumptuous. Now they had to apologize and look for another way forward. Since Ye Xiao already has a beauty, why don't we go after Naiyun? Let's tell Naiyun right away so she'll give up on him. We're not bad catches, may the best man win. The suggestion lit a fire in them. Confidence restored, they sprinted toward the beginner dungeon, intent on finding Naiyun first. Meanwhile, Ye Xiao walked straight to the Necromancer Instance Plaza. The Necromancer run was teemanly. The devs discouraged solo attempts but didn't forbid them, an unspoken warning that charging in alone was practically suicidal. Compared with the newbie zone, the plaza felt like a marketplace. Need mage, first come, first served. Veteran leader, normal clear, level 9. Level 3 guild popularity hall, recruiting guaranteed level 10, ladies preferred. Spectators clicked their tongues. Popularity hall really flexes. Level 3 guild promising level 10 power leveling, too bad, they turned me down. Ignoring the hubbub, Ye Xiao scanned the area once, then headed for the dungeon administrator. Nightmare difficulty, he said calmly. The administrator nearly snapped his quill. Right, Nightmare? The instance was listed for level 10, but on Nightmare, monster stats tripled. Even elite level 20 squads usually wiped. Guild records stopped at hard. Hell was untouched, and Nightmare was blank. You're sure? The admin asked, voice tightening. You want Nightmare? Yes. And your team? No offense, I'd like to see the lineup taking on Nightmare. Just me and her. Is that enough? Ye Xiao nudged Xiaoqing forward. As long as she didn't reveal herself as a beast partner, people would assume she was a regular teammate. The administrator stared for a full 3 seconds. 2 people? Most parties wouldn't touch hard with a full 5, yet these 2 wanted Nightmare. He couldn't tell if they were supremely confident or utterly reckless. Mind telling me your levels? He pressed. I'm 6. She's 6 as well. 2 level 6 players challenging the Nightmare version of the Necromancer instance. The admin finally figured it out. These 2 were clueless rookies, not hidden masters. Level 6, and you want Nightmare? You really don't get how nasty the Necromancer dungeon is, he warned. Start on normal. Ye Xiao gave a helpless shrug. He appreciated the concern, but wouldn't waste time on easy mode. No, Nightmare, please. The admin arched a brow. You're sure? Absolutely, Ye Xiao said firm. With no room left to argue, the admin produced a black-purple bone key and pressed it into his hand. Good luck. Thanks. Ye Xiao took the key and headed off, Xiaoqing still perched on his shoulder. After a few steps, a 3-man party intercepted them. Hey, one in. We're short 2. Normal run safe and steady. Full 5-man party clears faster, gets more XP, another added. Ye Xiao paused, but shook his head. Sorry, you'll pass. Levels no issue, don't mind carrying. You'll soak up XP. Really no? Thanks. He nodded politely and crushed the bone key. A pitch-black rift split open. He and Xiaoqing stepped through, leaving the players staring after them. They actually went. 2 level 6s charging a Necromancer dungeon suicide. Grumbling, they went back to recruiting and soon forgot Ye Xiao. Necromancer dungeon. The ground was cracked and barren, the air reeking of decay and damp cold. The moment Ye Xiao landed, gray fog swallowed him, and a barrage of debuffs slammed across his HUD. 1. Attribute Curse. All stats 50. 2. Death Aura. Lose 10 HP per second. 3. Necrotic Curse. Undead damage 50. Inflicts bleed and corrosion. Before the first fight even started, his screen was flooded with red text. Gritting his teeth, he turned to Xiaoqing. Did those hit you? My stats just got halved. I'm a walking corpse. Xiaoqing glanced around, puzzled. Hit me? Nothing happened. He pulled up the pet panel. Her status was pristine, no debuffs at all. Great. Nerfed to dust, and you're fine. A cold system node appeared. Divine Bloodline immune to all debuffs. Ye Xiao was speechless. Of course a god-tier pet had perks. Aren't we bonded? Why don't I get the immunity? New prompt. Attributes shared, bloodline not shared. No wonder no one cleared this place. Walk in and lose half your stats. A level 10 turns into 5. A level 20 into a joke. Drawing in a breath that stank of rot, he stuffed his last few low-grade potions into his belt pouch. Xiaoqing, the fighting's on you. I'm basically dead weight now. Ye Xiao was already doing his best just to stay alive. His HP was ticking down non-stop, and if he didn't pop a heal on himself every now and then, he'd keel over in no time. Relax, leave it to me. He glanced up at the instant screen. Dungeon objective. Defeat the Undead King and purify the necrotic domain. Reward, Nightmare Chest. Side quest, slay Undead 01000. Reward, Undead Chest. The less time he spent here, the better. This place was creepy as hell, and the stack of debuffs made it impossible to like. Xiaoqing, let's move. Xiaoqing raised the swaying white tiger sword. Golden light surged along the blade, shooting skyward and flooding a 100-meter radius with daylight. Nice move, you even thought of that. When we get back, I'll grill you some meat as a reward. Flushed at the praise, Xiaoqing clutched the Gungjin's sword and grinned. Whoosh, 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 shrill, air-ending sounds drew near. Shadows burst from the mist and closed in, forming a ring around them. Undead Imp. Level 10. Strength 130. Agility 134. Stamina 154. Spirit 177. Xiaoqing, you take point. I'll watch my own back, Ye Xiao said. He knew he couldn't tank these things. Understood, master. Xiaoqing sprang forward, the white tiger sword carving out arcs of golden light. Ye Xiao immediately lowered his profile. With Xiaoqing's burst of dominance, every imp locked onto her and charged in squads. Golden light sliced through the gloom. Xiaoqing moved like she was dancing, the sword trailing a curtain of radiance. Slash after slash, each swing shredded an imp into fragments, black mist exploding and fading. Ding, Undead Imp slain. EXP 50. Ding, Undead Imp slain. EXP 50. In barely 10 seconds, only a few flecks of black residue stained the ground. Xiaoqing sheathed her sword and turned back, breathing as evenly as if she hadn't just carried out a massacre. Master, a skill book dropped, plus a bunch of materials. A skill book? Let me see. Ye Xiao took it and appraised it. Skill book, Claw of the Undead. Effect, summon an undead claw to rake an enemy, dealing 125 magic damage and inflicting bleeding corrosion. The denser the necrotic energy, the higher the damage. Bleeding corrosion cannot be dispelled. Requirement, special class with undead power. Jackpot. Ye Xiao's eyes lit up. An undispellable bleed meant slow death for anything it scratched. Too bad the prerequisites were harsh, so few classes wielded undead power. He stuffed the book into his bag without hesitation. Skill books were premium currency. A good one could double someone's combat power. Come on, keep hunting. At his command, Xiaoqing resumed her patrol through the gloomy dungeon. To the undead, that Gengjin's sword might as well have been a soul-reaping artifact. She didn't even need to lift a finger. The wraith minions came looking for her on their own. Blazing golden light flooded the room like a scorching sun. Born fearful of brilliance, the little wraiths shrieked and swarmed out of the darkness, hurling themselves at the light's source in hopes of snuffing it out. Their attacks were clumsy. One step too close, and a razor-sharp sword arc sliced them to pieces. Ding wraith minion slain, EXP 50. Ding wraith minion slain, EXP 50. The system chimes overlapped in a dizzying barrage. Ye Xiao had never mowed down regular mobs this quickly, but in Xiaoqing's hands these imps couldn't even survive a second strike. One sweep of her blade sent heads flying, black blood tracing parabolic splatters through the air. Side quest complete. Reward, Necro Chest 1. Ye Xiao didn't open it right away. He preferred to save his surprises until they could be enjoyed in bulk. The Wraith minions are wiped out. Next we find the Wraith King. Once he's down, we clear the dungeon. He glanced up at the dim ceiling. Kill me? Human, you are far too arrogant. A chilling voice whispered beside his ear. When did you? Ye Xiao's heart clenched. He darted to Xiaoqing's side for cover, but the cavernous room held no one else. Xiaoqing, did you hear that voice? I did. Her crisp reply proved it wasn't his imagination. Since the voice was real, yet no speaker could be found, the only explanation was that the enemy was hiding somewhere beyond their perception. Xiaoqing, can you pinpoint the Wraith King? She closed her eyes to sense, then frowned. Strange's aura is everywhere. Everywhere? A wild idea flashed through Ye Xiao's mind. If the aura permeated the entire area, were they actually inside the Wraith King? Could the whole instance be his body? He shared the theory with Xiaoqing, and she caught on instantly. If you want, show yourself, we'll drag you out. Xiaoqing, unleash the big one, here this place apart. Gale Frost. Xiaoqing roared, revealing her true form. A thunderous dragon cry shook the air. One wing curled protectively around Ye Xiao while the others beat down, unleashing a savage gale laced with bone-biting cold that swept through the dungeon. Frozen mist poured from her jaws, crystallizing everything it touched. The razor wind ripped the very space apart. Walls and floors split like paper, and jagged fissures spurted black blood, filling the air with a metallic stench. Just as I thought, the thing swallowed every intruder from the start, Ye Xiao muttered, covering his mouth and nose. No wonder the debuffs hit so fast. It's hard not to get sick inside someone's stomach. Pour it on, freeze him solid. Xiaoqing beat her wings harder, weaving wind and frost into a raging storm that filled the entire space in under 10 minutes. The Wraith King's shrill screams were lost in the blizzard. The darkness contracted like a curtain being pulled away. The debuffs clinging to Ye Xiao weakened, peeled off, and vanished. The spatial wounds sealed, the dungeon returned to normal, and in their place stood a towering creature wrapped in murky black mist, the true body of the Wraith King. Well, look who finally showed up. I thought you could take a hit. The undead king had curled into a massive black sphere, its front indistinguishable from its back. Necrotic energy churned across the pitch-black shell as an attribute panel popped up in front of Ye Xiao. Level, 20. Strength, 1300. Agility, 1270. Endurance, 1430. Spirit, 1338. Skills, Necro Realm, Claw of the Undead, Necrotic Curse. So the gray mist earlier was indeed its Necro Realm. With stats like that, it's no wonder no one has cleared Nightmare difficulty for years. Any ordinary level 20 team would be doomed the moment they entered. The top teams don't even qualify for the Necro instance, which works out perfectly for him. He'll take the rewards. Xiaoqing, finish it. At his command, Xiaoqing blurred, reappearing in human form. The shattered shadow white tiger sword materialized in her palm, glinting with a frosty light. Flash. A flash of steel, and the head embedded in the black sphere dropped off. A spray of blood rose only to be devoured by the surrounding death aura. Splurt. Xiaoqing had swung with all her might, expecting at least a short skirmish, yet the enemy didn't even twitch. Huh, what's going on? She froze, sword still raised. The mighty undead king, just like that. Beats me, Xiaoqing said with a wry smile. I just went whoosh, and its head came off. Undead king defeated. Reward, Nightmare Chest 1. First clear of the Necro instance on Nightmare difficulty. Rating, SSS. Broadcasting globally. Remain anonymous? Anonymous. Ye Xiao was used to the drill and had no interest in being stared at day after day. Staying low-key was the way to grow. Instance closing in 60 seconds. Please exit. He still had no idea why the undead king had practically killed itself, but the loot and record were secured. He pulled Xiaoqing out of the instance. Instance administration zone. Nightmare difficulty, please. Ye Xiao handed over his pass again. You again, kid? Well, suit yourself. The administrator gave him a glance, assuming he had just failed and couldn't be bothered to lecture him. Come on, Xiaoqing. Let's farm the record once more and snag another record chest. That'll make today worth it. The moment Ye Xiao stepped through the portal, global announcements exploded across the network. Congratulations to one Xuanwu Awakened for clearing the Necro instance on Nightmare difficulty with an SSS rating. Congratulations to one Xuanwu Awakened for clearing the Necro instance on Nightmare difficulty with an SSS rating. Congratulations to one Xuanwu Awakened for clearing the Necro instance on Nightmare difficulty with an SSS rating. 3 scrolling messages sent the world into an uproar. Another Nightmare clear, another SSS, announced 3 times in a row, and all from Xuanwu. Is Xuanwu really rising? 2 consecutive Nightmare clears, both SSS, and apparently 2 prodigies? We can't let Xuanwu grow this fast. All sleepers, start digging. Kill any of them you can. In another dark web channel, an executive slammed the table. Xuanwu again. Worthless idiots, and still no useful intel? Find out who it is. Those 2 announcements are almost certainly from the same person. No matter how strong Xuanwu is getting, nobody could do it that fast unless it's one player. Cross-check everyone who's been in both instances. Any overlap, and that's our target. Better to take out the wrong target than let the real one slip. Understood. The second global alert blasted across the world's data networks, and intelligence agencies everywhere erupted in panic. Foreign leaders issued an immediate order. Activate every asset inside Xuanwu. Verify the existence of this Ye Xiao, and if he shows up, eliminate him at any cost. Meanwhile, Xuanwu intercepted the same earth-shattering broadcast Nightmare difficulty, SSS rating, Xuanwu Prodigy. Research complexes and military briefing rooms stayed ablaze with light as that crimson line flickered on their screens. My God, what's going on? Another global announcement? Is this Xuanwu's lucky year? Are we about to rise for good? The operations chief slammed the table. Find him first and keep him safe. He's flashy, but I like that. Anyone who clears a nightmare-level necromancy instance must be hiding something big. Every major guild called an emergency meeting. SSS on Nightmare? That's a genius among geniuses. If we can recruit him, we jump a whole tier overnight. Quietly, an enormous invisible net spread across the entire Xuanwu mainland. Oblivious to the frenzy outside, Ye Xiao was busy breaking records. Re-entering the necromancy instance, Qing burst out like a tornado, firing off Frost Domain, bone-shattering icicles, and soul-breaking finale almost the same combo as last time. The only difference was that Ye Xiao now understood why the Lich King never fought back. The so-called necrospace was actually the monarch's inner world. Qing tore it apart from within, flash-frozen the organs, and in a heartbeat the enemy lost all resistance. Finally, the Azure Blade swept clean and took the head. Instance cleared. Rating, SSS. New record set. Reward, 1 Nightmare chest. System prompt, go anonymous? Anonymous. Exit instance. The moment he stepped out of the teleport array, a wave of chatter hit him. I wish I knew who that anonymous god is. SSS on Nightmare. I'd be happy with 1/10 of his power. 2 straight days of SSS. Could it be the same person? Holy crap, look at the leaderboard. New record 3.5 minutes. 3.5 minutes to drop the Lich King? I can't even finish reading the mission brief in that time. That's the gap between us and the pros. Praise poured in from every direction, and Ye Xiao's cheeks warmed. He was just an ordinary guy with an extraordinary pet. The blush faded, and caution kicked in. Too much attention was dangerous. A genius who hasn't fully grown is no better than dead weight. Keep a low profile. He pulled his cap down, wrapped himself in a baggy gray coat, and slipped out of the trading plaza with Qing. Leveling? That can wait. There's grinding every day. Missing a couple won't kill me. He'll lie low until the hype dies down. He was about to merge into the crowd when a shout exploded behind him. Ye Xiao, is that really you? No freaking way. His heart lurched. He turned and saw Naiyun, Zhonglong, and Wang Hu staring right at him. How did they recognize me so fast? He thought Head covered himself up well, yet they still spotted him. Ye Xiao tugged his baseball cap lower and flipped his collar up, but Naiyun, Zhonglong, and Wang Hu kept staring. Since hiding was pointless, he walked straight toward them. What brings you here? He asked, taking a quick look at their stats. Did you hit level 5? Almost, Zhonglong said, scratching the back of his head. We're in the high 4s, one more grind should do it. Same here, Wang Hu added. Naiyun nodded. Me too. Then get to it. We'll catch up later, I won't hold you back. Ye Xiao turned to leave. Had barely taken a step when Naiyun grabbed his arm. Her fingers were cold but insistent. Ye Xiao, I need to ask you something. He swallowed. Those mixed emotions in her eyes made him feel like a guilty cheater, though had done nothing wrong. What is it? After a long pause, Naiyun whispered, did you find someone new? His tension snapped. Someone new? Had never had an old flame. So how could there be a new one? He touched her forehead. Normal temperature. No fever. You're not sick, so why the nonsense? I'm not sick. Her face flared red the moment his hand left her. Zhonglong leaned in and lowered his voice. People said they saw you with a pretty girl here. Do you like her? A pretty girl? Ye Xiao thought for a second must be Xiao Qing they'd mistaken. She's not my new flame, he explained. She's my beast companion. Beast companion? Wang Hu arched a brow. Look more like a human companion to me. Zhang Long chimed in. Hey, big shots have quirky tastes, we get it. Don't worry, we won't tell. The sudden flattery nearly left Ye Xiao dizzy. They used to mock him. Now they acted like groveling fanboys. What are you talking about? Big shot. I don't get it. Zhang Long and Wang Hu traded a knowing smile. Come on, boss, no more pretending. We're aware. Ye Xiao frowned. Aware of what? Still acting? They straightened up, unusually respectful. We were wrong before. Please accept a small apology and overlook our offense. Each slipped him a check for 30 million. Pocket change to Ye Xiao, but clearly their limit. Had never taken their earlier taunts to heart, and with their apology he certainly didn't plan to take their money. I forgive you, but take these back. I can't accept them. No way, boss, you have to. They insisted, stuffing the checks into his hands. His arms stiffened. He had no choice but to hold them. Moved by their enthusiasm, Ye Xiao felt bad turning them down again and treated the money as Qing's food allowance. Still, a question nagged at him: how much did these people actually know? Surely they hadn't figured out he was the chosen one with the system. Half joking, half serious, he swept his eyes over them. All right, tell me what you know so I can decide whether to silence you. Had he spoken coldly, they might have believed he meant it. Saying it out loud in this tone, though, felt more like a tease. It showed the boss had already forgiven them. Ahem, boss. The two exchanged a glance and hurried closer. You're the first person reported twice across the entire net, right? The one who broke the record too? Ye Xiao raised an eyebrow, surprised they aimed straight at him. Had planned to reach level 10 before slipping out of Haiching for Imperial City or Demon City, yet someone had locked onto him this quickly. Wasn't me. You're overthinking. He brushed it off. No one believed him. They pieced every clue together and landed on a single conclusion: the one who cleared nightmare difficulty was Ye Xiao. He simply shrugged. Fine, it was me. Just keep it quiet. I don't like the spotlight. Understood. Their smiles stretched ear to ear. While the rest of the world still guessed, they'd already handed their business cards to the boss. When Ye Xiao became famous, they could brag to their juniors. Back then I settled him for 30 million. Impressive. Huh? May we ask, boss, what rank is your contracted beast? The man tread carefully. Everyone knew Ye Xiao was a beast master. Clearing nightmare difficulty had to involve a near-invincible partner. Questions you shouldn't ask, don't ask. Ye Xiao's voice went cool, and the boss aura snapped back into place. If all his secrets were stripped away, he wouldn't be a boss. Sorry, we shouldn't pry. They apologized at once. The mood felt awkward, so Naiyun quickly changed the subject. Ye Xiao, how did you clear it? Any tips for us? Ye Xiao thought a moment and offered only 4 words. Power conquers all. Against absolute strength, the cleverest tricks meant nothing. From start to finish, Qing had bulldozed the dungeon. Don't aim too high too soon. Keep your feet on the ground, and you'll catch up in no time. He patted a few shoulders in encouragement. If that's all, I'll head out. Take care, boss. Safe travels. Ye Xiao waved down a cab. Qing's blast of frost had ruined his house beyond repair, but the 60 million that just hit his account gave him confidence to splurge on a presidential suite. More importantly, the hotel's unlimited buffet was perfect for Qing's massive appetite. Haiching Grand Hotel, please, he told the driver. While Ye Xiao and Qing tucked into the buffet at Haiching Grand, power players across the map were still waiting anxiously for his latest results. No, not while hours have passed, and there's still no movement. By his usual standards, the instance leaderboard should refresh at least twice more, and every treasure chest should be cleared. Yet today it updated once and fell silent. Deetsong sat in the monitoring room, brows drawn tight, eyes locked on the light screen, frustration written across his face. Beside him, Yuming burst into laughter, the sound reverberating in the empty space. What's so funny? Tell me what you think. Deetsong turned around, his voice thick with annoyance. He had wasted a full 2 hours waiting. Yuming raised 2 fingers. Only 2 possibilities. 1. The person updating the board is actually 2 people. Huahua has suddenly produced a pair of prodigies. 2. It's the same kid. He sensed something was off, grabbed the loot, and decided to lie low. Deetsong nodded. Those are the only explanations we've got. Which one do you favor? Of course I'd rather it be the first. If Huahua gains 2 monster-level talents, its rise will be even faster. Reality, though, is probably the second. Yuming shrugged. Just then an external communications officer pushed the door open and reported crisply, the intel is in. Let's hear it. So far, the only nightmare difficulty log in the entire region comes from the Necromancer instance in Haiching. Deetsong and Yuming exchanged a knowing smile. So it really is that kid. Yuming stood and flexed his wrists. He'll head out. A few pests have been getting restless lately. It's been a while since I cleaned house. Have you confirmed their identities? Confirmed. Deputy Instance Manager Hu Yang 2nd tier, level 40 Shield Guardian along with the record-keeping chief. Worse yet, Meiguo's 3rd tier powerhouse James has already made secret contact with them. Deetsong handed him a thick stack of files. In just 2 days, every Huahua trader has surfaced. Anyone digging into Ye Xiao is under our watch. Yuming gave a cold laugh. Choosing to be a dog for outsiders instead of standing tall time, they learned him still alive. They'll start with James. When did he arrive? Yesterday afternoon. Our informants caught him at the border, then he vanished in Haiqing. He'll have to move fast. Tracking a third tier is tough enough. Chasing him hidden would be suicide. Give me files on every foreign infiltrator. Plenty more schemers have slipped in these past 2 days. 1 kill, or a dozen, makes no difference. That was exactly what Ditsong wanted to hear. He slid the entire dossier across the table. I'm counting on you. The stack was nearly 20 centimeters thick, heavy enough to bow the tabletop, detailing every suspicious figure who had poured into Haiqing over the past 48 hours. Yuming flipped through a few pages, his face darkening. What are Haiqing's officials doing, letting in this many unknowns? Some have gone soft too comfortable to remember where they stand. Give them a reminder. Ditsong's gaze was icy. If they delayed any longer, Ye Xiao would be in real danger. Tucking the files under his arm, Yuming nodded. I'm off. Haiqing Grand Hotel. The buffet area was packed to the rafters, every eye fixed on one girl. Xiaoqing's hands blurred as she swept plate after plate of food onto her tray, devouring everything like a storm ripping through the landscape. 1 table, 2 tables, 3 within moments the entire buffet was stripped bare. In a corner, Ye Xiao crouched behind a sofa, trying to make himself invisible. How does she stay that slim and eat like that? Good grief, she's cleaned out the hotel's entire stock. Did she change class to bottomless pit? A gorgeous glutton. I reached for 1 sausage, and the platter was empty. Voices rose in amazement and disbelief, but to Xiaoqing they were no more than air. She simply didn't care who was watching. Embarrassment and decorum meant nothing to Xiaoqing. At the buffet, mountains of seafood, steak, and desserts vanished before everyone's eyes. Guests stared in shock, and the hotel manager wiped sweat from his brow. Miss, are you full yet? He asked, forcing a smile. Xiaoqing patted her still flat stomach and looked up innocently. About halfway. Silence fell after all that food. She was only half full? The manager swallowed hard. Then may I have your room number? Presidential Suite 003, I think. Ah, the presidential suite. His face paled. Would you consider checking out? The hotel across the street has an even better buffet, more variety, bigger portions. I'm sure you'll love it. A nearby staff member whispered, even a presidential suite can't cover that appetite. Let the place across the street handle it. Really? Theirs is tastier? Food was all Xiaoqing cared about. The room meant nothing to her. The manager nodded vigorously. Absolutely. They hire top chefs, great flavor, plenty of food. Then I'll give it a try, Xiaoqing decided. Master, the girl turned and called sweetly, shoving Ye Xiao into the spotlight. Master? That's intense, the guests muttered. Such a pretty girl shouldn't call anyone that. Little lady, your mouth is better used for eating, someone advised. Under the burning stairs, Ye Xiao hurried through checkout and fled with Xiaoqing to the neighboring hotel. The new place offered another presidential suite just as lavish, plus a buffet with even more dishes and even larger portions. For Xiaoqing, it felt like home. An hour later, the serving tables were bare. The manager forced a stiff smile. Miss, may I suggest you try the hotel next door? Their service is excellent and the buffet's quite good. The same speech again. Xiaoqing patted her stomach, finally satisfied. No need. I'm full. Besides, you sent me here an hour ago. Yours really is better and has more variety. The manager bled inside. If she showed up 3 times a day, the hotel would be finished. He had to know. Miss, pardon me, but how many meals do you eat in a day? 3. That's it, I quit. Write up my resignation right now. The manager wailed, clutching his head. Ye Xiao made up his mind. This time they were staying. Great room, endless food, and he didn't have to pay. Leaving would be a crime. Come on, let's rest, he said. Back in the suite, the vast living room, marble bathroom, and glittering skyline beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows left Xiaoqing wide-eyed. Compared with Ye Xiao's cramped 20-square-meter apartment, this place was 10 times larger and faintly perfumed, enough to loosen every muscle in the body. Ye Xiao surveyed it with satisfaction. After years of grinding, he was finally in a real presidential suite. Xiaoqing, make yourself at home. Take a bath if you want, watch TV if you like. Xiaoqing's curiosity for anything new seemed boundless, and she was happily entertaining herself on her own. Meanwhile, Ye Xiao lounged on the living room sofa and opened the Class Changer forum, a platform where dungeoneers swapped tips, auction gear, and recruited teammates. The page had barely refreshed when the algorithm shoved news about him straight to the top, and it was the most viewed post of the day. Wagwa player clears nightmare-level dungeon twice with an SSS rating. 2 prodigies emerge in Wagwa rise. Rise, rise. Information wanted on these prodigies. 10 million guild contribution points offered by Red Idol Hall. Wolfpack, guild bounty. 2 million contribution points. Ye Xiao skimmed the threads. They were all the same. Everyone was trying to unmask the anonymous player, who happened to be him. Didn't think I was famous already, he muttered with a wry smile, though his nerves were on edge. The more people who knew, the greater the danger. The rewards being posted made his mouth water. Part of him even toyed with the absurd idea of turning himself in for the prize. But he understood one thing better than anyone. The richer the reward, the deadlier the fallout. 3 faces flashed through his mind, people who knew the truth. Should he remove them before they became a problem? The thought lasted only a heartbeat before he forced it down. I can't just kill them because they know who I am. While he brooded, a brand new thread rocketed to the top of the rankings, its title glaring in blood-red font. Imhaiching Madman, the legendary Anonymous. The dungeon guide is for sale 100 grand. Going live at 9 tonight to open the nightmare chest. A photo labeled nightmare_chest.jpg was attached. The comment section exploded. He's here. The big shot finally shows up. Haiching Madman. Dig up everything on him in 10 minutes. The picture's legit freshly looted nightmare chest. Can't wait for tonight's unboxing stream. If Ye Xiao hadn't known he was the real Anonymous, he might have believed the post himself. What was this madman after just a bit of clout? Anyone with half a brain knew that once an identity like that was exposed, you'd either be forced into some powerhouse's ranks or wiped out. No idea, maybe he really is an idiot. Ye Xiao shrugged, deciding to let it go. Someone else hogging the spotlight only made him safer. The thread sent all of Haiching into an uproar. Information brokers, scouts, and even ordinary class changers scoured the city for the madman. Confirmed, Haiching Madman has cleared 2 dungeons. The nightmare chest is real. Station people at the dungeon plaza, watch every exit. We need a lock on the target. Isn't this a bit too public? Random searches will offend other class changers. Just follow orders. The objective is simple: kill the madman and erase all loose ends. With that command, tension gripped the city, and Haiching's class changers spent the day grumbling under their breath. Everyone was scanned with a probing spell whenever they entered or left the instance. Most players had nothing to hide, yet those cold beams of light made their skin crawl. Which guild punk is acting so high and mighty? Running ID scans at the gathering, they afraid they'll piss everybody off? Exactly. We've been ogled like merchandise all day. It's disgusting. Are they hunting for madman? These people are insane. Madmen better stay hidden. They're clearly up to no good. The forums exploded with curses. Traffic at the instance entrance plummeted, and most players camped in the streaming channel instead, waiting for the upcoming Madman Unboxes loot broadcast. If a nightmare chest showed up, they'd know it was really him. At exactly 9 p.m., the dark screen lit up. Madman, wearing a black mask, appeared in the center with 2 nightmare chests marked by ebony skulls. In seconds, the view count shot past 1 million and kept climbing. Quite the crowd. Guess I'm popular, Madman drawled, making everyone tense up. I, Madman, the anonymous one, have no plans to join any faction. You can all relax and stop messing with other people's lives. All I want is to see what goodies pop out of these chests with you. He opened the first chest amid a burst of starlight. A star diamond longsword, common grade, floated up, its blade gleaming and worth a small fortune. The second chest unlocked. A pillar of emerald light shot skyward, revealing a hidden class item. The Necromancer transfer tome, rare and exorbitantly priced. Not bad. Stream's over. Madman raised a hand and killed the feed. The screen went black, instantly buried under comments. Ye Xiao frowned in front of his monitor. The chests were genuine, but the man on camera definitely wasn't Madman. What was the impostor after? In hotel rooms all over Haiching, viewers replayed the footage again and again. No sign of editing. Hold up, that looks like a hotel logo. Can we trace the location? Move now? Whether by design or by accident, the logo was crystal clear. Angle, lighting, curtain color, everything was cross-referenced until they pinned down the exact hotel, the floor, even the room number. This is the place. Go, find him, take him out. Only experts joined the hunt, and that tiny flaw in the stream was magnified at once. Within minutes, a crowd of enemies converged silently around the target room. Looks like they took the bait. Quite a crowd. Am I really that popular? The madman inside chuckled softly. Stick to the script and don't slip. His partner reminded him through the earpiece. Relax, we'll snag them all. Madman leaned back in his chair as if nothing was happening, waiting calmly. Someone activated a probing spell from the other side of the wall. Name, Sun Rulong. Level, 10. Class, Madman, Beastmaster. Talents, SSS grade Berserk and Beast Affinity. Pet, Overlord Bloodline Dragon Bloodline King, level 50. The data appeared, and every spy instantly understood. So much for a prodigy doesn't exist. He cleared the nightmare instance on the back of a level 50 Dragon Bloodline King. Turns out he's just a rich kid riding daddy's overlordier pet. I knew there couldn't be that many prodigies in Huagua. It looks as though Huagua plans to showcase a super genius to put pressure on other nations. Since we're here anyway, we might as well deal with him. The enemy is trading intelligence in the dark. Huangren will do. Killing even one prodigy would make Huagua ache for a long time. To them, Huangren is nothing more than a manufactured genius meant to flaunt Huagua's strength. The covert lines activated at once, silently closing in on their target. Huangren had sensed the Watchers long ago, but he pretended not to notice so he could catch the whole lot at once. When the assassins suddenly moved in, he skipped the chatter, smashed through the window, and shot off like a blur. You bastards want to catch me? Not a chance. Dozens of killers took up the chase, unaware they had run straight into Huagua's net. Team 01 has visual on the enemy. Target is inside the encirclement. Request permission to engage. Any sign of James? Negative. Over. Team 02 reporting enemy contact. We can eliminate them. Awaiting orders. Any sign of James? Negative. Over. More than a dozen teams hit all around, but none could locate James. This guy is cautious, Yu Ming muttered, brow furrowed. If he won't show himself, make sure he never does. Pass the order, close the net. Leave no one alive. His voice was as cold as steel. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to ourselves. Anyone who dares touch Ye Xiao dies. As for James, as long as he's in Haicheng, we'll drag him out sooner or later. With me here, this city won't get out of hand. Have you found that kid Ye Xiao? Not yet. We searched his home, he's gone. We think he was attacked once and changed hideouts. Explain. His apartment was frozen solid by some ice-based power. He must have gone into hiding afterward. There's no record of him in any hotel, so he should be safe for the moment. His home was attacked, and no hotel has him on file. Yet you tell me he should be safe? Yu Ming snapped. A prodigy like that cannot be allowed to get hurt. Move faster, I don't want should, I want will. The subordinate tried to reassure him. With Ye Xiao's wits, he'll be fine. Yu Ming's face stayed dark. While Yu Ming fumed, Ye Xiao was soaking in the bathtub of a luxury suite, lazily browsing forums for updates on Quangren. The hotel had no record of him for a simple reason: Xiao Qing's appetite was legendary. After the manager pleaded, Ye Xiao agreed to check out right away, but tonight had to be free. The hotel did the math and agreed. One night's loss was bearable, but if he stayed half a month, the food bill alone would sink them. Suddenly a figure streaked past the window, snapping Ye Xiao out of his thoughts. The speed was unbelievable. He caught only a blurred afterimage. So fast. A top-tier fighter. I don't stand a chance. That burst of speed alone told Ye Xiao he would lose instantly. Xiao Qing spoke up. Master, it's Zhang Long and Wang Hu. Zhang Long and Wang Hu. You're kidding. There's no way it's those two. Ye Xiao recalled how Zhang Long and Wang Hu fawned over him, calling him boss at every turn and even offering money to earn his forgiveness. These two didn't look like masters at all unless they were merely pretending. Clearly, keeping a low profile was the safest bet. Anyone could be putting on an act. Master, they've been knocked out and taken away, Xiao Qing reported. Ye Xiao had just finished imagining the pair as secret experts when reality intruded, and his mental effort suddenly felt wasted. Are you sure you saw them clearly? Perfectly. Face and scent both match, Xiao Qing replied. His senses were sharper than Ye Xiao's, so Ye Xiao trusted him. Zhang Long and Wang, who had neither status nor strength, would bring in specialists just to abduct them? Suspicion stirred in Ye Xiao's mind. Let's check it out. Maybe it's something big. Annoying as they were still classmates who had paid to make peace. He owed them a look, both personally and professionally. Can you match their speed? Easily. Xiao Qing sprang forward, shrinking into a compact form just big enough to carry a rider. Ye Xiao swung onto his back, tracking the lingering scent. Master, the smell stronger there, just ahead. Flying any farther might alert the kidnappers, so Ye Xiao signaled for a landing. They crept a kilometer or two on foot before faint noises reached them. Ah! A piercing scream sliced through the night. This spot was far from the city center. No one else would hear it. That sounded like Zhang Long, Ye Xiao muttered. Up ahead, Zhang Long lay sprawled on the ground. A boot ground his head into the dirt, distorting his face. The kidnapper black cloak, black mask spoke in an icy tone. Last chance. If you want to live, talk. Through sobs, Zhang Long begged, please, big brother, I really don't know. I was just bragging. Let us go, don't know anything. The masked man's patience snapped. You're testing my limits. He opened his palm, revealing 5 soul-locking nails. Whiz, 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 whiz. 4 cold flashes pinned Zhang Long's limbs to the ground, blood soaking his clothes in seconds. Tell me who the anonymous is, or the last nail goes through your heart. You know these nails once they hit. Vengeful spirits haunt you for 7 days and nights. Pain worse than death. Worth suffering for someone else. Give me the name, and you'll escape the agony and walk away with a hidden class transfer scroll to unlock a second profession. Stick first, carrot second, an almost irresistible tactic. Hidden in the darkness, Ye Xiao stayed his hand. He wanted to see if they would betray him. Brother, I swear I don't know. We were just bragging, please. Let me go, I don't want to die. Zhang Long was almost begging, voice quivering. Yet in the next breath he forced out a denial. I have no idea who Anonymous is. The man in black James narrowed his eyes, his voice icy. Fine. Huahua men do have hard bones. If you want talk, that's all right. His gaze shifted to Wang Hu. I don't believe you're all made of steel. James slowly raised a pitch-black soul-fixing spike, its cold gleam dancing in the torchlight. Still stubborn? My patience is gone. If he talks, you die. If you talk, he dies. The nail chooses its target once someone opens his mouth. Wang Hu swallowed hard. Seeing Zhang Long pinned to the floor, blood pooling beneath him, his nerves nearly snapped. I'll talk, he'll tell you everything. A faint smile curved Jameis' lips. Give me a satisfying answer, and you walk. It's Quangren. Wang Hu blurted. Anonymous is Quangren. We saw him walk out of the dungeon and heard him say had cleared it. The smile froze. Quangren? That self-important loudmouth from the forum? James sneered, clearly unconvinced. Disappointing. Even now you're lying? If it really were Kwangren, had never have stayed anonymous. Ring. A phone rang without warning. Is it done? James tilted his head, answering. Though he doubted the Kwangren story, had already ordered every hand, he had to hunt the man down. Better to kill 10,000 by mistake than let one slip away. A shrill voice burst from the receiver. Lord James, it's a trap. We were set up. Anonymous isn't Kwangren at all, it's a Huawei ambush. The line went dead. Stone-faced, James clenched his hand, crushing the phone. Bits of plastic clattered to the floor, no signal left to trace. You heard that? He swept his gaze across Zhang Long and Wang Hu. Still feel like keeping secrets? Zhang Long snorted, spitting bloody saliva. Stalling you with Kwangren? Worth it. Huagua cast this net to clean out rats like you. Looking for Anonymous? Hadrimon. Wang Hu bared his teeth in agreement. Cut us, skin us, Huagua men don't break. Both were ready to die before they betrayed Ye Xiao. In the shadows, Ye Xiao's heart tightened. Huagua had fabricated a fake Kwangren, and Zhang Long and Wang Hu would die to protect it. After all his wandering, this was the first time he truly felt what it meant to belong. Getting soft in my old age, he muttered, then pulled up his interface. Name, James. Level, 3rd Rebirth, 78. Class, Assassin. Talent, S-Rank Stealth. Strength, 2,700. Agility, 3,640. Endurance, 2,300. Spirit, 2,435. Skills, Shadow Phantom Step, Backstab. His stats top even Qing's. Ye Xiao frowned. Even together we might not beat him. But he refused to watch Zhang Long and Wang Hu die at Jameis' hands. Qing, can you stall him? A beastly silhouette emerged from the darkness, rumbling low. He'll try. If Qing could by even a few seconds, Ye Xiao might wrench the two men free. Since her evolution, this was the strongest enemy Qing had faced. He had been sure he could one-shot every monster so far, but James, a third-tier powerhouse, might be a different story. Zhang Long and Wang Hu's words were like sparks thrown into a barrel of oil, and Jameis' temper ignited in an instant. If they wanted to die, he would oblige them. So what now, you foreign mutt? Come on, swing at me. Zhang Long sneered. If I blink, that means I'm your father. Huh. Both men tilted their heads back, inhaled, and spat. Two thick gobs of phlegm splattered onto Jameis' once pristine black robe. They could be vain, jealous, sycophantic, even backstab each other, but that was an internal affair. The moment a foreigner appeared, they stood united, and no one wanted to be branded a traitor when Huagua's top echelon was involved. Die all of you. To James, his sullied robe was dearer than life. Those two wet stains enraged him even more than the earlier deceit. Even if Zhang Long and Wang Hu revealed the Anonymous right now, he would still kill them. Now do it. Black light crackled at Jameis' fingertips as he prepared his killing move. At the same moment, Xiaoqing finished charging hers. Gale, Frost, Metal Cleave. The shattered tiger sword blazed to life, 3 elemental forces weaving into a dazzling tricolored arc. On Ye Xiao's command, Xiaoqing stepped forward and unleashed her strongest strike, without hesitation. The ground split like it had been hit by a giant hammer, cracks spiderwebbing outward, and even the sky dimmed beneath the sword's glow. A surge of danger made James whip around. The tricolored blade was already upon him. Damn it. He had no idea who was ambushing him, but he knew one thing couldn't take that hit heated. In Huagua, being wounded meant certain death. Shadow Mirage Step. Black mist billowed around his feet, and a dozen mirages of James flickered across the ground, indistinguishable from the real one. The sword light sliced through them, grinding the fakes to dust. All illusion, so which one's real? The thought had barely formed when the true James appeared 100 meters away, panting hard. Conjuring so many duplicates drained him, but the payoff was huge. The near-instant shift left Xiaoqing's attack hitting nothing but air. The sword beam gouged a trench a meter wide and 30 meters long. Had James been half a second slower, it would have cost him half his life. Ye Xiao had never expected to kill a third-tier master with a single strike. He had only one goal: force James back and save Zhang Long and Wang Hu. James narrowed his eyes, locking on to Ye Xiao's movements. A bug under level 10 dared to rescue someone right in front of him? If they escaped, where would his pride be? You're dead, backstab. Whoosh. Darkness seemed to swallow him whole, and he vanished on the spot. Ye Xiao's heart clenched. The Real killing blow was coming. As long as someone stood behind him, he could dodge it. So he remained still and waited. In the blink of an eye, James appeared behind him, an icy dagger aimed straight at his heart. Fuck. James was on the verge of finishing off Ye Xiao when he cursed under his breath. Whoosh vanished as if his shadow had been yanked away, narrowly dodging the surge of icy light that burst from Xiaoqing's sword tip. If he had insisted on that strike, not only would Ye Xiao have been pierced, but he himself would have died as well, and James wasn't about to trade his life for a nobody. Ye Xiao had banked on that hesitation and told Xiaoqing to ambush, a gamble that paid off. Freed from Jameis' pressure, he dived forward and dragged Zhang Long and Wang Hu back to his side. The three exchanged tense glances, hardly daring to breathe. James kept his gaze locked on Xiaoqing. She emitted no aura yet fought with human skill and oddity that sent a chill through him. Boss, you finally came to save us, sobbed Zhonglong, and Wang who latched onto Ye Xiao, smearing snot and tears across his chest. Had they not been injured, he would have kicked these oversized accessories off him. You're the anonymous. Zhonglong suddenly realized his slip, slapped a hand over his mouth, and looked at Ye Xiao in alarm. They hadn't meant to leak the secret. Excitement had outrun their brains. Never mind, what's done is done. Ye Xiao waved it off. James heard it anyway. Right now we need to stay alive. Xiao Qing, freeze his wound. He can't lose any more blood. Ye Xiao's healing spells worked only on himself and his beasts. Zhonglong still had a soul-nailing spike in his chest, a ribbon of blood trailing down. At this rate, he'd meet the king of hell in 10 minutes. Bleeding? I'm still bleeding? As the adrenaline faded, Zhonglong's legs buckled and his face turned ashen. Xiao Qing flicked her blade, sending frost along the edge that sealed the wound in a thick layer of ice. Zhonglong sucked in a sharp breath, but it beat bleeding out. Wang Hu, carry him and find a priest. What about you? Boss Wang Hu cast a nervous glance at James. I'm staying. If I leave, none of you gets out. You'll only slow me down. Go. Gritting their teeth, the two hoisted Zhonglong and hobbled toward the infirmary, disappearing down the corridor. James didn't move. Those two ants meant nothing to him. His prey was Ye Xiao. So you're the anonymous? Ye Xiao shrugged, neither confirming nor denying. No, James said, shaking his head. At your level, clearing nightmare difficulty is impossible. The girl beside you, though? With a single glance, the Tier 3 powerhouse sensed the bottomless power coiled within Xiao Qing, though the true form of a divine beast eluded even him. It makes no difference who among you is the anonymous. Once you're all dead, the mission is finished. Ready to meet your end? James growled, his aura surging like a storm tide. He held his breath, every muscle drawn tight, like a bowstring at full stretch, poised to unleash a killing strike. The presence of Xiao Qing was a nuisance, but still within his control could send her to the afterlife whenever he wished. Shadow abyss of the nether. With a low chant, James moved, about to strike at Ye Xiao and the others. At that instant a pitch-black sphere appeared in midair no larger than a fingertip at first, then ballooning to the size of a house, sealing him inside. A shrill scream rang out, followed by the crunch of shattering bones. In less than a minute the sphere abruptly contracted and vanished, leaving James on the ground, half dead and covered in gore. What kind of power is that? Ye Xiao swallowed hard. A 3-turn powerhouse like James hadn't lasted 60 seconds. The sight shattered everything he thought he knew. Yu Ming, I know you're here, show yourself. James forced his head up, unwillingness burning in his eyes. A war god hiding in the shadows, how shameful. He understood his chances were slim to none. Yu Ming, one of Wagwo's top champions, could crush 10 men like him with a single finger. So eager to see me, James? A rift tore open above them, and Yu Ming stepped from the void. With every step the invisible pressure thickened. By the time he halted, every bone in James' body had been ground to dust, sheer will alone keeping him alive. Didn't expect to alarm you. James coughed a wry laugh, blood frothing at his lips. Had I known you'd show up, I'd never have come. Yu Ming's face was impassive without coming in person. How could he have netted such a prize? Any last words? If not, die? He rubbed his palms together. A bead of black flame leapt between his fingers. It was no bigger than a pea, yet every soul present trembled. The air turned icy, and Ye Xiao shuddered involuntarily. To fall by your hand, I accept, James said, voice quavering as he stared at the flame. But grant me a swift death. Let a 3-turn cultivator keep a shred of dignity. Netherfire burned the soul itself. Its torment was beyond imagining. Yu Ming's tone was flat. Failure has a price. My boss is James tried to invoke his patron, but Yu Ming cut him off. His name means nothing here. If he dares come to Huagua, they'll let you taste Netherfire together. Interested? James fell silent. He knew even his formidable leader would meet the same fate on this soil. With no mercy forthcoming, he closed his eyes and awaited death. So you resign yourself? Black flame roared in Yu Ming's palm, its chills seeping into every corner of the street. Senior Yu Ming, wait. Ye Xiao suddenly called out. He had just pulled the file that confirmed the man before him level 90. War God class Yu Ming rarely intervened, yet had come to Haiqing for his sake. A wave of unexpected safety flooded his heart. Yu Ming turned a cold gaze on him. Speak, kid. What is it? Yu Ming showed extraordinary patience with Ye Xiao. The young man was the brightest talent China had produced in years, and with proper guidance he might one day claim the title of War God. Yu Ming watched him in silence, even slowing his breathing to give Ye Xiao time to think. Could we not kill him? Ye Xiao finally asked, pointing at James, who knelt nearby, bruised and bloodied. The word spare stirred no emotion in Yu Ming, but a spark of hope flashed through James' eyes. If he could just stay alive, he would accept any fate. Let me live and he'll do anything, James pleaded, his voice trembling. I'm a 3rd-turn expert, I can help you. Ye Xiao stayed unmoved. He doubted a foreigner would truly pledge his life to him. These promises were nothing more than a bid for survival. What do you want, Ye Xiao? The choice is yours today. Yuming said bluntly, showing neither warmth nor pity. I really get to decide. That was what Ye Xiao had been waiting for. He knew he wasn't Jameis' match, but with Yuming's consent there was no need for restraint. Xiaoqing, finish him. The moment Ye Xiao spoke, the air itself seemed to tear. Without hesitation, Xiaoqing flicked her fingers, and a sword of icy light streaked forward. One flash, and Jameis' head flew from his shoulders, blood spraying across the stone street. Even as it hit the ground, his eyes were frozen in disbelief. Ding! You have slain a third-turn expert. Experience 3000. Level up. Loot 2. The system prompt rang in Ye Xiao's ears. An instant later, another message landed like an icicle. Murder committed inside the city. Red name penalty applied. Run, and keep running, or face endless pursuit from the guards. Ye Xiao's heart clenched. In his eagerness to reap experience, he had ignored the city's ironclad ban on killing. A bright red name made him the most visible target in existence. No matter which street he chose, which alley he hid, and even inside an instance, every player and every guard could lock onto him. Worse, hunting red-named players wasn't a crime. It earned merit points. Everyone would be coming for him. Killing an enemy still makes me red? Moments earlier, Ye Xiao had been thrilled with the loot. Now his smile froze. One kill, and I'm glowing scarlet. Guess life just got a lot harder. He pointed at the glaring red aura above his head and gave Yuming a rueful smile. War God Yuming, about this. With Yuming's power, clearing a red name would be trivial. But Ye Xiao had already accepted one favor and hesitated to ask for another. Without help, though, assassins would soon swarm. Don't push your luck, kid. Yuming's voice turned cold. I granted you one request. Do you think I'm that generous? The instant his tone hardened, Xiaoqing stepped in front of Ye Xiao, sword leveled to protect him. One wrong move from Yuming, and she would strike. Xiaoqing, it's all right. Ye Xiao laid a hand on her shoulder. He knew that no matter how strong she was, she stood little chance against Yuming. He couldn't let his rashness endanger her. Ye Xiao bowed. I acted presumptuously. Thank you, War God Yuming, for saving me and leaving Jameis' experience to me. I, Ye Xiao, will remember this favor. If you ever need my help, I'll be there. He had only just reached level 8, still far from becoming a war god. Confronting Yuming Heeden right now would be suicide. A red name is nothing. If he keeps a low profile and quietly does charity for a month, he can wash it away. Kid, is that your beast companion? Yuming's gaze settled on Xiaoqing, curiosity lacing his voice. I knew something was off the first time I saw her. She's taken a shape-shifting pill, hasn't she? You really spared no expense, feeding that stuff to a pet. Ye Xiao was baffled. A shape-shifting pill? He had never heard of it. An orphan, his knowledge was limited. Xiaoqing's human form was purely her own gift, no pill involved. Since the elder believed otherwise, he simply nodded without explanation. Yuming shook his head to himself. He had checked the boy's background. An orphan who had come this far must be keeping a few secrets. Everyone has secrets. He didn't care to pry. They'll clear your red name, Yuming said. Thank you, Lord Yuming. Ye Xiao's eyes lit up. At last he could stop worrying about nighttime ambushes. Seeing how fast his expression changed, Yuming laughed. That dog face of yours flips faster than the weather. Yuming went on. You've been broadcast across the net twice. The whole world is watching. We've wiped out most of your enemies, but others are still lurking. We can't guard you around the clock, and you wouldn't want that anyway. You have to forge your own strength. Take everything James left behind and squeeze every bit of power out of it. Next time we meet, don't make me intervene. With that, he turned and walked away without looking back. Jameis' belongings lay where he had fallen. If the war god Yuming hadn't arrived in time, Ye Xiao and Xiaoqing might not have escaped alive. This was the first time since arriving in this world that he truly understood the word troublesome. Protected by Xiaoqing, he had thought this world was nothing special, but now he realized it teemed with powerhouses. The greater the talent, the brighter the spotlight and the sharper the hostility. If he wanted to live, he had to grow stronger, strong enough that no one could touch him. Sensing his mood, Xiaoqing spoke softly. Master, as long as I'm here, nothing will happen to you. She stood beside him, eyes resolute. Ye Xiao reached out to ruffle her hair. I know. Let's get stronger together. Calm restored, he knelt beside Jameis' corpse. A third-rank expert would never be poor. First things first, he needed to collect the loot. Shadow Dagger, Star Diamond Grade. Base attack 530, strength 40, agility 70, armor pierce 30, backstab damage 30. Ye Xiao let out a low whistle as he examined the Shadow Dagger's stats. The personal weapon of a tier 3 powerhouse boasted 500 raw attack and came with rare armor piercing and bonus damage effects in undeniable gem. It would fetch a few small fortunes at auction, but selling wasn't on his mind. He could use it himself, and when he tamed more beast companions, he could hand it down to them. The armor and boots that dropped alongside it were only gold grade, with mediocre attributes, so he tossed them into his pack without a second thought. After stashing everything, he opened his item tab. The first thing that caught his eye was a second identity card. The description was clear. Create an alternate identity: name, class, talent, appearance all fully customizable and immune to detection skills. His eyes lit up. This is priceless. perfect for eliminating witnesses, disappearing, or going underground. No wonder James had stayed hidden all these years. The card had clearly done its job. Now it was his trophy. Activate second identity card, he commanded silently. A chime sounded. Card activated. Please configure your second identity. Once bound, changes are impossible. Name, pending. Class, pending. Talent, pending. Appearance, pending. Level and attributes will mirror the primary body and cannot be modified. Ye Xiao paused. This thing could decide life or death and fortune. He might use it to woo some rich heiress, slip into a noble family, or pull off any number of outrageous schemes. Using it now would be a waste. Almost no one knew his real identity anyway, so there was no rush. He chose to save the data. System prompt. Save successful. He tucked the card away and turned to the next item, hidden class change scroll bundled with a token to unlock a second class. The details read. Consume the token and complete the class change quest to unlock a second class. Failure deletes both token and scroll. Requirements. Level 30 or higher, but below Tier 2 level 40. A scroll and a token for a second class. Ye Xiao clicked his tongue. Tier 3 experts really were filthy rich. Whether it was a second identity card or a hidden class change scroll, these were the kind of treasures that only dropped from team bosses, and the odds were miserable. That James had secured both spoke volumes about his skill and ego. In pure value, the second class token eclipsed even the identity card. If he succeeded, a dual class character would be a hot commodity, nearly as desirable as a Beastmaster. In fact, its growth potential could surpass double the skill pool and a noticeable stat advantage. A single class character gained 10 fixed and 10 free attribute points per level. Dual classing is a different story. Every level grants 20 fixed stat points, and the pool of discretionary points also rises to 20. That 20-point gap practically doubles a character's power, allowing dual-class players to steamroll geniuses of the same rank. Ye Xiao knew this all too well. From what had learned, Yuming was a textbook dual-classer who had already advanced to the War God tier, leaving his former peers in the dust. Too bad James hadn't unlocked his second class before hitting the level cap. If he had, today's loss wouldn't have been so humiliating. Ye Xiao's eyes lit up at the loot scattered on the ground, a class change voucher. Such a rare item, and Yuming had actually let it go. In the right hands it could create another war god. Grinning, Ye Xiao slipped the voucher into his coat. Turn it in? Please, he wasn't stupid. That's everything count finds so much as a hair. He shook the storage pouch, satisfied he had stripped James clean. Xiao Qing, lay him to rest. He wasn't a saint, but after donating so much treasure, the man deserved a shred of dignity. Xiao Qing felt no such sentiment. She drew her sword. A thin arc of moonlit steel flashed slash. The corpse vaporized on the spot, not even ashes left behind. Dust to dust. Ding. A system prompt appeared. Investigation complete. Class changer Ye Xiao has eliminated a foreign invader in self-defense. Red name status revoked. You are awarded 5,000 contribution points. Do you wish to upgrade your citizenship level? Fast work, Yuming, Ye Xiao muttered. Barely 20 minutes had passed since he filed the claim, and the 5,000 points were already in his account. Contribution points were priceless. One, they could be exchanged with the Huaguo authorities for materials, gear, or skill books if it existed. They could probably supply it, though rare items cost a fortune. Two certain wandering NPC merchants in the game also took them, but those traders appeared at random. You might never meet one, or you might run into one the very next second. Three, most importantly, they were the only currency for raising citizenship from level 1 to 10. The higher your citizenship rank, the greater your social standing and the richer the state benefits. Top tiers even came with elite bodyguards. But what really tempted Ye Xiao was the stat boost. Every rank granted a 3 increase to all attributes, stacking up to 30. 3% might seem minor to an ordinary player, but for a perfectly synchronized, dual-class pair like him and Xiao Qing, it was transformative. The higher the rank, the wider the gap. Contribution points, however, didn't grow on trees. Unless you made a major contribution to Huaguo or society, the government rarely handed them out. The only reason Head pocketed a whopping 5,000 today was that Head lured James into the open and, more importantly, because Yuming had ceded the kill to him. The credit was logged under his name. Without it, those 5,000 contribution points would never have come his way. Upgrade citizen rank. A crisp chime rang out. Ding. Citizen rank successfully upgraded. Name, Ye Xiao. Rank, level 5 citizen. All attributes boosted by 15. In mere seconds, he had leapt 5 full levels. Ye Xiao stared at the panel, grinning from ear to ear. He owed Nether War God a huge favor if that man hadn't let him take Jameis' head and wiped his red status. Ye Xiao might have stayed level 1 forever. Now he was Heiqing's sole level 5 citizen. Even the city lord was only level 3. After a quick cleanup of the battlefield, he hurried to the makeshift medical post where Zhang Long and Wang Hu were being treated. Both were wrapped in bandages, but still in good spirits. How are you holding up? Zhang Long managed a weak shake of the head. If you hadn't frozen the wound in time, I'd be dead. It's our fault, Wang Hu muttered, shamefaced. We were bragging so loudly that James overheard us. Ye Xiao patted their shoulders. Be smarter next time. I want always show up at the perfect moment. He let the matter drop. The accident had been mostly their own doing. So you're Ye Xiao? A rough voice sounded behind him. He turned to see the berserker who had drawn fire for him during the fight. On the man's shoulder, a dragon blood lion king glared warily at Little Azure, its fur bristling less from fear than from instinctive submission to a higher bloodline. What's wrong, cub? The berserker asked, sensing the tension. The lion forced itself to relax, eyelids drooping as if nothing had happened. Ye Xiao stroked the beast's thick mane, and a data window flashed before his eyes. Dragon Blood Lion, King Overlord Class Bloodline. Contains 0.01 Divine Dragon Blood. Potential reversion level, 50. 0.01% Dragon Blood. The figure made his pulse race, but he knew the berserker would never part with a level 50 pet. After a moment's hesitation, he ventured, Brother Berserker, if you don't mind my asking, that lion? Catching the hunger in Ye Xiao's eyes, the berserker laughed and cursed good-naturedly. What? You want a Dragon Blood Lion King too? Regular Lion Kings are everywhere, but one with dragon blood? Forget it. I paid a steep price to get mine. Want one yourself? That'll be up to fate. Near Demon City, there's a place called the Dragon Blood Secret Realm. Legend says a divine dragon fell there, and its blood soaked everything. Every creature inside carries a trace of dragon blood, and people have even found pets with saint-grade bloodlines. If you're serious, go for a cub. Your odds improve a lot. The auction house in Demon City occasionally sells cubs from the secret realm, so keep an eye out. Demon City Dragonblood Secret Realm. Ye Xiao repeated the names silently, engraving them on his heart. As long as he could find a dragon-blooded cub, his reversion skill could close the gap. The challenge didn't seem too daunting. Thanks, Brother Berserker. I'll head there as soon as I get the chance. I heard you're a beastmaster too. What's your pet offense, defense, or support? Madman sipped his iced cola, squinting at Ye Xiao. Qing can take a hit, dish one out, and even heal. Technically she's all-round, but a blue-eyed white tiger is born for Bataliso, offensive. Knew it. Madman laughed. Almost every beastmaster's first contract is an attacker. Easy to level, easy to farm experience. He beckoned Ye Xiao closer like a protective big brother. Hey race, a tip strictly optional. Make your second pet defensive. A beastmaster's worst fear is a sneak attack. One more shield, one more life. Ye Xiao nodded, happy to soak up the advice. So, Madman, he asked, any suggestions for a defensive beast? Smooth talker. Madman grinned wider. Since you're so polite, he'll tell you wouldn't share this with just anyone. For defense, pick a turtle. Beaches near Beihai are full of varieties. Don't underestimate them. Same rank, no one cracks their shells. Too lazy to travel? Buy one in a pet shop. Get the best bloodline up front. Pricier, but worth it. When the topic turned serious, so did his tone. Remember, humans and beasts are equals. Treat it right. An ITLL fight to the death for you. Ye Xiao understood. Without a divine grade bloodline, had never contract at all. Once the bond formed, the beast stayed until the end. Abandonment wasn't an option. They chatted for ages. Beaches, shell thickness, pet shop prices, every scrap of beastmaster gossip they could trade in. The mood was easy. Suddenly Madman set his glass down. Almost forgot. I need to log your beast species and bloodline. Ye Xiao's eyes shifted. He looked embarrassed. Madman waved it off. We're on the same side. Just paperwork. And I'm curious what sort of pet made headquarters issue 2 alerts in a row. Ye Xiao wasn't worried about Madman leaking info. The guy had already drawn all the fire for him. He just feared the truth was a bit much. He cleared his throat, slowing his words. A tiger. A tiger? Nice. Offensive powerhouse. Raise it right, and it's a wrecking ball. Madman's eyes lit up. Bloodline. A saint grade. Ye Xiao lowballed it. He didn't dare reveal Qing's divine blood. The air froze. Madman stared, speechless. After all the banter, had learned Ye Xiao's very first contract was a saint grade tiger. Playing the meek card with a tiger in your pocket? Aren't you afraid someone will beat you senseless? Only admiration shone in Madman's eyes. There wasn't the slightest hint of jealousy. In his view, it didn't matter that Ye Xiao's beast partner possessed a saint-grade bloodline. His own dragon bloodline king was every bit as fierce. A dominator-grade bloodline was already out of reach for most tamers, and with the right methods it could still grow into a saint-grade later on. Saint-grade is powerful, sure, but don't get cocky, Madman advised earnestly. That's your first contracted beast. It helps you the most, and shares the deepest bond with you. If you ever get the chance to evolve it to a divine grade bloodline, spare no expense. Divine grade is worlds apart from anything else you'll understand someday. Then he waved himself off with a self-deprecating laugh. Forget it, I'm rambling. Anyone personally singled out and protected by the Nether War God can't be ordinary. Someone who contracts a saint-grade beast right after changing classes can't be ordinary. Do you really need me to lecture you on the basics? I must look like a clown. He couldn't resist speculating. Ye Xiao, are you some powerhouse's illegitimate son? There are only so many beast tamers on the planet, and those who land a saint-grade partner on their first try can be counted on one hand. Other than the trust fund kids backed by major factions, who else could pull that off? I only bonded a dominator-grade dragon bloodline king because of my family. You, an orphan, managed it on your own? Who would believe that? The more he thought, the more convinced he became that had uncovered the truth. Ye Xiao had to have an astonishing background. No wonder the Nether War God told him to stay close to Ye Xiao and give him special treatment was paving the way for him. Madman's eyes even grew moist. Years of loyal service were finally paying off. He rubbed his hands together in excitement. Bro, just be straight, are you a young master traveling incognito? No need to explain, I get it. From now on I'm your most devoted follower. Tell me to head east, and I won't take a single step west. Tell me to kill a dog, and I won't slaughter a chicken instead. Just remember me when the good stuff comes rolling in. Am not greedy, give me a dominator grade beast. I won't even ask for a saint grade one. Money's not an issue, okay? Ye Xiao could only stare at him, exasperated. Madman, don't look, you're the older one here. You're the bro, I'm just an ordinary orphan. Ask anyone in Haicheng, I've lived here for more than 10 years. How could I be some hidden young master? He sighed inwardly. Everything had achieved was won with his own 2 hands well, plus a little help from the system. But Madman was already too deep in his own fantasies to listen. In his mind, the label orphan and all the official records meant nothing. A true big shot could rewrite them with a single word. If he tried to dig into Ye Xiao's past, he'd find exactly what they wanted him to see and nothing more. Whatever you say, boss, I'm all ears. Ye Xiao offered no further explanation, simply raising a hand for silence. One offhand reminder from Madman had jolted him awake. He already held a license to print money-flipping beast pets. Until now he had focused solely on god-tier bloodlines, dismissing anything 1 tier lower. Yet for most people an overlord, or even a saint-tier beast, was still a miracle. Reversion cost him nothing. He could revert overlordier cubs to high rank, sell them, and pocket a fortune. Better yet, those reverted pets would remain 100% loyal to him. Even after they bonded with new owners, his command would take priority. If everything worked out, every citizen in Huagua could carry a saint-tier pet and still answer to him. The idea sent a rush of heat through Ye Xiao's chest. Dreaming was easy, execution was hard. The instant rumors spread, he and his high-tier cubs would become lab specimens. Until he had ironclad protection, he wouldn't budge. Let's swap contact info. When the right pet shows up, he'll ping you, Ye Xiao said, looking at Madman. The tone convinced Madman even more that Ye Xiao was the real deal. He nodded eagerly. Sure thing, bro, hey, race my forum ideal add you. No way ID bother you with the typing. Grinning, he slid Ye Xiao into his friends list, then hurried off to reply to Netherworld. Both of you focus on healing. Level up after you're fully recovered. Don't risk permanent damage. Call me if anything happens. With that, Ye Xiao nodded farewell. The pair had been annoying earlier, but they'd rather die than rat him out a life and death bond worth keeping. Outside the hospital, he found another hotel with a buffet. Haicheng didn't have many, but he could clean out one a day and shave a good chunk off their food bill. Ching, time to eat. Fill up, then rest, he said as he pushed through the door. Cooped up for hours, little Ching was ravenous. At the word eat, her eyes sparkled. Food. Buffet. After her sweeping assault, the kitchen stock was wiped out. Only when a trembling waiter reported that supplies were critically low did she stop about 70% full. Enough, Ching, go easy on them. We'll come back when you're hungry again. Ye Xiao patted her head and, stone-faced, lectured the manager. Stock more next time. Can you afford to starve your guests? To keep Ching fed, his skin grew yet another layer thicker. Back in their room, little Ching showered, watched TV, and played with her toys, perfectly content. Ye Xiao sat at the desk and sorted the day's haul. After checking every consumable and piece of gear, he remembered the 3 treasure chests, 2 nightmare chests, and 1 necromancer chest. Had been too busy handling James to open them. Now he finally had a moment. He chose the necromancer chest and tapped it. Necromancer chest opened. Ding. Chest opened successfully. Skill book. Whirlwind/rapidly spin your body to launch a sweeping blade attack, with damage multiplying each revolution. Usable by both class holders and beast pets. The chest from the side quest didn't yield anything spectacular, a single skill book that could boost his combat stats a little or be sold for some quick cash. Not great, but not a total loss. But what really caught Ye Xiao's eye were the 2 nightmare chests etched with dark rinse rumor, said only these could cough up truly rare loot. Taking a deep breath, he opened the first nightmare chest. Ding. Chest opened successfully. A flash of light burst in front of him, and a blackbound skill book hovered in midair. Passive skill, critical strike. Deals 3 to 5 times damage on a crit. The multiplier scales with affinity. Ye Xiao skimmed the description and grinned. For most players it meant triple damage, but his bond with Xiao Qing was maxed out, guaranteeing the full 5-fold height, a real game changer. Nice. He'll have Xiao Qing learn it. He stowed the book in his backpack. Next, he opened the second nightmare chest. Ding. Chest opened successfully. The system prompt had barely faded when the light withdrew, revealing a crumpled lump at the bottom. Congratulations, lucky player, you have obtained a pair of smelly socks. A pungent stench slammed into him, and Ye Xiao's face darkened. Seriously? A nightmare chest gives me used socks? He pulled up the drop rate chart. Trash 0.01, Common 29.9, uncommon 20, rare 20, epic 30. No wonder they call it lucky, he muttered. I managed to hit the 9000 trash roll. Pinching the sock by one corner, he lobbed it through the window into the trash can and ended his unboxing session. Few finally a chance to relax. The recent leak had everyone on edge, and Head feared being watched. Now that he was publicly known as the Netherwar God and had wiped out most of the foreign operatives in the last raid, the enemy wouldn't dare move for a while. Perfect time to power up. The next morning, Ye Xiao's right arm had gone numb, as if something heavy were crushing it. He opened his eyes. What the? Why are you in my bed and why aren't you wearing anything? Morning light streamed through the curtains, illuminating Xiaoqing's bare shoulders and long legs. At his age, the sight almost shattered his self-control. Amitabha desire is emptiness. Emptiness is desire, he chanted, but the pressure kept building. Out. Go sleep in your own room. Nothing good comes from a man and his beast companion sharing a bed. He snapped, pushing her toward the door. Half asleep, Xiaoqing's soft voice was laced with confusion. Master, what's wrong? We always sleep like this. And why wear clothes in bed? They're uncomfortable. She blinked her wide, innocent eyes, clearly baffled by his agitation. Ye Xiao rubbed his face and changed the subject. Get up. If you're hungry, eat first. After that we're running dungeons to level up. After clearing several low-level instances with Xiaoqing, their experience and materials climbed steadily. Meanwhile, in a distant conference room, the leaders of several other nations received a chilling report. Every undercover agent they had in China had been wiped out. Damn it. The Chinese are up to their old tricks. They used that anonymous operative as bait and slaughtered all our infiltrators. They even managed to kill James, showing us no respect at all. Do they have any idea that James is one of our nation's strongest fighters? Losing a third-stage powerhouse has the entire United States smarting, and the rare artifacts James carried are now in Huaguo's hands. But beyond slamming desks and smashing mugs, their leaders can only back down. Protest to Huaguo? No one dares, and no one can. Everyone knows the trap Huaguo set was aimed at every foreign force. Stepping into it was their own choice. They struck first, and Huaguo acted in self-defense, so the side in the wrong has no choice but to swallow the loss. Sir, bad news, the record's been shattered again. It's that anonymous player from Huaguo. That arrogant bastard. Bring Marshall here. A senior official roared. Last night the Netherwar God wiped out all of their undercover agents, and now Ye Xiao had broken another record, publicly mocking their incompetence. They couldn't let it go. The instant the record was updated, every major power worldwide took notice, and every guild in Huaguo received the intel at once. Red Hall, Guild Headquarters. In the guild forum, a lively thread titled Tracking the Anonymous was instantly silenced by a pinned announcement. Effective immediately, cease all operations related to the Anonymous. Everyone was stunned. They had spent the night staking out targets and buying information. Just as they were about to gain a breakthrough, the president pulled the plug, wiping out all their investment. President, why are we stopping? Give us 2 more days, we'll find him faster than anyone. If we recruit the Anonymous, Red Hall's strength will double. Luo Yu looked at the excited members, feeling the same frustration, but he kept his voice low. We're just a small guild. We're nothing against the state apparatus. The Netherwar God has warned us personally the Anonymous works for the state. If we keep digging, we're declaring war on our own country. The Netherwar God? He spoke to you himself? The reception room fell silent. If that legendary powerhouse had intervened, who exactly was this Anonymous? Luo Yu wanted to know too, but he understood what further digging would mean. Yesterday, the Netherwar God descended on Haiqing and, with a single move, wiped out every hidden agent of the foreign factions. Red Hall was spared only because it was a Huaguo guild. They received nothing more than a verbal warning. If they pushed their luck again, the guild could be erased in an instant. 10 years of his hard work gone. He would not stake it all on Ye Xiao. He spread last night's intel on the table. If anyone keeps investigating the Anonymous, you'll bear the consequences yourself. Resentment showed on every face. For 2 days they had poured massive resources into recruiting the monster who could clear a nightmare-level dungeon in Seconds boost that could have sent Red Hall soaring. Now, a single word from the Netherwar God had shattered that dream. Damn it, we were so close, and now it's gone. Someone pounded the table in frustration, yet no one dared suggest pursuing the lead any further. A warning? They're just afraid our guild will get strong enough to threaten their authority. Luo Yu knew exactly how they felt. Unfortunately, ability speaks for itself, and they were outmatched. In the eyes of the state, a guild is nothing more than an unofficial militia. The government has never trusted these groups, let alone handed over a super genius. A monster of talent like Ye Xiao had to stay firmly in the nation's grasp. President, the record's been broken again a 3rd time. On the holographic display in the hall, Ye Xiao's name kept flashing to the top. As the numbers soared, Luo Yu felt as if his heart were bleeding. A prodigy of that caliber would never belong to their guild. The gloom wasn't Luo Yes alone. Every core member looked defeated. President, shouldn't we at least try? If we could recruit him. He cut the speaker off with a raised hand. Better a short pain than a long one, he said quietly. We can't get past the Nether Warlord. After a brief silence, Luo Yu issued his final order. Withdraw every anonymous contract from the Redman Pavilion. We're done here. They sensed the pressure on him and answered in unison. Understood, President. When the others left and the lights dimmed, Luo Yu sat alone. He leaned back, letting out a long sigh. No matter how strong a guild became, it could never outmuscle the state. The government controlled far too many monsters. They were no match. The moment Heiqing's factions got the warning, the Nether Warlord turned back toward Imperial City. Pushing open the office door with a faint smile, he told Ditsong everything had gone smoothly. You met him? How was he? Good, exceptionally good, Nether added, stressing the point. A remark like that from him said plenty about Ye Xiao's terrifying potential. Ditsong's interest sharpened. How strong? He can barely hold off third-order James and stay even for 100 moves. What? Ditsong, usually inscrutable, actually lost composure. A student under level 10 trading 100 blows with a third-order powerhouse? Nether nodded. Otherwise, he wouldn't be topping the rankings over and over. After a moment's thought, Ditsong's voice turned icy. We have to keep talent like that under state control. Did you warn the people in Heiqing, especially those loose guilds like Redman Pavilion? I heard they're digging into Ye Xiao as well. Warn them all, Nether replied flatly. Luo Yes, a smart man. He knows what to do. Luo Yu. Ditsong chuckled at old memories. I haven't seen him in years. I wonder if he's still as sharp as he was in his youth. He's grown more slick, Nether said, smiling back. The topic ended there. Suddenly Ditsong remembered something. By the way, did you mention the nationwide war in November? Not yet. When he finally breaks the level 10 barrier and reaches Imperial City, he'll fill him in. An all-out war is coming, and it's going to be spectacular. He could already see the scene unfolding in his mind, and the grin on his face kept stretching wider. Deep in the instance, Ye Xiao was hacking away at mobs when an inexplicable shiver ran down his spine. With his current physique, he was immune to the cold. There was only one explanation. Someone, somewhere, was thinking about him. Whoever it is, will handle it when it comes. He rolled his shoulders and called to Xiaoqing. Pack up. We're pulling out. The two of them had spent the entire day grinding dutifully. As their levels climbed, the experience bar slowed to a crawl, as if it were glued in place. By nightfall, Ye Xiao was still a sliver shy of level 9, but Xiaoqing dinged 9 first. A few more days and head crack level 10 and head for college. Problem was, head filled his inventory to overflowing materials and gear stuffed every slot, and he couldn't be bothered to sort any of it. Fine, time to visit the lady who's been sponsoring me, he muttered. She hasn't messaged me once all week. Ye Xiao knew the way to Xiao Yunru's place better than to his own home. Knock, knock, knock. Boom. The moment his knuckles met the door, a thunderous blast echoed from the courtyard. Who is it? A voice snarled, equal parts anger and irritation. The sound made Ye Xiao break into a cold sweat. If this woman lost her temper, she really might tear him limb from limb. Quick, haul out all the loot. Shrugging off his misgivings, he dumped his entire pack into the yard. In an instant, weapons, herbs, and rare ores piled so high there was barely room to stand. Who the holy crap, that's a lot of materials. The door flew open and Xiao Yanru started to roar, but the glittering heap froze her in mid-shout. Forget covering her past losses, this stash would pay her back with interest. Honestly, you don't need to bring a dowry every time you visit, she said lightly, though her hands moved fast. With a graceful flick of her wrist, the mountain of loot turned into a shimmering stream and vanished into her sleeve, leaving the courtyard spotless. Seriously? One wave and it's all gone. I had to pick those up one by one. And who am I? She shot back with a glare. Xiao Yunru, you do remember me, right? I meant your class. Grandmaster Alchemist. So you've been tinkering with new toys all this time? Obviously. You thought I was just waiting for your allowance? She tossed him a silver gray bracelet. My own Designer Range Collector, first edition. 100-meter radius. Automatically scoops up any materials, gear, or skill books that drop nearby. Give me a little longer, and it'll expand the range and maybe swipe other people's loot while I'm at it. Keep it quiet, or the crowd will lynch you. Only a Grandmaster Alchemist could cook up something this broken. Impressive. Keep it down. Bind it to yourself, and turn it on. Bind. Binding successful. Configuration complete. Autoloot activated. Any materials, equipment, items, or skill books that drop within 100 meters will be collected automatically. At last, he wouldn't have to scour the ground for material. Autoloot would save him a ton of trouble. Ye Xiao kicked aside the wood chips at his feet, testing the auto pickup device over and over, as if head struck gold. Xiao Yunru leaned against the doorframe with her arms folded, a professional smile on her lips, though the indifference behind it was obvious. Such a tiny gadget, and he was already thrilled. She thought, wait till I build something truly impressive. He'll probably start jumping for joy. You won't lose a dime keeping me supplied. These materials will make you rich eventually, she said, patting the sack on the workbench. Ye Xiao nodded. The materials would fetch a decent price, but compared with investing in a future master alchemist, they were nothing. Anything else? Xiao Yunru asked, brushing stray hair from her forehead. Nope, just came to drop these off, Ye Xiao replied, waving the list in his hand. Then I'll get back to work. Suit yourself. Before the sentence was finished, she had already shut the door, leaving Ye Xiao and Xiaoqing outside. Ye Xiao stared at the closed door and curled his lip. Came all this way, and she doesn't even offer a drink. No sense of hospitality. Still, he was used to it. Once Xiao Yanru entered her alchemy zone, not even the sky falling could make her look up. Let's go sell these spare skill books and find Xiaoqing a couple of sword manuals. Xiaoqing had her elemental skills down cold, but her swordplay was just wild hacking. All the elemental buffs in the world wouldn't help without proper technique. The skill shop on the corner was brightly lit. Ye Xiao pushed the door open. Manuals of every element were arranged by color on the shelves, the scent of fresh ink mingling with desiccant powder. How much for these? He asked, stacking 10 books on the counter. The owner, wearing a monocle, flipped through them one by one. Storm, wind element, 500,000. Golden radiance, metal element, rare, 800,000. Surging cold, ice element, decent power, 730,000. As he reeled off prices, he clicked away on his abacus. Skill books were always in demand, and these were in good condition, so the offer was fair. Ye Xiao did the math. He shared skills with Xiaoqing if she knew it. So did he, albeit weaker. Selling duplicates and trading for sword techniques was the smart move. Please settle up and find me 2 sword manuals. Right away. Before long, the owner returned with a stack of sword books. On top sat a dark-covered volume with gilded letters. Pajun Ascending Dragon's Sword. Ye Xiao flipped it open. A rapid reload thrust to knock the enemy back, followed by a one-handed upward slash that launched them skyward clean and efficient, just his style. How much for this one? Special price for a regular 5 million. Ye Xiao nearly choked. Had just sold 10 books for that amount. Can't you shave it a bit? I'm here all the time. Smiling, the owner slid over a brochure. Care for a membership card? 5% off everything. Not 10 billion, not one, but for only 9,980,000. You can be our distinguished member. Ye Xiao rolled his eyes. Like head fall for that. Fine, 5 million. I can handle it. He slapped his crystal card on the counter. He'll take it. Drawn blade cleave. Unsheath your sword and unleash a powerful area strike on all enemies within 30 meters. The longer you charge, the wider the arc and the harder the hit. Every word of the description rang with steel, as though sword light danced across the page. Ye Xiao brushed the dust from the cover, his eyes shining with anticipation. He liked this skill book. How much for this one? He asked. The shopkeeper adjusted his reading glasses. 3,800,000. Ye Xiao coughed. Merchants are the same everywhere. They'll buy a skill book back for a few $100,000 and sell it for millions. Before he could haggle, the shopkeeper slid a membership form across the counter. You could save. Stop. I'm not joining. He'll just buy it. And show me another. The man promptly produced a second, beautifully wrapped scroll. Sword Intent Pulse. Release a surge of sword intent that continually damages nearby foes. Allies within the field gain increased critical chance. Price? For 1,200,000. Ye Xiao didn't bother arguing. Any pushback would only trigger another membership pitch. By the time he was done, he had spent 13 million on 3 skill books. Xiaoqing, learn them, he said, handing the scrolls to his mechanical partner. Ding. Skills acquired. Sky-breaking rising slash, drawn blade cleave, sword intent pulse. Streams of data flowed into Xiaoqing, and when the bot mastered the skills, Ye Xiao gained them as well. Worth every credit, he thought. Come on, let's grab a meal, then head outside the city and hunt. He was in high spirits. Dungeons felt unnecessary now that he could take on beasts directly. When Ye Xiao and Xiaoqing returned to their hotel to refuel, they froze. The place was shut down, doors locked, seals on the frame. What happened? It was fine this morning. A passerby offered an explanation. Haven't you heard? The hotel offended someone. Who? No idea. Rumor says it was a woman with an appetite like a black hole. She ate so much the owner couldn't afford to stay open and fled to another city. Gobsmacked, Ye Xiao felt a stab of embarrassment. Wasn't that reaction a bit extreme? So she ate a lot, hardly worth abandoning the business. Still, no big deal. There were plenty of other buffets in town. He soon discovered he was dead wrong. He and Xiaoqing were on every hotel's blacklist, their portraits posted right by the doors. Sorry, we're full. Try somewhere else. Apologies, no vacancies at the moment. Completely booked, sir. It was the same answer everywhere. Full, no matter how empty the lobby looked. Petty, Ye Xiao muttered. So we eat a little more than average. Doesn't mean you have to ban us. Since there was no wool left to shear, he would just have to pay for Xiaoqing's meals himself. As Xiaoqing leveled up, her appetite skyrocketed. At this meal alone, she devoured dishes worth 300,000 Hua credits before she finally put down her chopsticks, fully satisfied. Master, the North Gate. After paying, Ye Xiao gave the order offhandedly. The cab driver dropped them at Heiqing's northern gate, slammed on the brakes, and refused to go a meter farther. Since reality had merged with the game, ordinary drivers like him dared not leave the city. The weakest beasts outside were level 5. To shield civilians below that mark, Huahua had raised powerful barrier formations around every city. The wards kept monsters out and common folk in. Anyone wanting to leave had 2 choices. sign a waiver accepting full risk of death, or pay an exorbitant fee to take a teleport platform safer, but far beyond the reach of most pockets. At the gate, Ye Xiao stepped through the barrier without resistance. His level had long since surpassed 5. Beihai Beach, that's the spot Maniac recommended, he reminded himself. Xiaoqing, let's take a spin over there. Okay. Xiaoqing never questioned him. They headed north and quickly reached a tranquil stretch of golden sand, sunlight pouring down, sea breeze whispering by. If you didn't know better, it looked like a natural sunbathing paradise. Ye Xiao knew better. The calm was a facade. Set foot on that beach and beasts would swarm in to tear you apart. For most, it was a death trap. For him, it was an experience farm. Nothing there topped level 30, meaning Xiaoqing could drop them with a single swing. The instant their toes touched the sand, the grains churned like boiling water. Shrimp soldiers, crab troopers, and turtle fiends erupted from below, and the nearest lunged straight at them. Identification. Target, giant claw crab general. Level, 7. Strength, 70. Agility, 50. Endurance, 78. Will, 34. Skills, crushing pincer, sideways charge. Level 7. Obvious mental weakness, the rest is average, Ye Xiao muttered, running identify again for the full readout. Giant claw crab general lord rank, bloodline of the giant claw crab king. Lord blood or not, still too mediocre to be his second pet. Kill it. Keep the claws well, grill them later. Xiaoqing cast the crab a lazy glance, didn't even bother using a skill, and lifted her sword. A flash of cold light split the creature cleanly in two. Ding. Killed giant claw crab general. EXP 90. After the duo split, Ye Xiao received 45 EXP. The other beasts on Beihai Beach froze for a beat, then roared in unison and rushed in from every direction like an incoming tide. Hunters rarely ventured here for one simple reason. The monsters were fiercely united and attacked as a pack the moment they spotted prey. Ye Xiao's lips curved upward. Xiaoqing, the rest is yours. He could handle a couple himself. Against hundreds, head happily watch from the sidelines. Identification. Giant Claw Crab General, Lord rank descendant of the Giant Claw Crab King. Giant Claw Shrimp Soldier, Lord rank descendant of the Giant Claw Shrimp Warrior. Armored Turtle, descended from the Lord class Armored Turtle King. Standing on the North Sea beach, Ye Xiao surveyed the waves and saw nothing but low-grade beasts, hardly worth his attention. Xiaoqing, sword intent, he murmured. The blue-eyed white tiger drew her blade with a flick of her paw, and razor-sharp sword energy rippled outward, blanketing the sand in an instant. Beasts surging from the tide had their scales split open by the shockwave, yet they still roared and charged. The moment they crossed the 30-meter mark, Xiaoqing struck. One flash of steel, hundreds of monsters were sliced to ribbons in midair, leaving only chunks of claws and shattered shells. Ye Xiao had once remarked that the fringe of a turtle shell was especially tender. Xiaoqing remembered and licked her lips. Ding. Giant Claw Crab Lieutenant slain, EXP 90. Ding. Giant Claw Shrimp Soldier slain, EXP 90. Ding. Armored Turtle slain, EXP 90. The notifications came in a torrent, and Ye Xiao's experience bar skyrocketed. He laughed. Keep it up today, we're hitting level 10. Sword tip gleaming, Xiaoqing strode toward deeper water while Ye Xiao followed at an easy pace, gathering materials and setting up a grill. Take your time, he called. He'll start the fire. Buffet's over, restaurant prices are absurd, and free ingredients beat them all. Flames crackled, and the sea breeze carried the scent of charcoal. Xiaoqing carved a path of carnage around Ye Xiao. Within moments, corpses carpeted the shore. The beasts of the North Sea, pulled by aggro, poured in wave after wave enough to make an ordinary adventurer quail. Ye Xiao, though, treated crab claws and turtle shells as snacks for Xiaoqing, who crunched them with relish and swung even harder. Sword light tore the air, blood sprayed like surf, and experience flooded their status windows. Even with the two sharing gains, the sheer numbers filled the bars fast. Ding. Level up to 9. 10 fixed attribute points, and 10 free attribute points acquired. After an hour of slaughter, Ye Xiao finally hit level 9. Rare materials and assorted gear lay in heaps, all bundled for Xiao Yanru. The skillbook drop rate was still miserable, thousands of beasts for 10 low-tier manuals worth a few 100,000 apiece. Time to assign stats. Name, Ye Xiao. Class, Beastmaster. Pet, blue-eyed white tiger. Level 9. Strength, 153. Agility, 147. Endurance, 144. Spirit, 154. Ding. Giant Claw Crab Lieutenant slain, EXP 30. With the level gap and overkilling penalty, experience had dropped to 1/3. It would only get worse. Worse still, the outer-ring beasts were now cowering in the shadows. Nothing left out here, Ye Xiao said, turning toward the deeper waters. Let's move in. The pair pushed deeper into Beihai Beach, and along the way they didn't meet a single class changer. The damp, salty wind brushed their ears, and sand grated beneath their boots. Ye Xiao knew why. Newcomers from the same batch were still under level 5 and too scared to leave the city. While earlier veterans thought Beihai Beach offered little experience and monsters that were hard to kill, one mistake here meant instant death, so they preferred to farm bosses elsewhere. Years of neglected beasts had therefore turned this stretch of shore into a private hunting ground for him and his blue-eyed white tiger, Xiao. Scan. Target, Giant Claw Crab King. Level 9. Strength, 90 Agility, 78 Endurance, 97 Spirit, 76. Skills, Crushing Pincer, Spinning Fire Claw, Slam. Rank, Lord Class. Bloodline, Giant Claw Crab King. No room for growth. The Crab King had clearly evolved straight from a Giant Claw Crab Lieutenant. Its bloodline was pathetic, good for nothing but experience. Kill, Ye Xiao ordered softly. A blue blur flashed, and Xiao Qing's claw blades came down. It wasn't even a full combat move. The Crab King was split clean in two, the cut surface smooth as glass. Ding. Giant Claw Crab King slain. Experience 130. His experience was back in the 100-level bracket, a respectable haul. The scent of blood drifted out, rousing nearby beasts. The sand heaved as creatures burst from the ground and formed a ring around them. Ye Xiao swept his gaze across the mob. None carried a special bloodline. All were cannon fodder with negligible potential. No need to keep them alive. Slaughter them. Blades and claws intertwined as Xiao Qing darted about like a gust of wind. Even beasts a level higher than the Crab King couldn't last a single exchange. Moments later, the beach was soaked in deep red. Ding. Blue-eyed white tiger has reached level 10, fixed attributes 500. Divine pet, blue-eyed white tiger. Elements, metal, wind, ice. Level 10. Strength, 3300 agility, 3134 endurance, 3255 spirit, 3450. The 4-digit stats made Ye Xiao click his tongue in. Envy had barely had 200 in any stat at level 10. Still, envy aside, Xiao Qing was his contract beast and 100% loyal. As a beast master, his real task was not to hold it back and to stock up on survival tools. I need a defensive pet. One for offense, one for defense, then we'll be unstoppable, he mused. Clear the field. To Ye Xiao, any beast without a divine bloodline was walking experience. At his command, Xiao Qing began a wide area massacre crab kings, shrimp kings, turtle kings. In less than 10 minutes, the outer ring was empty. Loot. More than a dozen skill books, drop rate still low but plenty of gear and materials. Ye Xiao tossed everything into his backpack, planning to hand it all to Xiao Yanru later. Move out. They stepped into the inner zone of Beihai Beach. This area was considered dangerous. Monsters here far out-leveled and out-muscled those on the outskirts. Scan. Target, 3 claw crab. Level, 10. Strength, 110 agility, 98 endurance, 123 spirit, 97. Skills, triple claw dance, fire claw pincer. Bloodline, overlord class. Extra, crab boss bloodline. Concentration 0.001, potential for atavism. After all that fighting, they had finally encountered a beast that was at least somewhat worthwhile. A dominator class bloodline, but extremely diluted, just 0.001. In anyone else's hands, they would never raise a crab overlord in their lifetime. Yet Ye Xiao was different. Even the thinnest bloodline could be awakened to its ancestral peak. Still, dominator grade no longer satisfied him. After the precedent of the azure-eyed white tiger, his standards had soared. Any beast that wished to serve him had to start at divine rank, preferably with a saint-level bloodline. Dominator class would inevitably fall behind. Better to refuse a contract now than abandon it later. Kill it, Ye Xiao said quietly. Before the words had faded, Xiao Qing was already swinging her sword. How could a diluted dominator bloodline stand at her side? Without hesitation, she sliced the triple-clawed crab to pieces. Ding. Triple-clawed crab slain, 150 experience. Still dominator level, worthless. Kill it, Ye Xiao said flatly. Ding. Colossal pincer shrimp slain, 150 experience. Useless, butcher it. Useless, butcher it. They're all useless. Slaughter them all. Xiao Qing turned into a merciless killing machine, rampaging across the North Sea beach. In moments, the sand was carpeted with corpses again, and the sea breeze carried the stench of blood. Tired? Ye Xiao asked. Xiao Qing shook her head. This level of combat barely counted as exertion. She regenerated faster than she spent energy. If you're not tired, keep going. Clear this place in one sweep, so we never have to come back. The two of them advanced side by side into the beach's danger zone. The area had long been marked in red. Do not enter unless necessary. Threatening risk. Giant spiked turtle king. Level, 11. Strength, 110. Agility, 88. Endurance, 231. Spirit, 100. Skills, spike charge, death aura, super defense. Bloodline, dominator class super turtle king, diluted 0.003. Another dominator bloodline, with stats barely reaching a nightmare difficulty boss. No wonder the area was flagged as dangerous. Deadly to freshly classed students, but to Ye Xiao, still useless. Kill. The defense specialized giant spike turtle king could not endure even a single exchange. Under Xiao Qing's sword, its hard shell split like tofu. Ding giant spiked, Turtle King slain, 150 experience. When the Turtle King fell in an instant, the beach beasts grew restless and began queuing up to die. Ye Xiao glanced around aside from a handful with Dominator bloodlines. The rest were ordinary monsters, worthless to him. Kill them all. The sand was soaked with blood once more as every charging beast collapsed. Though Ye Xiao never swung a blade, the sight exhilarated him, especially as the experience bar shot upward. It was already past the halfway mark. One more push, and he would reach level 10. Level 10 was a watershed. Only after that did one count as a true class holder. Come on, keep moving. Xiaoqing, we hit level 10 today in one go. Guided by the markers, they penetrated deeper into the North Sea beach. Any beast that dared show itself was cut down by Xiaoqing's single swing. After several more kilometers they halted, eyes gleaming. At last, something interesting. Less than 40 meters ahead, a 4 to 5 turtle giant spirit turtle, its blue-black shell gleaming and fangs exposed, glared at Ye Xiao and Xiaoqing, its rage hot enough to set the air on fire. What's with the death stare? Xiaoqing pouted. We didn't even bother it, yet the resentment is off the charts. Even from a distance they could feel killing intent thick enough to take form. Ye Xiao thought for a moment, his expression turning wry. Maybe because we wiped out all its little underlings? The image of scattered corpses and the smell of roasted pincers flashed through his mind, and he nodded in sudden understanding. No wonder it hates us. Could be, Xiaoqing agreed, licking her lips as she savored the memory. It really was delicious. Absolutely, great flavor. Seeing her drool, Ye Xiao couldn't help laughing. Xiaoqing wiped the corner of her mouth, eyes sparkling as she fixed on the turtle. Master, how do you think this one would taste? That rim on its shell looks big enough for a full meal. Ye Xiao chuckled and shook his head. You don't get it. The smaller the turtle, the more tender the meat. Big old ones like this have plenty of flesh, but it's usually tough and stringy. Might not be any good. Oh, Xiaoqing's face fell, and her interest in the giant creature vanished. The turtle froze. Losing its minions was bad enough, but now these two were judging whether it tasted good. Did they think it was made of clay? Boom. A furious roar shook the forest, branches rattling as the giant spirit turtle lumbered forward, each step carving craters into the ground. Its tail swept sideways, hurling dirt into the air. Plenty of presence. Let's see about its strength. Ye Xiao glanced up, and a line of data slid across his retina. Giant spirit turtle. Level 14. Strength 300. Agility 270. Endurance 410. Spirit 250. Skills: Spirit Shell Defense, Giant Jaw Bite, Spirit Shell Shockwave. Not bad stats, and a decent skill set. He nodded, though what really mattered to him was the bloodline. Bloodline. Overlord grade Giant Spirit Turtle, cannot evolve. Overlord grade, no room to grow. Boring. Disappointment flickered across his face. Saint and God grade bloodlines were rare. If they were common, everyone would be lugging around a divine pet. All right, Xiaoqing, finish it. The turtle's bulk might trouble ordinary sword intent, but to Xiaoqing it merely meant spending an extra second. She clasped the shattered shadow white tiger sword. Pale blue frost raced along the blade. Bim! An ice blue pillar shot skyward, freezing the ground for 10 meters around. Without the protection of their contract, Ye Xiao would have become an ice sculpture. Ice cleave. The sword had yet to fall when the giant spirit turtle was frozen solid mid-charge. Crack. With a light flick of the blade, the turtle shattered into shimmering shards of ice, its nerves never even registering pain. Too easy, Ye Xiao sighed. Ding. A system prompt filled his mind. Boss defeated, Giant Spirit Turtle. Experience 300. Drops, Spirit Shell Core. Skill book, Turtle Breath Technique. Equipment, Spirit Shell Armor Gold, perfect. Assorted common gear. Spirit Shell Core, Turtle Breath Technique. Spirit Shell Armor. 3 items that made Ye Xiao's heart race. No wonder it was a boss. The drop rate's fantastic. Spirit Shell Core. The turtle's core, akin to a human heart, brimming with water element power. It can be absorbed to enhance water element purity and strength or used as an alchemical ingredient. Spirit cores are tough to find. Ordinary mobs never drop them. Even bosses cough one up only on rare occasions. Yet Ye Xiao had just looted a core from a run-off-the-mill giant spirit turtle, something he never saw coming. After tucking the softly glowing turtle core into his pack, he turned to the skill book lying on the ground. Skill, Tortoise Breath. Effect, slows breathing, blood flow, and inner energy to their bare minimum, making the user virtually undetectable. Uses, a must-have for ambush, robbery, or slipping away unseen. Note, selling it to a shop will bring in a tidy sum. Definitely not your average trash skill. Stashing the manual, he glanced at the adjacent equipment panel. Item, Spirit Turtle Shell. Rarity, Gold, perfect. Bonus stat, 100 endurance. Active skill, Spirit Turtle Shield blocks 1000 damage once. The blurb was brief, but the gear was anything but ordinary. A flat 100 points of endurance was every tank's dream, and it looked expensive to boot. Ye Xiao stored it without hesitation. With the loot secured, Xiaoqing glided to his side. Master, there's a little turtle over there. Should I take care of it? Following her slender finger, Ye Xiao spotted a palm-sized turtle inching along. It was so small it was easy to overlook. Every step it took, it glanced back 3 times, clearly worried he might change his mind and come after it. Ye Xiao raised an intrigued brow. Beasts and humans were natural enemies. Normally a creature would charge him on sight. The fact that this one was trying to sneak away meant it wasn't ordinary. Whatever it was, he had no intention of letting it go. Young turtle meat was tender and tasty. Catch it, but don't hurt it. We'll add it to dinner tonight. With a light tap of her toe, Xiaoqing flashed to the turtle's side. At the faint release of her aura, the little thing scrambled desperately, stubby legs churning, but its tiny body had no chance of escape. Try running again, and it'll make soup out of you, she said sweetly, her tone chilling. The turtle froze, flipped onto its back, and played dead, for legs in the air like a slab of meat awaiting the butcher's knife. Pinching it by the neck with 2 fingers, Xiaoqing dangled it in front of Ye Xiao. Master, here it is. The tiny turtle forced a stiff smile at him. Survival makes sycophants of us all. Interesting, very interesting, Ye Xiao murmured, studying it. Identify. Target, deep-sea turtle hatchling. Level 0. Strength, 1. Agility, 1. Endurance, 2. Spirit, 1. Description, a useless turtle. Its perfectly mediocre stats prove it. Ye Xiao refused to believe that such a puny turtle could survive in a danger zone unless something was off about it. Salt-laden wind ripped at the rocks while waves slapped the shore again and again, as if the sea itself were warning trespassers away. Ye Xiao fixed his eyes on the palm-sized turtle, wondering whether it was hiding a trump card or if some savage beast should have cracked its shell long ago. Identify the bloodline. A pale golden light swept across the shell, leaving glowing characters behind. Deep-sea turtle hatchling. Divine class bloodline. Xinhai Xuanwu. Bloodline dilution 0.001. Possible to awaken the ancestral form. A smile tugged at Ye Xiao's lips. Knew you weren't an ordinary turtle. The Xinhai Xuanwu was the forebear of every defense-type beast. If the bloodline ever awakened, its defenses would be almost unbreakable, and higher bloodline purity also meant higher intellect. No wonder this little thing with barely any spiritual power had managed to survive here. Giant spirit turtles ignored it completely, and the brute force predators that prowled the shore had become bones before they realized what they were up against. Ye Xiao's gaze settled once more on the hatchling. Hick! The turtle froze, limbs pressed tight to its shell, breath hardly stirring. It knew its life depended on Ye Xiao's whim. One order from him and the woman beside him could split its shell with a single sword stroke. He eyed its trembling stance, amusement glinting in his eyes. How could he resist teasing something this cute? Xiaoqing, see if this little deep-sea turtle's dead. Catching on, Xiaoqing prodded a foreclaw. The limp claw went rigid at once. Looks dead to me. Even the claws are stiff. Playing dead? Ye Xiao raised a brow. If it's already dead, fire up the wok. It'll make a spicy turtle stew. Fresh shell, tender limbs. Chop off the claws, slit the neck to drain the blood first, or it'll taste fishy. The hatchling's heart pounded. Drop me. Throw me back. If not, I'm dinner. Ye Xiao's tone was calm, as though reciting a menu. The more the turtle listened, the more it panicked, yet the words spicy turtle sparked an involuntary daydream of mouth-watering aromas. Slurp. A bead of drool slid from the corner of its beak. Sharpied, Ye Xiao chuckled. Drooling over your own meat? What a little foodie. Hungry are you? Shall I really cook you so you can taste yourself? The turtle nodded by reflex, then realized its mistake and snapped back into a death pose. A moment later it gave up the act, eyes wide, shaking its head like mad it did not want to be eaten, not before it even reached adulthood. Done pretending? The little little turtle face turned a deep pink, so embarrassed it was almost adorable. Ye Xiao's grin widened. All right, Xiaoqing, let her go. Ye Xiao wasn't worried about her getting away. The little deep-sea turtle was a complete lightweight, and even he could handle her with ease. Perched on the reef, the fist-sized black turtle clung to the rock, round eyes staring at Ye Xiao in silent terror. She knew that if she tried to bolt, she might end up as spicy deep-sea turtle stew a second later. Master, are you planning to form a contract with her? Xiaoqing landed lightly beside Ye Xiao, emerald eyes sparkling. With a divine-blooded Xinhai black tortoise? Who wouldn't? Ye Xiao's voice was calm, though his determination was obvious. Besides, the little thing looks cute enough to keep me company. Cute? Xiaoqing circled the turtle twice in disdain. A clumsy shell, a blank stare, movements slower than treacle. Nothing about her said fierce guardian. She snorted. All I see is a dim-witted weakling. Still, she silently decided to sharpen her own strength to cover any gaps in their defense. If it makes you happy, he'll protect you. She can just be a plaything. A plaything? Inside her shell, the tiny turtle nearly exploded, her head twitching back reflexively. Her ancestors had been fearsome black tortoises who ruled the deep. She had vowed to restore their glory. Become a toy? Never. She lifted her head and rattled off a torrent of indignant turtle speech. Ye Xiao could only make out muffled gurgles, but Xiaoqing understood every word. One brow lifted. Don't want to be a plaything? Then show me what you've got. Care to spar? She flipped her wrist, drawing the fragmented shadow white tiger sword. Cold light flashed as the blade hummed toward the turtle. The polished steel mirrored the turtle's round head, and a flood of bloody memories surged back. Challenged Xiaoqing? Suicide. In her current state, she couldn't lift a feather. One swing of that sword would crack her shell. Better a plaything than a corpse, the turtle decided, opting to lie low and plot a comeback after awakening her ancestral power. Never underestimate a turtle. She obediently crawled onto Ye Xiao's shoulder, her shell tapping softly while her furry little head nuzzled his cheek. Kiss up, turtle, Xiaoqing muttered. The turtle pretended not to hear. Survival came first. Let's seal the contract, Ye Xiao said, raising a hand as a magic circle spun at his fingertip. Contract spell. Pale golden runes flowed into her shell. The turtle shuddered, and a faint sigil glimmered in her eyes, the mark of Ye Xiao's second beast companion. Master, a syrupy voice echoed in Ye Xiao's mind. That voice is adorable, he laughed. Thank you, Master, the turtle replied smugly, nuzzling him again. Xiaoqing's mouth twitched. Little turtle, call me big sister. Master, do I have to? The turtle asked nervously. Ye Xiao's mild glance was a quiet warning. He drawled, Xiaoqing, feel like a bowl of turtle soup? Absolutely. A chill of death swept over her. The turtle shivered and squeaked, sister, big sister. One mention of turtle soup nearly scared her soul right out of its shell. She had only just entered the contract, so her standing was far below Xiaoqing's. Perched on Ye Xiao's shoulder, Xiao Wangba plotted in silence. Let Xiaoqing strut around for a couple of days, win the master's favor, and then deal with that sharp-tongued snake. Ye Xiao sensed the scheming immediately and smiled without exposing her. In raw power, Xiao Wangba was no match for Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing specialized in offense, while Xiao Wangba relied on defense. Holding her ground would already be difficult, let alone turning the tide. Ye Xiao suddenly asked, do you want to be as strong as Xiaoqing? Xiao Wangba froze, then nodded vigorously. Of course she wanted power. With her fragile abilities, even a wounded beast could pin her down. If not for the trace of Zhenhai Xuanwu blood that kept her under a guardian's protection, the savage tides would have swallowed her long ago. Opportunity was right in front of her, and she would not let it slip. Yes, Master, I want to become strong. And once you are strong, what will you do? I'll protect you and keep you safe, she blurted, shooting Ye Xiao a guilty glance. Ye Xiao rolled his eyes. Their linked minds left no room for secrets. Master, can I really grow stronger? Staying with me is your good fortune. I can sense the dormant Zhenhai Xuanwu blood in you. Shall I awaken it? Can it truly succeed? Her clan had chased atavism for generations, but the blood grew thinner with each attempt. Even so, a single chance was worth every risk. Ye Xiao called, Xiao Wangba, are you ready? Master, I have a name, Xianling. You can call me Xiaoling. Xianling, he repeated, clearing his throat. Very well, Xiaoling, are you prepared? She leapt from his shoulder, flapped awkwardly until she steadied herself, then raised her head with solemn determination. Always ready. Seeing the anticipation in her eyes, Ye Xiao nodded. Return to your ancestral form. Ding. System prompt. Deep Sea Xiao Wangba detected with Zhenhai Xuanwu bloodline. Initiating atavism, bloodline activated. Atavism successful. A massive waterspout crashed down, sealing Xiaoling inside. Roar. Agony and elation intertwined as the bloodline surged. Xuanwu might burst forth, and every beast on the North Sea shore dropped to its knees, trembling. 1, 2, 3 waterspouts multiplied until 99 twisters raged at once, cloaking the entire beach in swirling tides. Xiaoqing led Ye Xiao to a safe spot and waited quietly for the Xuanwu to awaken. Luckily, the North Sea beach was deserted. Otherwise, the sight alone would have frightened any onlooker, since a tiny deep-sea turtle had just reverted to its ancestral form, becoming a sea guard Xuanwu. The regression was complete, yet a raging waterspout still tore across the sand, flinging seawater and gravel like a towering blue wall. Ye Xiao's temple twitched. This little creature was getting far too unruly. Did it plan to keep wrecking the place? The moment he helped it finish the regression, the system had automatically maxed out its loyalty. Sensing the shift in Ye Xiao's mood, the Xuanwu instantly understood and dared not continue. She opened her mouth and inhaled sharply, swallowing the swirling waters back into her body. With the spout gone, the Xuanwu's true form emerged, snake-headed, turtle-shelled, 20 meters long and 10 meters tall, its dark carapace gleaming with an eerie sheen, its face fierce and nothing like the cuddly creature it had been. Take human form, Ye Xiao sighed. Something that massive would be impossible to keep at his side. An ancestral regression came with a shape-shifting skill, so the Xuanwu could manage it. Not daring to delay, she wrapped herself in another whirlpool and began to shrink before their eyes. Moments later, the water dispersed, and a girl of about 14 or 15 stood before him, barefoot on the damp sand. Her skin glowed and her features were delicate, but clothes, Ye Xiao reminded her helplessly. Every beast that took human shape seemed to forget clothing altogether. Got it, master. Xianling stuck out her tongue, conjured a blue and white sundress, and pressed up beside him, still playful and sweet. Is this okay, master? ITLL do. But why choose the form of a young girl? Xianling pouted, clearly not thrilled with it either. Compared with Xiaoqing, she was indeed smaller and shorter. Master, I'm still very young, only 134 years old. So this is as big as I get. 134 and still young? Ye Xiao muttered to himself. At that age, she could be his great-grandmother. But for a Xuanwu, just over a century really was childhood. Show me your stats, he thought, and the interface appeared. Pet, Seaguard Xuanwu. Name, Xianling Little Ling. Elements, water, earth. Level 1. Strength, 343. Agility, 278. Endurance, 746. Spirit, 321. Elemental immunity passive, max, immune to water and earth damage. Elemental mastery passive, max, absolute control over water and earth. Xuanwu physique passive, max, stamina recovery 500, wound recovery 500. Xuanwu water shield active, max, summons a water shield that blocks 10,000 damage. In the sea, the shield constantly replenishes. Shield capacity increases with level. Xuanwu earth shield active, max, summons an earth shield that blocks 10,000 damage. On land, the shield constantly replenishes. Shield capacity increases with level. Ye Xiao couldn't help but admire her. As expected of a defensive beast, every skill was a shield. Xiaoqing's offense was maxed out, Little Ling's defense was maxed out. Whether at sea or on land, that 10th sandpoint shield meant that as long as it wasn't smashed in a single blow, anyone inside was perfectly safe. Right now, she's only a first-rank youngster. Once she grows up, her defenses will probably increase several-fold. In Ye Xiao's estimation, there are already few enemies in the world who can pierce her shield. When she reaches full maturity, they'll be even rarer. He was also pondering something else. Could the attribute sharing between his two beast companions stack? The answer was yes, so he immediately chose to merge them. Xiaoqing's overwhelming attack power combined with Xiaoling's exceptional defense. With both stats superimposed, opponents of the same rank or even one tier higher would struggle to shake their shield, let alone threaten his life. Xiaoling, Ye Xiao said with a grin, rubbing the little turtle's head. You're my beast too, right? What's your true form? Her eyes darted mischievously, a look he read at once. She wanted to know which of them was stronger. Azure-eyed white tiger, Xiaoqing answered flatly, her tone calm, but undeniably proud. Azure-eyed white tiger. A divine grade bloodline? Xiaoling froze, then felt silly for asking. As a turtle with ancestral divine blood herself, she understood exactly how rare Xiaoqing's heritage was. Still, her successful awakening had boosted her confidence. She blinked and offered a sweet smile. Sister, how about a spar? ITLL, give master a look at what I can do. Ye Xiao saw through the ploy but didn't stop them. Go on. As the older one, take it easy on your little sister. With his permission, Xiaoqing's lips curved. Very well, Xiaoling. Let me test your strength. A shimmering white tiger saber formed in her hand, its edge glinting coldly. Careful, sister, here I come. Bring it on. Xiaoling pressed her hands together, a thick earth-gray barrier enveloping her. The Pajun rising dragon strike erupted. In a flash of light, Xiaoqing was in front of her, blades slashing downward. Bang! The shield barely rippled. Xiaoling remained unscathed and tipped her chin proudly. Not bad, right? Ye Xiao watched closely. 5,000 shield points vanished in that single blow, yet they regenerated in less than a second. Anchored to the ground, her endurance was astonishing. Think that barrier's tough? Xiaoqing rolled her wrist, her gaze sharpening. Then he'll get serious charging power. Gold, wind, and ice elements surged into the saber, its blade blazing with lethal light. Don't worry, sister, Boom. Before the words left her mouth, 3 elemental rays exploded outward, shattering the shield into drifting dust. Xiaoling stood stunned, her earlier confidence frozen on her face. She had never imagined one charged strike could be so devastating. Aye. Sheathing her weapon, Xiaoqing remained calm. It's fine to celebrate your awakening, but getting cocky is not. Our duty is to protect master. If I'd been an enemy, you'd have put him in danger. Consider this a lesson, so you don't repeat the mistake. After spending so much time at Ye Xiao's side, Xiaoqing understood him better than anyone. The instant he nodded and agreed to let them spar, she realized he wanted her to teach Xiaoling a lesson. Big sister. Xiaoling had barely opened her mouth when a crisp shout streaked past her ears. Pu Jun rising dragon sword. A crescent of sword light surged forward, and Xiaoqing closed the distance. Before Xiaoling could dodge, she was forced into the air. With no shield to protect her, she endured the blow with her body alone. Bones didn't break, but pain bloomed across her skin. Xiaoqing offered no respite. Sword strikes hammered down like a storm, each hit perfectly placed, juggling Xiaoling skyward, slamming her to the sand, then launching her again, combo after combo. Only when Ye Xiao raised a hand did Xiaoqing sheath her blade, letting Xiaoling crash onto the beach. The delicate girl was now bruised and swollen. Sea wind stung her face, making her blink away tears. She looked at Ye Xiao with a mix of fear and grievance, her voice barely a whisper. Master, I was wrong. Ye Xiao nodded, satisfied. A soft white light of healing shot from his fingertip, and her wounds vanished at once. Do you understand the gap between you two now? His tone was even. Yes. Xiaoling nodded obediently, muttering, I wouldn't have known how strong sister was without a beating. She finally accepted the truth. She wasn't cut out to be leader, being second was fine. Ye Xiao sensed the shift in her attitude, and said no more. A child needs a scolding, and a reward you can't shatter her confidence. You're strong too. He patted her head. Very few can take a full power strike from Xiao Qing at the same rank, and she's already level 10, while you're level 1. Once you reach level 10, you might be able to block her Heaton. He turned to Xiao Qing. Take Xiao Ling to grind. Close the level gap as fast as possible. Master, she doesn't have to babysit me. Watch this. The moment leveling was mentioned, Xiao Ling's spirits soared. Beihai Beach was her turf. Why waste time hunting? Roar. A deep, resonant bellow rolled across the damp shoreline, echoing off every reef in the northern sea. Thud thud thud. Heavy footsteps merged into a continuous rumble. Packs of fierce beasts converged on the sound, forming dense lines that pressed toward the trio. Master, look nothing but experience as far as the eye can see. Xiao Ling's small face beamed with pride. Ye Xiao hadn't expected this trick. Her pulling speed was outrageous. He waved his hand. Handle it. Water cyclone. The Xuanwu of the sea was famed for defense, but its offense was no joke. Waves howled. A towering water spout twisted into a dragon, sweeping the beach. Any beast caught inside was torn apart in an instant, its blood misting in the sunlight like fine rain. Level up 1. Level up 1. Level up 1. Notifications cascaded across their vision as thousands of beasts dissolved into experience points. Xiao Ling's level climbed visibly, shooting to 5 in moments. Had the experience not been split 3 ways, she might have reached 10 already. Even so, Ye Xiao and Xiao Qing each picked up a level as well. Your inventory is full. Please clear space. Before he knew it, Ye Xiao's pack was bulging. Xiao Ling, keep farming. He'll head back to clear my bag and expand its slots, he said, then turned to Xiao Qing. Shift to your true form, well fly. Beihai Beach was remote, and few adventurers came this way. Without hesitation, Xiao Qing transformed into her azure-eyed, white tiger form. The tiger stood nearly 10 zhang tall, muscles rippling beneath snowy fur, blue eyes like frozen lakes. Ye Xiao vaulted onto her back, and they streaked toward Sea City. Holy crap, look at that thing. What thing, go man? Is that a new monster? Scan it, quick. A blue-eyed white tiger, and it carries divine blood run. 2 players crouched behind a boulder on Beihai Beach, afraid to breathe too loudly. Overhead, the snow-white body of a blue-eyed white tiger sliced through the air like unfolding wings, its icy blue eyes glinting as the roaring wind sent waves crashing backward. What? A divine blood blue-eyed white tiger? That's impossible. How could a beast like that show up on Beihai Beach? Doesn't matter. Just pray it doesn't spot us, or we're dead. Only after the tiger's figure vanished did the pair collapse onto the sand, their backs soaked in cold sweat. That scared me half to death. Do we still grind levels here? Maybe something's wrong with this beach. We keep going. The big opportunity might be right here. We'll just stay sharp. Elsewhere, Xiao Qing dragged Ye Xiao through the sky and soon hovered above Heiqing's main gate. Private flight was forbidden here. Countless experts were hiding in the city, ready to attack anyone mistaken for an enemy. Change form. Xiao Qing landed, a flash of blue light rippling over her as her snowy wings retracted and she returned to human shape. Ye Xiao suppressed his aura as well, and the 2 of them hurried through the gate, heading straight for Xiao Yunru's residence. Knock, knock, knock. Before Ye Xiao could offer a polite greeting, a deafening explosion thundered from inside. Ye Xiao froze. Why does this feel oddly familiar? Bang. The door flew open with a kick, billowing black smoke. Xiao Yunru stood in the doorway, charred head to toe, a curl of smoke still rising from her hair. Her eyes burned like a lit gas tank ready to blow. Talk. Her voice was low and dangerous. Ye Xiao read the mood. One wrong word, and head be pummeled. My inventory's full. I brought you these. He dumped his stockpile onto the ground, filling the courtyard with herbs, monster cores, and rare ores piled into a small mountain. Only then did Xiao Yunru's expression soften. Fine. You can go. She turned to shut the door. Wait. I've got something even better you might need. Hand it over. Ye Xiao produced a fist-sized tortoise-shell core veined like jade. A spirit tortoise core? Xiao Yunru's eyes sparkled. This material was nearly impossible to find, and Ye Xiao had just offered it up. She bit her lip. I can't. It's too valuable. It would boost your own power a lot, and I've got enough materials already. Seeing through her, Ye Xiao pressed the core into her palm. Take it. If I'm giving it away, it means I don't need it. Besides, didn't you say you wanted me to sponsor you? Call this a down payment. Don't refuse. I've got a favor to ask, so think of it as your fee. Cornered by his logic, Xiao Yunru finally accepted it. All right. What do you want me to make? Ye Xiao pointed to his overflowing pack. I farm materials too fast. My inventory's tiny, and the constant trips are a pain. Can you? She cut him off with a raised hand. Have you seriously never read the forums? Huh. What do you mean? His blank look told her he truly had no idea. She had been wondering why Ye Xiao ran over every time he delivered a batch of materials. Xiao Yanru glanced up at him, amused. Anyone who didn't know better might think he had a crush on her. It turned out the fool had no idea the forum could be used for trading. The game forum isn't just for chatting, she said while tinkering with her reagents, a hint of resignation in her voice. Its main purpose is trading. Next time, bundle the materials and post them to me. There save us both the hassle. You keep interrupting my alchemy runs, so don't say I didn't warn you. Ye Xiao blinked for a moment before the penny dropped. Had he known the forum supported trading, he wouldn't have wasted all this effort. Still, lesson learned. He wouldn't make the same mistake again. Got it. He nodded, shifting the pack on his shoulder. It'll get out of your hair then. When you craft something good, send it straight to me. Their partnership was purely transactional. Ye Xiao farmed materials and, in the process, boosted her alchemy skill. When Xiao Yanru produced something worthwhile, she let him test it for free. With nothing more to discuss, they headed straight for North Sea Beach. On the other side of North Sea Beach, two recently class-changed players were inching toward the danger zone. Strangely, they hadn't seen a single beast in either the outer or inner perimeter, and the silence was unnerving. Are we really going in? The danger zone is no joke. No risk, no reward. His companion replied, eyes gleaming as he stared at the empty jungle. If the outer and inner mobs are gone, something big must be happening inside. If you bail now, I won't stop you, just don't ask for any loot later. After a brief debate, they stepped into the danger zone side by side. Opportunity trumped fear. Moving with increasing caution, they soon reached the stretch of sand where Xiao Ling had been grinding mobs. Thighs a glow flared from his detection spell, and the staff-wielding player went white as a sheet, collapsing to the ground. It's a Zhenhai Xuanwu Bloodline class. You're kidding. Zhenhai Xuanwu went extinct ages ago. How could one show up on North Sea Beach? The other player's pupils contracted in disbelief. But the scan was undeniable. The massive shell and tide-like spiritual pressure left no room for doubt. A blue-eyed white tiger, and now a Zhenhai Xuanwu. What is going on here? Run now. His companion suddenly shouted. Run? From what? She's about to unleash an ultimate. What? Shit, quit staring. They glanced back. Xiao Ling was crouched in the center of the beach, wave-like energy surging toward her as she charged up. If they didn't flee, they'd be caught in the blast. The two of them bolted, sprinting all the way out of the danger zone. Xiao Ling had spotted the two little ants long ago, but hadn't even bothered to lift an eyelid. With their pitiful damage, they couldn't scratch her defenses even if they charged her heat in. Just as Xiao Qing had once ignored her, she dismissed them outright. Once the two strangers had fled, Xiaoling unleashed her ultimate move. The danger zone looked as if a tsunami had torn through its sand, and silt whipped across the air. Rocks lay strewn about, and the ground was carpeted with the mutilated bodies of fierce beasts. Had those men moved any slower, the wave blades would have shredded them on the spot. Terrifying. So that's the power of a sea-guarding Xuanwu? One of them panted, still picturing the surge. I bet that Xuanwu was only a juvenile. Otherwise would be corpses by now. A divine beast can level mountains with a single swipe. What really scares me ishly crap, the azure-eyed white tiger's back. Before he finished, a snow-white tiger cut through the wind. Its blue eyes swept the area, and the two men immediately bowed their heads, afraid to make a sound. Only after the tiger padded deeper into the danger zone did they scramble shakily to their feet. We can't set foot on North Sea Beach again. That place will kill us. Wait, this could work in our favor. A sea-guarding Xuanwu and an azure-eyed white tiger? Any guild would pay for that intel. Why not cash in? Now you're talking. Let's go? Two juvenile divine beasts just sitting there. I refuse to believe no one will bite. When profit beckons, danger slips to second place. The pair bolted from North Sea Beach like oil on fire. Ye Xiao had no interest in the two low-level gnats. Riding Qing, he headed straight into the danger zone. What greeted him was a coastline turned slaughterhouse, splintered shells, severed claws, and briny blood mingling with the surf. Ding. Giant clawed crab king slain, EXP. Ding. Twin pincer shrimp king slain, EXP. The experience was split 3 ways, yet the beasts were endless, so the numbers soared. Materials crammed his inventory. Inventory full. Please clear space. Ye Xiao was ready. Pack and send. A flash of white light, and the bursting pack vanished. Qing, keep farming with Xiling, move fast. Ding. Inventory full, pack send. White light flared again and again as Ye Xiao shuttled casually across North Sea Beach, while on the other end Xiao Yanru fell into an alchemical frenzy of pain and pleasure. In a single day, the materials Ye Xiao shipped over had piled into miniature mountains around her house. Looks like I'm not allowed to rest, she laughed wryly, yet she wouldn't waste his goodwill. She lit the alchemy bench and got to work. For a master alchemist, non-stop experimentation meant non-stop experience. A few days later, her ID badge lit up level 5 alchemist. With Ye Xiao's steady supply, level 10 and beyond wasn't far off. The carnage at North Sea Beach finally slowed. Qing and Xiaoling had wiped out half the monsters, and the experience they yielded visibly shrank. But Xiling's level had caught up. Ding. Congratulations. Host has reached level 11. gaining 10 free attribute points and 10 fixed attribute points. Ding. Congratulations. Divine Pet Azure-Eyed White Tiger has reached level 12, gaining 500 fixed attribute points, auto-assigned according to talent. Ding. Congratulations. Divine Pet Sea-Guarding Xuanwu has reached level 10, gaining 500 fixed attribute points, auto-assigned according to talent. Ye Xiao and Qing had each gained another level or two, though beyond level 10 the experience bar stretched far longer. Thanks to the bonus experience system, Xiaoling shot up to level 10 in no time, and from then on her progress would be about the same as the others. Hungry? Ye Xiao asked, patting his stomach. Hungry. Really hungry. Then let's head back to town for food. Ye Xiao and Xiao Qing were already on Heiqing's home and blacklist, but Xiaoling wasn't. As long as she came along, they could keep mooching off the hotel's buffet. The thought perked Ye Xiao right up. He waved his hand. Let's go, time to teach that hotel a lesson. Outside the city gate, Xiaoling and Xiao Qing shifted into human form before following Ye Xiao inside. Walking three abreast, they drew whispered comments from the gate guards. Lucky kid, one beauty and one cutie. Yeah, and here we are stuck on duty. Ye Xiao heard every word, glanced at the girls beside him, and thought, you have no idea how sweet an excess of beauties can be. Once in town, he went straight to the market and sold off the extra skill books in his pack, taking coins with one hand and stashing them in his spatial ring with the other. Business done, he patted Xiaoling's shoulder. Go book us the presidential suite. We'll eat afterward. Since he and Xiao Qing were keeping a low profile, anything public-facing was left to the still unknown Xiaoling. Meanwhile, two bedraggled players hurried back from Beihai Beach and sprinted to Heiqing's top guild, the Red Fame Hall. They burst through the doors shouting, we need to see President Luo. It's urgent, I'll want to hear this. The receptionist looked them over. Are you related to him? No. Have an appointment? No. Members of Red Fame Hall? No. And you still think you can see the president? Everyone says their business is urgent. If he met them all, head dropped from exhaustion. Move along. Guards stepped in to usher them out. Realizing they had no standing whatsoever, the pair still refused to give up. Please pass word to him, we really do have critical intel. Quit blocking the way. Just then footsteps echoed on the stairs. Luo Yu was coming down. Spotting him, the two men bolted to his side. President Luo, we have vital news. The guards, thinking it was an attack, moved in. Sir, we'll eject them. Stand down. They can't stir up trouble here. Luo Yu glanced at their levels barely in the teens. Even a sneak attack wouldn't scratch him. You two upstairs. He led them to a reception room on the second floor and sank onto a sofa. All right, what's so important you had to see me in person? The two men glanced around. After making sure only allies were nearby, they sat squarely in front of Luo Yu. Since Luo Yu had laid everything on the table, they wasted no time and decided to share their bombshell. President Luo, we have 3 conditions, said the older man, keeping his voice low. When you hear the news, we hope you'll agree on the spot. Trust us, the information is worth far more than the price. It could push Hongren Guild to the next tier. Luo Yu's eyes lit up. At this point the guild had only 2 ways to advance. Either he broke through himself, or they recruited more powerhouses. With every major faction already dividing the top talent, finding first-rate experts was almost impossible. Yet these 2 claimed they could propel the guild forward, and his curiosity flared what kind of news could lift their status overnight. If it's useful, a couple more terms or nothing. Speak. He gestured for them to continue. They exchanged a quick smile and dropped the bomb. We found 2 juvenile divine beasts on Beihai Beach, to die, a blue-eyed white tiger and a sea-calming Xuanwu. Luo Yu almost sprang to his feet, then forced himself back into the chair. A blue-eyed white tiger? A sea-calming Xuanwu? Are you kidding me? Those creatures exist only in ancient texts. They've been extinct for ages. If you want to lie, pick something believable. Do you take me for a fool? President Luo, you're no fool at all, please don't tease us. They waved their hands, but Luo Yu cut them off with a cold bark. You're the ones teasing me. I don't know what you're after, but you've wasted my time. This meeting is over, escort them. Before he could finish, the pair hurriedly pulled out a phone. Afraid he wouldn't believe them, they had taken photos in secret. President Luo, we're not lying. The pictures are right here. Luo Yu took the phone. Though the shots were distant and grainy, the deep green eyes and pure white stripes matched the legendary tiger perfectly. Another image showed a thick-shelled tortoise half buried in sand. Get this verified. Check for any signs of editing. Luo Yu ordered his aide, though he was already 90% convinced. If 2 juvenile divine beasts had surfaced on Beihai Beach and they could forge contracts with them, Hongren Guild would soar. The thought sent a bright flash through his eyes. Soon the aide returned, voice firm. President, no trace of alteration. Excellent. Luo Yu slapped the table. Issue a rally order. Every Hongren Guild member to the Beihai Beach perimeter, full lockdown. Anyone who approaches becomes our enemy. Commands poured out like a volley of arrows. They had the lead. If news leaked, the opportunity might be stolen. He looked at the 2 men, his tone solemn. Stay in the guild for the next 2 days. Your 3 conditions, I'll do my best to meet them. Once we secure those beasts, you'll be vice presidents of Hongren Guild. 2 juvenile divine beasts were worth that pledge, and until they were in hand, these two could not be allowed to leave. If the secret slipped out, their advantage would vanish. Dad, I've reached level 5. It's time for me to get some real experience just like you promised. You've just issued the order to head for Beihai Beach and farm monsters, right? Take me with you. Luo Yu was fully armed and ready to lead his team in search of the divine beast when the heavy door burst open. Naiyun strode in, her eyes blazing. She had been confined to the estate for 2 days, forced to grind on batches of tethered beasts bought in bulk. She had finally reached her long-desired level 5, and the prospect of leaving home for an actual battlefield had every nerve in her body buzzing. How could I forget about this girl? Luo Yu thought, though he kept his expression steady. Haiqing had been roiling since the incident, with Ye Xiao masters from every faction were on the move, and enemies were circling. That was why he had fabricated an excuse to keep his daughter at home. Under normal conditions, level 5 would be enough to let her out with a couple of escorts, but not this time. Hongren Hall was mobilizing to hunt a divine beast. The danger far exceeded any ordinary mission. Taking a level 5 rookie to Beihai Beach would be like feeding her to a cannon. Unacceptable. Xiaoyan, level 5 is just the beginning, he said gently but firmly. If you really want to protect yourself, you need to reach at least level 10. Go back, keep farming those harmless beasts, and when you hit 10, we'll talk about field work. He turned to the bodyguard at his side. Keep an eye on the young lady. She doesn't leave the house. Yes, Chairman, the guard replied. With a single wave, armor clanged and Luo Yu's elite force assembled. He marched out, leaving the vast hall empty except for Naiyun, who folded her arms and stamped her foot. We had a deal. How can you go back on your word? Miss, level 5 really is too low, the guard coaxed. You'd only hold them back. Just stay home and grind. Hongren Hall's massive mobilization quickly drew attention, but no one dared speak up. Few were willing to provoke such a wealthy, powerful guild. Besides, Beihai Beach was barren. Monsters there offered mediocre experience. No sensible group would pour resources into that wasteland. Rumors spread in hushed voices. Is the entire guild planning to wipe out Beihai Beach? Chairman Luo must have another motive. He can't just be leveling. He's famous for doting on his daughter. Maybe she got hurt by something on the beach? Speculation ran wild, yet no one guessed the truth. They were hunting a divine beast. At the edge of Beihai Beach, Luo Yu raised his hand. Hold the entrance. The rest with me. Thousands of guild members formed ranks, their boots thudding as they advanced. Outer Zanino beasts. Inner zone empty as well. The sand was scarred with claw marks and littered with broken bones, as though an invisible force had swept it clean. A total purge looks like a divine beast's work. Luo Yu's brows knitted. Stay sharp. The danger zone is just ahead, and the beast could be nesting anywhere. With that, the force of several thousand crept toward the lethal heart of the beach. My God, what kind of force could do this? On Beihai Beach, the dunes looked as if a giant hand had crushed them. Shattered rocks were mixed with blackened shells, and the air still carried a sickly sweet smell of something scorched. Luo Yu crouched beside a cracked reef, running his fingers over a vein of cooling glassy stone. His expression was complicated, proof that a divine beast had been here, but also proof it was gone. Looks like the creature has left. He stood and sighed. Post 2 people here around the clock. Report the moment you see anything. Erase every trace and pull back. Everyone moved at once, filling in the craters and burying the lightning scars beneath fresh sand. Luo Yu knew it was only a half measure, yet he insisted. Encounters with divine beasts were pure luck. If fortune didn't smile on them, there was nothing to be done. The moment the azure-eyed white tiger or the ocean-guarding Xuanwu returned to Beihai Beach, the Hongren Guild would be the first to know. But they were destined to wait in vain. Ye Xiao had leveled up and would never grind at Beihai Beach again. So the guild came in a rush and left just as quickly, leaving onlookers baffled. What on earth were those people doing? Keeping such a disturbance from capital city's upper echelon was nearly impossible. Luo Yu had barely recalled his team when the news reached the capital. What do you make of it? The azure-eyed white tiger and the ocean-guarding Xuanwu both appeared at Beihai Beach. Could this mean something? Ditsong's image filled the giant screen. What? Both beasts in the same place. The conference room erupted. 2 divine beasts showing up in the same spot couldn't be a coincidence. Send a team immediately. If we can capture and train them, Wagwo's power will skyrocket. Exactly, world-ending weapons. We can't let any other nation get them. Everyone talked at once, yet the plan was unanimous. Capture and raise the beasts. Luo Yu came up empty. Ditsong added. I suggest a permanent garrison at Beihai Beach. If the beasts return, act at once. Agreed. Agreed. After the calls disconnected, only Ditsong and Yuming were left in the room. Yuming, thoughts? You stayed silent the whole meeting. Yuming merely smiled and shook his head. Weird guy, Ditsong muttered, but let it go. Leaving the conference room, Yuming logged onto the forum and found Ye Xiao's contact in seconds. With his status, it was trivial. The moment Ditsong mentioned divine beasts, Ye Xiao's face had come to mind. 2 divine beasts, surely that kid has nothing to do with it, right? He tried to convince himself, but the more he thought, the more suspicious Ye Xiao seemed. He had to know for sure. At that moment, in the hotel buffet, the manager was glaring at Ye Xiao as if the young man might bankrupt them. Ye Xiao kept piling roast meat onto his plate when a pinned forum message popped up. You mean war god? Ye Xiao blinked. Adding a war god is this easy? He grumbled, but tapped accept without hesitation. Ding. Hey, are you alone? No. Call me back later, check your messages. The line went dead. Calls when he likes. Hangs up when he likes, Ye Xiao muttered. The next second, an image appeared. Xiao Qing's back, turquoise scales glinting in the sunset. Know this creature? Any connection to you? Don't lie. That was all the war god wrote. Ye Xiao stared at the picture in silence. Thoughts churning, should he lie? He decided to come clean. Ye Xiao drew a deep breath and tapped rapidly on the holographic keyboard. This moment wasn't about pride. It would decide whether he could cling to the towering oak that was the Nether War god. In this society, talent alone had never been enough. China was teeming with prodigies. What truly set people apart were resources and connections. The Nether War god was within reach. Letting the chance slip away would be sheer stupidity. Yes, that's my beast companion, Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing. The Nether War god asked from the other side of the screen, brow arched. The azure-eyed white tiger, Ye Xiao admitted, divine beast tier. His candor won immediate approval. Once the Nether War god confirmed the beast belonged to Huagua, he let it go. Still, he pressed on. What about the sea-suppressing black tortoise? Someone spotted both the azure-eyed white tiger and the black tortoise on Beihai Beach. Ye Xiao offered a wry smile. That's my second beast, Xiaoling. Silence lingered for several seconds. Even for the Nether War god, the idea of one person owning two divine beasts was hard to swallow. Are you really an orphan? He finally asked. Truly an orphan? Then you've walked straight into a pile of luck. Not luck, just personal charm. Ye Xiao joked, smoothing over the awkwardness. After the banter, the Nether War god's voice turned solemn. Keep their true forms hidden. You're still weak, and some people can sense divine beast signatures. You know how deadly that kind of attention can be. Understood. Thanks for the warning. Ye Xiao felt the man's goodwill. The Nether War god continued. That mess on Beihai Beach was it your doing? It was, Ye Xiao admitted. With that confirmed, the Nether War god began planning a training spot for him. Those two divine beasts draw far too many eyes. Leveling in the open will cause trouble and might hurt bystanders. I've posted a task on the official board, go accept it. There's a hidden instance near Haiqing, around level 15 monsters. Can you handle it? A private level 15 instance, tailor-made. Ye Xiao couldn't ask for more. I can handle it. Thank you, War God. It's live. Seconds later, the official channel refreshed. Exclusive instance quest, Decaying Skeleton Abyss. Base value, 10,000 contribution points. Limited time price, 0 contribution points. Objective, clear all skeletons in the abyss. Note, Ye Xiao only. Seeing limited time price in bold letters, Ye Xiao couldn't help but marvel. This was exactly the Nether War god's style. Level up properly. They'll be waiting in Imperial City. The chat window showed the connection had ended. Ye Xiao closed the communicator and examined the 10th Sandpoint task in detail. The King's Skeleton Abyss, an exclusive quest that required him to wipe out every skeleton lurking in its depths. A reward, 10,000 contribution points, and a full set of top-tier golden gear. On the mission panel crammed with text, that dazzling line shone like molten gold, and the system had even printed it twice. 10,000 points, plus another set of premium equipment. The Nether War god clearly treated Ye Xiao as one of his own. A windfall like this was practically free. Accept the quest. Ye Xiao hit confirm without a second thought. The system prompt followed at once. Decaying Skeleton Abyss Mission Completion Zone. Please proceed to the instance promptly. Coordinates, 111, 111. The forum map updated instantly, pinning the exact spot at its center. All he had to do was follow the navigator. Inside a private dining room, the trio had almost finished their meal. Are you full yet? Ye Xiao asked. Only halfway. Xiao Qing pouted. Add one more mouth and half the food's gone. Ugh, I'm maybe 30% full. Xiaoling patted her stomach, voice as soft as cotton. Big sis eats too much and too fast. I like to chew slowly. With that sugary tone and pitiful little face, she was the picture of a sly sweetheart. Ye Xiao laughed and shook his head. Both girls had bottomless appetites, but he was already stuffed. If you're still hungry, eat when we get back, he said, closing the menu. But I doubt we'll have the chance. The hotel has already printed posters of the three of us, and we'll plaster them all over Haiqing the moment we leave. Unless I catch another divine pet, freeloading here again will be tough. Let's go, Xiao Qing, Xiaoling, time for the quest. Okay. The two girls answered in unison. Guided by the forum markers, they soon reached the designated spot. A shadowy portal loomed ahead, its dim glow sealed with glaring talismans. Two fully armed official class changers guarded the entrance. Halt. Ye Xiao had barely stepped forward when they shouted the warning, more procedural than suspicious. The Decaying Skeleton Abyss has been shut down, one guard explained. The monster count has exceeded the critical threshold. Entry is forbidden until it's cleared. Reopening time to be announced. Exceeded the threshold? Ye Xiao's eyes lit up. An entire instance packed with monsters leveling paradise. I've just accepted an official mission, he said, brandishing a quest scroll. The abyss needs purging, and am assigned to do it. Mission? The guards exchanged looks. No notice had reached them. With mobs ranging from level 15 to 25, it usually took a second-tier party. Sending Ye Xiao in alone sounded like suicide. He unrolled the scroll and pointed to the anti-forgery seal. Want to verify it? Issued moments ago, personally signed by the Netherwar god. They checked everything was legitimate. But a solo run was still perilous. Constant death aura debuffs and monsters starting at level 15, peaking at 25. Do you know what you're walking into? One guard asked. Level 15 to 25? Perfect. Ye Xiao's eyes gleamed. That's a mountain of experience. Well, if you insist. The guard sighed. Marching into a tiger's den is up to you. Hurry up, Ye Xiao urged. Open the instance. The talismans peeled away layer by layer, releasing a chill that swallowed the light. The guard gave a final nod. Seal lifted. You may enter. Oh, and this is my personal quest, so make sure no one else sneaks in. Before leaving, Ye Xiao reminded them once more, his tone full of certainty if he was the only one in the dungeon, he could slaughter freely. If some clueless fool wandered in and got accidentally killed, it would be a joke. Relax, nobody's coming. Xiaoling patted her chest. All the monsters here are level 15 to 20. If you'd risk soloing that, let's move. With that, Ye Xiao stepped into the dim portal. Warning, warning, debuffs detected. Curse, all attributes 30. Poison, 5 HP per second. Mana drain, 5 MP per second. He hadn't done anything, yet the negative effects were already maxed out, though he didn't care in the slightest. Did either of you get hit? He asked, glancing back. Hit by what? Xiaoling waved a hand. I don't feel a thing, just a bit spooky. Then he's the weak one, Xiaoqing sniffed. Creak, creak, creak. The chill of clashing bones echoed from every direction. In the darkness, countless emerald eyes flared to life. The abyssal skeletons had awakened, their savage gazes locking onto the trio. Skeleton grunt. Level, 15. Strength, 547. Agility, 456. Stamina, 555. Spirit, 32. Skill, whirling slash. Skeleton captain. Level, 18. The dense ranks of skeletons stretched beyond sight. They weren't smart, but sheer battle instinct made them anything but trivial. All right, the stage is yours, Ye Xiao said with an easy smile. Go wild, kill as many as you can. He then cast breath-concealing technique, completely suppressing his presence, and leaned back in a shadowy corner as an observer. Xiao Ling added a shield over him, so even if stray monsters reached him, they wouldn't crack his defenses anytime soon. Sis, care for a contest? Winner gets half the rations, Xiaoqing asked with a playful blink. This girl's really getting cocky, Xiaoling thought, but she nodded gracefully. If you insist on gifting food, I'll accept. On 3 we start. Their eyes met. 3. Sword intent gathered, ready to burst. 2. A Xuanwu water dragon formed at her fingertips. 1. Go. Drawblade slash. A sweep of white light, and a swath of bones crumbled to dust. Xuanwu water dragon. A roaring torrent erupted, carving a broad path through the horde. The skeletons nearest them disintegrated almost at once, leaving several seconds of open space around the sisters. Impressive, sis, you'd already charged up, Xiaoqing laughed. Right back at you, Xiaoling replied. They had begun storing power the moment they announced the duel, and when the countdown hit 0, their opening salvo erased an entire cluster of mobs. After a brief pause, both kicked off, diving into the ever wilder tide of bones. Dinkilled skeleton grunt, 150 XP. Dinkilled skeleton captain, 200 XP. Dinkilled bloodaxe skeleton, 180 XP. The experience gain was generous, but split 3 ways, it still wasn't much. Those were mere trifles. So what if they were short on experience? The dungeon's depths teemed with endless monsters, and clearing them could shoot their levels sky high. For Ye Xiao it was a heaven-sent chance, but for everyone else it was a catastrophe. No wonder the authorities had sealed the place. Anyone below second rebirth who broke in usually collapsed and died of exhaustion. After hours of non-stop fighting, even Qing and Ling's arms were numb, yet the tide of monsters kept pouring in. There are way too many of them. Ling, raise the shield and fall back for a breather. On command they ducked behind the barrier. Ling stomped the ground, channeling torrents of elemental energy into the shield. The light curtain mended itself again and again. The skeleton's blades couldn't leave a single crack. Heal. Clarity. Ye Xiao swept his staff, sending white radiance over the pair and topping off their stats. For now that was all he could do. Within minutes their health and mana were full, and they were ready to go again. Master, I'm switching to my true form. This is taking too long. Go for it. Before he finished speaking, Qing shot into the air. A flash of silver, and she became the azure-eyed white tiger. Absolute zero. Her wings beat once. Ice gathered at her throat, and a tiger's roar launched a cerulean arc across the sky, freezing every skeleton it touched. Gale rent. Another wing beat sent a savage wind crashing down, shattering the ice statues instantly. Bones ground to powder in the storm like meat shaved off by a slow blade. Ding. Skeleton lieutenant slain, experience gained. Ding. Skeleton captain slain, experience gained. System messages stream nonstop. In seconds, more than 1,000 skeletons lay dead, yet in the grand scheme of the dungeon, it was a drop in the bucket. Before the shards hit the ground, an even larger wave surged in. Qing never paused. Wings blurred, bone fragments flew, and nothing survived within 100 meters. Monster slain, experience gained. Ding, inventory full. Please dispose of items. Ding, inventory full. Please dispose of items. Our bags are way too small, Ye Xiao muttered. The auto-collector kept working, beaming materials to Xiao Yunru's warehouse, but Qing's kill speed outpaced the transfer rate. Send. Send. Keep sending. Are you nuts? Trying to tank the market? If you get yourself killed, don't drag me down. Xiao Yunru screeched in the channel. Ye Xiao flung supplies into the ether while replying, relax. Cornering the market isn't that easy. All my mats are legit, use them freely. Fine. Whatever, just pack and ship. After several bundles had transferred, the spam finally stopped and Ye Xiao exhaled. On the other flank, Qing folded her wings, silver light fading as she reverted to human form and slipped back inside the barrier. Outside, hills of skeletal remains piled up strung together. The bones could probably circle the dungeon 3 times. That was cathartic, but I'm out of mana. Before Xiao Ling arrived, Xiao Qing had to look out for Ye Xiao's safety and couldn't attack with abandon. Now that Xiao Ling was on guard, Ye Xiao was even safer than when Xiao Qing was watching him. Having fun slaughtering things? Xiao Ling gazed at Xiao Qing with a wounded look. Seeing Xiao Qing carve through enemies in midair made her itch to join the fight, but every move they made had to revolve around Ye Xiao's safety, so she remained at his side as a bodyguard. It feels amazing. I haven't cut loose like this in ages. Master, refill my mana. They'll rest for a moment, and then head back out. Xiao Ling's expression grew even more aggrieved. Master, both battle pets were combat fanatics. They could level up just by standing around, yet that still wasn't enough for them. Both of you are my precious partners. I can't pamper one and ignore the other. Xiao Qing, guard me for a while, and let Xiao Ling have some fun. Yes, master. Xiao Qing never complained. Any order from Ye Xiao was obeyed unconditionally. That loyalty was exactly why Ye Xiao liked her so much, something Xiao Ling still needed to learn. Xiao Ling, go. The rest of the monsters are yours. Yes, master. With her master's permission, Xiao Ling leapt forward and landed in the form of the ocean-suppressing Xuanwu. Her first stomp crushed at least a dozen skeletons. Die all of you. Xuanwu water cannon. She opened her jaws, drawing water essence from the air until a massive sphere formed in front of her. As power gathered, the sphere grew larger and larger. First, a deafening boom shook the entire dungeon. When the dust settled, everything before Xiao Ling lay in ruins. The water sphere had bulldozed forward, pulverizing every skeleton in its path. After rolling several kilometers, the sphere detonated, and the shattered droplets turned into blades that swept out in every direction, skewering one abyssal skeleton after another. Ding. Abyssal skeleton slain. Experience acquired. Divine Pet. Azure-eyed White Tiger has reached level 20 and gained 1,000 fixed attribute points. Divine Pet. Ocean-suppressing Xuanwu has reached level 20 and gained 1,000 fixed attribute points. Host has reached level 20 and gained 100 fixed attribute points and 100 free attribute points. Slow and steady had finally paid off. Xiao Qing and Xiao Ling took turns clearing monsters, and in less than half a day, all 3 of them hit level 20, a jump of 10 full levels. If all that experience had gone to one person, it would have been enough for a second job change. Roughly speaking, they had killed about 100,000 monsters. Reaching level 20 hadn't been easy, even with the experience decay. Without it, they could have climbed even higher. Nice work, Xiao Qing, Xiao Ling. We'll head back and treat ourselves to a feast. While others were still stuck around level 5, he had already broken through to level 20, leaving them far behind. As an orphan, everything he had today came from his own effort, the tireless fighting of Xiao Qing and Xiao Ling, and the system support. System, show my stats. Name, Ye Xiao. Class, Beastmaster. Pets, Azure-eyed White Tiger, Ocean-suppressing Xuanwu. Level, 20. Strength, 353. Agility, 347. Stamina, 344. Spirit, 354. Every stat had already passed 300, and that was only the base panel. With the hidden bonuses shared by his pets, his real attributes easily topped 1,000. Among peers, he was already a standout, and he could even hold his own against higher-tier foes. Still, he was a full tier below his 2 divine beasts. He pulled up the profile of the Azure-eyed White Tiger first. Divine Pet, Azure-eyed White Tiger. Elements, Metal, Wind, Ice. Level, 20. Strength, 6,300. Agility, 6,134. Endurance, 6,255. Spirit, 6,450. Only level 20 and already over 6,000 across the board. No wonder it's called a divine pet. Gazing at the icy blue interface, Ye Xiao could think of just one word: powerful. With numbers like these, it could steamroll an ordinary second-class expert. In short, invincible. Next, he checked the Sea-Suppressing Black Tortoise. Divine Pet, Sea-Suppressing Black Tortoise. Elements, Water, Earth. Level, 20. Strength, 4,900. Agility, 4,700. Endurance, 7,700. Spirit, 5,700. Both were level 20 divine beasts, but the gap between an attacker and a tank was obvious. Xiao Qing's attack and speed left Xiao Ling in the dust, while Xiao Ling's outrageous endurance put Xiao Qing to shame. All in all, they were evenly matched, each excelling in its own way. With these two holding the fort, life is good. Ye Xiao grinned, basking in his success, unaware that a fog-like darkness was closing in. More and more skeletal monsters were gathering around him. Quit spacing how the monsters are on us. He snapped his fingers and barked. All right, let's wipe the place clean. Since we're here, we might as well farm every last bit of XP and loot. Even a mosquito is still meat, and we've got swarms of them tonight. He sliced the battlefield into two halves with a gesture. This side's yours, Xiao Qing. Can you handle it? Piece of cake. The azure-eyed white tiger's claws hit the ground, a deep growl rumbling in its throat. And the other side, Xiaoling? Don't worry, master. Leave it to me. The sea-suppressing black tortoise answered calmly, ripples of water and earth patterns glimmering across its shell. The two divine beasts lunged at once. Water blades, wind blades, ice lances and waves of mud crisscrossed the field. Dinkill notifications popped up faster than he could read them, and his XP bar climbed visibly. Materials flooded Ye Xiao's inventory so quickly he didn't bother counting. He just dumped cartload after cartload into the teleport bin and shipped them straight to Haicheng. Haicheng, Xiao Yunru's room. This is nuts, completely nuts. The girl rolled up her sleeves, perspiration beading on her fair forehead. People say alchemists are crazy. Ye Xiao is the real lunatic. Metal ores, powdered demon bones, crystal cores and herbs were stacked in little mountains on the floor, the desk, and the windowsill. There wasn't even a clear spot to stand. The fire of the alchemy furnace bathed her face in red. It was agony and ecstasy all at once. The more materials she had, the faster her proficiency shot up. But she was still human, not a machine. 24 hours of non-stop work would break anyone. Is he trying to keep me? Is this some kind of betrothal gift? Hugging a massive sack of amethyst, her thoughts drifted far away. She even started naming their future children. At the idea, she sneaked a glance at her own pretty face in the mirror, ears turning pink. Well, Ye Xiao is kind of handsome. Could be worse. Ding, her mailbox icon flashed. Ye Xiao, got enough materials? That should keep your cauldrons running for a while, right? By the way, what's your alchemy level now? Don't tell me you're still stuck at rank 1. That's embarrassing. Pick up the pace and don't fall behind. If you run short, let me know, otherwise you'll never keep up with a beastmaster like me. Line after line filled the screen at lightning speed, and Xiao Yunru's head started to spin. Seriously, ironclad caveman, would it kill you to send a few smaller messages instead of one massive dump no one wants to read? Grumbling the whole time, Xiao Yunru still forced herself to scroll through every word of the wall of text Ye Xiao had just dumped on her. Brat, do you think my place is a landfill? Are you trying to work me to death with all these materials? I'm not a machine. I can't run an alchemy line 24/7. Look at my room. It's packed to the ceiling. She muttered at her holoscreen, glancing at the many mountains of ore and herbs clogging up her floor. Ye Xiao replied with a single character, HM. A photo followed. The entire warehouse floor was buried under supplies, no floor in sight. Ye Xiao stood in the center, flanked by two stunning girls, each with a very different vibe. Yanru froze. The sea of materials was one thing, but those girls were gorgeous. Where on earth did he find them? She typed, who are the beauties? Ye Xiao pretty, right? Get lost. The jealousy practically oozed through the screen. Moron. She hissed, counting down in her head. Apologize in 3 seconds, or I'm ignoring you for 3 minutes. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. Last chance. 3 more minutes of silence, and I'm really done. Ye Xiao replied instantly this time. You're not mad, are you? You're not mad, right? Yanru almost coughed up blood. Couldn't he say something nice for once? She slammed out fist. And again fist. Only then did Ye Xiao get serious. Anyway, business. I've hit level 22. You need to boost your alchemy rank, or you're going to fall behind. If you can't keep up, you'll have to sponsor another alchemist. Sponsor another alchemist? The words cut like ice. Did he not realize how much that stings a girl? She fired back, fine, go sponsor your little sweethearts. Spend the rest of your life with those two. Ye Xiao replied calmly. How do you know I plan to keep them forever? Impressive. He wasn't lying. Xiao Qing and Xiao Ling were his closest beast companions, eternally loyal and easy on the eyes. Of course they'd stay with him for life. Yanru fell silent. Was he really clueless or just playing dumb? Every line stabbed a little deeper. Suddenly a line earlier caught her eye, so she scrolled back. Business. I've hit level 22. Level 22? Impossible. Had only changed classes a few days ago. She comforted herself. He must have slipped and added an extra 2. She typed, level 12 already? Not bad. He'll work harder to catch up. Sorting supplies. Ye Xiao arched a brow at the message and replied, huh? Weak and half-blind. I said 22, not 12. Got it. Xiao Yanru. Level 22? Xiao Yanru was stunned. She had been refining potions day and night, and was still only level 7, while Ye Xiao had vanished for just 2 days, and somehow rocketed to level 22. It felt as though he had been launched by a rocket. Her first guess was that someone was bankrolling him, buying fierce beasts for him to farm. Yet, even with non-stop grinding, no one could gain that many levels in so little time. What she couldn't know was that Ye Xiao had 2 divine beasts at his side, clearing monsters at an absurd speed. Ye Xiao had never lied to her about his level. If he said he was 22, she believed him. Everyone keeps some secrets, and she couldn't be bothered to pry. See you. I'm going back to my alchemy, she said, spun around, and disappeared into her workshop. One thought burned in her mind. Ye Xiao was already level 22, couldn't afford to fall too far behind. Finding another patron as attentive as Ye Xiao would be nearly impossible. After the forum logged off, Xiao Yanru poured all her energy into alchemy and refused to rest for even a second. Meanwhile, Ye Xiao was planning a celebratory feast. The loot this time was amazing, and Xiao Qing and Xiao Ling had earned a reward. At the very least, he had to feed them until they were full. A master couldn't be stingy. Pack up. We're heading home for a real meal, he called out. The 2 divine beasts' eyes lit up instantly. They used to gnaw on raw or rotten meat, usually leftovers from others, but ever since they tasted human cooking with Ye Xiao, they had fallen in love with that rich aroma. The portions were always limited, though, so they rarely got their fill. Master, can we eat as much as we want? 2 pairs of round eyes stared at him in perfect sync. Ye Xiao wouldn't shortchange them. Eat until you're stuffed. Yay. Master, you're the best. They hugged his arms, fawning shamelessly. To them, a satisfying meal beat grinding for levels any day. Ye Xiao urged, grab the gear and let's go. At the dungeon entrance, 2 guards on duty kept checking the time. It had been almost a full day, and Ye Xiao still hadn't emerged. You think something happened to him? It's been way too quiet. He was sent by the authorities. He won't die that easily. Despite their words, they weren't sure. They knew exactly how deadly this dungeon was. It had been sealed because the monsters inside were too terrifying. 1 person, 100 people made little difference. Few could survive a day. History recorded a 100-man team that had entered to level up, and only a dozen had staggered back out, battered and bleeding. Our job is just to guard the entrance. Anything beyond that isn't our concern. Right. Live or die, it's on him. The Netherwraith War God issued this quest, and Ye Xiao accepted it himself. His fate has nothing to do with us. They had long since grown numb to death every year. Countless players fell in dungeons. Only those who survived earned the right to keep going. Still, the air out here is so much fresher. The environment inside is pure hell. The moment their conversation ceased, Ye Xiao stepped out of the dungeon gate. He's out. The 2 wardens exchanged a glance and swallowed hard. They looked him up and down, coat neat, cuffs spotless, hardly a speck of dust on his boots. He seemed more like someone returning from a quiet stroll than a run through an abyssal dungeon. What happened in there? A mass monster vacation? Impossible. The seal never budged. Nothing could have escaped. Getting nowhere with guesses, they hurried over. You didn't run into any monsters? Or did something strange happen and they all disappeared? Ye Xiao read their gaze at once. Clean clothes meant no combat, meant head slacked off. He almost threw his level in their faces, but let it slide. I met Thema conservative count would be 100,000 or so, he said evenly. Problem? Both jaws nearly hit the floor. They only knew that a crack team of 100 had fled in panic and fewer than 10 made it out alive. 100,000? Would I joke about that? Ye Xiao shrugged. Could be more, not less. So where are they? Dead. Dead. Their voices shot up an octave. Even a swarm of 100,000 ants would leave your legs shaking, let alone 100,000 abyssal skeletons. Ye Xiao waved a hand. Clearing skeletons is why you enter a dungeon, not to sightsee. If you're not killing them, what are you doing in there? Relax, drain your nerves. He patted his stomach. Haven't eaten all day? I'm off. As he turned away, the 2 wardens practically shouted, wait. You cleared them all? It's safe in there? Completely. Not a single living thing left, Ye Xiao replied without looking back, waving once before disappearing down the corridor. Not a single living thing. They looked at each other, temples throbbing. 1 man, 1 day, 100,000 monster. She wasn't a genius. He was a monster. Do we just report this? Not before we confirm it ourselves. If we're wrong, we lose our heads. Without further debate, they drew a deep breath and stepped into the dungeon, ready to die if need be. The familiar abyssal debuff pressed down at once, but the expected tide of skeletons never came. The whole area was as silent as a dead city. Look over there. Shattered bones carpeted the ground, packed so tightly they stretched from the entrance into the distant black fog. A rough count said easily more than 100,000. A monster. He really wiped them all out. Their hands trembled with excitement. Report it. Pass everything here straight to Yuming War God. Heiching's skill bookstore welcomed Ye Xiao once again. The doorman spotted the familiar face and called out, Sir, good to see you back. What treasures did you bring us this time? He had already signaled the kitchen, Within minutes, a chilled fruit platter and a fizzy drink were set before Ye Xiao. The batch is pretty sizable, Ye Xiao said after a sip, then added casually, call your manager over. Relax, you'll still get your commission. I'm happy with the service. Beaming, the attendant hurried off and soon returned with the manager in tow. The manager, around 30, impeccably dressed, greeted him with a respectful smile. I hear you've brought in a large number of skill books. May I ask the source? Completely legitimate, Ye Xiao cut him off. If you can handle it, take the lot. He opened his forum panel with a gesture. They'll transfer everything through the forum, but you need to add me first. The manager's eyes lit up. Only massive quantities warranted a forum transfer. Erase my account. He handed over a business card. Ye Xiao tapped to confirm and sent the entire data package. 2,375 skill books, the manager muttered, inhaling sharply, then waved at the data team behind him. Sir, please give us a moment for valuation so we can ensure you get a fair price. Money was just numbers to Ye Xiao, but he appreciated their thoroughness. Cheat me or not, just don't treat me like a fool. I'm off to grab lunch. Settle the payment when I get back. The manager raised his hands in protest. We can't let you pay for your own meal. Shout I. A sweet-looking saleswoman hurried over. The manager instructed solemnly, take the gentleman and the 2 young ladies to the best 5-star hotel in Haiqing. Put everything on my tab. The profit from this batch could fund a small fortune. Buying lunch was the least they could do. Ye Xiao started to decline, but remembered Xiao Qing and Xiao Ling's legendary appetites. He hesitated. Our stomachs aren't exactly small. We might really eat you out of house and home. The manager insisted. Please don't embarrass us, sir. It's settled. Unable to refuse, Ye Xiao laughed and nodded. Then ill-graciously accept. The 5-star hotel glittered beneath crystal chandeliers, its tables draped in spotless white linen. No sooner had they sat down than Xiao Dai beckoned a waiter. Menu, please. The leather-bound menus went to Xiao Qing and Xiao Ling, who stared at the elegant listings in bewilderment. In buffets, they simply grabbed whatever looked good. Ordering a la carte left them completely at sea. Master, can we eat all of this? Which dishes are tasty? Their soft, innocent voices and wide, watery eyes drew every male gaze in the restaurant. Conversations hushed as men wished they could become the waitstaff on the spot. You lucky devil. What a crime. Jealousy ignited the air. A dozen men glared at Ye Xiao as though they wanted to tear him limb from limb. We're all men here, so why does he get to keep 2 gorgeous women by his side? Women who even call him master of their own accord? The lobby churned with envy and jealousy. Is it just because he's handsome? Someone muttered. Another man shook his head. Good looks aren't enough, you need money, too. Ye Xiao lazily flipped through the menu, then snapped it shut. Can't decide. Fine, stir-free the whole book. Waiter, cook everything. Make it quick, I'm starving. That single order upended everyone's worldview. The menu held at least 100 dishes. The ingredients alone must be worth a fortune. So that's how you order? Thanks, master, lesson learned. One onlooker shouted, suddenly emboldened. Give me the same another full menu. Make it 2 books in total. The waitress froze, tablet in hand. 1 book meant over 100 dishes, and there were only 3 people at the table. She glanced at Ye Xiao. Sir, all of these? Ye Xiao looked up calmly. Bring them. If we finish, we'll order more. Spectators whispered, stunned. Were they bottomless pits? An average person would explode halfway through, but in the world of the ultra-rich, you're expected to take at least 1 bite of everything. The kitchen moved at top speed, yet it still couldn't keep up with Xiao Qing and Xiao Ling. Piping hot dishes landed one after another, and the 2 women cleared each plate as quickly as a breeze scatters leaves. Master, have a bite. Try mine, you can't favor only my sister. The sisters flanked Ye Xiao, each eager to feed him. He allowed himself a hint of pride under so many staring eyes, but after 2 bites he set down his chopsticks. They whisked the plate away, not even a drop of sauce remaining. 1 dish, 2, 10, 20, every eye in the hall stayed glued to them. People had assumed they would merely sample, but the sisters were ruthless. Anything that reached the table was obliterated. Good grief, that's 73 dishes already. 73. The man keeping count felt his scalp tingle. They're still not full? Ye Xiao rubbed his stomach. I'm done. You 2 carry on. Then, master, we'll eat to our heart's content. With his permission, they sped up. 200 dishes vanished, yet their waists stayed as slender as ever. I'm so jealous she eats like that and stays so thin. We gain weight from a single snack. She can demolish a mountain and never show it. At a nearby round table, 3 men stared, unblinking. Since when did Haiqing have women this stunning? How do we miss them? Who's that kid? 2 knockouts hanging on his arms. Never seen him. We know every big name in Haiqing, and he's not on the list. Maybe he's from out of town. Pulling this kind of stunt in Haiqing? Zhao Liangbin won't stand for it. The restaurant buzzed with noise as Zhao Liangbin shouldered through the crowd, staring mockingly at Ye Xiao and the 2 girls beside him. The man's clearly chasing skirts, he muttered, but he still tries to dress it up. A friend tugged at his sleeve and lowered his voice. Liangbin, don't stir up trouble. Anyone who flaunts himself like that must have serious backing. Zhao Liangbin brushed the warning aside, straightened his cuffs, and snorted. Backed by whom? I know every big name in Haiqing. If that guy's really capable, he'll make friends with him. If he's not, well, he can't blame me for stealing the prize. With that, he strode toward Ye Xiao, raising a hand to clap him on the shoulder. Hey! Before the word left his mouth, a chill shot past his ears. A jade-green longsword woven from wind and a deep blue blade formed from water came to rest against either side of his head. The swords were held by the girls standing behind, Ye Xiao Xiaoqing and Xiaoling. Their faces were ice cold, and killing intent rolled off them. Sweat beaded on Zhao Liangbin's forehead, and his hand froze midair. "Two," he stammered. His companion hurried forward, forcing a smile. "Brother, my friend only wanted to introduce himself. Surely this is unnecessary?" Cold steel answered him. With a hiss of light, Xiaoqing and Xiaoling struck in unison. Two precise flashes, and Zhao Liangbin's arms hit the floor at the shoulder. The move was so fast no one had time to blink. Blood splattered across the tiles, and Zhao Liangbin collapsed, screaming. "Leave." Their voices were like frost. "Interrupt our meal again, and you die." Had Ye Xiao not warned them to avoid killing in Haiqing, Zhao Liangbin's head would already be rolling. The instant he approached, they sensed his malice, and protecting Ye Xiao was their duty. Gasps rippled through the onlookers. Holy crap, they just hacked off Zhao Liangbin's arms. Is it really him from Hongren Hall? They're doomed. Hongren Hall always shields its own. Those three might never get out of Haiqing. Did you see that power? Zhao Liangbin's already undergone a second awakening, yet he was one shot. And the guy's still sitting there. Looks like the women do all the fighting for him. The commotion drew the staff, but the moment they heard Hongren Hall was involved, they fell silent. No one in Haiqing wanted a piece of that mess. At last, Ye Xiao set down his chopsticks, rose, and patted Xiaoqing and Xiaoling on the head. His voice was gentle. "Calm down. Finish your meal. They won't dare lay a finger on me here." The edge in his tone faded. Still, the girls' faces remained frigid, their killing intent barely leashed. Amused, Ye Xiao picked up a morsel of food and held it to Xiaoqing's lips. "Come on, don't be angry. Let your master feed you. Open up." After giving Xiaoqing a bite, he offered another to Xiaoling. Only then did they return to their earlier, docile selves. That left only one matter, dealing with Zhao Liangbin and his friends. Although Zhao Liangbin had brought this on himself, Xiaoqing and Xiaoling still went way too far. The two girls closed in from both sides, their swords flashing. A split second later, Zhao Liangbin's arms hit the ground. Even if high-grade potions and a medpod could reattach them, the nerves would never be the same as life was basically over. Ye Xiao couldn't care less whether Zhao Liangbin lived or died. All his attention was on the black tag pulsing above his head. The rules were crystal clear. Kill someone, and you turn red. Injure someone, and you turn black. Hurt 3 people at once, and black upgrades to red on the spot. The only way to erase a black tag is for the victim to forgive you. Otherwise, you wear that mark for life. "Buddy," Ye Xiao nudged Zhao Liangbin with his boot. "Hey, race a thought. Say one word forgiven and the black tag vanishes. Deal?" Blood streamed from the stumps. Zhao Liangbin's face contorted with pain and hatred. He ground out 3 words. "Not a chance." Ye Xiao shrugged. All right then. He had honestly wanted to settle things peacefully, but Zhao Liangbin wasn't cooperating. If 2 severed limbs gave him a black tag, for didn't make it worse might as well finish the job. Whoosh. Whoosh. Before Ye Xiao could speak, Xiaoqing flicked a wind blade and Xiaoling sent a water cutter. The twin arcs crossed in midair. Zhao Liangbin's calves were sliced clean, the severed legs rolling away as blood dyed the tiles crimson. A chill swept through the spectators. "Those 2 beauties are brutal. Don't mess with the move." Zhao Liangbin screamed, vision fading, body going limp. Ye Xiao grabbed him by the collar and straightened his head. "Hold up. You still haven't answered Redo, you forgive me or not?" "Forgive your mother," Zhao Liangbin rasped. "Sounds like you don't need your 3rd leg either," Ye Xiao said, voice eerily calm. "Lucky for you, in a helpful mood." "Hey, that's enough." A few players finally stepped in, circling him. "Liangbin just wanted to meet you. If you weren't interested, a simple no would have done. Why go for lethal? Are you ignoring our guild, the Hongren Pavilion?" They threw out Hongren Pavilion, as if the name alone could cow him. Ye Xiao snorted. "Hongren Pavilion? Just another guild. You think you can touch me in Haiqing? I've got the Yuming war god behind me. Lay a finger on me, and you're slapping his boss in the face, hell make you pay. Big talk about the pavilion. And stop claiming we're brothers, people of your level don't qualify." Lu Guest's face darkened. Since joining Hongren Pavilion, no one had ever dared disrespect the guild to his face. "Kid, you're too arrogant. Insult the pavilion, and you die." "Heh." Ye Xiao looked up, fearless. "I'm trembling." He opened the guild forum on the spot, scrolling until the name Luoyu appeared, guild master of Hongren Pavilion. "You want me dead? Fine. Go get Luoyu. He'll wait right here, and see if he's brave enough to touch me." Lu Go froze, jaw working silently. Ye Xiao was insanely bold, calling out Luoyu by name. Yet he had a point. Even if Luoyu came, he couldn't publicly kill Ye Xiao. The authorities had 0 tolerance for that. Break the rules, and the punishment was death, plain and simple. But that didn't mean Ye Xiao could taunt Hongren Pavilion forever. One of the pavilion's members spoke in a voice as cold as steel. "Inside the city, The red name rules might forbid murder, he warned, but they could still beat someone until he turned black name, drag him outside the walls, and torture him at will. Then he laid down the ultimatum: kneel, apologize to Zhao Liangbin in public, and repay every coin of his losses, or suffer the consequences. Ye Xiao looked down at Zhao Liangbin, sprawled on the ground. Hatred coiled in the man's eyes like a venomous snake. There was no chance of letting bygones be bygones. If Zhao walked out alive, Ye Xiao would have to guard against an arrow in the dark all night long, and that thought alone made his scalp prickle. Shao Qing, Ye Xiao said, impatience flickering in his gaze. Understood, she answered, needing no further cue. A golden light blossomed along the spirit's sword in her hand, releasing a wave of frost. With one swift stroke, a razor-thin arc sliced through the air. A muted puff followed. Zhao Liangbin was ground into glittering dust before he could even scream. The system erased the blood before it hit the street. Every onlooker seemed to stop breathing at once. Crazy. He actually drew blood in Haiqing. He's red-named now. Think he'll make it to the gate alive? Never mind. Hongren Pavilion will strike back. I'm out of here. Voices tumbled over each other as the crowd scattered. Lu Gu and the other pavilion members went pale. Their strength barely matched Zhao Liangbin's, and that single slash had frozen them to the bone. Swallowing his fear, Lu Gu hurled one last threat. Fine, fine. You killed one of ours. Stay right there. When our guild leader shows up, we'll see how cocky you are. He and his men fled without looking back. Ye Xiao only shrugged, ignoring their retreating figures. He returned to the table and picked up his chopsticks. The flies are gone. Let's keep eating. The spot where Zhao had stood was spotless. Nothing remained but bare flagstones. Ye Xiao, Shao Qing, and Su Mu dug into their food as if nothing had happened. Chewing, Ye Xiao waved a hand. Waiter, quit daydreaming. The plates are empty. Bring more dishes. Yes, sir, right away. The busboy sprinted to the kitchen, no one daring to dawdle. Low whispers rippled through the restaurant. He killed a man and kept eating. Now that's ruthless. Remember this: never cross Yi Chun. If he gets annoyed and smashes the shop, we're finished. It took only minutes for Luo Yu and his men to surround the restaurant. As president of the Hongren Guild, he couldn't let the murder of his right-hand man go unanswered. The guild didn't rule Haiqing, but few dared cross it on its own turf. Even government offices usually checked with Luo Yu before taking action. Days of pent-up frustration finally had an outlet. Someone had dared to slaughter one of his members in public. Rage boiled inside him. This is the place. He strode through the doorway. In the center of the dining hall, Zhao Liangbin's shredded remains lay scattered, blood splattering tables and chairs. Seasoned as he was, Luo Yu's pupils tightened, and the temperature seemed to drop around him. Who did it? Show yourself. He barked, eyes fixed on the red name floating above Yi Chen's head. Luo Yu knew the killer stood right there, yet he wanted the man to step forward and kneel. Your dad's eating. If you want an audience, get in line, Yi Chen replied without even turning around, calmly serving dishes to Shao Qing and Shao Ling. A hope and wide. Tasty? Have another bite. Me too, master. The girl's playful chatter left everyone gaping. Luo Yu, a tier 3 powerhouse, was being ignored like thin air. Humiliation twisted his face. Good, very good. He laughed coldly and cast Identify. Beastmaster, level 22. So young and already first tier. 20 no wonder the arrogance, he thought. To a tier 3 veteran, the boy was an insect. What are you waiting for? A first tier level 20 and isn't worth my time. Luo Yu sneered. He who kills must be killed. Carve him up and feed him to the dogs. First one to take his head gets 100 guild points. Yes, President. Every guard around him was second tier. The 100-point reward made their eyes gleam with murderous intent. Attack. A dozen figures shot toward Yi Chun like arrows, aiming to finish him in one strike. If you want to hurt master, you'll have to get past us first. Shao Qing and Shao Ling snapped into combat stance, spiritual power surging. They never got the chance to act. A far stronger force crashed down, an invisible shockwave flinging the Hongren fighters across the room, smashing tables and chairs. A lone figure descended from above, landing squarely between Yi Chun and Luo Yu. Starting a fight in Haiqing? The Hongren Guild must think I don't exist. The newcomer stood with hands clasped behind his back, gaze razor sharp. Tell me, Luo Yu, are you planning to rebel against Huagua? City Lord Yang Tianqing narrowed his eyes, hostility radiating. He had stopped the guild's attack, and now he was pinning a treasonous charge squarely on Luo Yu's shoulders. Luo Yu dared not shoulder that accusation, but if he backed down now, how could he continue as guild master? The blood on the floor was still wet. Several Hongren guild members lay sprawled between the shelves, the air thick with the smell of iron. Luo Yu's jaw clenched as anger churned inside him. If he failed to avenge his men, the guild's prestige would be trampled just like these bloodstains. He raised a finger toward Ye Xiao, who stood not far away, the red name above his character panel glowing like a warning light. City Lord Yang, I'm not trying to disrespect you, Luo Yu said in a low voice, but look at him's red named. You know Haiqing's rules. I'm killing him right here. At worst, he'll compensate the shopkeeper for the damages. You have no authority to interfere. Haiqing's law was clear. Anyone with a red name could be executed on the spot, and no faction was allowed to obstruct the act. Even City Lord Yang Tianqing had no legal ground to stop Luo Yu. Unfortunately for everyone, Ye Xiao was not someone they could simply touch. Yang Tianqing drew a deep breath and lowered his voice. Luo Yu, we've known each other more than 10 years. He softened his tone, eyes locked on Luo Yu. Hongren Guild ranked among Heiqing's top guilds, and Luo Yu himself was formidable. If they fought, neither side would walk away unscathed. Luo Yu's gaze flicked dismissively. 10 years, yes. And in those 10 years hasn't Hongren Guild shed both blood and sweat for this city? Whenever enemies came, did we ever retreat? Now this kid kills my men in town, and you want to shield him? Yang Tianqing squared his shoulders. Today I have to shield him. You cannot lay a finger on him. Luo Yu was stunned. He never expected Yang Tianqing to clash with Hongren Guild over a mere first-tier, level 22 Beastmaster. And if I insist? Luo Yu narrowed his eyes, voice icy. Anyone could see something was off about Ye Xiao. Anyone Yang Tianqing protected so fiercely was no ordinary man. But the bowstring was drawn. If Luo Yu let this grudge slide, who would still respect Hongren Guild? Yang Tianqing motioned for his guards to step back, speaking earnestly. Luo Yu, we've shared years of friendship. Would I ever set you up? Let it end here. The City Lord's manor will cover Hongren's losses. No need, Luo Yu snapped. I want Ye Xiao's life. This is business. He's red-named. You have no right to interfere. Yang Tianqing rubbed his temples, lips twitching. Luo Yu was digging in over a single subordinate, blind to the danger. Yang knew that if they offended the person behind Ye Xiao, Hongren Guild could be wiped out overnight. Yet Luo Yu clearly wouldn't listen. Luo Yu, last warning. Yang Tianxing's voice dropped even lower. Leave now and nothing happens. Stay stubborn and watch Hongren get uprooted. I won't say I didn't warn you. He is backing you can't afford to cross. Being ordered to withdraw in public made Luo Yu's face alternate between green and white. A man lives on his reputation. Once it shatters, his authority is gone. He had to take revenge. There was no choice. Truthfully, Luo Yu already wanted to retreat, but dozens of guild brothers stood behind him, watching. His pride was tied to theirs. If anyone gave him a way out, he would take it. Yet these roughish subordinates caught none of his hints. Grinding his teeth, Luo Yu swung his arm down. Well, risk it all. Hongren Guild has never cowered. Everyone, get ready. Dad, do me a favor. Let this go. Just as Luo Yu was about to give the order to strike at Ye Xiao, Naiyun stepped out of the shadows. She had tailed her father the whole way, choosing this moment to show herself. Had she not witnessed it personally, she would never have believed her father's target was Ye Xiao. Luo Yu felt a surge of private relief. His daughter still cared about her father's reputation, yet he kept a stern face. Xiaoyun, don't make trouble. I'm handling business here. Father, I'm not making trouble. Naiyun strode forward, spreading her arms protectively in front of Ye Xiao. He's my friend. If you lay a hand on him, he'll never forgive you. Everyone present understood one thing. Luo Yu was famous for spoiling his daughter. With the city lord standing by, pressing any further would only put him in an impossible position. After a brief silence, Luo Yu waved dismissively. Fine. For Xiaoyun's sake, we'll drop it. But only this once. Hongren Hall won't let anyone trample on its name again. Hearing him back down, both Naiyun and Yang Tianqing breathed easier. Hongren Hall was the city's biggest taxpayer. If trouble really broke out, the local economy would lurch. Yang Tianqing thought to himself that Luo Yu was lucky to have such a sensible daughter. Without her, Hongren Hall might have been erased from Heiqing today. Luo Yu signaled his men to withdraw. Bring our people home for a proper burial. All costs will be covered by the guild. Alive, they were members of Hongren Hall, and in death, they still belong to us. From start to finish, no one spared Ye Xiao another glance. He ignored them as well, keeping his head down and eating. He had planned to spar with Luo Yu to gauge a third-turn powerhouse's strength. After all, with the two divine beasts Xiao Qing and Xiao Ling at his side, even a formidable opponent would be easy prey. But Luo Yu's obedience to his daughter ruined the opportunity. What a pity, Ye Xiao muttered. I really wanted to see how strong a third-turn fighter is. Xiao Qing flicked her tail, still itching for a fight. Same here. I wonder whether human experts could last a few rounds against me and sister. Another time, Ye Xiao said. You two keep eating. I'm going to say thanks. Wiping his mouth, he walked over to the city lord. It would be rude not to greet the man who had stepped in on his behalf. Sir, Ye Xiao said with a respectful bow. The city lord looked him up and down, approval in his eyes. Not bad courage and composure. No wonder Lord Yuming values you. So Ye Xiao's guess was right. The city lord had intervened because of the war god Yuming. Lowering his voice, the city lord added, keep a low profile. I want to always arrive in time. He'll downgrade your red tag to black, but wiping it out completely is up to you. Only someone on Yuming's level could erase a red tag outright. The city lord's authority stretched no further than a downgrade. To clear a black tag, Ye Xiao would need either the victim's forgiveness or enough contribution points from official missions. Since Zhao Liangbin was already chopped into pieces, forgiveness was impossible. The man would likely sue him even in the underworld. Missions were the only path. Thank you, sir. I appreciate the help. Ye Xiao said, silently noting the favor. Do well and don't disappoint Lord Yuming. The city lord replied, patting his shoulder. Anyone who could stay calm under Luo Ye's pressure had to have trump cards. That poise alone marked Ye Xiao as no ordinary man. After giving a few final instructions, the city lord left. Yang Tianxing strode out of the council hall, his cloak snapping in the night wind. Although the Nether War god had personally asked him to look after Ye Xiao, he was still a tier 3 powerhouse. There was no need for him to grovel. What worried him far more was Luo Ye's touchy temperament. If things weren't explained properly, and Luo Yu began to doubt Heiqing's intentions, real trouble would follow. Just outside the courtyard gate, Luo Yu stood with a stormy expression. Clearly he hadn't gone far. When he saw Yang Tianxing catching up, his frown deepened. He had already yielded. What more did Yang Tianxing want? Lord Citymaster, is there something else? Luo Ye's voice was tense with caution. Yang Tianxing lifted a hand in a calming gesture and lowered his voice. We've known each other for over 10 years. My hands are tied. Believe me, this isn't to hurt you. It's to save Hongren Pavilion. Save us? Luo Yu arched a brow, unconvinced. Hongren Pavilion had been humiliated today. He failed to see how this was help. Should I throw you a banquet in thanks? Expecting the resentment, Yang Tianxing sighed and leaned close, laying out Ye Xiao's background in full. That kid has the Nether War god behind him. The words detonated in Luo Ye's mind like thunder. The figure backing Ye Xiao wasn't just any war god, but the most overprotective and unreasonable of them all. If they angered that dread lord, not only Hongren Pavilion but all of Heiqing could pay the price. City Lord Yang, you're not lying to me, are you? He's really connected to the Nether War god. Luo Ye's voice shook. Yang Tianxing spread his hands. What would I gain by lying? It's not as though I can squeeze any profit out of you. A chill shot through Luo Yu. Moments ago he had planned a grand funeral for his fallen men. Now he thought it best to chop the bodies up and feed them to the dogs, leaving no evidence behind. His expression flipped, and so did his tone. Brother Yang, what should we do? Will the Nether War god vent his anger on Hongren Pavilion? I'm not the one you need, Yang Tianxing said, pointing off into the distance. This is my first time meeting Ye Xiao as well. But your daughter seems to have a good rapport with him. Maybe start there. Right. It all hinges on Xiaoyan. Luo Yu nodded quickly, a note of deference creeping into his voice. I owe you for covering for me today, Brother Yang. Please visit Hongren Pavilion soon, and let me repay the favor properly. After a few more polite exchanges, they went their separate ways. Yang Tianxing had said all that needed saying. If Luo Yu had any sense, he now knew exactly how to handle Ye Xiao. Restaurant. After the Hongren Hall gang had left, Ye Xiao invited Naiyun to sit down and eat with them. He didn't really need her help, but she had spoken up for them, and basic courtesy mattered. Besides, one more pair of chopsticks wouldn't cost him much. He even joked to himself that the scraps stuck between Xiaoqing's teeth would be enough to feed Naiyun. While they chatted, Naiyun suddenly said, Luo Yu is my father. Your biological father? Ye Xiao raised an eyebrow. She had never talked about her background before, so now that the topic was out, she simply laid it all out. Biological. His surname is Luo, and yours is Anai? Were you adopted? Naiyun rolled her eyes. I took my mother's surname Anai. Quick guessing. Ye Xiao muttered an O, though he still doubted her. The girl looked nothing like that rough old man. She was far too good-looking. Taking her mother's surname sounded like a convenient excuse. The dishes arrived quickly. Ye Xiao waved his hand. Dig in, it's on me. They ate in silence. No one disturbed them, and the servers were quick and efficient. When everyone was full, Ye Xiao set his chopsticks down. I'm stuffed. Xiaoqing nodded. The food was pretty good today. Naiyun glanced at the two girls' slim waists, her eyes shining. You eat so much and still keep your figures. How do you do it? Xiaoqing dabbed her lips. Talent you can't learn it. Xiaolon shrugged. This is just a normal meal for a girl. The awkwardness passed quickly. Ye Xiao got to his feet. If there's nothing else, we'll head out. I've been busy all day and need some rest. He barely knew Naiyun, so lingering would feel awkward. To his surprise, Naiyun fell in behind them, showing no intention of leaving. Do you have a place to stay? She asked. Every hotel in Heiqing has blacklisted you. A dog can check in, but the three of you can't. Unless you leave the city, forget about getting a room. That was a real problem. After milking every hotel buffet in town, they'd been banned across the board. They could squeeze back into their tiny 20 square meter rental, but once you're used to presidential suites, a cramped bed feels painful. Still, it beats sleeping on the street. If need be, Ye Xiao could stash the two girls in the beast taming space for the night. Naiyun clapped her hands. Come to my place. It's big, and you'll eat your fill. Sure, Xiaoqing agreed first. Works for me, Xiaolon added. Ye Xiao didn't protest. Thanks for the help. Food and lodging settled, nothing better than that. Let's go? Naiyun beamed. If she could get Ye Xiao home, the rest would be easy. A few meals were nothing. They made their way back to Hongren Hall. Ye Xiao had humiliated the place less than half an hour ago, and now he walked onto their turf in a slap, right in the face. The hall's enforcers closed in, eyes full of malice, surrounding Ye Xiao as if they meant to tear him apart. What are you all doing? Move along, move along. At Naiyun's sharp command, the crowd dispersed. No one dared utter another word. They could only watch as she escorted Ye Xiao, Xiaoqing, and Azi away. No need for anything fancy. Just give us one room with our master, well, all sleep together, Xiaoqing said, batting her eyes, her voice sweet yet matter-of-fact. Exactly, we'll share a bed, Azi chimed in. For them, it was perfectly normal. Beast companions were supposed to stay at their master's side. But to Naiyun, the words were a thunderbolt. That scoundrel was bedding 2 girls at once, and they even called him master. Worse, both girls were as pretty as she was, each with her own charm, leaving her no advantage at all. No wonder Ye Xiao had ignored her all these years, had been surrounded by beauties the whole time. No, Naiyun, you can't back down. If they get to stay and serve him, why can't you? If you retreat now, you really lose. She steadied herself, took a deep breath, and looked at Xiaoqing and Azi. Then can I sleep with you too? Xiaoqing and Azi had no objections and no idea what Naiyun was plotting. They nodded at once. Sure, let's all sleep together. Ye Xiao didn't even have time to object. The 3 women grabbed their luggage and stormed into his room. Water splashed in the bathroom. Jijia, yours are huge, Azi blurted out. Yours aren't small, Xiaoqing replied, giving them an evaluative squeeze. They feel great, too. Did our master ever? Of course not. Don't be ridiculous, would never. Naiyun protested, her voice shrinking in embarrassment. Out in the living room, Ye Xiao sat on the sofa with his arms folded, face flushed, ears burning. 3 women causing a commotion in the bathroom. This was not something a healthy young man should be listening to. Focused on something useful. He shook his head and opened the system panel. Head banked plenty of chests while leveling. Tonight was the perfect time to open them. Open reward chest. Ding. Congratulations. You've obtained Holy Light Armor Gold Perfect. Defense, 5070. Stamina 20. Strength, 35. Constitution boost 2. Gold Perfect quality excellent stats. Whether he sold it or let Xiaoqing and the others wear it, it was a solid haul. Next chest. Ding. Thunder Staff, Star Diamond. Base attack, 250299. Agility, 37. Strength, 43. Lightning damage, 5. Thunder Mage exclusive. Too bad it's class locked. Otherwise my combat power would have jumped again. He closed the panel with a sigh. Master, time for bed. We're exhausted. The bathroom door creaked open and Xiaoqing peeked out, hair still dripping. I'm tired too, Azi added, wrapped in a towel. Me too, Naiyun murmured, cheeks scarlet as she stepped out last. Water still clung to their hair, yet all 3 closed in on Ye Xiao. Startled, he almost dropped the glowing interface. Sharing a bed with Xiaoqing and Azi was no big deal if they were beast companions. But add Naiyun, and it felt like crossing a line. Ahem, you 3 sleep first. He'll take the sofa tonight. He instinctively backed away. No chance you're coming with us, Naiyun declared, pouncing on him. The bed's big enough. Xiaoqing and Azi were already in sync. Master, come on. Naiyun finally had her opening and refused to let Ye Xiao escape. Tonight he was getting in that bed whether he liked it or not. Help me out, sisters, she whispered. The 2 beast companions grabbed Ye Xiao's arms, and together they dragged him into the bedroom. A month flew by. Ye Xiao and the girls had been holed up at the Red Star Pavilion base the entire time. Aside from Naiyun, no one was willing to take them in. Housing 1 man, 3 women, a young blue dragon, and a sable could bankrupt anyone in food costs alone. Still, Ye Xiao wasn't about to freeload. Whatever he lost on the deal didn't bother him. Some friendships can't be weighed in coin. Slaughtering monsters was as easy as breathing for Ye Xiao, so he brought Naiyun along to power level together. Unfortunately, the abyssal skeletons had been almost wiped out, and their respawn rate was far slower than before. The grinding window was closing, but the dungeon wasn't shut down yet. Each day, a fresh wave of skeletons still crawled out, more than enough for another round. For the next month he, Naiyun, Xiaoqing, and Xiaoling plunged into the gloomy catacombs day after day. With every crack of splintering bone armor, Naiyun's level shot up, soon breaking through to 15. Ye Xiao's pace slowed but remained steady, climbing to 25 meals ahead of his peers, most of whom were still stuck around 10. One more level and he would reach his first class advancement. 30 would unlock the second, with a huge jump in stats. What he really cared about, though, was hard cash. By selling spell books and gear non-stop, his bank balance quietly hit several personal milestones. Today, with the party gathered, he aimed for level 30. We've been grinding for almost a month. Ready to push to 30? Sure. Xiaoqing and Xiaoling answered calmly. Whether it was 30, 40, or 50 meant nothing to them so long as they were fed. Any foe fell in a single strike. Watching the 2 spirit beasts, Naiyun knew she'd never have leveled so fast without their protection. Yet the stronger her companions grew, the more pressure she felt. Every woman around Ye Xiao shone brightly. If she didn't chase hard, she'd soon lose sight of his back. Let's go. Straight to the Skeleton King, Ye Xiao said crisply. The trash mobs gave scan experience. The king was the real jackpot. Once he fell, the dungeon reset in 5 minutes, and the loop could run all day. Plenty to break 30. They'll camp the corpse with Xiaoqing, Xiaoling, Take Naiyun and clear the small fry. She still needs combat practice. He glanced at Naiyun. We share party XP, so even if you don't tag the boss, you won't fall behind. I'm plenty strong, don't underestimate me. Naiyun lifted her chin. She'd barely seen Ye Xiao fight this whole month. Only the two guardian beasts mowing everything down. In real combat, she suspected she might even hold her own against him. And today she meant to prove she wasn't just a pretty face. With roles set, the four of them plus two beasts pushed deeper into the instance. Ding. Skeleton Lieutenant slain, XP. Ding. Skeleton Captain slain, XP. Ding. Skeleton King slain, XP. Congratulations, host has reached level 26. 10 free attribute points awarded. Congratulations, Azurite White Tiger has reached level 26. Congratulations, Sea-Suppressing Black Tortoise has reached level 26. With Xiao Qing's gleaming claws and Xiao Ling's ironclad shell sweeping like a storm, whole piles of bones turned to dust in seconds. Ye Xiao had time for only one word again. The dungeon reset instantly, and they dove back in. Corpse camping, mob clearing, king killing. The abyssal skeleton dungeon was reset, who knew how many times. By 6 in the evening, the cold stone walls were dusted gray-white with bone fragments, and Ye Xiao finally sheathed his blade. Congratulations, host has reached level 30. Congratulations, Azurite White Tiger has reached level 30. Congratulations, Sea-Suppressing Black Tortoise has reached level 30. Except for Naiyun, everyone Ye Xiao, Xiao Qing, and Xiao Ling had reached level 30. Their experience bars immediately locked, followed by a system alert. Ding. You have reached level 30. Please complete your class advancement quest as soon as possible. You cannot gain additional experience until the quest is finished. The rule was simple. Every 30 levels, a new class advancement was mandatory. The first two advancements were doable for most players and could even be completed in a party, but the higher the level and the stronger the talent, the harsher the quest became. Many people stalled at this stage. Only after breaking through would their powers surge dramatically. Naiyun, go grind on your own for a while, Ye Xiao said firmly. With your current strength, you'll be fine as long as you don't do anything reckless. We have to start our second-class quest, and won't be able to tag along. Naiyun understood that sticking with them would only siphon their experience and slow them down. He waved and smiled. Don't worry about me. They'll leave the door unlocked. They'll head back and cook. Just make sure you come home for dinner. That single promise of coming home for dinner was exactly why Xiao Qing and Xiao Ling liked Naiyun so much. With him around, their stomachs were never empty. After seeing Naiyun off, Ye Xiao opened his character panel to check the second-class quest. Quest objective: defeat 3 level 30 bosses, 1 kill each. Time limit: none. Most players would have to post a recruitment announcement, but Ye Xiao merely raised an eyebrow. Too easy. If we could farm the same boss 3 times, we'd finish in half an hour just camping the Skeleton King. He made up his mind at once. First we take out the Skeleton King, then we'll hunt down the other two. Xiao Qing, Xiao Ling, let's move. Because they had been holding back to accommodate Naiyun, the two women now unleashed their full power. Xiao Qing instantly revealed her true form. Emerald wings flared wide, and she shot into the sky with Ye Xiao and Xiao Ling in tow. Within a few breaths they reached the Skeleton King's domain. 5 minutes after the previous run, the instance reset. Rows of skeletal squads reappeared in tight formation, their bone armor glinting coldly under the dim sky. Towering behind them, the 50-meter Skeleton King rose from the ground, gripping a black iron cleaver longer than 10 meters. Green soulfire flickered in its eye sockets. It stared at the trio above, a chill prickling its bones, but territorial instinct wiped the fear away. Intruders must die. Kill. The Skeleton King raised its colossal arm, cleaver slicing downward in a flash of steel. At the command, the skeletal soldiers advanced in lockstep, shards of stone spraying beneath their feet. The front ranks were shield-bearing infantry armed with long-boned sabers. In the rear, winged skeletons spread their bony pinions. The two phalanxes locked formation and charged straight at the intruders. That's some impressive rallying power, but unlucky for you. I'm here. Qing, Ling, clear out the vermin first. No sooner had he spoken than the jade-feathered spirit bird, Qing, took to the skies. Her wings sliced the air, unleashing razor-sharp wind. She dived, rolled, and swept across the battlefield. The airborne skeleton warriors had no time to defend. The wind blades pierced their bones in an instant, and their smoldering remains fell like meteors. Ding. You have slain a skeleton lieutenant. EXP 0. System messages chimed one after another. Yet his experience bar stayed at 0 because the class change quest was still unfinished. Ye Xiao didn't care. Experience was the last thing he lacked. Ling, your turn. Not to be outdone, the Sea-Suppressing Xuanwu, Ling, stomped lightly, and a dozen azure magic circles flared beneath her. Sea tornado. Boom. A massive water column, twined with a cyclone, erupted from the ground, lifting the charging skeletons into the air. High-speed water blades shredded them to fragments. Ding. You have slain a skeleton lieutenant. EXP 0. Again, 0 experience. Yet Ling cleared the field in a handful of steps. Only one boss remained the Skeleton King. Once it fell, plus 2 more monsters of equal rank, his class change would be complete. Ye Xiao raised a hand and opened the panel. Inspect attributes. Skeleton King boss, class change 13. Level 30. Strength 1,300. Agility 1,278. Endurance 1,189. Spirit 980. They definitely buffed its stats, Ye Xiao muttered. Without 2 divine pets, even a second-tier expert would struggle to solo it. A regular party wouldn't stand a chance. Stay sharp and don't get hurt. Qing and Ling gave the Skeleton King a bored glance. It's stronger than before, Qing noted. But only slightly, Ling replied. Which of us wants it? He'll take it. 1 shot's enough. Fine, go ahead. With no experience to gain, the pets showed little enthusiasm. Elder sister Qing shifted into human form and stayed by Ye Xiao's side, while Ling strolled toward the Skeleton King. Roar. A furious bellow burst from the dark skull, making the entire instance shudder. Light rippled over Ling's scales, and the bronze bell-like shell of the Xuanwu lifted with a muffled thunderclap. Sea burial. Buzz. Centered on her toe, a vast sea blue array spread across the ground. Torrents of seawater cascaded from nowhere, forming a deep, whirlpool-like cage. Burial. Crack, crack, crack. Under the tearing force of water and pressure, the Skeleton King never even raised its giant blade. Its bones were crushed to powder and scattered with the waves. Congratulations, you have slain the Skeleton King. EXP 0. Class change progress, 13. Congratulations, you have obtained Skeleton King Core. Congratulations, you have obtained Skill Book, Summon Skeletons. Congratulations, you have obtained equipment, Skeleton King Greatsword, Skeleton King. No experience, but the loot was generous. A crystal core, a skill scroll, and a pile of gear. Ye Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Tough fight, but the rewards make up for it. The core would be packaged for Xiao Yanru. Useful gear would be equipped. Everything else would hit the auction house once he left the dungeon. Finally, his gaze fell on the scroll glowing with an eerie light. Inspect skill book. Summon skeletons. Spend mana to summon 3 combat skeletons. If any skeleton dies, it can be resummoned. Summoned skeletons are the same level as the caster. No wonder it's a top-tier skill book. Its power is undeniable. Ye Xiao brushed his fingers across the pages, amazed that skeletal summoning would keep growing stronger as he leveled up. 3 level 30 skeletal bruisers, immune to pain and unafraid of death. Who wouldn't want teammates like that? Skeleton summoning. Crack, crack, crack. With a sweep of his right arm, 3 pale green magic circles flared on the ground. Bones burst through the soil, and 3 skeletons rose in turn. 1. Skeleton warrior ground melee. 2. Winged skeleton aerial melee. 3. Skeleton mage caster. Ground, air, and magic every angle covered. Not bad. You 3 look promising. Grinning, Ye Xiao tossed them a few spare items. A breastplate, a long sword, and a staff landed in bony hands. Ghostly light flickered, and their power spiked again. Together they could rip apart an elite level 30 party. All right, Xiaoqing, Xylength boss is down, let's move. Got it. The 2 spirit pets answered, one on each side. At the dungeon entrance, the guards had grown used to Ye Xiao's silhouette. One waved from afar. Job done for today, brother? All done. Ye Xiao nodded with a smile. From now on, this place is yours. I won't be back. After days of clearing, the skeleton count was below the safety line. As long as someone kept up the hunt, the raids wouldn't return. The guard blinked. You've been here every day? ITLL feel odd without you. It doesn't help me anymore, and the problem's solved. A leveling spot this good shouldn't be mine alone. He clapped both guards on the shoulder and headed off. At the city gate, he opened his quest panel and uploaded the logs. The task was a private Naiyun quest from Yuming War God. Turning it in once a day let him farm contribution points. Quest Purge the Skeleton Abyss completed. Reward, 1,000 contribution points. Citizen rank raised to grade 7. Imperial City, General's Residence. That kid finally settled up after more than a month. Yuming War God chuckled at the prompt. If he milked me any longer, I'd have to pay him a visit. The contribution points came straight from his own pocket. And Ye Xiao had bled him dry though, at least the kid knew when to quit. He opened the back-end log. Skeleton King Boss, slain 1. Lesser Skeletons, slain 1,357. Miscellaneous Abyss Troops, slain 38,760,000. Wo Yuming War God sucked in a breath. Those numbers wouldn't bother him, but Ye Xiao had only switched classes a few months ago. Back then he was a level 10 rookie, now had wiped out the entire Skeleton Abyss. The kid's potential was insane. But why submit the report now? The national tournament was only 2 days away. Was he planning to stomp newbies? The timing was perfect too perfect. After a moment's thought, Yuming War God sent a message. What level are you now? Ye Xiao had barely turned in the quest when the message arrived. Because the man had always looked out for him, Ye Xiao thought a special reminder was still necessary. When the notification pinged, he opened the chat window at once and fired back without hesitation. Ye Xiao. I'm a slow learner, just managed to hit level 30, and am halfway through my class change quest. Yuming War God. Yuming War God nearly exploded. Level 30 in a little over a month was just managed? If that was slow, the whole country no. The whole world must be full of idiots. Yuming War God, you're turning in your quest now. Don't tell me you plan to join the National League. Ye Xiao froze for a second, fingers hovering over the keyboard. Huh. Oh, right, I almost forgot about that. Thanks for the heads up. They'll be there on time, I won't let you down. Yuming War God. The National League was a periodic tournament for high school students, meant to gauge their progress. Yuming War God had already memorized Ye Xiao's profile. Yes, the kid was technically in high school, but level 30 put him in a whole different bracket. He'd clear the class change in 2 days tops and become a second job player. The gap between second and first job was enormous, and he also had 2 divine pets. Total stomp material. Yuming War God stressed. The league is meant to temper high schoolers. If you show up, it's a slaughter. Ye Xiao typed like lightning. I know I'm a high schooler too. Yuming War God rubbed his temples. Was the kid clueless or just playing dumb? If Ye Xiao competed, the tournament would be pointless. They might as well mail him the champion's trophy now. Yuming War God, you're already strong enough. You don't need this competition anymore. Ye Xiao had always believed you only draw the bow when there's a rabbit to shoot. The argument sounded reasonable, but it didn't curb his interest. Competitions came with prizes, and first place was there for the taking. Ye Xiao, thanks for the vote of confidence, but I still need sharpening. Competing is the best way. On the other end, Yuming War God nearly lost it. Don't enter, it's not fair to anyone else. You'll just farm newbies. Should I just hand you the trophy now? Since the offer was on the table, Ye Xiao ran with it. Much appreciated, senior. He'll gladly accept first place. Just remember to ship the prize along with it. Thanks. The moment he saw that message, Yuming War God got it. The kid only cared about the rewards. With a helpless sigh, he decided to send the prize straight to Ye Xiao himself. If that monster actually joined, the entire tournament would be hopelessly lopsided. Anyway, the item was meant for him all along, and with his class change coming up, now is the perfect time to use it. Yuming Zhanshan teased. Kid, you're actually trying to squeeze something out of me? Fine. If you're entering the tournament, first place is yours anyway. Let's pretend you've already won. I'm sending the prize in advance. The next second, a crisp system chime sounded. Ding. You have received an email from Yuming Zhanshan. Please check your inbox. Ye Xiao had only been joking, but the guy took him seriously and mailed over the first place reward. Since it landed in his lap, he had no reason to refuse. Thanks, Yuming Zhanshan. Message received. I won't bother entering the event now. After ending the call, Ye Xiao opened the mail right away. Retrieve attachment. Advanced alchemy items. Tier 1 strength talisman. Tier 1 agility talisman. Tier 1 endurance talisman. Tier 1 spirit talisman. Advanced alchemy items? Ye Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Only a handful of master alchemists in all of Huagua could make these, so they were clearly no ordinary consumables. He opened the description panel. Tier 1 strength talisman advanced alchemy item permanently increases strength by 30 points when used. A flat 30-point boost at once, and you can use 5 of them every time you change classes. That's basically a free piece of top-tier gear. Without hesitation, he distributed all 4 talismans. Xiao Qing and the others already had stats in the 5 figures, so 30 more points meant nothing to them. But for him, it was a game changer. Use. Ding. Strength, agility, endurance, and spirit talismans consumed. Each stat permanently increased by 30 points. Strength 403,433. Agility 422,452. Endurance 407,437. Spirit 427,457. His stat panel soared. After level 30, even without shared pet bonuses, his personal stats were closing in on 500. According to the rules, each class advancement raises all current stats by another 25%, so the higher the base, the crazier the payoff. You don't get fed by saving face. Thick skin is the road to success. He chuckled and messaged Yuming Zhanshan again. These talismans are fantastic. The moment he saw the text, Yuming Zhanshan understood the angle the kid was treating him like an ATM. Still, he didn't call him out, and simply replied, I know. They work wonders. Seeing the smooth reply, Ye Xiao pressed on. Be straight with me. Where else can I get them? I want my stats maxed. Yuming Zhanshan answered honestly, looking for more? I'm fresh out. They're extremely hard to craft, and the success rate is lousy. If you want additional talismans, wait for the Global League and find them yourself. If he wanted to max out his attributes, entering the Global League was his only option. The Global League is a worldwide competition, and the moment it begins, a month-long mega instance opens to all. Anyone willing to take part can enter and hunt monsters. The dungeon teams with countless creatures and bosses, and it automatically divides players by level. First-tier adventurers are sent to the first-tier hunting zone, second-tier to the second, keeping everyone on roughly equal footing. Players may form parties or roam solo, and killing a boss can shower them with gear, consumables, and crafting materials, anything you could ask for. Yet the greater the opportunity, the higher the risk. The bosses are the threat you can see. The real danger is the people beside you. For the sake of loot, humanity grows brittle, and backstabbing is common. Without enough guile and skill, you're just someone else's stepping stone. Yuming Zhanshan clapped his hands and asked with a half smile, "So, are you signing up? It's dangerous, really dangerous. One misstep, and you're dead." Ye Xiao narrowed his eyes. Afraid of danger? Please. With overwhelming strength, what was there to fear? He gave a lazy shake of his head. Not interested, but thanks for the warning. Yuming Zhanshan froze. Every student he had ever baited like this rushed to register. Ye Xiao was widely acknowledged as the strongest of this year's class, and had hoped the boy would bring glory to Huagua. He hadn't expected a flat refusal. He sighed, a hint of menace creeping into his tone. "And if I insist?" Ye Xiao spread his hands. "Then I'll do you the favor and sign up." "No problem. But what's in it for me?" After a round of coaxing and bargaining, he wrung another bundle of perks from Yuming Zhanshan and finally agreed. In truth, even without the rewards, he would have entered. The experience and loot in the Global League instance were too rich to ignore. Only a fool would stay away. As dusk settled, Ye Xiao called out, "Xiao Qing, Xiao Ling, let's go home for dinner." He had just hit level 30 and downed a boss, raking in a heap of loot. 2 bosses were left in the instance, but they could wait until tomorrow. Early the next morning, outside Haiqing, the edge of a popular grinding zone was packed with players. Members of the DYS guild lined up in 2 rows, blocking the entrance. "Anyone who isn't with DYS, clear out. We've claimed this area. Come any closer, and we'll kill you." They were loud and rough, stopping everyone young or old, male or female at the perimeter. "You're being unreasonable. We're not stealing your mobs, we're just passing through to level somewhere else." "Exactly. We won't interfere with your farming. You can't just bully us like this." Facing the crowd's protests, the DYS players offered nothing but a dismissive glance and a contemptuous snort. "Passerby, come back another day. DYS owns this place today, no one goes in." The morning mist still clung to the hills, yet DYS had formed an unbroken line across the only path to Guaishan. Dozens of solo players and small parties were stranded outside, their expressions dark. Leveling is a race against the clock. Time lost is money lost. "You're being ridiculous. We're all from Haiqing. Pull this stunt, and everyone will turn on you." "Yeah, we're not even trying to poach your mobs. You're just bullying us. I need to get to Guaishan to farm, and this is the only road. How am I supposed to detour?" Complaints piled up, but the DYS members didn't so much as twitch, watching with frosty eyes. Across the gorge, the wind whipped several black banners marked DYS, underscoring their dominance. An old hunter clenched the last potion bottle in his hand and muttered, "We make our living off drops. Why should they stall our leveling? DYS is out of line. Are we just going to take this? Isn't there any justice? Let's force our way through. I don't believe they'll dare hit all of us." The shout came from somewhere in the crowd. No one saw who spoke, but it struck a nerve. "He's right. Why should one guild block our path? We need to level 2 push through." "Exactly. They don't care about us. So why should we show them any courtesy?" "Charge." The mood ignited. Players gripped their weapons and advanced a step, ready to break through by force. "Apocalypse Dragon Flame." A deep voice rang out behind the DYS line. Push darkered fire slashed through the air, rushing the vanguard. The heat alone made the air ripple. "Brace. Shields up." The flames covered a huge area, swallowing the freelancers in an instant. Luckily, most were second class or higher. Reflexes kicked in, and shields magical and metal rose together, barely holding back the first blast. When the fire dispersed, the stone underfoot was charred black. Hearts pounded. DYS really would kill. Pathetic. The young man leading DYS lowered his hand and swept the crowd with a glance of contempt. "That was a warning. Take one more step, die." The words were cold and brief, but deadlier than the flame itself. Instinctively, the freelancers backed up. That spell had proved DYS wasn't bluffing. One more push, and they could be wiped out on the spot. Fight back? The idea crossed their minds, but reality hit hard. If the outer guards were this strong, the core force inside Guaishan had to be worse. If conflict escalated, DYS would claim self-defense and slaughter them. This wasn't Haiqing's safe zone. Die out here, and no one would speak for them. Their anger curdled into helplessness as they watched DYS seal the mountain path. At the height of the tension, a curious voice cut through the hush. "Hey, quick question, is there a boss in there?" Everyone blinked. Ye Xiao brushed dust from his clothes and walked from the back to the front. Had been up since dawn looking for bosses. Seeing this crowd, he assumed a world-class monster had spawned. If there really was one, it would be perfect for the second target in his class change quest. Every pair of eyes locked onto him. Handsome. That was the first word that came to mind. When the crowd caught sight of Ye Xiao's face, a collective sigh slipped out. He was undeniably handsome, but with tension at knife edge, who would step in now and ask, "Is there a boss here?" Anyone could see a wild boss had to be lurking, otherwise DYS wouldn't have sealed off the entire area. Dropping the word boss at a time like this was practically begging for trouble. Right on cue, the DYS guild master shouted, "Everyone except the perimeter guards, move in. The boss is hanging by a thread, finish it now." The guards stayed on the outskirts while the rest of the guild flooded toward the battle center. They made no effort to hide anything from Ye Xiao's trio. The boss is almost dead, someone yelled. Move it. Every shout became free intel for Ye Xiao. Master, we arrived at the perfect moment, Xiaoling murmured. They've already worn the boss down for us. Such considerate people, Ye Xiao replied with a faint smile. Come on, let's have a look. Since DYS ignored him, he returned the favor. The guards were little more than scenery to him. With Xiao Qing and Xiao Ling in tow, he slipped past the human wall and headed inside. The guards froze. Were these three insane? Shame those two girls are following a fool, someone muttered. One more step and DYS will take them apart. His words had barely faded when a guard roared, Intruders! Take them out. Heaven thunder and earth flame. World-ending dragon fire. Wind cyclone. The moment Ye Xiao's group crossed into the restricted zone, a storm of spells screamed toward them. Xiao Qing's eyes turned icy. She lifted her hand, and a brilliant sword arc sliced through every spell, the remaining force crashing into the DYS ranks. Boom, boom, boom. The front line dropped like wheat under a scythe. Not one player withstood Xiao Qing's strike. Ding system prompt. You are under malicious attack. You may defend yourself. Eliminate your attackers within 10 minutes, and your name will not turn red. Ye Xiao had only come for the boss and wanted no side battles, but the other party had opened with lethal force, and he was no saint. With the system's blessing, his gaze went cold. Xiao Qing, clear the trash. Don't let them slow us down. Understood. She blurred, scattering into phantom sword shadows. A net of blades wove across the field, and within a heartbeat the air filled with screams. The onlookers had come for a spectacle, but the carnage glued their eyes in horror. Every DYS member lay with a sword hole through the heart, crimson blooming across their chests. Each strike was clean, decisive, leaving no survivors. The only things left were the metallic tang of blood and sword chi fading in the air. They were dead, every last one of them. Who are those three? They actually killed members of the DYS guild. Aren't they afraid of payback? Panicked voices rippled through the crowd. Xiao Qing's sword came down in a single stroke, blood spraying as the DYS guard crumpled. The onlooking players scattered like startled sheep, scrambling 100 meters back to avoid even the faintest splash. Ye Xiao watched their frantic retreat and let out a scornful snort. Serves them right, no spine at all. The farther the spectators withdrew, the colder Xiao Qing and her female companion grew. At a word from Ye Xiao, they would have cut every bystander down, but he simply waved a hand. Don't waste time. We've got our own quest. Got it. The two women shot the crowd a murderous glare and followed Ye Xiao straight into the cave where the boss lurked. Ye Xiao's party had barely disappeared when the outer DYS members realized their comrades were dead and started spamming the guild channel. Guild chat alert. 3 intruders, 1 male, 2 female. Our guards are down. Everyone listen up, they're here for the boss. At the spawn point center, Gua Gang was waiting out the final evolution countdown. Seeing the warning scroll past, he narrowed his eyes, murderous intent spilling off the screen. Yu Ganglong, what's going on? How were our people killed? Who got in? Yu Ganglong scrambled to explain. Boss, the perimeter was locked down tight. Those job changers didn't even dare get close. No way anyone slipped through. But our guards are dead. Gua Gang sneered. 1 man, 2 women? Fine. Heaven's door was open, they chose hell. With his second-tier level 4-7 character and the guild master title, Gua Gang had always been DYS's ultimate trump card. Move. Surround those 3 first. The boss still needs time to evolve, it can't run. Well, offer them up as the opening sacrifice. In seconds, guild members raised their banners and fanned out, encircling Ye Xiao's team. The clash of plate armor and the hum of charged staves echoed through the cavern, bloodlust hanging in the air. Facing the human wall, Ye Xiao didn't even lift an eyelid. His gaze never left the boss. The 2-headed crocodile python was midway through evolving to an overlord-grade bloodline, worth 30 attribute points. Although the process was unfinished, its potential was impressive. No wonder the DYS guild was willing to make such a scene. At the center of the swamp, the massive serpent rolled its bulk through the muck, both savage heads belching green venom as the power of its bloodline churned beneath dark scales. Ye Xiao, Tang Hao, and Xiao Ling lay concealed nearby, eyes fixed on the boas-level beast. Ye Xiao calculated silently. All morning they had found only this one half-evolved overlord boss. If they failed to claim it, his class change quest was finished. He decided to wait once the python completed its evolution and revealed its full stats. They would strike. Their gazes never left the monster, the surrounding clamor fading into nothing. Ignored, the DYS guild members grew increasingly agitated. So you're the punks who killed our guildmates? A short, dark-skinned fat Mangua Gang, master of the DYS guild, strode forward, cheeks quivering with rage. And now you want to steal our boss? You've got guts. Ye Xiao finally turned his head, as if only now noticing him. Say that again, he said mildly, every word a needle. If the man hadn't shouted, Ye Xiao might never have noticed the squat interloper. Gua Gang's temper snapped. Even the biggest guilds in Haicheng treated him with respect. And this kid dared talk back? You're too cocky, boy. Ye Xiao laughed coldly. Cocky? Compared with you blocking roads, hogging spawns, killing passersby on sight, I'm a saint. Take your people and leave. Otherwise, we'll kill on sight as well. Having his own words thrown back at him, Guogang felt a vain throb in his forehead. Cut them down and feed the pieces to the dogs. Outside city limits, murder was unpunished. Counting on that unwritten rule, Guogang gave the order. Kill. 1. Warriors roared as they charged, tower shields plowing through mud. 2. Mages formed up in the rear, staves flashing while elemental bolts screamed ahead. 3. Support classes cast shimmering auras, layering heavy armor onto the front line. 4. Several assassins slipped into the shadows, circling behind Ye Xiao's team. The mid-sized guild's coordination wasn't perfect, but it sealed every path of retreat. Surviving meant taking the attack heat in. From a distance, Guogang sneered. Seeing Ye Xiao's trio stand motionless, he could already picture their bloody end. Xiaoling simply sighed. Is that it? How boring. She had hoped for a bit of fun. The opposition was proving disappointing. Xuanwu Earth Shield. With a flick of her wrist, light gathered at her fingertips. A complex array blossomed beneath them, and a slate-gray barrier rose, locking the three inside its solid embrace. The assault from the DYS Guild crashed against the Xuanwu Earth Shield without pause. Fireballs, arrows, and blades converged in a storm of light, yet every strike landed as if on solid rock, leaving not the slightest tremor. Behind the barrier, Xiaoling merely lifted a hand. A pale, earthen glow blossomed into a steady, half-arc shield. Guogang's pupils tightened. Even with his second-tier strength, there was no way he could fend off that kind of focused barrage so effortlessly. Yet the young woman's casual gesture had turned every attack to silent dust, an unmovable wall of power. Damn it. He's already this strong, why is he still fighting us for resources? Guogang ground his teeth, face flushing with frustration. His hand hovered in midair, unwilling to fall, but the resentment remained. Worse still, the boss in the center of the field was on the verge of evolving. If a Dominator Bloodline beast shed its skin for a Saint-grade bloodline, the guild's overall strength would soar. To secure that boss, they would have to eliminate Ye Xiao's party first, yet clearly, these opponents were out of their league. Guildmaster, do we keep fighting? A member asked in a low voice. Brow furrowed to the point of knots, Guogang stepped forward, clinging to his last shred of dignity. Kid, this is your final chance. Walk away now, and this ends here. DYS will be your ally from this day on. I'm giving you all the respect you could ask for, take the hint. In his mind, it was the cleanest way to save face. Ye Xiao only chuckled, as if watching a farce. Respect? You think someone else hands that out? He shook his head. You can't even break Xiaoling's shield, and you're talking about respect. He tilted his head. Xiaoqing, go give them some respect. Got it. Xiaoqing had been itching to move. The moment the words left her mouth, her longsword flashed into a streak of cold light. Look out. Guogang's reflexes were those of a second-tier warrior, but his warning came too late. Most of the guild heard only the whistling air. Before they could see the enemy, the world spun. They saw their own bodies still standing while their view plummeted. How can I see myself? Was their final vote an answer they would never learn? Xiaoqing's single slash claimed more than a dozen heads. The corpses toppled in perfect unison, scattering gear in a semicircle of glittering drops. A pity her class advancement quest wasn't finished, otherwise, their deaths would have yielded a rich haul of experience. The clash hadn't even settled when Xiaoling, staff in hand, watched the battlefield with bright, eager eyes. Master Sister Xiaoqing looks lonely out there. May I go help her? She whispered. Bound by the rule etched into her heart without Ye Xiao's order, she dared not act on her own. If her recklessness ever got Ye Xiao hurt, Xiaoqing would gladly take her head off with a single stroke. Go on, but be careful, Ye Xiao urged softly. A pack of bloodthirsty killers fine by me. They're the enemy, Xiaoqing muttered as she stepped forward. Relax, master. No one can touch me. Xiaoling grinned, layered two shimmering shields over Ye Xiao, then hefted a spiked club taller than herself, and charged into the fight. The battle erupted at once. Xiaoqing flickered through her own blade light like a nimble sprite, footwork light, skirts swirling, each swing tracing a slender arc of frost that glowed with improbable grace. Xiaoling was the exact opposite, nothing but raw, brutal force. When her massive club came down, bone cracked and flesh burst. Wherever it passed, not a single skull remained whole, shards and blood spattering the ground. Fun, this is so much fun, Xiaoling shouted, growing more thrilled with every swing. Her club a blur, no one dared approach within 10 meters. Ding, you have slain a DYS guild member, EXP 0. Ding, you have slain a DYS guild member, EXP 0. System notifications kept chiming, each one paired with a piece of gear or material clattering to the floor, rainbow flashes everywhere, yet the experience bar never moved. Hands clasped behind his back, Ye Xiao watched the carnage as calmly as if admiring drifting clouds. Not far away, Guogang could almost hear his heart hemorrhaging. To capture this boss, the DYS guild had brought nearly all its core members. Now Xiao Qing and Xiao Ling were turning the place into a slaughterhouse, and he was powerless to stop his guild from sliding from second tier to third-rate obscurity. Ye Xiao was to blame for it all. The more Guogang thought, the hotter his rage burned. Gripping his weapon, he snarled, "Brat, I'll kill you." He charged. A tier 2 powerhouse, his presence hammered forward like a storm. Ye Xiao didn't flinch. He simply waited. Bang, bang, bang. Guogang's heavy strikes slammed the shield like hammers on a drum, cracks finally veining its surface, something dozens of earlier attackers hadn't managed. Not unbreakable after all, Guogang sneered. Cross DYS and you die today. He lifted his weapon again, but midway up his arms froze. Xiao Qing's sword hovered at his left shoulder, its icy edge kissing his throat. Xiao Ling's spiked club jabbed his right, a barb already drawing blood. He hadn't even sensed the two close in. Suddenly his whole body felt cold. A glance at the field hit him like lightning. In a single heartbeat, every one of his men lay dead, loot strewn everywhere, not a soul left alive. How can you be this strong? His voice trembled. The DYS Guild's finest hadn't lasted a minute. If only Head had 3 more, he could have shattered the shield and killed Ye Xiao, but those minutes would never come. Had they left Ye Xiao alone, they might have lasted a few moments longer. Instead, Guogang swung first. Xiao Qing and Xiao Ling struck back without mercy, wiping everyone out in under a minute. Master, how do you want to handle him? Should I crush him with one hit? Good grief, that's brutal, one wrong word, and he's ready to smash someone dead. Guogang had never imagined they would actually follow through. He was the president of the DYS Guild, and the good times had only just begun. Why would he gamble his life on a single boss? He begged, don't kill me, don't kill me. I don't want the boss anymore, take it, it's all yours. Let's just part ways, all right? Ye Xiao shot him a sideways look, as if he were staring at a complete fool. The boss? He chuckled. What does it have to do with you? Once I kill you, it's still mine. Xiao Qing nodded. Not much of a joke, is it? Hoisting her spiked club, Xiao Ling added, his brains mush, huh? We smash him, the loot's ours either way. Their quick back and forth left Guogang frozen. Right, if he died here, Ye Xiao would still get the boss. Panic rising, he switched tactics. Wait, he'll give you everything on me. Whatever you want, take it. Ye Xiao's smile widened, as if Head discovered something curious. You'll be dead. Everything will be mine anyway. Why would I need your charity? The words stuck in Guogang's throat. Damn, that made awful sense. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Anyone who could wipe out the entire DYS so easily clearly wouldn't care about his petty possessions. Ye Xiao stopped wasting time and gestured. Xiao Ling, finish it. Live by the sword, die by the sword. Guogang had tried to kill Ye Xiao without mercy. If not for Xiao Qing and Xiao Ling, it would be Ye Xiao lying on the ground. Now it was Guogang's turn to report to the King of Hell. Bang! The spiked club came down with a sharp crack of bone and metal. With one swing, Xiao Ling pulped Guogang's head and helmet. A full durability piece of gear shattered instantly. Only Xiao Ling had that kind of brute strength. Guogang's body collapsed, and the elite members of DYS were no more. The guild was effectively dead. The outering grunts wouldn't last long. Rival factions would soon swallow what remained. Clear the field, Ye Xiao ordered. Moments later, every piece of gear and material was automatically collected. He sent all the crafting mats straight to Xiao Yunru enough to keep her supplied for a good while. Equipment-wise, DYS members had nearly 500 pieces in total, but most were silver grade with a handful of gold. Guogang's own Star Diamond set had terrible stats, so Ye Xiao planned to sell it off later. Cleanup complete. Ye Xiao turned his gaze back to the two-headed crocodile python. By now the creature had quietly completed its evolution. If Xiao Qing hadn't kept her eyes glued to it, it probably would have slipped away amid the chaos. The twin-headed crocsnake had finished its evolution, Demi-Saint Bloodline, level 30. But that was where its progress stopped. Ye Xiao knew perfectly well that if the beast had broken into the Saint tier, he might have spared it, then sold it at an outrageous price to some collector. Demi-Saint, though? Hardly worth the trouble. The idea crossed his mind, and he instantly lost all interest. Which of you wants to gut it? Ye Xiao asked the two figures beside him, one tall, one small. I'll do it, Xiao Qing said casually, raising her hand. If Xiao Ling takes a swing, she'll tear the hide to shreds, and we'll get nothing for it. Xiao Ling opened her mouth, ready to argue. Xiao Qing added in a leisurely tone, the hide alone could feed you 3 full meals. 3 meals were serious business. Xiao Ling pouted but stayed quiet. You do it, sis, just don't damage the skin. She stepped aside. Xiao Qing smiled, tapped the ground, and in a flash appeared between the monster's 2 gigantic heads. The crocsnake had been wary of her from the start, yet it never expected such speed. A freshly evolved boss should have been at its peak, reflexes razor sharp, but by the time it sensed danger, Xiao Qing's blade was already through its heart. The instant the sword pierced flesh, a surge of force exploded inward, wrecking its organs. The twin-headed crocsnake let out a rending howl, its massive body crashing to the ground and cracking the earth, while its life force faded before their eyes. Ding. Boss twin-headed crocsnake slain. EXP 0. Advancement quest, 23. Ding. Item acquired, crocsnake core. Ding. Equipment acquired. Crocsnake set Star Diamond. Perfect. The rewards were nothing special. Only the Star Diamond grade set looked decent. Ye Xiao didn't care. All he wanted was quest progress. 2 bosses down, 1 to go, and he could advance. Come on. Next boss, he ordered. The 3 of them walked off, not even sparing a glance at the DYS guild corpses nearby. A little later, passing players stumbled onto the carnage and posted photos of the DYS members' bodies on the forums. No way. DYS is a major guild and Haching wiped out, just like that? Brutal. Guagang's head was smashed to pulp. Serves them right. They've always been bullies. Guess they finally met their match. Insider tip. The killers were 1 guy and 2 girls. All looked young. PM me for pics. The thread blew up in seconds. Everyone trying to figure out who the mysterious trio were. No matter how deep they dug, they found nothing. Meanwhile, Ye Xiao's group had already locked onto their 3rd boss, giving the forums no attention at all. Even if they'd seen the posts, Ye Xiao wouldn't have bothered. Boss, Enchanting Fox. Overlord grade Bloodline, level 30. Ye Xiao chuckled at the stat sheet. Was the system really warning him about charm attacks? His will was tougher than iron. Even Lu Xiahui would have called him master. A mere Enchanting Fox? Child's play. You're gorgeous, sweetheart. Come keep me company. They'll treat you real nice, so hurry over here. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Ye Xiao's gaze went glassy. His pupils narrowed into little heart-shaped slits, and a slack, lecherous grin spread across his face as he stared at the charmed fox. Not far away, Xiao Qing and Xiao Ling watched their master's sorry display in silence. So that's his kink, huh? Apparently. We're standing right here, yet one frisky fox has him completely bewitched. The two exchanged a smile, but made no move to intervene. Since the illusion wasn't life-threatening, letting him enjoy a few minutes of fantasy seemed harmless enough. There was no one else around to witness his embarrassment anyway. The fox lifted a velvety paw, patted Ye Xiao's cheek, then raised his chin, drawing out another dopey smile as he sank deeper into the dream it had woven. Seeing the women remain idle, the charmed fox assumed they didn't care whether Ye Xiao lived or died. Once it tired of toying with him, its gaze turned cold. With a sudden flick of its tail, swish, thousands of bristling tail hairs shot forward like steel needles, aimed straight at Ye Xiao's forehead. Little fox, that's going too far. Xiao Ling's eyes chilled. Had the creature behaved itself, Ye Xiao could have basked in the illusion a bit longer. Attempting an assassination, however, crossed the line. In a flash, Xiao Ling swept her hand through the air. A blue and white shield materialized with a hum, blocking the needles and sending them ricocheting away. The charmed fox let out a startled whine. A moment ago the pair had merely been spectators. Why step in now? If they were intervening, they were enemies. Its eyes flared, and a surge of pink glamour lashed at Xiao Qing and Xiao Ling. Few beings could resist such charm unless they specialized in mental arts. Unfortunately for the fox, the two before it were anything but ordinary. Their spiritual strength dwarfed that of humans. The pink light washed over them without so much as a ripple. The fox's mind spun. How had its signature spell failed? Had enough, little fox? Because I'm about to get serious. Xiao Ling's voice was soft, but laced with killing intent. Prison of the Deep. A dark blue array flared beneath the fox's paws. Ripples spread outward, then solidified into an icy cage that snapped shut around it. Bang! The fox slammed into the bars again and again, but the watery prison didn't budge. Stop struggling. This'll be quick, just one swing. Xiao Ling tapped her toe, blinking to the cage's side. She hefted a black, death-tinged mace, gathered power, and brought it crashing down. Boom! The ground splintered, debris flying. The cage burst into mist, and the fox's scream died mid-pitch. When the dust settled, only a pool of blood remained. No intact corpse in sight. Ding! System notification. Boss defeated. Charm Fox. Experience 0. Item acquired. Charm Fox Core. Equipment acquired. Obsidian grade enchantment ring. The chime had barely faded when Ye Xiao felt as though a bucket of cold water had been dumped over his head. He snapped out of the illusion, consciousness slamming back into place. Seeing how his hands were positioned, his face flushed crimson. Mortifying as it was, at least no one else was around to laugh at him. His resolve remained ironclad. Today was just a mishap. Next time, he swore, no allure would ever sway him again. With that silent oath, Ye Xiao raised the faintly glowing ring to his eyes. The allure ring, the single best piece of gear had ever acquired. It was obsidian grade and top tier at that, a rarity so coveted no one would sell it at any price. Who could have imagined a mere charm fox would drop such a game-breaking item? He opened the appraisal window. Allure ring obsidian, supreme. Spirit 170. Agility 140. Strength 70. Endurance 70. Mana regeneration 15. Skill accuracy 15. Active skill. Charm 1.5 second duration, 60-second cooldown. Holy Ye Xiao's limited vocabulary could only spit out a single curse. Those stats alone left ordinary gear in the dust, and the active skill hard crowd controlled an enemy for a full second and a half. If it could charm someone with his willpower, anyone else would be helpless. In a duel between experts, a tenth of a second could be fatal. A second and a half was practically a life-saving miracle. He hit equip without hesitation. The cold ring slid onto his finger, and a faint pink aura sank into his body. Ding. Quest complete. Ready to change class? His 3 boss kills were already recorded. This was the final step. Once he advanced, he could start leveling again. Ye Xiao nodded. Do it. A silver sigil spread beneath his feet. Warm energy surged through his meridians, and he felt his bones and muscles strengthen in real time. Ding. Class change successful. Congratulations on reaching second advancement. Physical stats and base attributes have been greatly enhanced. He immediately pulled up his character panel. Name, Ye Xiao. Class, Beastmaster second advancement. Beast companions, Azure-eyed white tiger, title Xuanwu. Level, 30. Strength, 988. Agility, 963. Endurance, 941. Spirit, 1034. The numbers made him gasp. Every stat was on the verge of 4 digits, and Spirit had already broken the barrier. Players at the same tier wouldn't catch up until their 3rd advancement at best. And this was only his personal sheet. Factoring in the hidden buffs from his 2 pets, his overall stats would easily soar past 2,000. Ye Xiao opened the friend channel. Senior Yuming, I've finished my 2nd advancement, but am still so weak. My stats are only in the 900s, and only Spirit breaks 1,000. Am I hopeless? Crying face. War God Yuming's phone buzzed in the middle of a meeting. One glance at the message left him stunned. 2nd advancement, level 30, and the kid already had 900 plus across the board, with Spirit over 1,000? This punk was brandishing a 3rd advancement stat sheet, and still had the nerve to whine about being weak. Most players didn't break 1,000 until well after their 3rd advancement. Yet this brat hit those numbers at 2nd advancement, and now he dared to complain. Damn it. In the comm channel, Yuming Zhanshan tossed out a casual, fine, got it. The offhand remark sounded purely perfunctory, and Ye Xiao's temper flared. How could his stellar stats be dismissed with a single got it? Ye Xiao drew a deep breath, reined in his anger, and spoke with utmost respect. Senior Yuming, my strength is still too low. They'll be of little use to the nation at this rate. Could you share some way for me to grow stronger? I would be forever grateful. The fox had finally shown his tail. Yuming Zhanshan snorted inwardly. As expected, Ye Xiao hadn't come here just to show off. He was retreating to advance, looking to squeeze a benefit out of him. Still, the kid was worth investing in among the younger generation. Few could match his combat power. Give him something now, and the payoff later would be huge. No, Yuming Zhanshan answered coldly. He would hand something over eventually, but it couldn't come too easily. Ye Xiao had to remember the favor. Ye Xiao pressed on. Really? Senior, investing in me will never be a loss. Really? I have nothing. I don't believe you. A heavy silence followed. Catan mouse tension thick in the channel. After toying with him long enough, Yuming Zhanshan finally threw over a data packet. 2nd class, transfer scroll. Take it and get lost. Ye Xiao's lips curved upward. He had known the war god had something good. All he needed was to pester him long enough. A 2nd class transfer scroll wasn't something ordinary players could obtain. Only someone of Yuming Zhanshan's level could hold one. Thank you, Senior Yuming. The call ended, and Ye Xiao couldn't suppress the grin spreading across his face. Xiaoqing and Xiaoling cheered in unison. Congratulations on the advancement, Master. 2. The instant Ye Xiao completed the transfer, the 2 of them advanced as well, their combat power doubling on the spot. Guarding him would now be a breeze. It's all thanks to you 2. Without you, I'd never have advanced this quickly. He raised a hand and gently stroked their hair. They closed their eyes and leaned into his arms. It's all because of you, Master. Your contribution is the greatest. Exactly. Without you we wouldn't be where we are today. Their synchronized flattery made Ye Xiao laugh out loud. All right, enough buttering me up. They'll still be counting on you to protect me. With us around, you're perfectly safe, Master. Ye Xiao never doubted their strength so long as he didn't do anything suicidal. No one could kill him. I trust you. Now that the first transfer is done, I still have another 2nd class transfer scroll. Let's unlock my 2nd profession first. Understood. After calming the 2 girls, Ye Xiao activated the 2nd class transfer scroll. 2nd class transfer scroll activated. Quest triggered. Kill 1 level 50, 2nd class, God Bloodline boss. Damn, the joy head felt seconds ago was doused in ice water. No wonder so few people had ever cleared the 2nd profession path. This quest was ridiculous. A level 50, 2nd class boss already blocked most players. Tacking on a God Bloodline requirement pushed it into lunacy. Even with Xiaoqing and Xiaoling, he might not be able to beat a monster with the same God-tier bloodline. After all, God-tier bloodlines put them on equal footing. No wonder the Nether War God sent this over. He can't seriously think I'm capable of killing it, can he? He must rate me far too highly. Staring at the secondary class transfer scroll in his hand, Ye Xiao felt a wave of bitterness. Even if he had the skill to down a boss, where on earth would he find one with a divine bloodline? Creatures like that were strategic assets. With the War God's intelligence network, the opportunity would never fall to him. After weighing the odds, he could only cling to the War God's support even tighter. The conference room in Imperial City was ablaze with light. Moments after transmitting the scroll, the Nether War God's lips curled into a Smiley expression even his long-serving officers had seldom seen. Everyone exchanged furtive glances and softened their breathing. Never in all these years had they seen him grin like a child. Nether, have you uncovered something? One senior officer ventured. The DYS guild in Haiching may be small, but a full wipe on our turf can't be taken lightly. If a hidden faction is. He fell silent when the war god raised a hand. No investigation, came the calm reply. The room froze. Haiching was his hometown, yet he wanted the matter dropped? Another officer probed carefully. Nether, do you know the perpetrator? If that's the case. Oh, I know him, the war god said, eyes narrowing. Any objections? The chill in his voice cut like a blade. No one dared speak. Only the big shots above their pay grade could argue with him, and none of them were present. No objections, they echoed hastily. If it's someone you know, it must be a private dispute. Our concern was an anti-human force. If that's not the case, we'll classify it as internal friction. The war god nodded, setting the tone on the spot. Ye Xiao was his hidden card. If other factions zeroed in on the kid now, the whole game would unravel. And remember, he added, voice still mild yet terrifyingly clear, nobody investigates. The warning sent shivers down every spine. Offending the war god over a second-rate guild? No one was that stupid. They shared silent looks and let the matter die. Ding, you have a new message. As the meeting wound down, the war god glanced at his terminal. Ye Xiao had sent a request. This kid is always trouble, he muttered, though the smile tugging at his lips betrayed his fondness. The officers grew even more uneasy as was the third time had smiled in one meeting. Then he opened the quest details, and the smile froze. Your task is to slay a level 50, second-class boss with a divine bloodline? He repeated, shock flickering in his eyes. Ye Xiao had only just reached his second class, and now the target was a level 50 divine bloodline boss. He ran the numbers in his head. A monster of that caliber would make even a third-class elite squad tread carefully. In other words, a level 50 divine bloodline boss could probably take down an entire third-class elite team itself. What mattered to him more than the quest itself was Ye Xiao's second profession. The stronger the profession, the harsher the advancement. Trialno one knew that better than the Nether War God. When he unlocked his own second class, he only had to slay 10 ordinary bosses of his level. Ye Xiao, on the other hand, had been told to kill a tier 2, level 50 boss with a divine bloodline. The difference in difficulty was night and day, so he was certain Ye Xiao's profession was anything but ordinary. Possible options flashed through his mind. Holy Judicator Knight? Alchemical Saint? Or one of those hidden branches the developers had deliberately kept off the record? After a long mental search, he still found no answer. With a shrug, he let the matter drop once Ye Xiao cleared the trial. The truth would surface on its own. If Ye Xiao failed, every theory was pointless. For now, the real issue was finding a tier 2, level 50 boss with a divine bloodline. He swept his gaze over the other war gods at the table, whose territory happens to hold a boss of that rank. In Waguo's vast territory, such bosses did exist, but each one fell under a specific war god's jurisdiction. Whether the creature lived in an instance or spawned in the wild, its location was mapped out as clearly as a set of coordinates. Although the Nether War God possessed overwhelming power, he had no wish to overstep boundaries. Sooner or later, everyone needed each other's goodwill. If I touch a boss on someone else's turf, feelings will sour, he stated openly. But he'll pay a fair price. No one will lose out. Everyone knew the worth of a divine blood boss, a formidable combat asset, and an invaluable gene pool for future generations. The war gods weighed the gains and losses, yet their curiosity was genuine. A tier 2, level 50 divine boss, what do you need it for? One of them asked. To clear the path for my junior, the Nether War God replied. His second profession requires that kill. Only just switching now? Someone frowned. At his level, that could slow him down. The group nodded. As double-class veterans, they understood how critical timing was. Ye Xiao had to be at least tier 2, level 50 by now, maybe nudging tier 2, level 60, or even the tier 3 threshold. Most players unlocked their second class right after their first advancement. Attempting it this late meant tougher trials and falling behind in growth. Still, it was the Nether War God's family affair, and none of them wished to meddle too deeply. Huang Quan, one war god suddenly said to a gray-robed elder beside him. Don't you have a tier 2, level 50 boss on your land? Huang Quan shook his head with a wry smile. No can do. That female just gave birth and has 3 cubs to nurse. Killing her would be too costly. You'd better look elsewhere. Qing Feng, you should have one, another suggested. Your people have bred plenty of artificial divine beasts. Gifting one to the Nether War God shouldn't hurt you. Qing Feng gave the screen a casual glance and nodded in agreement. Lines of coordinates and data flashed across the hologram in the conference room. Information on several divine-blooded beasts bred through artificial intervention. The technology was still crude. The creatures lost control at birth and knew only slaughter. Natural divine beasts already have intelligence, Qing Feng reminded him. Some have even formed contracts with humans. These lab-grown ones are flawed, no intellect, but greater combat power. Judge for yourself. She lifted her hand and sent the coordinates Blazing Skybird, Flame City, Blazing Secret Realm, 111.111 to Yuming's wrist communicator. I've sent you the location. Go or don't, it's up to you. Yuming had heard of the project long ago. To boost Wagwo's strength and give every Beast Tamer a divine partner, top alchemists had pressed ahead despite the risks. Being able to modify bloodlines was already a breakthrough. Everyone believed a controllable divine beast was close at hand. After confirming the coordinates, Yuming nodded. If that's all, I'll head out. When you set a departure time for Flame City, tell me you'll go with you. Qingfeng waved with a half smile. I'm not worried those things can beat you. Even true divine beasts might fall short. I just want to know who convinced the mighty Yuming to swallow his pride and ask for my help. Meeting adjourned, Ditsong said from the head of the table. At his words, the crowd dispersed, leaving only Yuming's closest allies. Shiluo stepped closer, voice low but brimming with curiosity. Big brother, who is it? For you to speak personally and owe a favor, this has to be someone extraordinary. Yuming glanced at him. He had raised Shiluo himself. The man's loyalty was unquestioned. Even after earning the war god title, Shiluo still called him big brother. You'll meet him soon, Yuming said. His talent is the greatest I've ever seen. If he survives, Hell Surpass Mean might even shatter every limit. The others exchanged stunned looks. For a century, Yuming's talent had been unrivaled. No one had ever heard him praise a younger generation so highly. Zayuluo's eyes widened. What did I just hear? From you? Impossible. Your talent's unmatched. Yuming shook his head. He didn't want to admit it, but facts were facts. A teenager who bonded with two divine beasts at his first awakening, reached his second today, and now faced a secondary class quest equal to a third awakening challenge. Even Yuming couldn't match that pace. He advanced to second awakening today, Yuming added calmly. So what? Second awakening, wait, what? Shiluo froze. A second awakening fighter facing third awakening difficulty? That made no sense. I gave him the secondary class quest this morning, Yuming continued. Shiluo was speechless. The implication was clear, fresh into his second awakening, yet measured at third awakening level. Such talent truly surpassed Yuming and every war god in the room. His talent was undeniable, but could a level 32nd class player really stand up to a boss? Even an artificially bred divine beast comes in at level 52nd class, every bit as strong as a natural one. And if Ye Xiao somehow managed to kill it? However slim, the possibility was real. Yuming Zhanshan had great faith in Ye Xiao's potential, yet whether the mission could be cleared was entirely on the kid himself. This is interesting, really interesting. Shiluo grinned broadly. Big brother, take me with you. I want to meet the youngster. A level 30 who might slay a level 50? Shiluo knew Yuming Zhanshan never spoke casually. If the war god said Ye Xiao had a chance, then he did. Anyone who could pull that off would be a unseen century monster, gifted and lethal. Missing a faceta face would be a shame. Go if you want. The place is Yinqing, Yuming Zhanshan replied coolly. Of course I'm going. Shiluo didn't hesitate. If this kid really blows up, he'll have gotten in on the ground floor. A little networking never hurts. Jokes aside, he had a point. Getting friendly with Ye Xiao now might pay off down the road. Haicheng. While waiting for Yuming Zhanshan's reply, Ye Xiao visited the trading market and listed all the gear he no longer needed. Fair price 38 million, the shopkeeper offered. Deal, Ye Xiao said at once. He was a regular here. Both sides knew the real value. The items were DYS guild leftovers, so 38 million was generous. The shop deserved a profit. Done. 38 it is. With the terms settled, the sale took mere seconds. After unloading everything, Ye Xiao finally had a nest egg closed to 10 small targets in just a few days. Knowing he could add a sausage and 2 eggs to his instant noodles lifted his spirits for no good reason. Ding system notification. You have new mail. As he closed the last deal, a message from Yuming Zhanshan popped up. Blazing Rift, Yinqing. Chords 111.111. 5 p.m., don't be late. Ye Xiao's grin almost split his face. Knew the war god wouldn't let me down. That's the power of connections. Left to himself, who knew when he'd find a level 52nd class divine blood boss. One message, and Yuming Zhanshan not only picked the target, but would personally escort him. Still, a level 50 boss was no joke. Qing and Ling were strong, sure, but pinning it down was another matter. Ye Xiao himself would be little more than garnish. With Yuming Zhanshan along, even if they lost, at least they'd survive. The saddest thing is dying with money unspent, Ye Xiao muttered. Then he slapped the table. Time to splurge, gear up, and max out the damage. He stormed into the next shop. Boss, I'm buying. Show me everything in obsidian. The counter instantly filled with gleaming obsidian gear. Ye Xiao pointed one piece after another. This one, that one, yeah, I'll take them both. Obsidian cloak. Strength 230. Agility 340. Stamina 140. Spirit 220. Critical chance 23. Cast speed 17. Skill, invisibility. Obsidian swift step boots. Strength 170. Agility 370. Stamina 220. Spirit 170. Attack speed 19. Critical damage 30. Skill, blink. These two pieces of gear looked ordinary and were far from top tier. yet buying them almost emptied Ye Xiao's coffers. Still, they gave Xiaoqing and Xiaoling an extra layer of protection and would let them face the next boss with greater confidence. One item each. Xiaoqing gets the cloak, Xiaoling takes the boots. Off to Flame City. Ye Xiao ordered once everything was handed out. Fully equipped, the trio stepped onto the teleport pad. The fee made Ye Xiao's heart ache, but covering the distance from Sea City to Flame City in under 10 minutes and doing it safely convinced him it was worth the money. They arrived early. After a busy morning, none of them had eaten. Food first. You can't fight on an empty stomach, and good food should never be missed, Ye Xiao said. Hearing he was buying, Xiaoqing and Xiling's eyes lit up. Ye Xiao skipped Flame City's regular buffets for one simple reason: those could no longer satisfy the girls' warriors-ized appetites. By now their palates were so refined that anything short of a 3 Michelin-star restaurant held no appeal. The result? Ye Xiao's last coins were drained, and the 3-star establishment had to hang a temporarily closed sign because every dish had disappeared into the girls' stomachs. With lunch demolished, Ye Xiao checked the time. Perfect. Following the coordinates the Nether War God had sent, they set out and reached the scorching rift before 5 o'clock. The rift's entrance lay inside the caldera of an active volcano. Careful, this place feels wrong, Xiaoling whispered. Got it, Ye Xiao replied. The sweltering air made Xiling's brow furrow as invisible waves of heat seemed to leach the moisture from her body. Master, stay alert. As the two women scanned their surroundings, a ball of fire suddenly plummeted to the ground and landed at Ye Xiao's feet. They reacted instantly. Xiaoling threw up 2 shields around him while Xiaoqing drew her blade, killing intent rolling off her as she waited for the attacker to show herself. Good reflexes. No wonder Nether has his eye on you. The flames vanished, revealing a figure in crimson. Qing Feng stepped from the blaze, scarlet robes swirling. Kid, you're the one who wiped out the DYS guild, aren't you? Decided how you want to die? DYS guild? Ye Xiao narrowed his eyes and locked onto her. Identify. Insufficient authority. Unable to scan. The system prompt told Ye Xiao everything. Anyone who could block an appraisal was far stronger than he was. So this was the DYS guild's hidden trump card. The guild was gone. The players were dead. He had never been afraid of the consequences. Xiaoqing, Xiaoling, combat mode. If you want to fight, you'll get one. At his command, the two women prepared to reveal their true forms and battle Qing Feng to the death. Qing Feng, you've gone too far. Just as Ye Xiao and the others were about to make their move, a cloud of black mist materialized out of nowhere, and the figure of the Nether War God slowly emerged. Drawn by some invisible force, the mist swirled and shrank, revealing his tall, austere silhouette. His razor-sharp gaze swept across the gathering, and the temperature seemed to plummet beneath a layer of frost. Qing Feng shrugged and made an exaggerated amount gesture before stepping aside. Boring. I was planning to toy with him, but you ruined the mood. Her tone was casual, yet her actions made her stance clear. She was no enemy of the Nether War God. Ye Xiao let out a silent sigh of relief. Against an existence even appraisal magic couldn't read, he had no confidence in surviving. Senior Nether, he greeted, fist over palm. The Nether War God gave a slight nod, but his gaze lingered on Xiaoqing and Xiaoling. True divine beast's impressive power. As a war god-class powerhouse, he could instantly sense the vast, still dormant strength coiled inside the two young divine beasts. Once they matured, Ye Xiao, with them at his side, could roam this world unhindered. Suppressing his excitement, Ye Xiao pointed at Qing Feng. Senior, this is? War god Qing Feng. The answer was brief, but carried weight. No wonder appraisal failed, Ye Xiao muttered. Qing Feng ranked high on Wagwo's war god list as well, and as a fellow beastmaster her combat strength was on par with the Nether War God. He hadn't expected 2 war gods to show up as his escorts. That meant his class change quest was practically guaranteed. Ye Xiao rubbed his hands, eager to charge into the secret realm. Then, seniors, shall we? Wait. The Nether War God raised a hand. One more person is coming. Well, enter the blazing abyss together once he arrives. Someone else? Ye Xiao's jaw dropped. Anyone who could keep the Nether War God waiting had to be extraordinary, probably another war god. He admitted the tier 2, level 50, god-blooded boss was strong, but deploying 3 war gods felt excessive. A dark thought flickered. Was he the bait? He's here, the Nether War God said with certainty. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous roar split the sky. The ground shook as though torn apart, and a massive crater opened at the foot of the blazing volcano. War God Azura had landed in his trademark violent fashion. Boss, touchdown secure. Azura laughed, brushing molten debris from his clothes. The Nether War God rolled his eyes. Had seen it all before. Azura's gaze swept the area and immediately fixated on Xiaoqing and Xiaoling beside Ye Xiao. Grinning, he sidled up. Well, hello, 2 gorgeous ladies. Where are you from? Seeing anyone? Want to exchange contacts? Ye Xiao was completely ignored, and the awkwardness in the air was almost tangible. Beat it. The Nether War God kicked Azura away, sending him tumbling a dozen meters and carving a second shallow crater. But as quickly as he flew off, he was already on his way back. Shiluo Zhanshun played the toady, hovering respectfully at Yuming Zhanshen's side. After taking a kick, he rubbed his backside and muttered, "Boss, give me a break, will you? I'm a war god too. Kicking me like that is humiliating." Grumbling aside, he straightened his collar and bounded over to Ye Xiao with renewed energy. "Kid, you're the promising newcomer the boss is banking on?" Xiao forced what he thought was a suave smile and gave a thumbs up. "Not bad, handsome enough, just a step behind me. Keep working and maybe you'll catch up." Staring at the rugged, slightly sleazy uncle face, Ye Xiao managed polite courtesy. The man was still a war god and deserved some respect. He had just begun. "Thank you for the praise, Senior Xiao." Iwan Xiao waved him off. "Cut the senior stuff. It's lame. Call me big bro from now on." The single phrase closed the gap between them. For all his bluster, Xiao had sharp eyes. One look told him Ye Xiao was no ordinary fish. Better strike up a friendship early. "Brother Yi, introduce these two beauties to me, would you?" Xiao leaned in, eyes gleaming. Xiaoqing, Xiaoling. Ye Xiao offered only their Nemesno levels, hobbies, or marital status. Xiao blinked. Low EQ. This kid's such a half-hearted intro. He was about to press when Yuming Zhanshen lifted him by the neck. "Everyone's here. Move out. People have their secrets. Pry too hard, and you cross a line." Dangling in Yuming's grip, Xiao fell silent. "Qing Feng, open the secret realm," Yuming ordered. Qing Feng produced a crimson key and flicked it into the volcano's mouth. Boom flames surged, and a teleportation array snapped into being, a fiery seam opening in space. Qing Feng and Yuming stepped through first, Xiao hustled after, and Ye Xiao followed with Xiaoqing and Xiaoling. Blazing Rift secret realm. They landed amid searing heat. The ground was baked into cracked tiles, the horizon a lifeless expanse. The air felt like molten steam, prickling the skin. "So hot," Xiaoling winced. "Master, put me back in the beast space. Call me when you need me to fight." "Go," Ye Xiao agreed. A flash of light, and Xiaoling vanished. Yuming and Qing Feng took it in stride. Xiao, however, froze. One thought echoed. She's his beast companion? What the? No wonder Ye Xiao had only given names. The girl was a pet. Remembering his earlier flirting, Ziyuo's face flamed red. "Kid, you could have warned me. I just made a complete fool of myself," he yelled. Ye Xiao scratched his head and offered a sheepish grin. Beautiful companions like Xiaoqing and Xiaoling could blindside anyone. Yuming Zhanshen raised a hand. "Enough. We're here on business. Don't forget why you came." Yuming War God couldn't help but give a reminder. "Ye Xiao, stay on this clearing. If you get bored, clear out the trash mobs. We'll lure the quest boss over. Then you can finish it off." A class change quest is a personal trial. They could protect him, but they absolutely couldn't kill the boss for him. "Got it," Ye Xiao nodded. He didn't know what the three war gods were up to, but anything that needed beings of their rank was clearly beyond him. Having them escort the boss to him and cover the field was already more than he deserved. The quest still had to be completed by his own hand. After instructing Ye Xiao, Yuming War God turned to Qing Feng and Xiao, his voice low. "Stay sharp and don't slip up. Qing Feng, you and Xiao pin down that war god level divine beast. Bring the boss to Ye Xiao so he can finish his quest first." "Understood." The three of them spoke as if it were nothing, but Ye Xiao drew a sharp breath. A war god level divine beast? There's a fully evolved beast on this wasteland. The two divine beasts at his side were still in their growth phase, while war god level was the apex of their species. No wonder the environment was so harsh that even little Ling could barely stand it. And Yuming had actually brought him here. Did he think Ye Xiao was made of steel? This level 50 second class quest boss was probably blood related to that monster, maybe even its offspring. Ye Xiao grumbled inwardly. "Senior Yuming, you sure think highly of me. Do I really belong in a place like this?" Yuming War God answered blandly. "We're not asking you to fight the war god level beast. That's our job. You just handle the quest boss." Ye Xiao wanted to suggest they call for backup. He had a nagging feeling the three of them might not beat the beast. Before he could speak, Xiao smacked him on the back of the head. "Kid, have you got the boss all wrong? A mere war god level beast could solo it. We're only tagging along to pick up a few tricks. Worry about yourself, not us." Rubbing his head, Ye Xiao admitted he had no way of judging Yuming's strength. Since Xiao put it that way, he kept quiet. Yuming War God repeated the warning. "Ye Xiao, Qing Feng will bring the boss in half an hour. Remember, you have 2 hours. Whether you kill it or not, evacuate the moment. Time's up. 12 hours is the limit. Don't forget." They might not fear that war god level beast, but if it decided to leave its lair, they couldn't seal it away completely. 2 hours from now the seal would fail, the beast would sense the fighting, and if it spotted Ye Xiao, he'd be in grave danger. He took the war god's warning to heart. For the sake of his own neck, he would not stay a minute past 2 hours. The moment the time was up, he would pull out of the secret realm without hesitation. The Nether War God trusted Ye Xiao completely. The kid was gifted yet sensible, and when danger came, he could outrun anyone. The Nether War God had just turned to leave when something occurred to him. Like a doting father, he glanced back and added, "There are plenty of beasts in the Blazing Rift, most of them with high-grade bloodlines. Pick a few out, see if any suit you. I'm off." With that, His figure flickered and vanished into the crimson haze. Ye Xiao watched him disappear and sighed inwardly. The man had probably already guessed his hand no ordinary tamer could contract both an azure-eyed white tiger and a sea-guarding Xuanwu. Still, the curiosity was harmless, and Ye Xiao never meant to hide his strength forever. His roster of divine beasts would only grow, and sooner or later everything would come to light. Since the war god had brought it up, he might as well look around. Maybe the team really would gain a little sister. Another sister. Xiaoqing sighed softly, a hint of melancholy in her eyes. She was his first companion, and Ye Xiao had to consider her feelings. If she didn't want a third contract, he could wait. Xiaoqing, you don't want a sister? She shook her head at once. No. He'll support however many you take in, master. It's just I worry about your wallet. One more sister means another mouth to feed. What if we all end up hungry? So that was her concern. Ye Xiao chuckled and tapped her nose. Little glutton, relax. If I have a sip of soup, you'll have a slab of meat. The days of scrounging for scraps are over. From now on, every meal will leave you stuffed. With his current strength, farming materials was effortless, and earning food money was the least of his worries. Let's move. At his command, Xiaoqing shifted into her massive tiger form. Ye Xiao vaulted onto her back, and together they streaked across the scorched earth and crimson crags of the blazing rift. Moments later, near an underground river of magma, they spotted a lone feral beast. Inspect fiery great bird flamingo king, overlord class. Bloodline level, 25. Running into an overlord right off the bat was a good sign. He might actually find a third divine beast today. This flamingo, however, wasn't to his taste. Ye Xiao waved lazily. Xiaoqing, take it out. Xiaoqing's wings beat once, unleashing a scything gale that ripped the air apart. A metallic screech ended abruptly. The giant bird never even had time to react before it was torn to shreds, embers splattering across the rocks. Ding. Fiery, great bird slain. Experience 370. Add the experience to my skills. Since his second advancement, experience points could either raise his level or increase skill proficiency. He had no intention of leveling before unlocking his second class, so every point went into the latter. Come on, the hunt isn't over yet. The half-hour cooldown was enough for Ye Xiao to scout the area, and he had already marked out several large packs of beasts. At the edge of his vision, the ground was a seething carpet of crimson, an entire colony led by a level 27 overlord class blazing ant king. Anyone with trypophobia would have frozen on the spot. Each ant was no bigger than a palm, yet they were fearless. They would fight opponents far stronger than themselves, and once they swarmed you, they usually dragged you to a slow, ugly death. To Xiaoqing, however, these scuttling pests were just appetizers. Their fire breath could reach halfway into the sky, but the distance sapped most of its strength, leaving her completely untouched as she cruised overhead. Go in and wipe them out, Ye Xiao ordered. On it, Xiaoqing answered crisply. Gung metal tempest. Golden light burst between her scales, condensing into razor-sharp wind that rained down in shimmering threads. Each strand reaped 10 blazing ants at once. The colony screeched in rage, launching fireballs like a meteor shower, but Xiaoqing flipped through the air and slipped past their sluggish arcs. She banked and unleashed another Gung metal tempest, harvesting dozens more lives in a heartbeat. Ding blazing ant slain. EXP 330. Healing spell leveled up to LV2. Ding blazing ant slain. EXP 330. Healing spell leveled up to LV3. The chimes came in an unbroken stream. His overall level hadn't budged, but his skill list was skyrocketing. Healing spell max level. Instantly restores 3000 HP to the Beastmaster and pet. No cooldown. Clarity spell max level. Instantly restores 3000 MP. That kind of healing put ordinary support classes to shame. Xiaoqing, kite them. Drag every blazing ant in the area out here. Then we'll finish them all at once. Roger. She dove, leveling off at the exact height that triggered aggro without letting the ants reach her, then streaked back and forth above their heads. She didn't attack, just weaved at top speed, her tail whipping up clouds of dust and sand. Never had the blazing ant legion been humiliated like this. Usually, they were the hunters. Now they were the playthings. Furious screeches echoed as hundreds of crimson compound eyes tracked Xiaoqing and the rider on her back. So scary, Ye Xiao said with a grin, patting her neck. They're glaring at me? Xiaoqing, anyone who stares too hard, give him a slap. Xiaoqing pulled into a dive, skimming the ground. One savage claw swipe shredded 3 ants in an instant. Keep it up. Under Ye Xiao's direction, she lashed out again and again, like a whip striking over and over, fanning the ants' fury to the limit. Within minutes the legion lost all reason, eyes glowing red as they chased the golden blur. Their screeches summoned even more ants from deep inside the nest, and the ranks swelled rapidly. In less than 10 minutes, over 3000 blazing ants were in full pursuit. The more the merrier, Ye Xiao chuckled, casting detection. A pale blue sweep of light revealed every detail. Unfortunately, even with 3000 of them, the strongest were still only overlord class. For most people, This bloodline would have been remarkable, but to him an overlord-grade lineage was far too mediocre. Master, still nothing suitable? Nothing. Wipe them out. Ye Xiao spoke softly, while Shao Qing was already sweeping through the air. Since they hadn't met a worthy companion after half a day, they might as well turn these flame ants into experience points. Master, hold on tight. With her wings folding in, Shao Qing stopped abruptly in midair, then beat them hard. A freezing cyclone burst downward. Whoosh. The biting wind swept past, and more than 3,000 flame ants were instantly frozen into sparkling statues. Ye Xiao followed up. Clarity. A flash of blue light refilled Shao Qing's mana, and she lashed out with her claws. Crack, crack, crack. One strike after another shattered the ice sculptures into glittering shards. Ding, congratulations on the kill. Ding, congratulations on the kill. Ding, congratulations on the kill. The prompts kept coming until every last flame ant had turned into experience. Only piles of ice fragments remained in the Inferno realm. Master, mission accomplished. Shao Qing landed proudly. Nice work. You'll get 2 extra meals when we're back. With half an hour left before the portal closed, Ye Xiao decided to keep grinding. After topping off their status, Shao Qing took to the air again, baiting monsters so fast she was no more than a streak of green. Moments later, a new pack of beasts appeared. Probe. The panel flashed useless. Kill them. Next wave. Probe. Another overlord-grade bloodline. Kill. Wave after wave. All overlord-grade worthless to Ye Xiao fell beneath Shao Qing's claws, turning into another stream of experience. Time was almost up. It seemed unlikely they would find a divine-grade bloodline today. After all, such encounters depended entirely on luck. Just as they were about to withdraw, a sneaky figure darted into view. It noticed them too. Greed flared in its eyes. Then it spun around and bolted. It actually knows how to run? Ye Xiao raised an eyebrow. Shao Qing, after it. Shao Qing brightened. This was the first beast that had tried to flee on sight, clearly smarter than most. Her wings thundered, and in a flash of green light, she was right behind it. Crushed by the pressure, the creatures first stood on end. Realizing escape was impossible, it stopped dead, screeched, and whirled to face Ye Xiao and Shao Qing. Little fellow, not running anymore? No answer. Its beak snapped open, and a ball of fire blasted toward Ye Xiao. It can breathe fire? Ye Xiao's interest grew. He cast probe at once. Flame Turkey Beast. Bloodline. Divine grade. Immortal Phoenix lineage 0.001 potential for atavism. Level 20. Its stats were abysmal. Any random beast in this realm was stronger, but the bloodline surpassed all others here. The Immortal Phoenix lineage explained how it had survived in the scorching Inferno realm. Clang clang clang, accompanied by shrill cries, tiny fireballs poured toward them. In just a few heartbeats, the fire turkey beast had spat more than 30 of them, the air in front of it warping from the heat. The moment its fire ran out, its legs buckled, and it collapsed, panting, spent to the limit and leaving its fate to the heavens. Adorable, Shao Qing murmured. Soot blackened and singed, the creature still held its head high, wearing a goofy, fatalistic expression that was genuinely funny. Ye Xiao reminded her, cute or not, those fireballs could have killed us. A lesson will not kill it. Sister? What if it's a brother? Shao Qing blinked. Then we beat him to death, Ye Xiao joked without changing his expression. A final wave of fireballs roared toward them. With her defenses, Shao Qing could have ignored the attack, but since Ye Xiao wanted a lesson, she obliged. With a whoosh, she spread emerald wings, and one powerful flap whipped up a gale. Caught by the wind, the fireballs merged into a single, blazing sphere, then boomeranged back at the fire turkey with even greater speed and heat. Clang! The beast froze. Was it about to roast itself? It had no time to dodge. The fireball struck. Clang clang clang, several pitiful cries followed, flames wrapping it completely. Its feathers charred black in an instant, leaving it a half-cooked roast. The creature rolled on the ground, wailing. Ye Xiao and Shao Qing watched like spectators at a bonfire. Smells amazing, master. Shouldn't we just? Shao Qing swallowed. The rich aroma made even Ye Xiao's mouth water. He shook his head. Not this one. It carries undying divine phoenix blood. If we eat it, finding another would be nearly impossible. Then please buy me a different roast turkey when we get back. Reluctantly, Shao Qing blew a breath of icy air, smothering the flames. Any longer, and it really would be done. The temperature plunged, heat still rippling off the scorched shell. Ye Xiao stepped closer, a pale gold pattern blooming in his palm. A contract sigil hovered above the beast's head. Form the pact, or die? Your choice. The creature stared blankly. In the scorched flame's secret realm, it was bottom-tier prey. Anyone could kick it around. Without its one life-saving talent, it would have been eaten long ago. Why did someone this strong want such a weakling? Sensing its doubt, Ye Xiao released a gentle beam of light. The healing spell soothed its charred skin and feathers. Take the pact, and it'll help you awaken your bloodline, give you a new life. Follow me, and no one will bully you again. Do you really want to rot in this god's-forsaken realm forever? His words seemed to carry magic, each syllable settling into the beast's heart. It was tired of abuse, yearning for the wider world. Clanked beast lifted its head and drew the sigil into its body. Ding. A crisp chime. Contract complete. Beast companion fire turkey. Can you truly give me a new life? A young voice echoed in Ye Xiao's mind. Just as I thought she's a girl, Ye Xiao chuckled. A brother would have been far harder to deal with. You'll find out soon enough. The decision you made today will be the best one of your life. All right. I believe you. The turkey beast nodded softly. We're already bonded, so I might as well trust you. Ye Xiao patted its head with satisfaction, adding a third divine pet had just given his overall strength a serious boost. Little turkey, I'm your eldest sister now. Call me Qingjie from here on, understood? Xiaoqing stood before the turkey beast with hands on her hips, radiating authority. That earlier beating had shown the turkey beast the true gap between them, and it dutifully cried, Qingjie, you also have a second sister named Lingjie. Treat her with the same respect you show me, got it? Yes, Qingjie. The little creature lowered itself humbly, and only then did Xiaoqing nod in approval. As the senior, Xiaoqing's words carried serious weight. Ye Xiao's biggest worry had been squabbles among his divine pets, but with her setting the tone, he could finally set that fear aside. All right, Xiaoqing, I agree this little guy isn't bad. Master, he's sensible enough. I'm satisfied. With Xiaoqing's seal of approval, Ye Xiao moved straight to the reversion ritual. Get ready. I'm going to awaken your ancestral blood and give you a second life. Reversion. Buzz. A complex magic circle flared in Ye Xiao's palm. He pressed down, and the glowing sigils branded themselves into the turkey beast's brow. Ding. Undying Phoenix bloodline detected. Proceed with reversion? Revert. The moment the prompt vanished, the process began. Clang. Its dormant bloodline went wild. A surge of undying flames erupted, swallowing the turkey beast whole. The heat spiked so violently that Ye Xiao and Xiaoqing had to retreat several hundred meters before they could steady themselves. Clang. A piercing phoenix cry split the sky. The flames abruptly reversed course, pouring back into the turkey beast. Whoosh. Its eyes snapped open, golden pupils dancing with immortal fire. Clanked Phoenix's song echoed through the heavens. In an instant, the scrawny firebird shed its old form. An undying divine phoenix burst into being. Rainbow wings unfurled, streaking across the sky and leaving a brilliant arc of light. Show's over, come on down, Ye Xiao called up with a smile. The little phoenix circled joyfully a few times, then folded its wings and settled on Ye Xiao's head. Still tiny, it perched with ease, and the warmth of its feathers made Ye Xiao murmur, cozy and warm, feels pretty nice. Enough playing around. My head's not your nest. Down you go. He lifted the phoenix into his palm. Let's see your stats. Divine pet, Undying Divine Phoenix. Element, fire. Level 5. Strength, 1,380. Agility, 1,570. Endurance, 1,230. Spirit, 1,490. Passives, Elemental Immunity Max, immune to fire damage. Elemental Affinity Max, extreme affinity with fire element, skill damage 150. Undying Body Max, immune to lethal damage, can be reborn in flame. Active skills, Undying Flame, Infernal Sea, Crimson Lotus Blaze, Wall of Fire, Incarnation of Flame. Scanning the numbers, Ye Xiao couldn't help exclaiming, good grief. It might be a single-element divine beast, but its potential was practically limitless. In terms of raw stats, it could already rival Xiaoqing. Even crazier, the creature came with a passive skill rebirth by fire that rendered it completely immune to lethal damage. Ye Xiao's eyes went wide. As long as there was flame, it could resurrect on the spot, and the more often it died, the stronger it became. That was outright broken. He stood frozen for several heartbeats before he managed to tamp down the surge of elation in his chest. Meanwhile, the newly evolved firebird beast looked itself over, power roaring inside its body, as if it would tear through flesh at any moment. Master, I'm so strong now. It exclaimed. The firebird has become an undying phoenix. Me fate has been rewritten. You didn't lie to me. As it spoke, it fixed Ye Xiao with a fiery stare. Thank you, master. From today on, it'll be your most loyal beast. Smack. The back of its head took a sharp hit the instant the words left its mouth. Xiaoqing withdrew her hand and gave it a cool glance. Had the little thing already started floating on air after one evolution? Was it trying to steal her spot as the master's #1 beast? Sister Qing, why do you hit me? The firebird beast asked, rubbing its head in wounded confusion. I'm the master's first beast. You're the third. Get the ranking straight. Yes, Sister Qing. I was wrong. Xiaoqing's tone eased a notch. Your evolution is impressive. I can feel the power in you. From now on, protecting the master comes first. Understood? Understood. The beast answered respectfully. After a couple of compliments, Xiaoqing turned to Ye Xiao. Master, firebird beast sounds awful. Give her a real name. Ye Xiao agreed. The old name felt shabby now that she had become an undying phoenix and hailed from the scorching flame secret realm. He thought for a moment. We'll call her Huang Yan. Thank you for the name, master. To her, that first proper name was priceless, and Huang Yan's voice trembled with excitement. Ye Xiao asked, can you take human form? An Undying Phoenix is too conspicuous. If you can transform, you could stay by my side without drawing attention. Of course, master. Just a moment. Huang Yin shook her multicolored wings and shot into the air. A burst of undying flame flared from her wingtips and wrapped her completely. An instant later, the wings flowed into a shimmering, rainbow-hued qipao. The pinions reshaped into delicate hands, and the fire coalesced into a cascade of fiery red waves. An scurved figure, long ivory legs peeking through the side slit, Ye Xiao's eyes almost popped out. An angelic face, a body made for sin, and that torrent of scarlet curls created a visual shockwave. If she had fishnet stockings, she'd be perfect, he mused. Catching his stray thought, Huang Yin laughed softly. Fishnets? A spark's worth of effort. A flicker of undying flame, and black fishnet stockings laced themselves up those straight, endless legs, half hidden, half revealed, radiating raw temptation. Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. The fishnets suit you perfectly, Ye Xiao declared with utmost sincerity. Compared with Xiao Qing's icy grace and Ling Er's childish charm, Huang Yin embodied a mature allure that could steal any man's soul. Ye Xiao couldn't help swallowing. Humph. Xiao Qing huffed from the side, her gaze sliding between Ye Xiao and Huang Yin, a hint of sourness in her voice. Fishnets, big curls, and scurvy figure? She could transform too. Master, if you like it, I can change as well. Ye Xiao wasn't about to give Xiao Qing that chance. One sultry elder sister type on the team was more than enough. He rubbed his temples, voice firm, yet his eyes still wandered to the fire element girl in front of him. Besides, I'm used to seeing Xiao Qing like this. If she switched forms now, it feels strange. Master, I can really do it. Xiao Qing tightened her fists, nerves showing. No, no, stay just the way you are, Ye Xiao said absent-mindedly, his gaze never leaving Huang Yin. Umph. Xiao Qing turned away with a muffled snort. Ye Xiao coughed awkwardly, but still didn't look away. Playing along, Huang Yin planted a hand on her hip and shifted into one provocative pose after another, her fiery red hair swaying and nearly making him lose focus. After a long moment, he snapped back to himself, wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, and forced the conversation onto safer ground. Xiao Huang, you know why we came into this instance? The target's a level 50, second evolution boss, so leave it to me, master. Huang Yin lifted her chin, lashes trembling. This is my turf. I won't disappoint you. Huang Yin might only be level 5 now, but with her innate skill Phoenix Rebirth, the Blazing Rift is her home field. Even a level 50, second evolution boss might not be out of reach. Then we stick to the plan, Ye Xiao said with a nod. Xiao Qing, we'll head back to the entrance and wait for War God Qingfeng. We'll farm mobs along the way so Xiao Huang can soak up the XP. Got it. As they walked, the trio cleared monsters effortlessly. The lesser mobs crumbled under their level advantage, and the experience poured into Huang Yin. Ye Xiao even funneled all of his own gains to her. By the time they reached the entrance, she had leapt to level 15. A first evolution breakthrough was only a matter of time. Deep inside the Blazing Rift, just outside the lair of the War God class spirit beast the Fire Jiao, War Gods Yuming, Shiluo, and Qingfeng lay hidden in the shadows. In the center of the cavern, 1,000-meter-long Fire Jiao slept coiled, scales glowing like molten rock. Several hatchlings nestled at her side, one of which was Ye Xiao's target, the purest-blooded, strongest of the brood, and the mother's favorite. Looks like she's fiercely protective of her young. This could be trouble, Shiluo whispered. Nothing we can do. Qingfeng shook her head, equally helpless. Over the past few years I've taken quite a few of her hatchlings for the Beast Tamers. Now she's on high alert and refuses to give me any leeway. With her slightly weaker power, storming the nest alone was out of the question. She had to call in Yuming and Shiluo. Yuming's eyes sharpened. If negotiation's impossible, we follow the original plan. Qingfeng, you're the fastest, stay hidden. Once we pin the Jiao down, you grab the target. Understood. After we hand the boss to Ye Xiao, we should teach this Jiao a lesson so she stops underestimating humans. With that, Qingfeng flickered out of sight, blending into the searing air until even her presence was nearly undetectable. Once sure she was concealed, Yuming and Shiluo exchanged a nod and sprang into action. Nether domain. Behind Yuming, a jet-black curtain unfurled, shadows surging like a tide and enveloping the Fire Jiao. Shiluo slash. The moment darkness swallowed the beast, Ziyuluo's devastating strike followed, cleaving toward their colossal foe. Years of fighting side by side had carved their teamwork into their very bones. They drew their blades and slipped aside at almost the same instant. Before the Fire Jiao could even blink, Ziyuluo's strike split its scales, sending crimson blood coursing down its hide. A lance of pain tore through the beast, and a low, furious growl rumbled from its throat as its slit-pupiled eyes locked onto the two war gods. Humans, you will die. Recognizing its attackers, the Fire Jiao sprang skyward. Its tail swept in a vicious arc, shredding the air with a shrill whistle. Don't take it, Hedon, Yuming warned. I'd like to see how strong this beast really is. Shiluo laughed, brandishing a blade in one hand and a shield in the other as he stepped forward. Huh. Muscles knotted like steel cables, and a blinding gold light burst from his shield, swelling into a massive barrier. Boom. The tail crashed down. Golden light exploded, driving Xiao back more than 10 meters. Shattered stone sprayed beneath his boots, and his bulging arms quivered. Not bad, hits harder than I thought. He shook the numbness from his arms and straightened. Overhead, the fire Xiao fought to stanch its wound, but its glare never left the pair. Humans, you dare ambush me? It hissed. Still have time to whine. Yuming shot at a glance, then looked at Xiao. You good? Big brother, are you kidding? A mere fire Xiao. That was just a warm-up, now the real fight starts. Xiao laughed, dismissed his shield, and gripped his sword with both hands. Blood-red, killing intent billowed around him, cloaking the blade in a crimson mist. Getting serious? Then so will I. Yuming flicked his palm. A jet-black staff appeared, dark flames dancing at its tip. Now, in a tenth of a heartbeat, Xiao vanished. Alarm bells blared in the fire Jiao's mind, but all it saw was cold steel flashing toward its chest. Xiao ghost cleave. A crushing aura bore down on the beast, its pupils contracting. Few enemies could make it consider retreat, and Xiao was one of them, yet pride forbade a dragon to back away. Reverse scale fire shield. It roared, summoning its strongest defense in an instant. Crack. The shield shattered the moment it formed. The fire Jiao froze broken already? Before the blade even landed? It jerked its head aside to see Yuming's staff leveled at it. Eldritch light coalescing at the tip, warping the air around it. He was the one who had ripped the shield apart. You still have time to look away while fighting me? You must think little of me, Xiao muttered, his sword aura flaring. Cleave. The fire Jiao's attention was locked on the Nether Warlord, leaving it blind to the Azura Warlord's attack. Deprived of the reverse scale fire shield, the beast had to meet the blow with its massive body. Yet beneath the Shura ghost slash, its scales might as well have been rain-soaked paper. The blade arced upward, and scalding blood erupted in a wave of flame as a gash nearly 100 meters long split open. Had the fire Jiao not instinctively recoiled, the strike would have cut it clean in two. Even so, bone showed through the wound, and the killing aura clinging to the blade spread like poison, smothering the creature's regeneration until that aura was purged. The injury would never heal. Damn you all. The sudden trauma sent rage surging through the fire Jiao, but the hotter its anger burned, the colder its thoughts became. Against two warlord-class foes, one careless move meant death. It gauged the situation instantly. The Azura warlord was a blunt instrument whose moves were easy to read. The real threat was the Nether warlord, a man steeped in mystery. One unknown trick had already pierced its defenses. Who knew what else he was hiding? Fixated on the Nether warlord, the fire Jiao all but ignored the Azura warlord, who bristled at the slight. If you want respect me, I'll take it by force. He roared as murderous intent boiled out of him. Killing intent within. I alone am sure 3 heads, 6 arms. Ghost cleave. But just as the technique coalesced, the Nether warlord flashed to his side, pressed a hand to his shoulder, and forced the surging malice back into his body. We're here to stall him, not kill him, the Nether warlord said evenly. If we slaughter him, Qing Feng will lose her mind. The fire Jiao is her cash cow. Each year it sires beasts with divine blood, and every tamer in her domain relies on that. Kill it, and we smash her livelihood. Shall fight us to the death. Got carried away hard to rein in this killing aura, the Azura warlord admitted with a wry smile. Dispersing the malice, he stepped behind the Nether warlord. The two stood side by side, simply watching the fire Jiao circling overhead. Moments ago the beast had felt the Azura's overwhelming presence. Now the pair stood motionless, and suspicion gnawed at it. Choosing caution, it began cycling its demonic power, forcing strands of killing intent from its body. Any bit of healing was worth the effort. Unbeknownst to the fire Jiao, a third force had already slipped into its lair. The instant the domains descended, Qing Feng glided in unseen, heading straight for the clutch of sleeping hatchlings. Sorry, brother fire Jiao, but this year I'm taking every last one, she whispered playfully. With a flick of her plumed wings, she melted into the torchlit shadows, drifting toward the incubation chamber. Just then, a young blazing fire Jiao snapped open its vertical pupils. Flame-patterned scales bristled as it scanned the gloom. Though it saw nothing amiss, it could feel an icy gaze fixed on it, sending a chill down its spine. Little one, it seems there's no other choice, Qing Feng whispered, then issued a crisp command. Move. The blaze fire Jiao had only just relaxed when sapphire flames erupted above its head. Qing Feng had struck. People called her the Azure Phoenix war god because her contracted beast was an Azure Phoenix with divine-grade blood. Blue fire poured down like a closing sky, engulfing the Jiao in a sea of flames. Ruhar. Scorched without warning, the blaze fire Jiao howled in rage. Farther inside the nest, resting Jiaos heard the commotion and stampeded toward the exit. Qing Feng's gaze stayed level. She had eyes for only one target. The Jiao finally understood the intruder was here solely for it. Why would a war god tier beastmaster hunt a half-grown Jiao? It had no time to ponder. Staying alive mattered more. Enduring the searing blue fire, it burst through the inferno and charged for the cave's mouth, desperate to reach the old Xiao, who was still recovering. Under that elder's protection, it might yet live. Running? Qing Feng snorted. Phoenix, cut it off. Outside, the Nether War God and the others were already holding the perimeter. Letting the prey escape would be disgraceful. Runic light flared across the rock wall. Azure flame cage. Bars of blue flame shot from the ground, locking the blaze-fire Xiao in a seamless prison. It smashed into them until its scales split, but the cage never wavered. A second array crashed down. Soul Scorch. Its body remained unharmed, yet its soul felt ablaze, agony lancing straight into its mind. The Xiao collapsed with a shriek, eyes unfocused, sanity fraying. Qing Feng withdrew her power. She could not kill it. Ye Xiao had to deliver the finishing blow, or the mission would fail. Phoenix, grab it, no killing, she ordered. The divine-blooded azure phoenix unfurled its true form, emerald feathers spanning 1,000 feet. One casual swipe of its talons hoisted the dying Xiao into the air. Let's go, Qing Feng said, turning to withdraw. Deep in the nest, the adult fire Xiao who had been healing snapped its eyes open. It had lost brood after brood over the years. Seeing this youngster taken made the rage in its chest erupt. Put it down. The roar rolling through the valley shattered rock. Now a war god in its own right, the elder Xiao refused to endure any more human plunder. Flames boiled over its scales. In a single bound it became a streaking inferno aimed straight at Qing Feng. Crimson Lotus Hellfire. Where the blaze swept past, the air itself blackened into swirling vortices. Years of pent-up fury powered the strike, and its unleashed wrath was nothing short of catastrophic. Yuming's group had clearly come prepared. They had pictured this exact scenario long before the fight began. The fire Jiao had only rushed forward a few dozen meters when Shilao bellowed, Azura, ghost slash. His clothing burst apart as muscles swelled, and a murderous aura, so dense it felt solid, roared down the length of his blade. The strike was all offense, no defense, channeling every ounce of his power. If the fire Jiao tried to meet it heat in, it would be cleaved in two. If it dodged aside, Qing Feng could escape with the explosive flame Jiao, making any further pursuit almost impossible. Damn it! Damn it! All humans deserve to die. The fire Jiao howled in rage, yet its mind remained razor-sharp. It could not take the blow directly. With its young taken and no way to save it, the fury in its chest blazed hotter than ever. Aspect of the fire Jiao. In the instant the blade descended, the creature split into two identical forms. One to clash with Shilua, the other to lunge straight at Qing Feng. So the beast had another trick up its sleeve, Shilua sneered. Even at half strength, the duplicate could stall him just long enough for the original body to give chase. Big brother, it's getting away. Shilua shouted for help while the copy held him back. Yuming raised his staff and flicked his wrist. Noflight. The charging fire Jiao froze in midair. Only its huge eyes rolled frantically. Not a single scale could twitch. Impossible. It stared at Yuming in disbelief. Such power was terrifying. Yuming gestured again. Fall. The fire Jiao plummeted like a meteor, smashing a crater into the ground and sending shards of rock flying. It was as if the beast had been cast in stone, wedged motionless in the fractured earth. Shilua cut the duplicate in half with a single stroke, then strode over to the trapped original, laughing. How does it feel now, little Jiao? No human should wield power like this even after ascending to War God. The fire Jiao could not accept what was happening. With the clone destroyed, all its strength returned to its main body, yet all it could do was tremble. Don't move. Zayuluo's killing intent was icy as he pressed the blade to the creature's neck. Try anything, and this edge won't hesitate. The chill of death bit deeper than steel, snuffing out the fires in the Jiao's chest. It let out a furious, helpless roar, then slumped at the bottom of the pit. Would have saved us all some trouble if you'd done that sooner. Shilua sheathed his sword with a mocking grin. At the secret realm entrance, Ye Xiao was still clearing out lesser monsters with Shaoqing and Huang Yan. Through relentless effort, Huang Yan had reached level 20, gaining a substantial boost in attributes. Someone's coming, Master, Shaoqing warned. Both he and Huang Yan fixed their eyes on the distant horizon, positioning themselves in front of Ye Xiao to shield him from any threat. Don't worry, it's Senior Qing Feng. The instant the three sensed her approach, a transmission from Zhanshan Yuming arrived, and they let down their guard to await her arrival. It really was the legendary divine pet Qing Feng, the sharpest wing under the war god's command. Ye Xiao couldn't tear his gaze away aside from his own companions. It was the first time he had ever seen someone else's divine pet at such close range. With her fiery plumage folded and her body sleek, the blistering aura she emitted was every bit as formidable as that of Shaoqing and Xiaowang. Master, she's stronger than us. Shaoqing and Xiaowang traded silent words while keeping their eyes fixed on Qing Feng. When divine beasts met, rivalry was inevitable. The verdict was clear. Qing Feng outclassed them in level and combat power, yet in bloodline purity, they held the advantage. Hers was roughly 50% pure, whereas theirs had reached 100% after their reversion. One day they could found an entire lineage and be hailed by future generations as the forebears. Qingfeng land. The flames subsided as Qingfeng folded her wings and descended, tossing the exploding flame fire Jiao to the ground like an empty sack. The once ferocious creature now lay half dead. Kid, you're impressive. No wonder Yuming thinks so highly of you. Admiration tinged Qingfeng's voice. Her gaze settled on Huang Yan, the statuesque woman beside Ye Xiao. She had definitely not been there before they entered Qian, and outsiders were barred from this realm. There was only one plausible explanation: beast form manifestation. For a beast to assume human form, its bloodline had to be at least saint-tier, often edging into divine. Ye Xiao already possessed 2 divine pets, so his third could only be the same. In Qingfeng's experience, a tamer commanding 3 divine beasts at once was a feat worthy of legend. Many spent a lifetime without securing even one, which had driven them to engineer artificial divinities. Ye Xiao noticed her astonishment, but answered only with a quiet smile. Luck and effort were part of it, yet most of the credit went to his system. Finish it. Its soul is already shattered. Now's the perfect time to reap. Exploiting weakness was irrelevant. Completing the mission was all that mattered. Ye Xiao gave the order. Do it. At once, Shaoqing and Xiaohuang returned to their true forms. Ice storm. A tiger's roar split the air as frigid wind and ice whirled around Shaoqing, forming a column that rent the earth. The ground froze solid, then shattered into razor shards. In a heartbeat, the maelstrom swallowed the fire Jiao, turning the massive beast into a flawless statue of ice. Even its vaunted physique could not endure such absolute cold. We're not done, Purgatory Inferno. The secret realm was Xiaohuang's stage, and she refused to let Shaoqing steal the spotlight. A phoenix cry tore through the sky as undying fire gathered beneath her wings. Twin vortices of flame erupted, striking the icebound Jiao. Boom. Waves of fire surged, scarlet light blazed, and the exploding flame fire Jiao was engulfed in a crimson purgatory. The undying flame is eternal. Whatever it touches perishes instantly. The ice vaporized in an instant, and the Bao Yin Huajiao was swallowed once more by immortal flames, absolute frost colliding with absolute fire. The beast let out a gut-wrenching screech, thrashing through the sea of flames, yet it could not shake off the eerie purple-black fire clinging to its scales. Master, I want in on the fight too. Watching Shaoqing and Xiaohuang strike one after another, Xiaoling's hands were already itching. She couldn't let those two hog all the glory. As the second sister, she had to defend her own rank. Ye Xiao glanced around at the churning lava and corrosive firestorms. This terrain works against you. Are you sure? Yes. Xiaoling's tone was firm. The Bao Yin Huajiao is already half dead. I just need to finish it off. Clear the way, the lady has arrived. Before the words had fully left her mouth, Xiaoling shot from the beast taming space, paused in midair in her true form, then dove and stamped hard on the Huajiao's cracked skull. Crunch. That single blow snuffed out the creature's last breath. Blood splattered, flames scattered, and the Bao Yin Huajiao's head caved in like a ceramic pot under a sledgehammer. Huh, where's the boss? Xiaoling looked around in confusion. Ye Xiao pointed helplessly at her feet. Right there. Dead. Seriously? That fragile? I didn't even use any strength. Xiaoling pouted, disappointed that her chance to show off had ended with a single stomp. Elsewhere, Qingfeng pulled her gaze back, waves surging in her heart. I was right, 3 sacred beasts. She had suspected it, yet seeing Shaoqing, Xiaohuang, and Xiaoling, 3 divine beasts with astonishing bloodlines standing side by side, still made her draw a sharp breath. Master, their blood is exceptionally pure. One day they'll probably far surpass me, Qingfeng murmured, her eyes lingering on Huang Yan. She was merely a Qingfeng, while Huang Yan was an Undying Phoenix, a whole tier higher. Only now did she understand why Yuming, who had kept to himself for years, would be so eager around Ye Xiao. With a contractor like that, she too would give everything she had. As long as Ye Xiao survived, his future was destined to eclipse any of them. He already commanded 3 divine beasts. Soon it could be 4, 5, or even more. While Qingfeng pondered, Ye Xiao was busy accepting system rewards. Ding Bao Yin Huajiao slain. Experience 2 million. Item acquired. Huajiao core. Skill book acquired. Huajiao clone. Equipment acquired. A heap of materials, skill books, and gear lay at his feet. Ye Xiao spared them only a glance, then focused on the quest panel's prompt for a second class. Ding quest complete. Unlock second class. His heart raced. This was a level 50, second transition boss task. He had managed it only because Qingfeng and the others had first crippled the Huajiao. On his own, it would have cost him far more effort. If there's nothing else, stay here and grind some levels. I'm going to help them finish off the remaining War God level Huajiao, Ye Xiao told Qingfeng. Understood. 3 War God tier experts against 1 Huajiao posed no problem. As Qingfeng departed, Ye Xiao drew a deep breath and selected the second class option. Activate. Ding, activating second class. Please wait. Ding. Secondary class unlocked. The chime echoed in Ye Xiao's mind as a blazing column of golden light burst above his head, bathing him in a holy radiance that felt like pure ascension. Then came the system's enthusiastic announcement. Congratulations! You have become a Mythic Beast Knight Special Class. Congratulations on acquiring the special skill, Masterful Riding. Congratulations on acquiring the Divine Talent, 100% Mythic Beast. He had expected the quest to be brutal, so earning a special class was no surprise. Still, Mythic Beasts were respectable, but the Knight part? That was open to interpretation. How exactly was he supposed to ride them, humanoid form or beast form? The mere thought sent his blood racing. Don't be so stingy, Master. You're no fun. Master, I'm fine with whatever you want. Come on, I'm up for it too. The three mythic beasts were linked to him telepathically. Every spicy image flashing through his mind was crystal clear to them. Their loyalty was absolute, and however he wanted to ride, they were ready. Cut it out. Partners, pets, that's all. I'm a proper knight. Well, the class is questionable, but I'm not. Ye Xiao mentally slapped himself, forcibly banishing the string of fantasies and shifting his focus to the new skill and talent. Those were the real priorities. Special skill, Masterful Riding. Effect: upon activation, the rider's skill reaches perfection. While mounted, both rider and beast gain a skill bonus for 1 hour, increasing all attributes by 20. The bonus scales with future class advancements. Holy crap, that's busted. Ye Xiao almost leapt in the air. A flat 20 boost for a full hour while mounted. Once he advanced to 3rd tier and became a war god, the numbers would be insane. The only downside, he could ride only one beast at a time. If he could mount 2 or even all 3, his stats would skyrocket. With their current panels, an extra 20 would push single attributes past 10,000. Ordinary 3rd tiers wouldn't even be a snack for them. Only war god level opponents could go toe-a-toe. He slapped his thigh, nearly howling at the sky. Awesome. For that whole hour, I'm a real man. How many guys can keep riding for 60 minutes straight? Even the corners of his mouth twitched with pride. Next, he looked at the talent. Divine Talent, 100% Mythic Beast. Effect: when the player acquires a mythic pet, they share 100 of its attributes. No limit on the number of mythic pets. Bonuses stack. Just 2 short lines, yet they nearly made him bite his tongue. A game-breaking talent. Combine it with Bloodline Reversion, which lets ordinary pets evolve into mythic beasts, and every new companion would feed that full stat boost. Best of all, there was no cap on pet slots. The more beasts, the higher his numbers. Right now he owned 3 mythic beasts, their combined stats pushing him close to 20,000. He felt like a humanoid mythic beast himself, one beast to rule them all. With the talent active, he didn't even need Xiao Qing and the others to shield him. His own panel already edged out theirs. Add equipment and auxiliary skills, and the title War God no longer felt out of reach. Of course, that was just post-power-up bravado. If he sparred with a true War God now, he might not even know how he died. At that tier, both stats and skills have undergone a qualitative leafy, still had a long climb ahead. So, back to business. Grind mobs, grind levels, keep grinding. Compared with Ye Xiao's exhilaration, Xiao Qing and the others were noticeably less enthusiastic. Ye Xiao's power had surged, eclipsing his companions and making them feel suddenly replaceable. Xiao Qing, Xiao Huang, and Xiao Ling grew uneasy. Once worried their master was too weak, they now feared had grown so strong that he no longer needed them. The contradiction showed plainly on their faces. What's wrong? Why the low spirits? Shouldn't you be glad I'm stronger? Ye Xiao asked, concern in his voice. Of course we're happy for you, Master, Xiao Qing said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, though her eyes held reproach. But you're so powerful, now will you still rely on us? You might not need us in battle anymore. Ye Xiao gently ruffled her silky hair. Who said I don't rely on you? You'll forever be my closest partners. A Beast Tamer shouldn't lead the charge, the fighting is up to you. They'll stand aside and command. The fog cleared at once, and the 3 divine pets brightened. If their master needed them, their fighting spirit returned tenfold. Master, ride me first, I want to see your skills in the saddle, Xiao Qing said with a playful wink, her voice carrying a teasing lilt that nearly made Ye Xiao lose his composure. Master, I'm next. Xiao Huang spread her wings in declaration. Me too. Don't favor only big sis. Xiao Ling pressed close. For a moment, all 3 clamored at once. Ye Xiao rubbed his temples with a wry smile. All right, we'll go in order 10 minutes each. Fair and square. Eldest first, Xiao Qing declared. Instantly she expanded into her Qinghuan form. Ye Xiao vaulted onto her back. The moment his 2nd-class divine beast knight activated, power flooded his limbs, and man and beast moved in perfect unison. A single glance conveyed his next command. Master, this feels incredible. Me strength is rising too. Xiao Qing climbed skyward, spiritual light rippling off her wings. Naturally, Ye Xiao said, glancing at the status panel that showed both of their stats soaring. Charge attack. A streak of blue light tore through the air as Xiao Qing dove into a pack of savage beasts, claws slashing, feathers flashing, blood mist blooming. Xiao Huang and Xiao Ling followed behind. Watching enviously, the eldest had priority, after all. Fortunately, the limit was 10 minutes. Time's up, Xiao Ling announced, timing it precisely, and blocked the still exhilarated Xiao Qing. Big sis, master has to Sharino monopolizing. Exactly fairness. Xiao Huang echoed. Reluctantly, Xiao Qing shifted back to human form and stepped aside. Master, 10 minutes each, then it's my turn again. Fine, fine, Ye Xiao said with a helpless laugh. Ever since awakening his second class, had been busier than ever, 3 divine pets taking turns demanding to be ridden, each one jealous the moment he dismounted another. Sigh. Having too many divine pets is its own kind of trouble. On the far side of the Scorching Blaze secret realm, the war god Xiao was sparring with the fire serpent Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao's face was dark, frustration knotting inside it. If it hadn't been helpless against Yuming, would it have ended up as Ziyuluo's training partner? Its child had been taken, yet it still had to swallow its pride utter humiliation. You have the nerve to get distracted while fighting me? Ye Xiao, am I heir to you? Xiao snorted, flames bursting beneath his feet. Veins bulged along his arms, the tip of his blade quivering. One blade school ultimate art drawn slash. Huh. His roar shook the realm. The long blade, charged to the limit, turned into living lightning, sliced through the searing air, and streaked straight for Ye Xiao. Zzz. Even Ye Xiao's formidable body couldn't shrug off the strike. Its chest split open, blood spraying everywhere. Agonized, it let out a thunderous roar. Dragonfire dance. Taking hits had never been its style, especially with Yuming only watching. As long as Xiao wasn't killed, Yuming had no reason to interfere, so there was no need to hold back. A blinding blaze wrapped around its body, and Ye Xiao became a streak of white-hot light that closed the distance in a blink. Ziyuluo's drawn slash had just ended. His momentum was gone. There was no time to mount a real defense. He could only swing his blade across his chest. Bang! Fist met steel, flames erupted, and Xiao was blasted back 100 meters, boots plowing deep trenches when he landed. Iron flooded his throat, but he forced it down. I can't disgrace myself in front of Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao Preston. The fight has only just begun. Inferno over heaven. Prairie wildfire. Flame shower skies. Ye Xiao never lacked techniques. One dazzling move after another rained down, as if spiritual power were limitless. Within the raging flames, Xiao was driven to pure defense. His clothes and hair burned to ash, and the air even carried the mouth-watering scent of roasted meat. Damn enough. He roared. Xiao Tiger Hunt. He ate a blast heaton, then countercharged, locking into close combat with Ye Xiao. 2 figures flashed past each other. Another bone-deep gash opened across Ye Xiao's chest, blood gushing, while Ziyuluo's abdomen was charred black. Man and serpent both retreated, wary yet unwilling to push for the kill. It was only a spar. There was no need to go for the throat. Yuming still hadn't lifted a finger. He knew this rare opponent was exactly the catalyst Xiao needed. As long as he was here, Xiao would not die. TCH. Relax, big bro, I'm not dying. Xiao spat out blood, eyes still burning as he stared at Ye Xiao. I knew this thing was tough, but not this tough. Its boat is harder, its recovery faster, and its raw power doesn't lag behind. He clenched his teeth. Fighting on Ye Xiao's turf puts me at a disadvantage. I lost by a hair today, but next time he'll make it eat dirt. Failure isn't frightening. Level up and the tables turn, and if he really wanted to run, he was sure Ye Xiao couldn't stop him. Seal. Yuming raised a hand. A jet-black magic circle suddenly unfolded above Ye Xiao's head. Before he could react, an overwhelming force slammed him to the ground, and no amount of struggle made the slightest difference. The fire Xiao thrashed in fury, gravel exploding beneath its coils as its roar shook the air. Coward. Attacking me from behind is beneath a true warrior. Hands clasped behind his back, Yuming looked down at the creature. With a casual twist of his palm, the binding sigil dissolved. The fire Xiao had barely drawn a breath when another array crashed down, pinning it even deeper into the earth. I gave you a chance, Yuming said mildly. If you couldn't seize it, don't blame me for playing rough. The words nearly made the beast breathe fire again, but it quickly realized resistance was pointless. Whether or not Yuming fought fair, victory was impossible. All that remained was judgment. Do your worst. The beast clan will never bow. Pride was the last thing the fire Xiao had left. Qingfeng had tried to tame it many times, each attempt ending in refusal. Now it was convinced she and Yuming had conspired to break its spirit and turn it into a pet. As a divine beast, it would never submit. Suddenly, a column of cyan flame ignited, and within the blaze Qingfeng's graceful form flickered into view. The fire Xiao's eyes widened. So it is you. I will never become your mount. If the sigils weren't holding it down, it would have lunged at her. Qingfeng spared it only a glance. She did want a divine steed, but even a war goddess had standards. A beast pet had to be utterly loyal. One as rebellious as the fire Xiao was more trouble than it was worth. I'm here, Qingfeng said, dismissing the azure fire and nodding to Yuming. All taken care of? He asked. She smiled. With me around, of course. Even without me, that kid would have managed just fine. She raised 3 fingers. An azure-eyed white tiger, a Sea-Suppressing Xuanwu, and an Undying Divine Phoenix, 3 divine pets. I'm jealous. Yuming and Shilua both paused. Yuming had always kept an eye on Ye Xiao. He knew the boy already had the tiger and the Xuanwu. Head joked that Ye Xiao should go find a phoenix one day. Who would have thought the boy would actually track down an undying phoenix with purer blood than King Feng's own? The kid's talent is beyond anything we imagined, Yuming murmured. Shilua nodded. I went through endless trials to win King Feng's allegiance, and that brat picks up 3 creatures with even purer bloodlines by his second advancement. It's infuriating. She envied him so much she'd considered dissecting him if only she were sure she could pull it off. Yuming collected himself. Since Ye Xiao succeeded, there's no reason for us to linger. Let's go. Fine, but give me 10 minutes to deal with something. King Feng's gaze drifted to the raging fire Jiao, her tone turning chill. That overgrown lizard thinks I won't lay a finger on it just because it's a divine beast. If it didn't have a bit of research value, I'd de-slice it up right now. I can't kill it, but a good beating should relieve my stress. Locked in the array, the fire Jiao could only watch as Qing Feng cracked her knuckles and advanced Yuming's power, holding it fast, leaving it at their mercy. What are you trying to do? Driven back step by step, Hua Jiao felt every shred of arrogance drain from his face. Staring at the woman before him, he suddenly decided he'd rather take a beating from the war god Yuming than face whatever she had in mind. Qing Feng, a warrior can be killed but never humiliated. I will never. Shut the hell up. Qing Feng silenced him with a curt wave. Who asked for your speech? Think you're hot stuff? Spare me. Her patience had already worn thin from his constant mockery. Now that the main crisis was settled and time was on her side, she chose to educate this loudmouth WIRM properly. Sun-chasing azure flame. Soulfire. 2 torrents of fire slammed down one after another, a blazing tide sweeping across the ground. No, don't know. Too noisy. Qing Feng cast a sideways glance at Yuming. With a flick of his staff, Yuming muted Hua Jiao. Frozen and voiceless, the WIRM could only wish for death, while Qing Feng pummeled him for a solid 10 minutes. Had Yuming and the others not stepped in, she truly might have burned him to ash. That's enough. Any more, and he's done, Yuming warned. He's the only obedient one we've got. Replacing him would be troublesome. Qing Feng finally withdrew, smoothed her rumpled robe, and regained her usual poise. Fair point. Killing him would be a waste. They'll just have a little chat hands off. She bent close to Hua Jiao's ear and whispered a few words. His pupils shrank. All color left his face. MMPH, he fought to speak, but Yuming's silent spell held firm. All he could do was stare at Yuming, eyes begging. Release, Qing Feng said evenly. The seal lifted, and Hua Jiao collapsed to his knees, voice shaking. Please, anything you want. He'll sign a master-servant contract. Total loyalty, I swear. He groveled the instant he could talk, yet Qing Feng merely scoffed. A contract? Maybe if I feel generous someday, and you're still useful. Not today. Master, please, ill behave, just contract me, Hua Jiao pleaded again and again, but Qing Feng ignored him. Let's go. Ye Xiao's waiting. She turned away. The WIRM was utterly cowed. Their task here was finished. Move. Yuming nodded, and the group departed at once. At the entrance to the secret realm, Ye Xiao rode his mount Xiaohuang in circles, kiting and slaughtering wave after wave of monsters. The swarms were endless. Had lost count of how many times had topped off the mana of the 2 mage sisters. The payoff, though, was worth it. Every drop of experience flowed into Xiaohuang, and the little phoenix finally caught up, reaching 2nd rank, level 30. System prompt. Skill. Charge rush an enemy with a 300 speed boost, dealing 150 damage and carrying a 50 chance to stun the target. Knight exclusive skill, also learnable by beast knights. Nice, excellent skill book. Ye Xiao turned the scroll in his hand with satisfaction. Had practically taken over the entire realm, cutting down high-level monsters non-stop and raking in mountains of experience. All the drop loot was top tier, and Ye Xiao sent every last piece straight to Xiao Yanru. The non-stop grind finally shoved Xiao Yanru to level 20. Yet dark circles framed her eyes. The materials had flooded the entire room, and if she dared blink, the next wave might bury her alive. Xiao Yanru, you're the best bro ever, Ye Xiao joked. Ye Xiao, I'll keep you well supplied. Don't worry, the materials will only keep coming. Xiao Yanru muttered, then blocked him for 3 minutes. After the brief exchange, Ye Xiao lifted his eyes to the distant fog. The meeting time had agreed on with those 3 had long passed, and there was still no sign of them. In unfamiliar territory, walking into someone else's trap would be bad news, so he decided to wait another half hour. If they still didn't show, he'd investigate himself. Bring over the one that's frozen in ice, Ye Xiao ordered. He hadn't forgotten his deal with Quangren, nor his larger Driamto leave one of his beast companions in every corner of the world. During the earlier fight, had spotted a fierce beast with an innate saint-grade bloodline. Keeping it was wasteful. Selling it to Quangren would honor his promise and earn him a favor. Bloodline reversion. System prompt, ding. Bloodline reversion in progress, success. Blazing Flame Monkey King, saint-grade bloodline. Master. The Blazing Flame Monkey King dropped to 1 knee. It's male, not my type, Ye Xiao grumbled, then straightened. You know the plan. Don't slip up. Yes, master. With loyalty maxed out after the reversion, betrayal was impossible even without a contract. Ye Xiao stored the beast in his taming space and messaged Quangren. Ye Xiao. Hey, long time no see. In a high-rise in Imperial City, the busy Quangren nearly dropped everything when the text popped up. Who was Ye Xiao? The super rookie personally endorsed by the Netherwar god. Since adding each other, they'd never spoken. Now Ye Xiao was reaching out first that couldn't afford to be casual. Quangren. Hey, long time. Can't believe you messaged me first. Whatever you need, just say the word. Ye Xiao knew half of that enthusiasm belonged to the Nether War God's reputation. Ye Xiao, big shot. Hardly. I'm just a freshly second-class rookie. I wouldn't dare brag in front of you. Quangren. Humble bragging is deadly, Quangren muttered. A second-class job didn't mean much to veterans, but how long had Ye Xiao been around? Most of his peers were barely level 10. Quangren. Already second class? Impressive. Give you a little more time, and I won't stand a chance against you, haha. Ye Xiao swallowed the line. You already don't stand a chance to leave him some dignity. Ye Xiao. I'll skip the small talk. I'm here for a favor. As everyone says, nobody visits the Hall of Three Treasures without a reason. Ye Xiao's sudden call could only mean he needed a favor. Quangren had already decided to treat it as an investment and a way to repay Yuming Zanshan's kinness so long as Ye Xiao's request wasn't outrageous. He would help. Ye Xiao, just tell me what you need. We're brothers, no formalities. If I can help, I will. Quangren sent the reply without hesitation. It's nothing huge, Ye Xiao answered calmly. I have a saint grade, already tamed but uncontracted beast companion. Do you want it? Quangren's breath caught, his fingers trembling over the communicator. If you want it, I'll sell it to you. If you don't, help me find a buyer. Deal? Ye Xiao added. The line went silent for a moment. Brother? More like a lifesaver. A saint-grade beast with an unbound contract was every beastmaster's dream, and it was being offered right in front of him. Quangren could hardly believe his ears. Are you serious? A genuine saint-grade? He fired off several messages in a row. Absolutely, Ye Xiao replied. Meet me at the entrance to the Qian secret realm. I'll hand the beast over. You test it, then quote me a price. Ye Xiao knew that gifts given for free were often taken for granted. Only a hefty price tag would make the buyer treat the beast with the respect it deserved. Besides, a saint-grade beast in this condition was priceless, definitely not something to give away casually. The more Quangren thought about it, the more excited he became. No matter how high the price, he would raise the funds even if it meant selling everything. Then the location sank in. Today Yuming Zanshan was personally escorting Shilua Zanshan and Qingfeng Zanshan to the Qian secret realm to help a junior complete a second profession advancement. The clues lined up in Quangren's mind, and the answer became obvious. That junior was Ye Xiao. Hold on, brother. Keep the beast for me, I'm buying it. Quangren typed, then dashed into the teleportation array. A flash of white light sent him straight toward the Qian secret realm. After ending the call, Ye Xiao packed away the communicator and waited patiently. He understood what a saint-grade beast meant to a beastmaster. Offering it to Quangren first was both a gesture of friendship and a favor to Yuming Zanshan. After all, Quangren was Yuming Zanshan's man. Better to keep good fortune in the family. Before long, a thunderous boom split the air at the secret realm entrance as the ground cracked like a spiderweb. Shilua Zanshan had announced his return with his trademark ground smash, the shockwave echoing all around. Ye Xiao looked up to see Yuming Zanshan, Shilua Zanshan, and Qingfeng Zanshan striding back together clearly. The trip had gone smoothly. Haha, brother Yi, you're fast. Shilua Zanshan roared, his hearty laugh rippling through the air. We gave you 2 hours, and you already took down the boss. I couldn't have done it without Qingfeng Zanshan and these ladies helping, Ye Xiao replied, cupping his fists in thanks. Then his eyes slid to the side and froze. Whoa, big wave goddess. Hey there, I'm Shilua Zanshan. Mind if we get acquainted? The moment Shilua saw Xiao Huang, he was spellbound by her confident, alluring presence. Crack. A sharp slap rang through the tent. Yuming War God couldn't take it anymore and smacked Shilua. Get out of my sight. You fall for every woman you meet. Stop disgracing the war gods. Shilua rubbed the back of his head, shrugged, and sighed. Opportunities aren't apples hanging on a branch. If I don't reach for them, they'll never drop into my lap. He muttered, if I don't try, they'll end up like you two, single forever. Before he finished, Yuming and Qingfeng war gods shot him twin death glares, icing the very air. Shilua shrank back. These two were getting bold, but with Ye Xiao present, they'd show restraint. Otherwise, they'd remind him who was really in charge. When we get back, come see me. We need to talk, Yuming said coldly. I need a word with you too. Don't forget, Qingfeng added. Shilua fell silent, pretending he hadn't heard. He knew exactly what was waiting. If he showed up, he'd be skinned alive for that eternal bachelor comment. With Shilua subdued, Yuming turned to Ye Xiao. You've unlocked your secondary class, right? Mind sharing what it is? Ye Xiao smiled. No secrets between us. My secondary class is Divine Beast Knight. Divine Beast Knight? Knight. As in you ride? Yuming and Ziyuo's imaginations aligned perfectly. They exchanged meaningful looks, while Qingfeng stared blankly, clueless. Ye Xiao cleared his throat. Just a knight. Except I ride a divine beast. You get the idea. The more he explained, the stranger it sounded, so he stopped. Sure, we get it. Yu Ming waved dismissively. What bonuses does a divine beast knight get? It can't be only riding. It's decent. While mounted, for an hour both my stats and my pet's stats rise by 20%, plus another 1% for every level I gain. All three froze. An hour, 20%, and an extra 1% per level? That was downright overpowered. You're not kidding? Yu Ming asked, eyes narrowed. No joke. That's just how the class works. Seems reasonable to me. Ye Xiao replied, tone casual. Still humble bragging. The three war gods clenched their teeth. Sure, it had dropped from a second transition, level 50 god grade boss, so it should be strong, but to call it reasonable? They all wanted to slap him. Little did they know Ye Xiao hadn't even mentioned his broken god tier talent. If they knew, these numbers wouldn't shock them so much. Xiaoluo muttered enviously, that second class makes me jealous. Why couldn't I be a divine beast knight? I want to ride too. He abruptly shifted the topic. Anyway, Ye Xiao, which university are you heading to in September? Yu Ming and Qingfeng glared. Xiaoluo caught the cue. If he didn't change the subject, he was in for a beating. Was that question really so sudden? Knowing how to read the times is the mark of a true survivor. Ye Xiao chuckled, took a sip of tea, and waved them off. I haven't thought much about college yet. You know my talent's average and my wallet's empty, so we'll pick whichever school offers the best perks. Maybe their benefits can keep this poor student afloat. This kid's clever as a fox, Xiaoluo muttered. All three Xiaoluo, another young man under the Netherlord god of war, and the Netherlord himself rolled their eyes at Ye Xiao, the atmosphere suddenly light. Arms folded, Xiaoluo teased, shaking them down already? Well, you've got the leverage. Who else at second transfer can command 3 divine beasts? Throw in your secondary class, and you're practically untouchable. Even a third-tier powerhouse might back off. The other young man burst out laughing. You're the boss, chosen one. With his name, they'd roll out the red carpet, even for a sow. The crude analogy earned him a frosty glance from the Netherlord. Xiaoluo shrank a little, mumbling. No wonder he gets smacked around. Yet he finished his thought. It's a compliment. Boss, it just sounds like you're bullying people. The Netherlord surveyed them calmly. Ignore him. I have resources, but I never take shortcuts. Whatever you hold should come from your own ability. Leaning on others doesn't last. He paused, then looked at Ye Xiao. With your talent, you'll stand out in any academy. Gold always shines. It sounded like encouragement, but the meaning was clear. No special favors. Ye Xiao smiled. He himself was the biggest shortcut. Once he showed a glimpse of his hand, the schools would rush to cater to him. I understand, Ye Xiao said. He'll put on a good show when the time comes. The Netherlord nodded, satisfied. The boy knew when to advance, and when to hold back a promising seedling. His tone dropped. Remember, don't reveal your whole hand for a few scraps. Huahua isn't as safe as you think, and we can't guard you every moment. Mischief flashed in Ziyuo's eyes. Divine pets are tempting, you know. Even I'm interested. If you weren't the Netherlord's guy and somewhat good-looking, I might kill you for them. Ye Xiao laughed, a chill rippling under the humor. Divine beasts might feel ordinary to him, but to others they were priceless. Without the Netherlord's goodwill, someone else might already have drawn a blade. The Netherlord caught the flicker of caution in Ye Xiao's eyes and relaxed a little. The boy understood he couldn't expose his trump cards before reaching god-level strength. Still, the Netherlord added, we'll claim every resource we're entitled to. Since your divine beasts can take human form, I can arrange their enrollment. You'll collect 4 sets of entrance rewards, a sizable haul. So that's how you exploit a loophole, Xiaoluo said, eyes gleaming. As long as Qing and the others stay in human form, no one will know. Free resources, why waste them? A surge of excitement flashed through Ye Xiao, but he kept his voice steady. Thank you, Senior Netherlord. If possible, please assign me to Mo City University. Ye Xiao had already investigated every major academy. Imperial City University and Mo City University shared the top tier, with Imperial City holding a slight edge. The problem was its social scene was a shark tank, throw a stone at random, and you might hit the air of some powerful clan. Status and talent there were unmatched, and the web of connections ran impossibly deep. Ye Xiao would rather spend his time grinding monsters than playing court politics. By comparison, Mo City University was far quieter. Even better, the madman had mentioned a hidden dragon blood secret realm deep in Mo City. Enrolling at Mo City University would give him a legitimate reason to explore it, and if he captured a suitable spirit beast there, he could complete his set of the 4 divine beasts. Mo City University isn't a bad choice, Yu Ming, the war god, said to Ye Xiao, his tone firm. Forget about going back to High City. There's nothing there worth missing, and plenty of people are eager to see you leave. In High City, the reputations of Ye Xiao and Xiao Qing were already notorious. They ate and drank on credit and never paid their bills. Countless shopkeepers had suffered under their antics. If the pair really left, those merchants would probably light incense in celebration. Yu Ming stretched out his hand, and a small black gold badge fell silently into Ye Xiao's palm. Another badge. If anyone from the authorities gives you trouble, flash this and most of the hassle will disappear. Tiny as it was, the badge represented Yu Ming's personal favor. Any official who recognized it would be smart enough to show respect. All right, I've told you everything you need to know. The rest of the road is yours to walk. A flower raised in a greenhouse will never grow into a towering tree. Yuming, Qingfeng, and Xiaoluo could shelter Ye Xiao for a time, but not forever. Whatever heights he reached would have to be carved out by his own hands. Ye Xiao clasped his fists in salute. Thank you, seniors. If you ever need me, Ye Xiao will not refuse. The three nodded. They had taken note of this favor. I have only one demand, Yu Ming said, his expression darkening. Never betray the nation. The Huagua government was pouring its finest resources into Ye Xiao. If he ever sided with a foreign power, Yu Ming swore he would personally reclaim everything, including the young man's life. Of course, Ye Xiao answered, face calm. Those who are not of our land have different hearts. I don't believe they would ever treat me sincerely. Betraying my country would make me someone else's lackey. Only a fool would do that. His sincerity was obvious, and the three war gods heard it clearly. Go on. They escorted Ye Xiao to the exit of the secret realm and then departed. Outside the realm, the evening wind howled. Qingfeng cast a meaningful glance at Xiaoluo and chuckled. Boss, even you can blossom like an iron tree. So many war gods tried to pull strings in the past, and you refused every time. Yet you made an exception for Ye Xiao. The simple-minded Xiaoluo scratched his head, genuinely puzzled. Isn't Yuming just trying to help the kid? Qingfeng offered no reply, giving him a look that meant, figure it out yourself. Xiaoluo stood there racking his brains, but no matter how long he thought, he still couldn't guess Yuming's true intention. Two companions patted Xiaoluo on the shoulders, one on either side, and without another word, turned to leave. Xiaoluo stood rooted in place, watching them grow smaller in the distance, his mind a tangle of questions. Hey, come on. Stop with the secret signals already. What's going on? Why won't you tell me? Before the protest finished, he sprang forward. Gravel sprayed as he shot off like an arrow off the string. Still the same old war god, Xiaolu, a pure brute force, a bystander side. His burst of speed was frightening, his entrances and exits equally violent. At that same moment, Quangren galloped in on the Lion King. He nearly got bowled over by Xiaoluo's sudden charge. Fortunately, the big cat swerved just in time, or rider and mount alike would have been reduced to debris. Brother Yi, am here, hey? Quangren steadied the Lion King, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, and shifted his gaze from the three war gods to Ye Xiao, who stood at the entrance to the secret realm. Just as had guessed, only Ye Xiao could draw all three of those legends to the same place. After a hearty greeting, he swung down from the Lion King and landed beside Ye Xiao. Brother Yi, you've still got that sacred pet, right? I tore up the road getting here, so don't tell me you sold it to someone else. The Lion King's chest heaved. Its mane was soaked with sweat, and its eyelids fluttered in exhaustion. One look told Ye Xiao they had driven themselves to the limit to arrive this fast. Brother, do you still doubt me? I gave you my word I won't hand it to anyone else. Ye Xiao smiled and lifted a hand. The sacred pet's been waiting here for you. I was just about to message you to come to Demon City, but you beat the message. Ha 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 ha. Quangren scratched his head and grinned, though his fiery eyes never left Ye Xiao, pinning him so firmly that Ye Xiao felt a little uneasy. All right, since you're here, he'll turn the Qian Monkey King over to you. Ye Xiao beckoned, and a flame-colored monkey with bright, alert eyes vaulted from his spirit beast space. Take it back for testing. Once the bloodline checks out, we can discuss the price. Sound good? The Qian Monkey King landed in front of Quangren, its blaze-like tail sweeping the ground. Those lively golden eyes made Quangren's own spark with delight. What a beauty! And those eyes already smarter than my Lion King, he thought, falling head over heels the longer he stared. Brother, don't be formal. We're practically family. He waved a broad hand. No need to test ITI, can tell it's a sacred grade bloodline. He'll take it, name your price. Ye Xiao admired his directness, but still shook his head. Procedure matters. Take it back. Run the test, everyone sleeps better that way. Besides, he patted the Qian Monkey King's shoulder. A sacred grade beast like this costs more than you've got on you. He'll give you time to raise the funds. Let's keep friendship and business separate, okay? Plenty of people talk nice, but few hit the mark the way Ye Xiao did. Quangren felt his nose sting with emotion. Friendship is friendship, business is business. They must never mix. He said solemnly, nodding hard. Once the tests are done, they'll send you a fair price list, and you can decide if it works for you. It's just a minor saint-grade bloodline pet, nothing to fuss about. Ye Xiao waved it off with a smile. Even if I handed it to you for free, you wouldn't be losing anything. Quangren tried to argue, but Ye Xiao cut him short. Whatever you're willing to pay, I'm willing to take. No auction, no haggling. If we keep pushing this back and forth, ITLL hurt our friendship, and he'll still need your help later. Ye Xiao's decisiveness left Quangren no room to insist, so he simply filed the favor away in his heart. All right, little brother. He'll take this Blazeflame Monkey King back for testing and transfer the money to you as soon as possible. Thanks, I appreciate it. Quangren had just turned to leave when Ye Xiao called him back. Hold on. Something else, brother? That Dragonblood secret realm we mentioned, where exactly? Is it in Magic City? Oh, the Dragonblood secret realm? Quangren tapped a few commands on his datapad. He'll send you the coordinates. It isn't exactly a secret around Magic City. Ask anyone and they can point you to it. Just remember, if your strength isn't up to par, going in is suicide. Anything tied to dragons is vicious. Its weakest monsters are tier 2. You should be fine, though. He paused. You heading to Magic City? Yeah. College applications open soon, so I want to visit Magic City University and get a feel for the place. The reminder jolted Quangren. Ye Xiao had only recently changed classes, yet his monstrous talent made everyone forget he was barely a prospective freshman. Magic City University is a good choice. Too many cliques in Imperial City, they just hold you back. One friendly warning. Stay clear of anyone named Feng, especially Feng Qian, the Feng family's eldest daughter. She's a little witch. Quangren lowered his voice. Her level isn't high, but no one dares cross her in Magic City. The Feng family has 2 war gods, and after 18 generations of sons they finally got a daughter. They treat her like fragile porcelain. Offending Feng Qian means offending those war gods, and that ends badly. Thanks for the heads up, brother. They'll keep that in mind. Ye Xiao calculated. Best to avoid them entirely. If the Feng heiress caused trouble, head run. There was no shame in fleeing from 2 war gods. Don't mention it, Quangren laughed. Anyone in Magic City could tell you the same. They'll get going. Safe travels. With that, Quangren led the bound Blaze Flame Monkey King away in long strides. Once he was gone, Ye Xiao dumped his spare gear and skill books on the trading market, pocketed a tidy sum, and stepped into the teleportation array. A flash of light later, he arrived in Magic City. Night had fallen. Street lamps flooded the main avenue with brightness, and Xiao Qing and the others trailed behind him, utterly exhausted. Ye Xiao chuckled. Head worked them harder than a farm mule. Head promised a good meal and wouldn't go back on his word. System, which hotel is the best in Magic City? Instant reply. The Magic City Grand Hotel. Great food, luxurious beds, even the gods would linger if they could. Whatever you need, they've got it. Come closer. Big secret. Pick up the bedside phone, hit 1, and they'll send up a special service. The driver dropped his voice even lower. Sure, home cooking's nice, but a little taste of something wild never hurt. Then he tossed Ye Xiao in the back seat a knowing wink. Ye Xiao caught the drift, but rolled his eye. She hadn't even finished enjoying the home cooking, so why go for takeout? In his own mind, he was a man of principle. Yeah, I get it. Just take us to the Mo City Grand Hotel. That's more like it. 200 a head. 200 each? Ye Xiao almost choked. Why not just stick a gun in my face? Hey, you can't slash a fare from 200 to 20 in one shot. The driver protested, eyes wide. 20. Take it or leave it. They'll find another ride, Ye Xiao said, folding his arms. I could bike to a bar for less. No way am I paying 800. The driver stared for 2 seconds, clicked his tongue, and caved. Fine, 20 it is. Hop in. Ye Xiao nearly threw his back out, lifting his foot. How had that insane lowball actually worked? For 20 yuan, he wasn't going to split hairs, so he waved his friends inside. The doors slammed, and the driver floored it. 3 minutes later, the car screeched to a stop at the curb. Mo City Grand Hotel. You're here. Ye Xiao looked up, stunned. 2 turns, max, and a flashing neon sign just down the block. 10-minute walk, tops. Dude, 20 for that? Little steep, don't you think? You named the price, I agreed. Any issues? The driver shrugged. Ye Xiao had no comeback, but still felt robbed. Why didn't you mention the hotel was this close? You ask? He shut his mouth. Still, he wanted his money's worth. Since I already paid, how do I get to the Mo City trading market? Right turn ahead. Real close. And Mo City University? Hotels in the north, universities far south. I can take you special price, 180 each. The driver never missed a pitch. Ye Xiao's eyes nearly rolled out of his head. Before he could press on, the driver waved him off. 20 yuan's worth of questions is plenty. Quit nickel-and-diming, man. The ladies'll think you're cheap. No clue what they see in you anyway. Then he hit the gas and vanished. If passengers learned every shortcut, guys like him couldn't make a living. Losing 20 wasn't fatal, but if he stalled any longer, the 3 women beside him might kill him with their glares. Their stomachs had been growling nonstop. Come on. Dinner's on me. Order whatever you like, Ye Xiao said, rallying a grin as he led them inside. The gilded lobby smelled heavenly, and a waiter hustled over. Boss, 1 sizzling platerno, 3. One of the women announced. Ye Xiao's heart lurched. Fancy hotel food was tasty, but nothing could fill these 3 bottomless pits. By the time the plates were cleared, his wallet was a deflated husk, and he could only clutch his forehead, dreading the next time he'd have to bankroll their appetites. Even after the manager rounded down the bill, dinner still cost them 10 million credits. Ye Xiao didn't care between the 3 of them. They could farm that much gold in one quick dungeon run. Inside the restaurant, Xiao Qing and Xiao Ling were devouring everything in sight, licking up the sauce as well. By contrast, Xiao Huang handled her chopsticks with delicate precision, though her sparkling, peach blossom eyes never left the plate. Is it good? Ye Xiao asked with a smile. Delicious, master. You're the best, Xiao Qing mumbled around a mouthful of meat. Thank you, master. I've never eaten anything this tasty, Xiao Huang added softly. Stick with the boss and you'll eat like this every day as long as we keep farming gold, Xiao Ling said, patting her stomach. Otherwise our master will end up washing dishes back here. Full and content, they ignored the receptionist's knowing look and booked a presidential suite. Want to check out the trade market? Ye Xiao suggested. The three girls answered together. A stroll after dinner, plus time with Ye Xiao, put them in high spirits. At night, the Mo City trade market blazed with light, easily twice the size of high cities. Streams of people pushed past, second-rank fighters were everywhere, and third-rank powerhouses flickered in and out of view. Energy ripples and vendors' shouts filled the air. Ye Xiao headed straight into a sizable skillbook shop. Got any second-tier knight skills? The shopkeeper looked up and laughed. Plenty. Spell Knight, Battle Knight, Paladin. Each branch packs a different punch. Which one do you need? Something that boosts a beast companion. Ye Xiao understood his own stats were high, but the girls didn't want him stealing the spotlight. If he carried the fight, it would hurt their confidence. Better to stay low-key and let them handle the damage. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. Beastmaster, huh? Head seen the type. Strong pets. Weaker master. All damage coming from the beasts. Sharp eye boss. Got anything? Of course. One moment. A minute later he brought out 2 books. These are the only ones that fit your needs right now. Take a look. Ye Xiao opened the first. War Cry Knight exclusive. Sacrifice 30% HP to boost strength, speed, and defense. 1% chance to enter an undying state. He loved it at first glance. A single heal could restore the lost HP, while the stat buffs plus that sliver of immortality were irresistible. I'll take this one. How much? Let's keep it fair, boss. We'll do more business later, so don't fleece me like that crooked driver did. The shopkeeper raised both hands. All prices here are up front. No tricks. The book's extremely rare, though, so. Flat, 3 million. He weighed the gains against the cost, and, without hesitation, swiped his card. The confirmation chime had barely faded before the pale gold-bound knight skill book was his. He hadn't even opened it when a hearty voice rang out beside him. Boss, I want that same knight skill book, the one he just bought. How much? The speaker was a knight clad in silver light armor, his tone forthright. The shopkeeper beamed. Same price for everyone. It's a rare piece, flat, 3 million. Hearing the word rare, Ye Xiao nodded inwardly. The price seemed fair after all. Give me a break. The knight cut him off with a wave. Second offer, 1.5 million. The shopkeeper raised both hands. Impossibly, that price ID be bleeding money. The knight snorted. Bleeding? Please. I've been here enough to know your costs. Third and final, 1.8. Yes or no? I'm busy. The shopkeeper arched a brow, then conceded. Deal. The knight swiped his card, transferring 1.8 million. Grinning, he waved the scroll at Ye Xiao before swaggering out. Ye Xiao, having watched the whole exchange, felt like a fool. Demon City's tricks ran deeper than those in Sea City. One careless moment, and outsiders got fleeced. He suddenly longed for the honesty of home. Bossy looked up, aggrieved. The shopkeeper turned with practiced warmth. Yes, sir? What can I do for you? Ye Xiao went straight to the point. I just bought a skill book here. Don't pretend you don't remember. You said it was 3 million. Why did he get it for 1.8? The owner adopted an enlightened expression, speaking evenly. Oh, that customer. Even at 1.8 I still make a profit, so of course I sold it. Don't worry, I never run a loss, but thanks for your concern. Ye Xiao nearly slammed the counter. Profit was the last thing on his mind. What I'm asking is, why did I pay 3 million while he paid 1.8? The shopkeeper tapped the glass, perfectly composed. You offered 3 million. I accepted, and the transaction was complete. What needs explaining? For once, Ye Xiao was lost for words. People in Demon City always seemed able to shut him down with impeccable logic. Then why could he pay 1.8? He persisted. Because he bargained. You heard it yourself. I quoted a flat 3. His second offer was 1.5 and I refused. His third was 1.8 and I agreed. The owner shrugged. Any problem with that? None at all. There was a crystal clear naivety in Ye Xiao's eyes, and he was sure the shopkeeper already saw him as an idiot. 2 price, 3 price, what kind of pretentious haggling is that? He cursed inwardly, gritting his teeth and deciding to return the item. Sorry, no refunds once it's sold. We only do buybacks, the owner said leisurely, then quoted a price. How much for the buyback? 1 million. Ye Xiao clenched the receipt, heart sinking. He had paid 3 million, and now it was worth only 1. Xiaoqing and the others spent more than that on a single meal. Still, with the arrow already knocked, he had to let it fly. Fine, you win, he growled. Give me that skill book. He'll take the loss this time, but next time I'll get my pride back. The shopkeeper produced a thick, dark blue volume Knight's Trample. Pale golden light seeped from the pages, while a system tooltip floated beside it. Exclusive Knight skill. Deals continuous trampling damage to all enemies within 50 meters, reduces their physical and magical defense by 15%, and has a 3% chance to taunt. Though not as strong as Battle Roar, it chains perfectly with charge. Damage scales with mount level, making it one of the rare top-tier Knight AoE skills excellent for farming mobs. The owner rattled off his pitch at lightning speed. Sure you don't want to think it over? This really is a fine piece of work. Ye Xiao had learned his lesson. He silently recited every bargaining tip he knew. How much for the book? Fixed price. No haggling. 2 million, the owner said, raising 2 fingers. Second offer, 1 million, Ye Xiao cut it in half. No, 800,000. Any higher and ill. Deal. The shopkeeper blurted before he could finish. Ye Xiao's words jammed in his throat. He froze. You agreed? 800,000? Of course. A sale is a sale. 800,000 card or cash. Numbly, Ye Xiao swiped his card, tucked the book under his arm, and walked out. His head was still buzzing. I'm way too green to spar with a fox like that. Next time I'll slash straight to the bone and make them bleed. At the door, a burly, bearded man came in, slapped the owner on the shoulder, and laughed. Lao Lu, scamming kids again? Isn't that Knight's Trample? The one the official Knight platform mails you for free the same day you verify your account? Heh, not expensive. 800,000, the owner replied with a shrug. Ye Xiao's knees nearly buckled. He had just paid 800,000 for a freebie, and counting his earlier loss, he was 2 million in the hole. The money hurt, but the humiliation hurt more. He couldn't stay in the market another second. As he bolted out, he swore silently. The people of Maching prey on newcomers. When next year's outstanding city survey comes around, I'm giving Maching a 0. Master, don't be upset. We can always earn more money, Xiao Qing whispered in his ear. That's right, Master, cheer up. We'll make the money back, the other girls chimed in. Yeah, he muttered, we'll earn it back. He had 3 adorable little sweethearts. What more could he possibly want? After a long day, he deserved a proper rest. He bathed Xiao Huang, looked after her younger sister, and helped the two of them get used to human conveniences. By now, they were completely at home in the presidential suite. Every feature of the place was second nature to them. Come on, third sis, a hot soak feels amazing. Wow, yours is huge. Let me give it a squeeze to see if it's real. Big sis, second sis, yours aren't small either. Let me have a feel. The 3 of them played around in the bathroom, their figures only faintly visible behind the frosted glass. TSK, TSK, there's nothing to see here, he told himself. His mind resisted. His will resisted, but his eyes refused to obey. Master, do you like what you see? Master, want to join us? Sensing Ye Xiao's thoughts, the 3 girls stopped their splashing, draped towels over themselves, and stepped out of the bathroom. Gulp. These girls were getting more outrageous, actually trying to seduce their master. Black stockings, white stockings, sheer temptation. No immortal could withstand that. Hey, that's enough. Put on some clothes. Master, you're a sacred beast knight, don't you want to ride? Temptation filled the air, and the details are better left unspoken. Near noon the next day, Ye Xiao finally braced himself against the wall and staggered out of the room. You little vixens, that was brutal. Master, it's because you're not good enough, the second sister teased. Exactly, the eldest agreed. You taught us the tricks, but you're the one who couldn't keep up. Passers-by overheard the exchange and froze, their stare sharp enough to cut Ye Xiao down on the spot. Those 3 prime cabbages have all been devoured by one lucky pig. 3 huge, gorgeous cabbages at that. How did he snag them all? Ladies, they call me 18 wolves in one night. I'm in excellent shape. How about giving me a chance? All 3 of you at once works for me. The girls bristled at the lecherous gaze and shameless pickup line. These ugly creeps honestly thought they stood a chance. Scram. Xiao Qing and Xiao Ling never spared outsiders. Their good temper was reserved for Ye Xiao alone. Whether others lived or died was none of their concern. Each delivered a swift kick. Game over. Hiss. Ye Xiao sucked in a sharp breath and instinctively clamped his legs together. Those 2 were vicious. How could they kick a man there? That could ruin him for life. Pathetic, they sneered. Have you looked in a mirror? You're not worthy. Compared to our master, you're nothing. He's the best, just short on technique. The 3 girls nestled against Ye Xiao, eyes full of adoration. Ye Xiao gave a helpless smile. It was just a game of mahjong. Did you really have to announce in front of everyone that my skills are lousy? Tonight, we're playing again. I'm not stopping until all of you surrender. No one's allowed to slip away halfway. After Ye Xiao explained what had happened, everyone was dumbfounded. Yet they couldn't help saluting him as a true man. Confronted with 3 stunning beauties, Head held back his urges and played mahjong all night. Impressive. Legendary. Awesome. Once the crowd had enjoyed the spectacle for a while, they dispersed. As for the game of mahjong, they simply didn't care. After Ye Xiao and the 3 women grabbed a quick bite and finished off the hotel spread, they headed for the Dragon Blood secret realm. The moment they stepped outside, the overly enthusiastic minibus driver from yesterday popped up as if out of nowhere, his grin brighter than the sun. Hey brother, we meet again. Where did this time? Nobody knows Demon City better than I do. Just name the place and it'll get you there in a flash. Ye Xiao suspected the guy had been camping at the door, but at least he was a familiar face, which felt safer. He asked casually, the Dragon Blood secret Riamdo, you know it? Come on. I'm a born and bred Demon City native. Of course, I know the Dragon Blood secret realm. The driver thumped his chest. He'll get you there faster than anyone. Good. Since you know the way, let's make this simple. Give me a straight price. Standard rate is 200 per passenger, 600 for the whole van. Because we're buddies, 500. He raised 5 fingers and smiled slyly. You'll haggle anyway, so bottom line 400. Deal or no deal. He acted as if cutting the price were an act of charity. Ye Xiao snorted inwardly. Wasn't yesterday's newbie. He had done his homework. Holding up his phone, he said, locals say it's 50 tops from here to the Dragon Blood secret realm. Anything more is a ripoff. 25. Take it or leave it. The driver's face collapsed. Brother, that's. Suit yourself. Ye Xiao turned to leave. All right, 30. Just 5 more. We ordinary folks have to feed our families, you know. We can discuss the extra 5 on the way, okay? The driver sighed as if carrying a 1,000-pound burden. Nobody would scam for a living if life weren't so hard. He didn't seem to be lying. Ye Xiao could pay 300, let alone 30. He just hated being ripped off. Since the driver agreed to 30, Ye Xiao handed over a stack of bills as a tip and said, get in. We'll talk about that 300 on the way. The driver froze, then nodded eagerly. Let's go. He ushered them aboard and sped toward the Dragon Blood secret realm. After only 2 blocks, the driver pulled out a thick, full-color booklet. First time in Demon City and don't know your way around? No worries. This is my personally compiled guide. Food, fun, leveling spots, monster farming, everything's marked. Anything you don't get, just ask me. He rubbed his fingers together, the meaning obvious. Ye Xiao flipped through it. The information was indeed comprehensive, so he asked, be straight. How much? 500? The driver glanced at him nervously, ready to lower the price at the first sign of a frown. 500 it is. And while you're at it, give me a rundown of all the factions in Demon City. You got it. That's my specialty. For the next half hour, the driver talked nonstop like an audio guide, covering Demon City's history, power distribution, the best grinding spots, even which street stalls served the tastiest snacks. Ye Xiao listened while checking the guide, piecing together a clear picture of the city. One thing became crystal clear. In Demon City, you never mess with anyone named Phone. Crossing them was simply not an option. The group chatted idly, and before long they reached the city gate. 300 meters out, turn right, and you'll see the Dragon Blood secret realm, the driver said, pointing with a helpless shrug. We tradesmen aren't built for danger. Outside the walls we might lose our lives, so you'll have to walk the last stretch on your own. Ye Xiao nodded in understanding, but still opened his ledger and did the math. The fare is 30, but you stopped 300 meters early, so I'm docking 5. I won't leave a bad review, but the money comes off. The driver's face turned crimson. This man had just tossed him 300 coins for a chat, and now he was haggling over 5. Brother, have a little compassion. It's only 300 meters. Spare me that 5, will you? Business is business, Ye Xiao replied coolly. Give it back, or he'll complain and leave a bad rating. Your call. Seeing Ye Xiao wouldn't budge, the driver grudgingly fished out 5 coins and pressed them into his hand with a metallic clink. Ye Xiao pocketed the money, waved, and smiled. All right, I'll call you next time I need a ride. We'll walk the rest of the way. After the driver left, he strode toward the secret realm with the 3 young women. Into the beast storage space first. He'll summon you once I'm inside. With a flick of his wrist, the trio vanished. Next, he donned Xiao Yunru's latest alchemical creation, a mask of 1,000 faces. Short of a war god, no one could pierce its disguise. With it, Ye Xiao could act freely and let Xiao Qing and the others grind monsters at will. Everything ready, he headed for the Dragon Blood secret realm. As soon as he reached the perimeter, the scene stunned him. Tens of thousands of job changers, from 3rd tier down to 2nd tier, packed the open ground until there wasn't an inch to spare. The place's popularity was obvious. Monsters in the realm were endless. Once slain, they respawned at the Dragon Blood altar, drawing wave after wave of adventurers. Freshly caught Dragon Blood ant pets. Not 9,998, not even 998, only 98. Take one home today. LF party. Need a high DPS mage. Anyone just here for XP? Join up. Hawkers, recruiters, and material buyers shouted over one another, turning the area into a makeshift marketplace. Blending into the crowd, Ye Xiao was just another face. Newcomers arrived daily, and no one noticed a random 2nd-tier stranger. The closer he got, the thicker the Dragon Blood scent hung in the air. Ye Xiao looked up, thoughtful. The realm had been here for years, yet the aura still lingered. Whatever dragon had fallen must have been extraordinary. Scanning the crowd, his gaze locked onto a small, old man in a corner. In front of the elder sat a row of iron cages, each draped in black cloth, hiding their contents. Blind cages, huh? Interesting. Ye Xiao walked over and gave him a casual glance. Old man, this is outrageous. 50 million for a single cage. No looking, luck only, bloodline uncertain, rank uncertain. Once it's sold, no returns, no exchanges. A shabby stall stood quietly at the corner of the street. The iron cages were wrapped tight in coarse cloth. Faint streaks of rust and dried blood hinted at the ferocity within. The gray-robed elder sat in a folding wooden chair, eyes half closed, repeating the rules in a detached voice. The only thing I can guarantee is that they all come from the Longshua secret realm. Without even lifting a brow, he added, and kid, don't go probing people at random. Didn't your elders teach you that? Ye Xiao pulled back his spiritual sense, let no one had ever noticed his scam before. Sorry, am new around here and being careful, that's all. No offense, elder. He bowed slightly, reminding himself to stay low-key. Running into an old monster in disguise could be deadly. Anger the wrong person, and even the Yuming war god might not arrive in time. The elder remained expressionless. Buying or not? If not, stop blocking my business. With the remote location and the elder's icy attitude, no one else dared approach. Ye Xiao glanced around casually, just browsing. Silently, he called, "System, scan." He had to know what lay beneath each cloth. Dragon Blood Ghost Shark. Sacred Grade Bloodline Dragon Blood Ghost Jiao King Ancestry. Reversion Chance, 0.0001. Level, Second Evolution, 37. The readout for the first cage flashed. A sacred grade bloodline worth a fortune on the open market. He moved to the second cage. Dragon Blood Lion King. Overlord grade bloodline. Level, Second Evolution, 30. Good for an average tamer. Worthless to him, certainly not worth 50 million. Third cage. Dragon Blood Giant Crocodile. Overlord grade bloodline. Level, Second Evolution, 33. He swept through the rest. All were Overlord grade except that Dragon Blood Ghost Shark. Nothing else mattered. Finished yet? You're holding up my sales. The elder's impatience showed. His eyelids twitched, ready to drive him off. All right, I'll gamble. This one. Put it on my card. Ye Xiao lifted the cage with the Dragon Blood Ghost Shark. Chains clanked. The elder's eyes cracked open, a sharp glint flaring before his lids drooped again. No returns. Off you go. Payment cleared. Deal done. Ye Xiao stored the Dragon Blood Ghost Shark in his beast spasa, triggering its reversion in a crowded market was asking for trouble, and Xiao Qing and the others inside could keep it in check. As Ye Xiao left, the elder flicked his wrist. The remaining cages vanished, as if they had never existed. Interesting youngster, he muttered, his words lost in the street's din. Longshu, a secret realm. Ye Xiao lingered outside only long enough to ensure no one was watching, then stepped through the spatial rift. A blistering surge of dragon blood energy crashed over him like a tide, wrapping his whole body. Incredible. If a dragon fell here, it must have been unimaginably strong. He summoned Xiao Qing and the others. The Azure Dragon Maiden, Little White Tiger, and Chilling Eagle materialized and instinctively inhaled, greedily swallowing the energy saturating the air. Ye Xiao raised a brow. What's with you three, hungry? Xiao Qing shook her head. Not hunger. The aura here feels amazing. The more we breathe, the stronger we get. This place is remarkable. Master, you should breathe it in too, she urged. It'll do you good. Ye Xiao gave them a skeptical glance. He had always trusted the three girls, yet the moment he flared his nostrils, the aura of dragon blood flooded his lungs. Ugh. The iron-sweet stench was so strong it almost made him retch on the spot. Those little vixens have gone bad. They actually dared to fool me. He wiped his mouth and cursed under his breath. Fortunately, the driver had warned him again and again before they set off. Stay in the dragon blood secret realm no longer than 24 hours, or the blood would corrode your mind and turn you into a monster. You really lied to me? Do you need a beating that badly? Xiao Qing hurriedly shook her head. Lie? Never, master. This place feels wonderful. I can already tell my power's gone up. Xiaoling closed her eyes in bliss. Exactly. The energy here is enough to make you float. The three of them looked utterly intoxicated. Ye Xiao opened his status panel, and the cold numbers said it all. Their strength, agility, and spirit were climbing bit by bit. Dragon blood was clearly a boon to divine beast physiques and a toxin to humans. Whatever. At my level, I don't need that tiny boost. He waved away his nausea. This trip had two purposes. First, choose another suitable pet. Second, grind for levels. The girls had already caught up to him in level and unlocked their second classes. It was time to push higher. Split up, but don't go too far. One-shot anything that moves. We can't let anyone pull ahead of us, Ye Xiao ordered. They had always obeyed him without question. Even second-class monsters were nothing but punching bags before them. A practical problem remained, though. He had 3 mounts, but could ride only one. All 3 fixed blazing eyes on him. Xiao Wang spoke first, her voice soft and clingy. Master, I'm new here and not yet used to your fighting style. Just take me with you. Before she could finish, Xiao Qing and Xiaoling each kicked her, sending her rolling 3 times across the ground. Homewrecker, trying to steal the spot? The master's body is delicate. What if he gets hurt riding you? Think of him for once. Xiao Wang brushed the dust from her skirt and muttered, fine, they're number 1 and 2. They'll go grind some mobs. When the master picks up 4, 5, and 6, they'll still end up the boss. With that, she strolled away. Only Xiaoqing and Xiaoling were left, eyeing each other without giving an inch. The master should ride me, Xiaoqing said, lifting her chin. Why? Just because you got here first? I don't buy it, Xiaoling snorted. No one else would dare talk to Xiaoqing like that. Anyone else would have been split open by her shadow break tiger blade. By seniority, you owe me a big sister, got it? Xiaoqing cracked her knuckles, each joint popping. No problem. Xiaoling would never admit that Xiaoqing was stronger, yet she had to concede that Xiaoqing held a slight advantage. Ye Xiao always handed Xiaoqing the best gear and skills, spoiling her openly. As a result, Xiaoking's overall combat power edged out Xiaoling's, though it made little difference to the team as a whole. Xiaoling played the familiarity card first. Master knows me better, right? Any objections? Thought not. She patted her own back. When the master rides me, we can fly. On you, he can only run. In the more comfortable mount. Problem? None. Her voice trailed off until she muttered, not being able to fly will haunt me forever. She could just barely reach Xiaoking's cruising height with a big jump, but every landing rattled the rider to pieces. Head high and chest out, Xiaoqing unleashed her big sister aura. Since you've got no issues, stop fighting over it. Go grind mobs, master's coming with me. In a few words, she left Xiaoling speechless. Ye Xiao watched quietly, letting Xiaoqing win on her own. As a mount, she really was his favorite. Their synergy was better, her controls felt natural. Xiaoling ranked dead last in comfort and was stuck on the ground. Her lack of flight was a fatal weakness. He had some interest in Xiaowang too, but that newcomer was still far behind Xiaoqing and Xiaoling. The decision was clear, would ride Xiaoqing. Have you decided, master? Yes. He'll ride you into battle. Xiaoling shot Ye Xiao a wounded look, gave a disgruntled snort, and stalked off to kill monsters to vent. For safety, they kept human form while farming. Without a beastmaster nearby, their true forms would be mistaken for wild monsters. With so many experts in the secret realm, getting captured would be a nightmare. Xiaoqing, however, felt secure her master was right here. Find a spot thick with dragon blood energy, pull the monsters together, and kite them. They'll look for our teammates first. If I can't find them, we'll clear the area ourselves, Ye Xiao ordered. Understood. Xiaoqing shifted into her true form ever. Since her second evolution, she spanned a full 100 meters. Ye Xiao sat astride her tiger's head, tiny as a flea and nearly invisible at a glance. You're way too big. Shrink a bit so I don't look like a decorative pin, he teased. Showing off required the master too. Got it. Xiaoqing compressed her body to about 30 meters, letting Ye Xiao finally stand out. Perfect. Let's move. Skimming the treetops at low altitude, she lured monsters in her wake. The Dragonblood secret realm scattered participants at random, but with so many people around they soon ran into other teams. What is that? The pressure is insane. A blue-eyed white tiger. A beast that can rival dragons, even in its growth stage. How did one get in here? Quick, record it. Hold up, there's someone on its head. A beastmaster? I don't recognize him. Is he the new prodigy from Demon City? Looks like Demon City University is shaking things up this year. Exclamations followed them. Cameras and light screens tracked their every move. All the while Xiaoqing flew low, gathering monsters and gathering eyes everywhere she went. It didn't take long for the forum to explode. All the threads were spamming two keywords, blue-eyed white tiger and Ye Xiao. Thankfully, Ye Xiao had disguised himself in advance. Otherwise, his real identity would have been dug up by now. Nether War God, smart kid. He knew enough to hide his face. Anyone below War God rank can't see through that disguise. Azure Phoenix War God, it won't fool people for long. A true powerhouse grows in battle. Let's hope he lasts till the end. Shura War God. What's with the cryptic chat, you two? Fill me in. We're all on the same side, right? Ye Xiao ignored the chatter. From the moment he burst out of the valley on Xiaoqing's back, he knew he was the flashiest guy on the field. Monster data scrolled across his retina. Dragon Blood Vampire Fox. Overlord Bloodline. Second Ascension, level 38. Dragon Blood Steel Fong Ant. Overlord Bloodline. Second Ascension, level 42. More than 100 targets locked in within seconds. Scan complete. No divine bloodlines detected. They carried a hint of dragon breath only because dragon blood had enslaved them. They weren't true dragons themselves. Charge Knight's trample. Xiaoqing folded his wings and dove into the densest part of the horde. Hooves slammed down. Boom, boom, boom. Shockwaves rippled out, pulverizing monsters like flies. Even second ascension beasts couldn't withstand a casual strike from him. Ding. Congratulations on your kill, EXP. Ding. Congratulations on your kill, EXP. The chimes rang nonstop. Clearly, Xiao Ling and the others were racking up kills too. With 4 divine beasts alive, they used to split EXP 4 ways. Now, with only 3, they were finally keeping pace again. Keep going. Xiaoqing swooped down once more. Only then did the remaining beasts react, roaring and lunging. Razor claws scraped his scales, leaving nothing but shallow marks. Dodge if you can, no need to bleed. Master would be heartbroken, Ye Xiao joked, white light flaring at his fingertip. Heal. 1,000 HP lost, 3,000 restored in an instant. Xiaoqing opened his jaws. Absolute zero. Bone-deep frost billowed out as he skimmed the ground, a curtain of ice settling over the battlefield. Crack, crack, crack. Flesh and spirit froze solid. Forests of ice statues shot up from the earth. Wind blades. Without looking back, Xiaoqing flicked his wings and banked away. A true divine beast never watches the explosion, but Ye Xiao couldn't resist glancing over his shoulder. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Razor gusts sliced through the statues, each blade shredding a dozen beasts. However many were left, they turned to debris. Ding. Congratulations on your kill, EXP. Ding. Congratulations on your kill, EXP. When the fight ended, motes of light drifted in the air while the ground lay in ruins, piles of materials, gear, and skill books everywhere. Collect. A flash from his spatial ring, and the spoils vanished into his inventory in an instant. Heads up, my favorite alchemist, an entire storm of materials, is on the way. Brace yourself, it's a big one. No sooner had he warned Xiao Yanru than Ye Xiao packed everything head just looted and teleported it over. Xiao Yanru was long used to these airdrops. With Ye Xiao's endless stream of raw ingredients, she had forged a stack of premium items and effortlessly earned dozens of little targets. She had since rented a larger warehouse, installed a full alchemy setup, and set aside the rest of the space as Ye Xiao's personal stockroom. A person's stamina has limits if I keep stalling. Hell, work me to death, she yawned, surveying the new storeroom with satisfaction. At least with more space I can finally get a decent night's sleep. When the next bundle arrived, she waved casually. Send whatever you want, I won't turn anything away. Transfer complete. Xiaoqing dove deeper into the forest to round up more monsters. Ye Xiao sat cross-legged on the serpent's head, sorting through the latest haul. Xiangwei, Cleaver Obsidian Perfect Tier. Stats, Strength 230, Defense 550, Crit Rate 20, Life Steal 20. Special, Life Steal can overheal the wielder. Excess health becomes a 503/50 point shield value scales with level. If the wielder neither deals nor receives damage for 25 seconds, the shield slowly decays. Obsidian Perfect Tier, great stats, even better perks. Ye Xiao nodded. Xiaoqing didn't need a new weapon right now, and he wanted to stay fair, so his gaze shifted to Xiaoling. A Xiangwei cleaver suits her name perfectly. The image of Xiaoling brandishing the massive blade through a monster horde made him chuckle. He had barely finished checking everything when Xiaoqing dragged back several hundred more beasts. Unfortunately, they all carried plain Overlord grade blood, no Saint grade among them. Kill them. The order given, Xiaoqing stopped holding back. An arctic gale formed at her jaws. Hundreds of icicles took shape in the wind and then rained down. In a blink the creatures were pierced and frozen solid. Ding. Congratulations, you have slain EXP. Ding. Congratulations, you have slain EXP. Ding. Congratulations, host level has reached 31. Azure-eyed White Tiger, Ocean-Suppressing Xuanwu, and Undying Phoenix have all reached 31. Their relentless grinding had pushed the trio cleanly past the second stage threshold in absurd pace. Master, they'll keep pulling mobs. They're weak, but the dragonblood scent they release when they die is stronger. I love it. Xiaoqing's tail swished, excitement sparkling in her eyes. Shielded by Xiaoqing's barrier, Ye Xiao was immune to the scent. He patted her head. Go ahead. If it makes you happy, kill as many as you like. They worked in perfect sync. Ye Xiao scanned each wave, and whenever a rare bloodline appeared, Xiaoqing stayed her hand. As for the rest, tough luck. If they'd had even a trace of divine blood, they wouldn't be facing this massacre. Ding. Congratulations, you have slain EXP. Xiaoqing's fervor proved contagious. The azure-eyed White Tiger and Undying Phoenix joined the slaughter. System notifications poured in like rain, and in no time at all the three beasts carved out a vacuum around Ye Xiao within 10 li. Not a single monster remained alive. My god, whose little girl is that? Her combat power is off the charts. The crowd of players stared in disbelief. In their eyes, the second-tier monsters were like harvesters, yet now they were falling like wheat before a scythe. Minutes ago the onlookers had been struggling in parties, and now they could only watch the girl casually cut everything down with a wave of her hand. Why does Demon City keep producing freaks? First the divine beast Beastmaster, now this monster of a girl. The murmurs rose and fell, but no one dared step closer. Xiao Ling and Xiao Huang pushed forward, every swing of blade or wing swift and decisive. Their speed had everyone reflexively backing up 3 steps. Think you can steal our kills? Dream on. A few clueless players tried to sneak some experience, only to be slapped through the air, skidding across the ground in a cloud of dust. After that, no one wanted to risk a public beating, so they watched from a safe distance instead. Think congratulations, you've slain EXP. Think congratulations, you've slain EXP. Ding, level up to 32. Attributes increased. Ye Xiao looked at the scrolling panel and grinned. Another wave of monsters cleared, and he was now level 32. 2 levels in one day, no one could match that pace. Display stats, he thought. Name, Ye Xiao. Class, Beast Tamer's second advancement, Shinshou Knight. Beast Companions, Qingyan Baihu, Jinhai Xuanwu, Busi Shinfeng. Level, 32. Strength, 1188. Agility, 1096. Endurance, 1077. Spirit, 1225. The second advancement had granted 10 free attribute points, all of which had poured into strength. Next he opened Qingyan Baihu's panel. Mythic Beast, Qingyan Baihu. Elements, Metal, Wind, Ice. Level, 32. Strength, 9600. Agility, 9255. Endurance, 9077. Spirit, 9450. Satisfied, he nodded. 2 more levels and Xiaoqing's stats would break 10,000. The tiger kept pulling and shredding mobs while Ye Xiao followed to finish them off. By the end of the day no one could say how many monsters they had downed, but one fact was clear: their level held steady at 32. Gurgur grumble. Xiao Qing clutched her stomach and looked at Ye Xiao with a pitiful expression. Leveling was great, but fighting on an empty stomach was no fun. Master, today's haul was solid. We didn't find a new beast, but we gained 2 levels. That's good enough, she reminded him while rubbing her belly. Ye Xiao laughed. After all the work his partners had done, they deserved a reward. We're done for now. Let's go home and eat. Food. Finally, Xiao Ling and Xiao Huang dropped their finishing blows and shot over like arrows. Anyone who follows us dies. The cold warning froze a few would-be tailors in their tracks. They could only watch the trio leave. Once they were sure no one was on their heels, Xiao Ling and Xiao Huang moved back in close. Meat. Master, I want meat. So hungry, let's hurry. Don't worry. We chased off everyone who tried to follow. Master, can we eat until we're stuffed today? The 3 little gluttons were even more enthusiastic about food than about killing monsters. Ye Xiao patted his bulging backpack and smiled. Eat as much as you like. We picked up enough gear and skill books to sell for several small goals. The wallet is very full. Master, you're the best. Moi? Catching him off guard, Xiao Qing planted a big, noisy kiss on his cheek. Ye Xiao froze, while Xiao Ling and Xiao Huang stood there, slack-jawed, before both of them snapped out of it and started berating Xiao Qing for his shamelessness. After letting you ride on our master all day, you still try to take advantage of him? That's beyond disgraceful. Xiao Ling shouted, flicking her hair. I don't care, I want some too. Xiao Huang dove into Ye Xiao's arms, whining, Master, give me a kiss. The 2 little creatures clung to Ye Xiao from either side, planting noisy bites all over him, and when they finished, they shot Xiao Qing a fierce, triumphant glare. Enough, back inside. Ye Xiao brushed the front of his robe and stored all 3 spirit pets in the soul casket. We'll leave first and talk later. With that done, he changed his face to an unfamiliar one and stepped out of the Dragon Blood secret realm. After a quick sweep to be sure no one was tailing him, he headed straight for Demon City. What he didn't see was the old man leaning on a cane near the entrance, squinting after him. Interesting kid, the old man chuckled, shook his head, and once Ye Xiao vanished, closed his eyes again and went back to hawking his mystery pet boxes by the roadside. Ding! You have a new message. Just as Ye Xiao reached the city gate, a comm screen popped up. It was a private forum message from someone called Madman. Madman bro? From today on you're my blood brother. I knew you weren't lying. Saint grade bloodline. 98% purity. Madman, do you realize what that means? 98%. Madman. A top-tier saint pet. Unrivaled among saint grades. Almost on par with certain low bloodline divine pets. Madman. Hey, race the test report. Look, my hands are shaking. Madman, I honestly can't price it. Ordinary saint pets go for 5 billion, but this one's worth way more. Madman. So name your number, I want haggle. Madman bro? Big bro? My dearest bro? You there? Please reply when you're free. I'm waiting online. The messages kept pouring in like artillery fire. In just a few breaths the screen was crammed with more than a dozen PMs, showing just how excited Madman was. Ye Xiao glanced at them indifferently. It's only a saint-grade pet. Is that really worth all this fuss? Madman bro, you're online. Reply quick. Do you know how it feels to have a saint pet right in front of you but not dare to form a contract? Madman bro, my dearest brother. Ye Xiao had planned to eat first, but the barrage was relentless. Ye Xiao, stop rushing me. The more you hurry, the slower I go. Madman, got it, bro, carry on. A moment later. Ye Xiao, go ahead and form the contract. The pet is yours anyway. Madman, no. I have principles. Business is business. Until we close the deal, it's not mine. Ye Xiao nodded to himself. Anyone who can resist a saint pet is worth befriending. Ye Xiao, contract it then. We'll go with your price 5 billion. No bargaining. If you don't like it, send it back. And stop spamming me. I'm busy. Ye Xiao honestly hadn't meant to carpet bomb him with debt. In Madman's eyes, though, Ye Xiao's excuse of I don't want you bargaining was just a thoughtful way to let him take the saint-grade pet without guilt. Sitting in Imperial City, Madman stared at the holographic comm screen, tears of gratitude streaming down his lined face. Meeting Ye Xiao, he decided, was the greatest blessing of his life. A run-off-the-mill saint beast could fetch 5 billion at auction, and even then demand far outstripped supply. The Scarlet Flame Monkey King before him boasted an exceptionally pure bloodline, was already fully tamed, yet Ye Xiao was charging only 5 billion. No parent could match that generosity. But this wasn't the moment for sentimentality. He had to raise the money at once so Ye Xiao could ship the pet. If he delayed payment after such a cute trade offer, he'd be nothing but a scoundrel. Madman did the math. He still had 3 billion in savings, leaving a gap of 2 billion. Once he bonded with the Scarlet Flame Monkey King, his income would skyrocket, making repayment easy. Still, 2 billion wasn't pocket change. His regular buddies couldn't cover it, and the Shura War God never saved a dime. After some thought, he decided to seek out the Nether War God. Lord Nether, could you lend me 2 billion? They'll pay it back within a year, he messaged, gritting his teeth. On the other end, the Nether War God nearly choked. Head thought Madman was in dire trouble. Instead, he opened with a request for 2 billion. Seeing Madman's hopeful puppy dog eyes, he couldn't refuse. Madman had followed him loyally for more than a decade. The hitch was, his own cash was completely tied up at the moment. Give me a minute, he replied, frowning. He had no liquidity, but he couldn't lose face. He'd have to borrow it himself first. Ye Xiao, lend me 2 billion. They'll pay you back in a couple of days. Ye Xiao froze. A war god borrowing money from a second-class grunt like him? Unbelievable. Favors aside, the nether war god had helped him so much that Ye Xiao would gladly give him the money outright after all. 2 billion wouldn't buy 3 war gods as bodyguards. War god? You've got to be kidding. 2 billion is nothing, Ye Xiao muttered, then typed quickly, Senior, 1 moment. He'll transfer it right away. He didn't have the cash yet. The 5 billion from Madman was still in transit. He had to bridge borrow from Madman. Madman, could you front me 2 billion first? Madman lacked the full 5 billion, but 2 billion was easy. He replied at once. I've got 3 billion, here sending you 2. We'll top up the rest later. Moments later. Ye Xiao, 2 billion sent. Please confirm. Nether war god, received. He'll return it in a few days. Ye Xiao, you're too kind, Senior. Think of it as a small token of respect from me. The nether war god's opinion of Ye Xiao soared. Anyone who could casually lend out 2 billion was worth cultivating. He immediately forwarded the funds to Madman. 2 billion has been credited. Check your account. Madman nearly smashed his terminal in excitement. Now this was a boss ghoul on the surface, loyal to the core. Thank you, war god. He'll repay every cent, plus interest, within a year. The nether war god waved off the thanks. With his strength, earning 2 billion was child's play. He wouldn't charge interest, but the principal had to come back. Otherwise people would line up to borrow, and he'd be trapped. All right, off you go. No interest, just make sure you settle the principal as soon as you can. With the borrowed 2 billion in hand, Quangren didn't hesitate. He wired the money to Ye Xiao on the spot. The moment transfer successful flashed across his screen, he sent a message. Quangren, bro, 50 billion, does that work for you? Can I seal the contract now? He knew grabbing a blazing monkey king for 50 billion was a steal, so he asked first, afraid Ye Xiao might change his mind. Ye Xiao checked his balance, the alert still chiming as he typed. Ye Xiao, stop bothering me. Thanks. It's not my sacred pet anymore, it's yours. One short line settled the matter. Quangren got the hint. At once the blazing monkey king belonged to him now. Quangren, thank you, thank you. Ye Xiao didn't reply. If he kept chatting, who knew how long the guy would pester him? He stared at the 2 billion that had just arrived. The money looked familiar, but he didn't dig deeper. Free cash was free cash. Still, 50 billion for an ordinary sacred pet was higher than he expected. If a standard sacred pet goes for 50 billion, a divine pet has to be worth several hundred billion. And the divine pets I've got, each with a perfect bloodline, easily in the trillions, Ye Xiao calculated. Sleeping on 300 billion in assets and still worrying about groceries, ridiculous. He smacked his forehead, then remembered another creature. Almost forgot the dragon blood ghost shark. The dragon blood ghost shark also carried a saint-grade bloodline. If Quangren would take it, Ye Xiao could pocket another 50 billion and save on the monster's massive feed bill. No sooner thought than done, he released the shark. No chatter, straight to regression. A flash of ancestral light dragon blood ghost shark king. Master. The shark king crossed its fins in salute, its stance imposing. Not bad. You look sharp, Ye Xiao said, patting its shoulder. Relax, I'll find you a good master. Remember the plan, what's our goal? To rule the world. Good shark. You've got potential. With everything ready, Ye Xiao reopened his communicator. Ye Xiao, you there? Quangren. Here, always at your service. Still buzzing from the successful contract, Quangren wiped the grin off his face and replied properly. Quangren, big bro, just give the word. Through fire or flood, I want back down. Ye Xiao, nothing major. I'm holding a dragon blood ghost shark king with a saint-grade bloodline. It's already tamed. See if you can handle it. Quangren froze. Sacred pets were this common now? When did Ye Xiao start selling wholesale? When he didn't answer, Ye Xiao sent another line. Ye Xiao, well, too much for you? If so, I'll find someone else. Quangren, no, I'm in. 50 billion sound okay? Give me a month to scrape the cash together. I want that dragon blood ghost shark king. Ye Xiao replied, you've got the wrong idea. I'm not forcing a sale. I just need help offloading it. The thing eats a small fortune every day, so the sooner it's gone, the better. Quangren, no misunderstanding, I want it. 50 billion. Just 1 month, then I'll transfer the money. Ye Xiao, you already have a blazing monkey king. Why add a dragon blood ghost shark king? Quangren, would you complain about having too much money? I won't complain about having too many sacred pets. That actually made sense. Ye Xiao didn't mind having more divine pets, either. Since Quangren wanted it, head passed the dragon blood ghost shark king over. A month was fine, there was more than enough cash on hand to last until then. Ye Xiao, since you want it, come to the Demon City Grand Hotel. I'm staying there, so you can pick up the dragon blood ghost shark king. The voice on the other end belonged to Quangren. Before Ye Xiao finished speaking, he was already sprinting toward the teleport gate, shouting, bro, I'm at the gate, wait for me. No one was more eager to secure a sacred pet, Ye Xiao thought. The odds of getting one are high. and Quangren can't keep them all anyway. Feed him first, and he'll get the job done. Ye Xiao rented an entire floor of the hotel's restaurant and sent Quangren his location. We're downstairs eating. Hurry up, Mabe, you'll catch the last shuttle. The invitation was just courtesy. The real diners were Xiaoqing and the others. Inside, no one but Ye Xiao dared reach for their plates. One attempt was enough to learn what a divine pet could do. Chef, fire up those woks, bring several rounds. And make it quick, we're starving. Ye Xiao ordered. Minutes later, dozens of steaming dishes covered the table. The four dug in. Ironically, Ye Xiao ate the least, filling up on a few scraps. Less than 20 minutes later, Quangren burst into the Demon City Grand Hotel, shouting, "Big bro! Big bro!" When Ye Xiao waved, he rushed over eagerly. Ye Xiao pointed to an empty seat. "Sit and have something." Quangren rubbed his stomach and was about to sit, but 3 pairs of innocent eyes pinned him in place. Their gaze carried such pressure that he would remember it for years. One bite, and he probably wouldn't leave the table alive. He straightened with an awkward laugh. Let's handle business first. Food can wait. Fine, upstairs, Ye Xiao agreed. He didn't want to reveal a sacred pet in a crowded restaurant. Before leaving, he called back, "Take your time. Order more if you need it." Quangren echoed quickly, yes, eat all you like. Tonight's on me." Ye Xiao waved him off. "No need, I can." Quangren insisted, saving face. "Won't you give me this honor? In paying, help yourselves." Ye Xiao sized up their appetites. A few million wouldn't cover it, but with billions in his account, he was happy to let Quangren foot the bill. Upstairs in a suite, Ye Xiao produced the Dragonblood Ghost Shark King and another sacred pet, handing both to Quangren. As the chains were lifted, cold light flashed and the Ghost Shark King's blood-veined scales rippled. Quangren's eyes practically blazed. "Bro, this Ghost Shark King is incredible. You have to let me keep it. Give me a month, and it'll scrape together 5 billion. Ye Xiao pressed down his hand. "Money can wait, open the market first. I'm giving you these sacred pets because I trust you, so don't sell me out." Quangren thumped his chest. "Relax. Quangren, would sooner die than leak a single word. We people from Yuming God, war have iron mouths." Ye Xiao smiled. "Both sacred pets are yours. I'm waiving payment for the Dragonblood Ghost Shark King. He'll release more in time, and you'll handle everything." Quangren nodded vigorously, still mesmerized by the Ghost Shark King. Ye Xiao added, "Half reminder, half promise. The next ones won't be any weaker than the Blazing Flame Monkey King or this Ghost Shark King. Of course, if you have the money, you can join the auction, when the bid and the divine pet is yours." Ye Xiao raised his hand, making a "that's the limit" gesture, and calmly added, "I can only afford to keep 2 more divine pets, tops." Quangren lifted an eyebrow. Money was not the real problem. The killer was the follow-up investment. Tens of billions were just the entry fee. Nurturing them would easily cost hundreds of billions. Without deep reserves, you would collapse. Yet if you succeeded, the rewards were beyond compare. Ye Xiao shook his head, repeating his bottom line. 2 is my limit. Bite off more than you can chew, and you choke. More divine pets aren't always better. Quangren rubbed his nose and grinned. "Relax, I'm not that greedy. I'm happy with these 2. The rest is none of my business." He moved to practical matters. "As for distribution, don't worry. Netherwar Battalion can absorb the whole lot, no point letting outsiders profit. The War God's brothers get priority." The name alone told Ye Xiao the group was tied to the Netherwar God. He didn't know much about them, but if they could take everything, he was glad to supply them first. He'll discuss it with Senior Nether. "I only have 2 on hand, and I can't promise when the next batch will be ready. He'll contact you then." With that, Ye Xiao waved him off. "If there's nothing else, go. I don't keep guests here." Deal settled. Ye Xiao had no desire to chat with a roughneck Xiaoqing, and the other 2 were far easier on the eyes. Quangren was eager to get back in bond with his new pets, so he stood up readily. "I'm off, and he'll handle the publicity." True to his word, he slapped a 10 million credit card on the counter to cover Ye Xiao's party's bill, then vanished. Ye Xiao had barely reached the first floor when 3 voices, cold as ice, cut through the dining area. "Get lost. You've got 1 second. Don't block our view. Bother us again, and no one can save you." The 3 women were furious. Though fiery by nature, they rarely started trouble, so someone had clearly overstepped. Given their looks, it wasn't surprising a lustful fool had targeted them. Ye Xiao squeezed through the onlookers. "Excuse me. Excuse your." The curse never finished. Ye Xiao lashed out with a sideways kick, sending the man crashing through the wall and slamming onto the street outside. "Xiaoqing, what happened?" "Master." 3. They were iced to strangers, but the moment they saw Ye Xiao, bright smiles blossomed. The word master dropped like a bomb, leaving the crowd gaping. "Master? The 4 of them are into something wild. Damn, 3 gorgeous women all belong to him, and they call him master. Some people die of drought, others drown in flood." Murmurs rippled through the crowd. A clear-headed spectator hissed, "Shut up. Anyone who can make 3 peerless beauties bow and call him master isn't ordinary. Anyone who dares assault Pang Dahai in Devil City isn't ordinary. If you value your life, keep quiet and steer clear." The onlookers sobered instantly. It made perfect sense. No one believed Ye Xiao could act so brazenly in Devil City without serious backing. Ye Xiao answered their speculation with nothing but a faint smile. When it came to his identity, if he didn't speak, no one could figure it out. All right, Qing, what happened? Did someone interrupt your meal? Oh, Qing was still seething at the thought. That Pang Dahai showed up, and we barely got to eat anything. The guy's unbearable kept calling himself Fat Wintermelon. Master, if I weren't afraid of making trouble for you, I'd have kicked him long ago. Ye Xiao lifted a hand and tapped each of the three women lightly on the forehead, his tone indulgent. Forget what kind of melon he is. If he comes over again, just boot him away. He isn't worth your temper. Come on, let's eat. The four of them sat back down as if the incident had never happened. The crisp clink of cutlery once again filled the private room of the Maching Grand Hotel. Meanwhile, Pang Dahave man Ye Xiao had just sent flying regained consciousness. He, the dignified eldest son of the Pang family, had been kicked like that in public? Fury blazing, he brushed the footprint off his suit and barged back into the hotel. He shoved the door open and rushed at Ye Xiao. You little... Bang. A swift, clean kick sent him airborne. He hit the floor exactly the way he had before. Master, how was that? Very stylish, Ye Xiao replied offhandedly. The three women chimed in. That's the way to handle him. Poor Pang Dahai still hadn't seen Ye Xiao's face when Qing added another kick, launching him out the door again. You son of bang. I bang. To his credit, the fat man was tenacious. After 3 kicks, he still dragged himself up, ready to charge again. Ye Xiao rolled his ankle, watching coldly. My turn. No, not kick. I'm not here to cause trouble. Pang Dahai threw up his hands. For kicks were enough to teach him that anyone who dared treat him this way in a place like this was no ordinary person. Every move the stranger made had the air of a master, clearly a top-tier young lord. Pang prided himself on reading people. A few kicks were nothing if it kept him alive. Master, the chubby ones finally learned. Master is amazing. The 3 women echoed, confirming Pang Dahai's guess. Only someone with real clout could have 3 stunning beauties calling him master. Ye Xiao didn't even lift his head. He kept cutting his steak, chewing calmly. Qing handed him a napkin and gently wiped the grease from his mouth. Only then did he glance up. All right, Tubby, what do you want? Under the lights, Ye Xiao's features were strikingly handsome, every gesture unhurried and poised. Pang Dahai could only admit this was the kind of young lord who could kick him with impunity. Young master, I'm here to apologize. I didn't know my place. If I'd realized these ladies were with you, I would never have approached them. Sir, let me pick up the tab for this meal, all right? Please don't hold my mistakes against me. Pang Dahai clutched his chest where Ye Xiao had kicked him, forcing a grin and trying his best to sound ingratiating. The idea that he was buying dinner for the man who had sent him flying several times struck him as absurd, but he had no other choice. Ye Xiao lounged against the back of his chair, eyes roaming over Pang Dahai as though admiring some curious specimen. Not only had this fat man refused to get angry, he was actually offering to pay. Such good fortune was rare. Ye Xiao lifted his chin slightly. Since you insist, it would be rude to refuse. You really know how to read the room. I like that. Pang Dahai nodded eagerly, his round face creasing into a fawning smile. Think of tonight as your chance to shine. What happened before is water under the bridge. After another string of thanks, he scurried off to settle the bill. Even covering repairs for the wall he had crashed through. After all, he had broken it. So he ought to pay. Sir, let's get acquainted. I'm Pang Dahai of the Pang family. Just call me Xiao Pang. Had anyone else dared to call him fatty, he would have slapped them, but from Ye Xiao, it sounded like an endearment. Ye Xiao glanced up, his expression cool. You're not qualified to know who I am yet. Got it, loud and clear. Pang Dahai nodded so vigorously his chins wobbled. The more mysterious Ye Xiao appeared, the more he revered him, and so he stayed close, waiting on him with exaggerated respect. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Ye Xiao flicked his eyes over the man. All right, if there's nothing else, off you go. We need to rest. Then rest well, and may fortune favor your martial path. Pang Dahai clasped his hands in farewell, his rotund figure wobbling toward the door, plump, yet oddly endearing. Once he was gone, Ye Xiao and Xiaoqing retired to their rooms to recuperate for the next day's journey to the Dragon Blood secret realm. At dawn, with mist still clinging to the ground, they reached the outskirts of the realm. The plan remained unchanged: grind monsters for experience, and help Ye Xiao find a suitable beast companion. In the distance, a huge earthen bowl was overturned on the ground, something inside smashing against it while its roars echoed. The old man who had sold blind boxes the day before was back. Ye Xiao walked over and saw an entire row of brand new iron cages behind him. The beasts inside were deadlier and more diverse than yesterday's. Morning, old timer. Still at it? Ye Xiao greeted him, sweeping his gaze across the cages. New stock. Any better than yesterday's? The old man looked up. His face was ashen, the sleeve of his right arm torn and stained with blood. Yesterday he had been full of life. Now he looked drained, clearly injured while hunting inside the realm. He let out a hoarse laugh. Freshly caught. If luck's on your side, winning one today would be a real haul. Ye Xiao skimmed the cages but shook his head inwardly. At best these beasts had overlord-grade blood, not enough to impress him. Suddenly Xiaoking's voice sounded in his mind. Master, He's carrying an incredibly strong dragon blood aura. I feel it too, another voice agreed. Stronger than if Wed slain 1,000 monsters. Ye Xiao gave the faintest nod. The nearer he stood, the thicker the scent, soothing and potent. Feigning casual curiosity, he asked, "Old man, how many beasts can you catch in a day? Any tips on a good hunting ground? Money's tight, I could use a side hustle." The old man shot him a sidelong glance. You're nowhere near ready. Want to throw your life away? Stick to the small fry where I go isn't for the likes of you. The blunt dismissal only sharpened Ye Xiao's curiosity. Outwardly unruffled, he began plotting. If the man carried such dense dragon blood, he had to know a remarkable place. Ye Xiao could wait. Patience would pry the secret loose eventually. After a brief chat, Ye Xiao turned away and headed back into the secret realm, repeating the cycle of luring and slaying monsters. Deep in the dragon blood secret realm, a damp stone cavern lay hidden in darkness. Crimson dragon blood dripped from the walls, pooling beneath a grotesque dragon head that hovered in midair. Its body had vanished long ago. A full century, damn humans, they've come to steal my blood again. The golden slit pupils churned with rage, yet the dragon head could do nothing. For 100 years it had tried to forge a new body. Each time, intruders arrived at the crucial moment and snatched away its painstakingly gathered blood, turning all effort to dust. Yesterday was no different. A newly grown spine had just taken shape when it was shattered, the last drop of dragon blood stolen along with it. Despair tangled with fury, and the dragon finally stopped trying, hanging half alive in the gloom. Suddenly, a low chuckle echoed from a shadowed corner. "Evil dragon, you can resume rebuilding your body. This time, we won't take your blood." The voice was all too familiar, the very human who had ruined its rebirth 100 times. "Truly?" The dragon head growled, fangs grinding. "You humans are treacherous. Will you wait until I'm reborn, and then strike me down?" A scornful laugh drifted from the darkness. "What other choice do you have? Believe us, and you might succeed. Refuse, and you'll never have a body again." The dragon clenched its jaws until cracks formed. Once it had ruled the skies. Now it was nothing more than a blood factory in human eyes. With no way out, it roared, "Fine. They'll trust you once more. But if you betray me, even if I'm only a head, it'll tear you apart." Unaware of the bargain struck in the depths, Ye Xiao kept grinding for levels. Ding. Monster slain experience. Ding. Monster slain experience. Flashes of white light rose around him. "Congratulations, you have reached level 35. Your beast companion has reached level 35. Half a month later. Congratulations, you have reached level 40. Your beast companion has reached level 40. Another month passed. Congratulations, you have reached level 45. Your beast companion has reached level 45. For an entire month, he and Xiao Qing swept through the dragon blood secret realm, pushing both of their levels to 45. Each time Ye Xiao killed a beast, he carefully examined its potential. Saint-tier bloodline he found too. God-tier bloodlines till nowhere in sight. Although slightly disappointed, he could only laugh. He couldn't expect a God-tier bloodline every run. Other players needed their chances too. He sent every piece of gathered material to Xiao Yanru, handed the newly captured Saint-tier pets to Quangren to sell, and equipped any useful skill books or gear while liquidating the rest. Gold coins and crystals poured in, and his personal fortune soon broke the 100 billion mark. 10 billion credits, not counting what Quangren and the others still owed him. Add the money from selling the sacred pets, and Ye Xiao's fortune had already broken the 300 billion mark. In high spirits, he pulled up his personal status panel. Name: Ye Xiao. Classes: Beast Master, Divine Beast Rider Dual Class. Beasts: Azure-eyed White Tiger, Ocean Guarding Black Tortoise, Undying Phoenix. Level: 45. Strength: 2,170. Agility: 2,023. Endurance: 2,055. Spirit: 2,222. The dual class bonuses had pushed every stat past 2,000. If he was already this terrifying, then Little Qing and the others whose attributes had shot past 10,000 were even more monstrous. Satisfied, Ye Xiao closed the panel and led his 3 divine pets out of the dragon blood secret realm. They had worked non-stop for an entire month. With their pockets now brimming, it was finally time to breathe. Tomorrow was the first day of the new semester at Magic City University. Showing up late would be inexcusable. The Nether War God had promised to pull a few strings, but Ye Xiao refused to coast on favoritism. If he were tardy, it would be the War God's reputation on the line. Classes start tomorrow, he announced. Let's get ready and buy a villa near campus while we're at it. An 8-man dorm? Not a chance. He had the money, and he had to keep Little Qing and the others under wraps. It had nothing to do with wanting to live in sin with them, absolutely not. Master's buying a house. Little Huang shot up a paw. I'm sharing your room, and I get to decorate. No way. The other 2 girls chorused, quashing her idea on the spot. There was no chance they'd let Little Huang monopolize Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao surrendered with both hands raised. 1 room, 1 bed. You can all decorate it together. Deal? Deal. The 3 answered in perfect unison. If it meant living with their master, they had 0 complaints. Buying property suddenly outranked dinner, so the four of them headed straight to the city's biggest real estate agency. My requirements are simple, Ye Xiao said as soon as he sat down. Close to Magic City University. Not many rooms, but spacious ones. Preferably just a single bedroom. The bed has to fit at least 10 people and be ridiculously soft. The female agent froze for 3 seconds, then slipped back into her professional smile. Quite the preference, sir. Your kidneys must be in excellent shape. A 10-person bed and 3 stunning beauties, anyone could read between the lines. But she was a pro. Her job was to deliver. I understand your needs, she said. We'll need 2 days for structural modifications. Our crew is discreet, and we guarantee maximum privacy. If you'd like protective arrays, we can bring in a formation master for an additional fee. Let me draft a quote. Her manner was polite, the pricing transparent, and Ye Xiao was pleased. Within half an hour, the design and cost breakdown were finalized, and even the picky little Qing, little Ling, and little Huang found nothing to fault. So this will be our new home. Little Ling whispered, eyes shining. Ye Xiao tousled her hair with indulgent affection. Yep, this is the place we'll be living in from now on. Do you like it? If not, we can change anything you want. Change what? I love it, absolutely love it. Xiling's eyes sparkled. That giant bed could sleep 20 people. We could roll around on it all day. How about you two happy with it? Ye Xiao looked at Xiao Huang and Heart Tiger. Love it. If Master's happy, I'm happy, they answered in unison. With 3 nods of approval, the villa was settled. We'll go with this design, Ye Xiao told the sales manager. Very good, sir. He raced the detailed contract, the manager said, handing over the paperwork. The price is high, but maintenance is meticulous. We even send cleaners to your door, you won't lift a finger. Ye Xiao skimmed the document. Utilities, landscaping, security, cleaning, everything was covered. Looks fine. Let's sign. One flourish of his pen, one transfer of 10 billion credits. In Demon City, land was priceless, and a top-tier custom build only pushed the number higher. To Ye Xiao, money came and went. Leaving it idle felt like a waste. With the contract signed and the funds cleared, the house was theirs. 2 more nights in a hotel, and they could move straight in. All right, back to the hotel. Once the finishing touches are done, we'll move. Ding. His light brain buzzed with 2 new messages. Xiao Yanru, where are you? You do know today is registration day, right? I'm already done. Get over here. Naiyun, registration for Demon City University is today. Did you sign up? I just finished. The texts landed one after the other. Naiyun had followed Ye Xiao to stay by his side. Xiao Yanru was more straightforward. She wanted him to keep feeding her alchemy materials. One batch kept her busy all day. Ye Xiao replied, registration? I thought it was tomorrow. Naiyun, classes start tomorrow. Today's for registration, class placement, and entrance qualification checks. Xiao Yanru, placement, genius. You're not here yet? Impressive. Ye Xiao frowned. As a special admit personally placed by the Nether War God, he should be able to skip the line, but better show his face than get stuck outside the gate. Ye Xiao got it. I'm near campus, heading over now. Lunch afterward? It's been a while. Naiyun, sure. Xiao Yanru, no time. Busy. He had expected exactly that. Xiao Yanru had alchemy on the brain. Meals were a waste of time. Naiyun, hopelessly infatuated, would agree to anything he asked. Ye Xiao raised a brow. I was going to give you a rare alchemy material, but if you're too busy. Xiao Yanru instantly changed her tune. Send me the address, I'm there. Huh, thought I couldn't reel you in. Ye Xiao pocketed his communicator and led the 3 women straight to Demon City University. They had barely arrived when the scene before them left them stunned. The campus gate, usually spacious, had turned into a bottleneck. Lines of fresh-faced recruits jammed every registration lane. Almost all were newly class-changed rookies, converging on Magic City University. So many prodigies had gathered that Ye Xiao had to swallow his pride. Had always thought of himself as uniquely gifted, yet his current success was built on a system and a divine pet. With their help, had reached level 45 after his second class change. These kids had no such cheat, yet quite a few had already completed their second change on raw talent alone. Most were stuck around level 30, still a notch below him, but the speed at which they'd advanced was proof enough of their potential. The rest hovered just under level 30 and would break through soon. Strong, master? Hardly. I could incinerate a whole crowd with one breath, Xiao Qing muttered, scanning the mob with utter boredom. To her, these people were ants. Shoo, keep it low-key, Ye Xiao warned. We're powerful, but nobody can know how different we are. Got it. Got it. Still dull, though. Let's sign up and grab something to eat. There was little else to do. Classes didn't start until tomorrow, so registration came first. Whoa, check it out, 3 absolute goddesses and 1 total hunk. Someone suddenly shouted. The noisy line fell silent, though most students didn't even glance back. They'd seen that beautiful people distraction trick before. Fall for it once, fine. Fall for it twice, you were an idiot. Registration first, eye candy later. But the gasps kept coming, and even the most disciplined finally turned. One look at Ye Xiao, and the 3 girls drew a collective intake of breath. Gorgeous and handsome. Big brothers, big sisters, could I please sneak ahead to register? Xiao Huang was born for moments like this. She brushed aside her hair, twisted her slim waist, and let her soft, syrupy voice do the rest. The words big brothers, big sisters melted hearts across genders. Right this way, you go first. Skip my spot, I'm in no rush. Much obliged, big brothers. Xiao Huang flashed a sweet smile, and an instant corridor opened through the line. Even the upper-class volunteers handling the paperwork looked dazed. How can anyone be that enchanting? Tissue, someone hand me a tissue. You perv, you're actually nosebleed, huh? Freshman, you can't handle this, let your senior step in. A self-styled cool third-year student struck a suave pose, baring his pearly whites as he strode up to Xiao Huang. Ladies, I'm Li Zhe, a junior here. You're probably unfamiliar with the process, so let me personally escort you. We'll have your registration done in a flash. Xiao Huang looked at Li Zhe with undisguised disdain. Wearing what he clearly thought was a roguish smile, he elbowed his way in front of them, eyebrows cocked so high it was almost comical, the oily charm practically seeping off him. Ladies, as your senior. Before Li Zhe could finish, his hand was already reaching for Xiao Huang's arm. She pivoted lightly, toes brushing the ground as she slipped out of reach with effortless precision. Clean freak that she was, no man but Ye Xiao was allowed to lay a finger on her. Left hanging in midair, Li Zhe's hand froze for a heartbeat before he forced a laugh and pulled it back. Huh, how right this way. Your big brother will help you with registration. Xiao Huang, Xiao Qing, and Xiao Zi ignored him and glanced toward Ye Xiao, who lounged on a bench nearby, watching the scene with an amused smile. You handle this, he murmured just loud enough for them to hear. Think of it as a lesson in human interaction. We don't want to blow our cover. Learn human interaction, got it? Xiao Qing closed her eyes for a second, then turned to Li Zhe with a bright, seemingly adoring smile. Senior, you're already a third year? Getting into Magic City University is no small feat. Her voice was soft and full of admiration. Flattery was exactly what Li Zhe craved. At the mention of his skill, he straightened at once. Admission to Magic City University was reserved for true prodigies. He wasn't the best, but ordinary folk couldn't compare. After 3 years of grueling cultivation, he was now a level 55 second transition paladin, nothing to scoff at. Still, modesty demanded a show. He waved a hand as if batting away her praise. You exaggerate. I'm merely a few years older and have seen a bit more. Just a level 55 paladin, barely clinging to the Academy's top 100 list, hardly worth mentioning. The words were humble, but the smugness on his face was impossible to miss. Xiao Qing, Xiao Huang, and Xiao Zi found him even more repulsive, yet for their plan's sake they all adopted expressions of awe. Wow, the top 100 board. Level 55. Senior, that's amazing. Could you give us a demonstration? Would love to see your prowess. Ahem, it's nothing special really. A demonstration, huh? Li Zhe's smile faltered. Most girls threw themselves at him upon hearing of the top 100. Why were these three asking him to fight? You're serious? He asked weakly. I'm level 55, you know, I might. Xiao Qing cut in. It's fine, we're ready. We just want to witness a senior's elegance. And the three of us will be very careful. Xiao Zi chimed in, tone half teasing. You're not afraid, are you? Or is it that you can't meet such a simple request? Could it be you're not up to it? The sneer pierced Li Zhe's pride like a needle. In front of pretty freshmen, how could he tolerate being called not up to it? Blood rushed to his head. He slapped a hand to his chest. Up to it. Of course I'm up to it. Li Zhe thumped his chest, confidence plastered across his face. That little request is no problem for me at all. Li Zhe tapped his chest in mock sincerity. I just don't want anyone to get hurt. Fists and feet don't have eyes, you know. I'd feel terrible if you ended up bruised. He lifted his chin, meeting the three freshmen's fiery gazes, and waved with studied nonchalance. Relax. Let your senior show you what real power looks like. Xiao Qing and her friends broke into cheers, eyes shining with admiration. Their enthusiasm pushed Li Zhe center stage. He cleared his throat. Since you've begged so nicely, I can't let you down. But I'm a paladin chivalry first. I don't bully juniors. How about this? You go all out, I'll only defend. That way nobody gets hurt by accident. In Li Zhe's mind, taking hits without striking back was the safest plan. It gave him a slim chance of surviving the first exchange. Awesome, senior. We're coming. The trio pumped their fists in excitement. Li Zhe was about to raise his guard when Ye Xiao held up a hand. Hold on, girls. If we attack without a sparring contract, we'll get blacklisted. Let's sign one first, saves a lot of trouble if something goes wrong. A sparring contract? Ye Xiao muttered, new to Magic City University and intrigued. Big cities really do have rules for everything. A holographic agreement appeared. Everyone tapped accept. Ye Xiao used a breath-coated whisper. Don't kill him, just teach him a lesson. He's annoying, but he's no villain. The three women gave the slightest nod, then switched back to their adoring smiles. We're ready, senior. They lined up shoulder to shoulder in a simple straight formation. Li Zhe tightened his shield, thinking, how strong can 3 freshmen be? Even 10 of them couldn't break my holy guard. His confidence lasted less than a heartbeat. Before he finished the thought, 3 long, pale legs flashed forward at the exact same moment, the air itself cracking. A suffocating pressure crashed over him. Li Zhe's pupils shrank. Block or die. He had barely raised his shield when 3 dull thuds struck home head, chest, abdomen. Agonizing pain ripped through him, as if every organ had been pulverized. Blood surged up his throat. He vomited midair. Bang! Lise shot backward like a nail and embedded in Magic City University's thick outer wall. The bricks quivered but held, their solidity making his defeat look even worse. From the wall, Lise kept coughing blood. An eerie silence fell. Freshmen, sophomores, juniors, everyone was stunned by the one-hit knockout. A top 100 Saint rank paladin. Third year. Second class, level 55. Flattened by 3 brand new girls in an true instant kill. Cockiness played a part, but the power gap was unmistakable. Monsters, right? Those 3 have to be monsters. Which city sent these freaks to MCU? Instinctively, the crowd backed up 2 steps, respect for overwhelming strength. If any of them had faced Lise on 3, victory in a single strike would have been impossible. So this is the might of a third year at Magic City University? Pretty weak. Xiao Qing clicked her tongue. Seriously, sis, I only used 70%. He's lucky I held back, otherwise that kick might have killed him. Senior, are you alright? Don't tell me that's all you've got. The 3 girls stood before the crumbling stone wall, their casual tone cutting deeper than any punch. Lise was wedged into the shattered masonry like a half-buried fresco, his face bruised and swollen. Too afraid to move even a finger, their 3 kicks had not only broken his bones, but ground the top 100 seniors' pride into the dirt. Looks like our senior's done for, one of them said with a sugary smile, her words as sharp as a blade. Lise heard her clearly and felt a wave of bitterness. He had tasted the overwhelming power behind those kicks. If he climbed out now, they would only stomp him again. So playing dead seemed the safer choice. The girls raised their voices brightly. Any other seniors want to show us the ropes? The 3 of us are happy to oblige. The air froze. If someone ranked in the top 100 could be kicked into a wall, who else dared step forward? Everyone present could read the situation. No one wanted to be the next unlucky target. When no one answered, the trio shrugged and walked back to Ye Xiao. Master, done. These seniors are the worst I've ever seen. No decent fighters at all. So boring. Qing grumbled, looking even more displeased than when she was knocking people around. Ye Xiao chuckled and shook his head. The girl watched too much TV. When they first met, she was a sweet rookie, and now she dripped with sarcasm. All right, let's go register, he said, waving his hand. The 4 of them strode grandly toward the enrollment desk. Wherever they passed, freshmen in line instinctively stepped back 3 paces, terrified of catching Qing's eye. The registration process was a breeze. Someone who could boot Lise into a wall hardly needed further assessment. Not until Ye Xiao and the others disappeared through the campus gate did the onlookers dare to whisper, "My God, those 3 girls are absolute prodigies." They jumped tiers and one-shotted Senior Lise. This year's going to be wild. Too many geniuses. The competition will be brutal. I just hope I survive the freshman ranking match. After finishing the paperwork, the 4 headed to the freshman center to pick up their supplies. Devil City University accepted only those with both talent and power, so the subsidies were generous. They carried off 4 full sets at once. A holographic screen displayed their data. Ye Xiao, Beastmaster, 2nd tier, level 45. Yi Qing, class unknown, 2nd tier, level 45. Xianling, class unknown, 2nd tier, level 45. Huang Yin, class unknown, 2nd tier, level 45. The middle-aged receptionist glanced over the file and nodded approvingly. Excellent, excellent. Feng Du, Director of Freshman Affairs. Come collect your gear. Director Feng, Ye Xiao replied politely. A Feng working in Devil City was almost certainly from that Feng clan. It never hurt to cultivate some goodwill. Studying the 4, Feng Du murmured with a smile, 1 guy, 3 girls, top-tier privileges, so these must be the freshmen the Nether War God pulled strings for. I was expecting spoiled brats. Looks like I misjudged them. He had witnessed the entire scene at the gate. The 3 girls hadn't even gone all out. Even if Lise had fought with everything he had, he still would have been crushed. Lise might be ordinary on campus, but he was still a top 100 student, and few could obliterate him in a single exchange. The fact that the 4 of you took him down in a single blow proves you deserve the Premier Freshman Award. As soon as Director Feng finished speaking, he pulled 4 gilded envelopes marked top-tier freshman reward from his drawer, their golden patterns glimmering under the light. Ye Xiao reached out to take them, but Director Feng suddenly withdrew his hand, his expression hardening. 1 reminder, no matter who's backing you, even the Nether War God. This is Demon City University. The university has its own rules. Break them and you'll pay. The War God's name won't save you here. Understood? Xiao Qing, Xianling, and Huang Yin didn't look the slightest bit concerned. They had only registered so Ye Xiao could claim an extra award, and now all 3 simply turned to him, waiting for his decision. Director Feng followed their gaze and realized they took every cue from Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao nodded slightly, his tone calm. Rest easy, Director Feng. We're here to study in peace. As long as no one bothers us, we won't cause trouble, but if someone does, I'll handle it. With nothing more to say, Director Feng handed over the 4 envelopes. The group cupped their fists in unison. Thank you, Director Feng. Thank you, Director Feng. Thank you, Director Feng. Thank you, Director Feng. The meeting should have ended there. Ye Xiao was about to leave when Director Feng raised a hand. Wait. He knew these four were the strongest newcomers. He already knew Ye Xiao was a Beast Tamer, but the other three were a mystery. Curiosity got the better of him. I'd like to know the classes of the other three. Ye Xiao paused for a moment. The three girls were actually his contracted beasts, so he improvised. Yi Qing, Arcane Warrior Dual Wielding Magic and Blade 2nd Class, level 45. Xian Ling, Holy Shield Knight, 2nd Class, level 45. Huang Yan, Undying Sorcerer, 2nd Class, level 45. Arcane Warrior, Holy Shield Knight, Undying Sorcerer. Director Feng repeated the uncommon titles under his breath. They sounded mysterious, but he didn't press further. All right, I understand. He handed them a stack of documents. Classes start tomorrow, don't be late. Here are your schedules and the academy guide. Look them over. University isn't high school. No one will spoon-feed you. This place is a small society, and competence rules. Contribute, and the school will reward you with points. Points buy everything: gear, techniques, permissions, even personal coaching. Read the details after you enroll. Finally, he added, the Netherwar God pulled some strings for you. You'll be treated as top talents, 10,000 points each, already in the system. Ye Xiao's eyes lit up. He still didn't know exactly how the points worked, but Director Feng's tone made it clear they were hard currency on campus. He thought for a moment, then asked, Director Feng, could you transfer their points to my account? What? The terminal almost slipped from Director Feng's hand. He stared in disbelief. What did you say? Ye Xiao remained perfectly calm, as if discussing the most mundane request. Transfer all 4 sets of points to me. Director Feng was stunned. One thought echoed in his mind. How shameless can this kid be? What did you just say? You want all the credits transferred to your account? Feng Du had just spent ages hammering home how credits equal cultivation resources. Yet Ye Xiao overturned everything with a casual, send them all to me. That's right. They're willing, so just put the credits under my name. Ye Xiao leaned back in his chair, completely at ease. We're willing. Go ahead, we don't need them. No big deal, let's get it done. The 3 clear female voices rang out one after another, leaving Feng Du dumbfounded. 10,000 credits. At Demon City University, that could buy a mountain of precious cultivation resources. Anyone would drool over it. Yet these 3 girls gifted them to Ye Xiao as if they were handing over snacks. He simply couldn't understand. Sure, Ye Xiao looked good, but the 3 of them were just as attractive. No one would give up a fortune for looks alone, right? He had to confirm again. 10,000 credits isn't pocket change. You really want to give them up? Thanks for the reminder, Director Feng. Go ahead. Credits won't fill your stomach anyway. Transfer them, transfer them, transfer. They sounded as casual as if they were deciding what to eat for lunch. Seeing their determination, Feng Du realized more persuasion would be useless. Even if the credits went to them first, they'd hand them straight to Ye Xiao. Better to finish it now. Kid, you've stepped in pure luck, running into 3 girls this nice. He muttered while processing the transfer. Ye Xiao only smiled. Fate bound them together. The stronger he grew, the stronger they would become. Director Feng, you're wrong, we're the lucky ones. Big sis is right. Agreed. Feng Du shook his head. 3 love-struck girls. One day, they'd realize head meant well. Once the credits were settled, he asked, staying on campus? The dorms are pretty comfortable. No, we've got a villa. Ye Xiao replied offhandedly. Blatant show-off. What ordinary freshman can afford a villa near the academy? Feng Du grumbled inwardly, but could only watch the 4 of them leave. When they vanished, he finally smiled. The Netherwar God had personally escorted Ye Xiao here. Whatever the reason, it likely posed no threat to the school. Once you enroll in Demon City University, you're a Demon City student. And this freshman class? Ye Xiao was already level 45, 2nd rebirth. Most people only reach level 32 or 3 months after their 2nd class change. Even top prodigies don't hit this mark until sophomore year. Imperial City University? They're in for a nasty surprise. Leaving the office, Ye Xiao's status panel updated. Student of Demon City University. Credits, 40,000. Title effect within the academy. Attack 15%, agility 15%, endurance 15%, spirit 15%. No wonder everyone scrambles to join a powerful organization. The buffs are insane. On campus, a student with this title can crush any peer without it. Outside, the bonus drops to 3%, but it's still a handy safeguard. Let's go find Naiyun and Yanru for dinner, Ye Xiao texted. At dusk, the 6 of them met at the Demon City Grand Hotel. As soon as the private room door opened, their old classmate Naiyun blurted, Holy crap, Ye Xiao, you've only been gone a few months, and you're already surrounded by this many gorgeous girls. You little punk, since when were you so irresistible? Ladies, what do you see in him? Is he that handsome? Loaded? Or does he just know his way around the bedroom? Yanru stood with her hands on her hips, sizing Ye Xiao up without a shred of restraint. She was the only one who dared tease him like this. Beside her, Naiyun pouted. Jealousy bubbling up. There were supposed to be just 2 of them, but now a voluptuous, wavy-haired big sister had shown up, bumping her rank down a slot. Yanru. Could you act like a lady for once? Do those words sound appropriate coming out of your mouth? Am I that kind of guy? Ye Xiao spread his hands, speaking with mock solemnity. They're all people I love like family. At his upright and noble speech, Xiao Yanru merely snorted. Getting friendly before you make your move? Huh? She shot back, flicking her hand in a lazy scram gesture. Laughing and bantering, they walked into the hotel. From across the lobby, a waiter saw Ye Xiao surrounded by 5 striking women and caught on immediately. Private room, best dishes. He envied Ye Xiao while silently griping good-looking, rich, and, rumor said, built for endurance. Too bad his own kidney couldn't keep up. Half an hour later, dishes covered every inch of the round table, leaving Xiao Yunru stunned. Ye Xiao, are you a pig? You ordered all this, can you even finish it? She clearly didn't know the combat power of Qing and the others. Ye Xiao chuckled. Relax, this is just the warm-up. The main course is still on the way. He beckoned. Qing, Ling, introduce Yanru. Qing and Ling were already close with Naiyun. Shed taken great care of them before, always letting them sample the best treats first. To these 2 demons, her place in their hearts was second only to Ye Xiao. Qing smiled. This is our 3rd sister. Just call her Xiao Huang. Wow, Sister Xiao Huang. You're gorgeous and what a figure. Xiao Yunru exclaimed sincerely. Make yourself at home, we're all family. The moment Ye Xiao finished, the 3 women, perfectly in sync, lifted their chopsticks and brought bites of food straight to his mouth. Even an ancient emperor couldn't have asked for better service. Xiao Yunru felt as if she'd taken a billion unhit. She smacked Ye Xiao on the shoulder. You've been spoiled rotten. Switch jobs, and suddenly you can't even feed yourself? The slap had barely landed when the 3 women's eyes snapped to Xiao Yunru. Cold light, flashing. Who dared strike their master in front of them? Had Ye Xiao not spoken, she might already be in pieces. Ye Xiao quickly raised a hand. Easy, Izish's family. Childhood friend. Loves to joke. She'd never hurt me. At his explanation, the trio stowed their killing intent, but still tossed out a frosty warning. Only this once. Next time we won't be so polite. Naiyun sighed, and added, last warning, just giving you face. Gulp. Carefree as she was, Xiao Yunru could feel the oppressive aura rolling off them. She was just an alchemist, no match at all. She wilted instantly, hands up in surrender. Ye Xiao rubbed his temples. We're all on the same side, you know. You're making things really awkward for me. Or are you saying you won't listen to me anymore? Threatening my friend right in front of me, you trying to rebel? Those 3 have been feeling pretty full of themselves lately. If they're bold enough to treat his friends like this now, what's next? Walking all over him. Ye Xiao stood by the table, bowl in hand, a chill flickering in his eyes. As host, he had to show some authority. Constant indulgence would only make them forget their place. The moment he spoke, Xiao Qing, Xiao Zi, and Xiao Hong dropped their heads. It was the first time they'd seen Ye Xiao truly angry, and they went quiet as 3 wooden stakes. Master, we were wrong. We won't do it again. Don't call me master. You 3 are the masters here. Ye Xiao cut them off coldly. If you can threaten my friend right in front of me, what else won't you dare? Beside him, Xiao Yunru felt a surge of warmth at how fiercely he defended her. Still, having him fall out with his attendance over her seemed overboard after all. The 3 girls had only tried to protect Ye Xiao and hadn't really hurt her. She patted Ye Xiao's arm and raised her voice. All right. All right. Look at you scolding people left and right. What's there to be mad about? They were just teasing me, weren't they? She winked at the trio. They took the hint and nodded eagerly. Sister Xiao's right. We were only joking, just a joke, really. Given the easy out, Ye Xiao's anger cooled a little. You're still as soft-hearted as ever, he sighed. You think I can't read those big eyes of yours? Smack. Xiao Yunru swatted the back of his head. Brat, take the lifeline and sit down. Are we eating or not? All right. All right. Ye Xiao surrendered. Xiao Qing and the others kept silent. They knew this was just how the 2 of them bantered. Eyeing the stiff atmosphere, Xiao Yunru thumped the table. Enough staring, eat. Girls, let's see who can eat faster and more. When it came to food, the 3 maids had never backed down. At her challenge, they perked right up. Sister Xiao, you're no match for us in appetite. I don't buy it. Xiao Yunru rolled up her sleeves. I've been a big eater since I was a kid. You're all skin, and Benes no way you out-eat me. Bring it on. The result was predictable. After downing barely a tenth of what they had, Xiao Yunru's stomach ballooned like a party balloon, and she clutched it in pain. Ye Xiao handed her a cup of warm water. Still bluffing? Feels like you'll pop, doesn't it? Xiao Yunru shot him a glare. I was trying to smooth things over for you. You ungrateful wretch. She couldn't resist another look at the trio. How could they eat so much and still have flat stomachs? It was maddening. Ye Xiao chuckled. Guess why they call me master. Typical male kink, Xiao Yunru snorted. You were a schemer from day one. I know you too well. Ye Xiao pressed a hand to his forehead, speechless. Kink. He was a gentleman, thank you very much. Can't you have a serious thought for once? Can an alchemist have serious thoughts? She shot back, then answered herself. I suppose not. Alchemists are dreamers only. That kind of mind can create the extraordinary. She lifted her chin with a grin. You still remember what I do for a living, don't you? Beast taming isn't that hard to remember. Xiao Yunru blinked her wide eyes. Her gaze landed on Ye Xiao, then swept over the three girls behind him. In that split second, a flood of bizarre ideas exploded in her mind. Get it now? Ye Xiao asked, barely holding back a laugh at her vacant stare. Suddenly her eyes rounded in revelation. Ye Xiao, you scoundrel. If you're short on cash, just say so. I offered to help you pick a proper beast companion. And you couldn't wait, so you went for human pets? You animal. The room was instantly steeped in awkward silence. One dumbstruck face, two, three, all five of them gaped in unison. Any normal person would have guessed the truth. Yet in Xiao Yunru's imagination the divine beasts had become human playthings. She even doubled down. Don't look at him. He's the sicko. Smack. Ye Xiao flicked her forehead. Enough. I'm an upstanding gentleman. Thank you. Human pets? Stop ruining my reputation. They're my beast companions, divine beasts, just in human form. Divine beasts? Xiao Yunru whispered, still stunned. All three. Ye Xiao nodded. Why else would they obey so well? What the master said is true, Xiao Qing affirmed first. Exactly, Xiao Zi added. You can trust him, Xiao Bai said earnestly. Xiao Yunru's worldview collapsed. She had just been comparing appetites with three divine beasts, no wonder she nearly burst. Snapping out of it, she slapped Ye Xiao's shoulder and laughed. You sly fox. No wonder you keep sending me supplies. I, Xiao Yunru, knew talent when I saw it, and signed up early. My future's in your hands. They'll just stick around as your chief wife? Sound fair? Chief wife? For sharp gazes locked on her the instant the words left her mouth. Hair standing on end, she inched back with a nervous grin. Kidding, just kidding, don't take it seriously. Yet no matter how she explained, the four divine beasts stayed frosty. Ye Xiao had never snapped at them before, but had done it for her sake enough to make anyone overthink. Off to the side, and Naiyun snorted inwardly. Were all women here what makes her the mistress? Xiao Yunru's smile turned rigid. Honestly, it was a joke. The master and I are childhood friends. Nothing more, though even she could hear how flimsy it sounded. Xiao Qing exchanged a glance with the others. The moment we drop our guard, this woman will seize the throne. From the look in their eyes, Xiao Yunru knew they didn't believe her. The air in the room seemed to freeze. The women leaned against the wall with folded arms, their gazes filled with undisguised jealousy and scrutiny. Without an explanation, they wouldn't let her go. I swear I'm not trying to steal your master. She raised her brows and spread her hands, sounding utterly helpless, then deliberately paused. Fine, they'll stop pretending and come clean. I'm actually a man. I might look like a woman, but I'm a guy, for real. Silence fell instantly. Think about it, she added, twisting the knife. If I weren't a man, how could your master be having this much fun with me? She shot Ye Xiao a warning glance. His heart lurched, and under her pressure he surrendered. Right, he's a guy just, with a bit of tech involved. At actually a man. The three young maids finally breathed a sigh of relief. Two casual explanations were enough to satisfy them. Their eyes left Xiao Yunru and shifted eagerly back to the food on the table, careful not to touch the topic again in case she used it against them later. With the awkwardness gone, Xiao Yunru turned to Ye Xiao. Any progress lately? What's the success rate now? The technical talk re-energized her. Ye Xiao gave a wry grin and rubbed the bridge of his nose. After you drained me of so many materials, it went up. Base rate is 30%. With my class talent, it's steady at 50. 50% is impressive. She nodded approval. Most alchemists are called masters at 30. Hitting 50 puts you in another league. What grade of gear can you modify now? She pressed. Anything below obsidian is doable, still 50%. His answer was crisp. Gear below obsidian suited the freshmen starting school tomorrow. If the upgrades worked, weapon sales would explode. They met each other's eyes, the same idea popping up. Open a weapon shop? They said in unison, excitement clear in both voices. The price gap between standard and upgraded gear promised pure profit. Ye Xiao could forge the blanks, and Xiao Yunru could upgrade them, forming a closed profit loop. Better yet, Ye Xiao's big villa usually sat empty except on weekends. Hang up a business license, and they could open without paying rent. Almost zero overhead, and it helps with living expenses, Xiao Yunru calculated, her mind racing. First and second years use Star Drill gear, they can't afford obsidian. If we had a chance to turn Star Drill into Star Drill Plus, the market's huge and I get practice. By the time they're juniors, they'll be good enough for obsidian, and we can keep selling to the same crowd. Ye Xiao chuckled. You plan to fleece one group of students all the way through. Exactly a solid business. She shrugged. Deal. Ye Xiao nodded. You're in charge. Move into my villa. Whatever you need, cash, materials, equipment, just ask. We split the profits 50-50. Ye Xiao would supply the capital, Xiao Yunru the labor. The split was fair enough, but she knew they'd need heavy upfront investment, and Ye Xiao's current output might not be enough. If they wanted to buy used gear, reforging it for resale, they'd have to start a recycling service and that would require even more money. How much cash do you have on you? Let's pool it as startup capital for the shop. Ye Xiao could only smile wryly. Thanks to his divine pet he could sweep dungeons for loot, but Kuangren had handled all the sales. After flogging books and gear here and there, Ye Xiao had saved only a few small fortunes. Now they were launching a store, and costs were already in the tens of billions. She felt completely out of his depth. Buying the villa had burned through more than 10 billion, and after Quangren transferred everything from the St. Pet account, Ye Xiao was left with barely 20 plus billion. But a weapon shop needed 20 billion in operating cash? He just couldn't believe it. You've never run a business, so you don't know how deep the water is, Quangren said lightly. A bit over 20 billion is just barely enough. Barely? Hold on, how much did you say? Xiao Yanru finally realized Ye Xiao hadn't said 200 million, but 20 billion. 20 billion. What's wrong? Business is tough, just keeping the doors open costs 20 billion. Ye Xiao shrugged, completely matter of fact. Fine, if you say so, I'll buy it. 20 billion it is. Worst case, he'll just earn more. Xiao Yanru thought she'd seen everything. Yet this almost shattered her worldview. Which sugar mama had this guy latched onto to toss around 20 billion in pocket money? She, the so-called money-printing alchemist, only had a few small fortunes, while Ye Xiao waved off 20 of them in one go. You're unbelievable, she sighed. Since money's no issue, we'll focus on upgrading the gear. All right, you two keep eating. I'm heading to the workshop, my hands are itching to start. She set down her utensils and hurried off. By the way, Ye Xiao, sort out the business license. Once they'd eaten, Ye Xiao rang Director Feng. The Nether War God had personally told Feng to look after this genius, so there was no way he'd drag his feet. In under an hour, every permit for the store was ready. Mod the gear however you like. The villa makeover will be done in 2 days, then you can open. Director Feng made the call. Now go home and sleep. Tomorrow you're back at school. After months away, the academy felt almost unfamiliar to Ye Xiao. Early next morning, everyone met in the Grand Demon City Hotel's dining room. First day of the new term, better eat well. That single breakfast cost 4 or 5 million, and only then did they head for campus. The moment they stepped through the gate, the PA system boomed. Assemble on the field. A freshman is challenging the academy top 100. What? This intense on day one. Which rookie's gutsy enough to take on the top 100? Some guessed it was the 3 girls from yesterday feed flattened top 100 contender Lise. But Lise had already put out a statement, had been holding back, and let them through. It's not them. It's another new kid, supposedly a super genius too. Amid the barrage of chatter, someone asked online, what's the academy top 100 challenge? Can freshmen enter? Didn't you read the freshman handbook we sent yesterday? Handbook? I tossed it. Brave man. Hey race, the scoop, the top 100 challenge is open to every student from 1st through 3rd year. The higher you climb, the more points and rewards you get. Rankings settle and prizes pay out once a month. So the final days of the month are always the fiercest, and everyone goes all out for the ranking rewards. During the last 3 days of every month, the entire academy calls this stretch the ranking death days. We are now on the final day. If you want that hefty reward that can separate you from your peers, you have to fight your way onto the list. Most students know they can't match the seniors' strength and can only stare at the board with a sigh. After registration closed last night, Ye Xiao and his friends were busy hunting for food and opening their makeshift stall. They didn't even glance at the top 100 tournament, let alone read the freshman handbook. It was probably gathering dust in some corner. When they heard about ranking day this morning, they simply gathered quietly on the side. There are points on the line. Ye Xiao, aren't you going to join? A companion asked. Of course I'm in. We'd be fools to miss a chance like this. What about you? Count me in as well. And Naiyun replied with a confident grin. I've already completed my second awakening. I have to try. Only then did Ye Xiao notice that the young girl in front of him had quietly reached her second class change. She still couldn't catch up to him, but among their age group, she was already outstanding. No sooner said than done. They headed straight to sign up for the challenge. The rules were simple, yet brutal. Anyone not on the list could only challenge those ranked 90 or below, and only after a win could they target someone ranked lower than 70. Each leap could not exceed 10 places. If you wanted a spot in the top 100, you had to climb one rung at a time. The news that freshmen were going after the top 100 seniors exploded across campus. On the training field, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd year students packed the stands, their eyes glued to the arena. The freshmen finally have a chance to shine. If someone knocks out a top 100 veteran on the first day, will look amazing. The kids had better measure their strength first. Cabs don't fear tigers. We were the same back then. A few hard falls will teach them. Faced with a mix of goodwill and mockery, most freshmen stayed silent. They were indeed behind in training time and foundation, but total defeat was hard to swallow after all. The 3 sisters had kicked Lise across the courtyard last night, and everyone saw it. Even so, they only dared to mutter about it under their breath. Why aren't they here yet? Are they going to bail on us? Relax, it doesn't start until 10. Be patient. Some in the crowd hoped the 3 sisters would repeat yesterday's kick, even fantasizing about someone booting Lise again, declaring they could die happy if it happened. On the other side of the field, the special seats for ranks 90 to 100 were filled with the respective fighters, all waiting to be called out. Lise sat among them with a dark expression, while several companions watched the spectacle with interest. Lise, you're famous this time. No one among the freshmen commands more attention than you now. Our classmate Lise really took chivalry to the extreme, let 3 women kick him into a wall so hard they had to pry him off. Some way to represent the top 100. The crowd erupted in jeering laughter. Lise lifted his eyes and swept them over a few faces, his voice cool. I did lose yesterday. They pinned me to the wall. Funny, isn't it? He paused. Those 3 girls aren't ordinary. I couldn't beat them then, and I wouldn't beat them now. And you? A sneer curled his lips. You wouldn't last 1 round either. Stung by the insult, Hui let out a cold laugh. Don't assume everyone's like you. You're the weakling, not us. They're just 3 girls. If they dare show up, it'll restore the top 100's honor. The air crackled between them. Hui ranked only 1 spot below Lise and had long resented it. This was his chance to climb over him. Here they come. A challenger. A voice cut through the noise as a boy in a bright purple robe strutted forward, arcane runes flickering for show. The crowd fell silent. Freshman, who do you want to challenge? This area is for ranks 90 to 100. Name your target. The boy twirled his staff, let it click into place, and pointed at Lise. I'd like to challenge Senior Lise, if that's all right. Unless he's still recovering, then I can pick someone else. His mock concern drew another round of laughter. Everyone knew he was poking fun at how Xiao and her friends had peeled Lise off the wall the day before. Lise's face darkened. He vaulted onto the platform. Enough talk. Let's begin. A quick glance told him all he needed: second class change. Level 30, mage. Zhang Heng smiled and raised his staff. Better be careful, senior. My attacks are. You talk too much. Move. Lise's aura exploded. The stone underfoot trembled as he shot forward and swept his leg. Mid-incantation, Zhang Heng saw nothing but a size 43 boot rushing at his face. Bang! He flew dozens of meters, rolling twice before skidding to a stop at the platform's edge. The arena fell deathly silent. The freshmen exchanged looks. This was nothing like the evenly matched duel outright Zhang Heng victory they had imagined. So this is what a top 100 fighter can do? Someone whispered, swallowing hard. Yesterday Senior Lise was just being chivalrous, got ambushed. Did you really think he was weak? Another murmured. He learned his lesson. On the platform, Lise didn't spare Zhang Heng a glance. He surveyed the crowd, then returned to the reserved seats. That ended too fast. I wasn't even ready, Ye Xiao said, stretching lazily without looking up from his book. Zhang Heng was never a match. Even at his weakest, Lise is still a level 55 second-tier fighter. Besides the few of us, there aren't many rookies who can beat him. A timid voice beside him piped up. Master, if you weren't ready, can we please not wear it after all? Under Xiao and the others' hopeful gazes, Ye Xiao flatly rejected their unreasonable demand. What? No team spirit at all? Do you think this is for me? No, it's for everyone, for the whole squad. He scolded, hands on his hips like a frustrated coach. Tell me, when I make money, who am I cooking for? How many dishes can I finish on my own? For us, the 3 girls replied in unison. Right. Since you know it's for you, what's the problem? They're just clothes, nothing but worldly possessions. Trust me, once you step into the arena, nobody will dare laugh. With looks like yours, everything else is background noise. He then poured on the persuasion, leaving the trio dazed. Half resistant, half resigned, they slipped into the battle suits plastered with ads. Across the chest, in enormous bold italic letters, it read, Ye Xiao Gear Shop. Ye Xiao Yanru, known as Ye Xiao. Address. Contact. Used gear buybacks. Bulk orders, big discounts, honest prices, love ya. The back was even more outrageous. An oversized headshot of Ye Xiao himself. He proclaimed, I speak for my own brand. Admiring his handiwork, he nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Me creativity never disappoints. The 3 girls exchanged helpless looks. Even mythical beasts have their dignity. Wearing this in public was downright embarrassing. Master, why aren't you putting one on? Xiao suddenly asked. The uniform? Altogether? Ye Xiao scratched his head, feigning confusion. No way was he about to make a public spectacle of himself, just couldn't say that outright. Were it? Absolutely. Just not yet. It's not my turn. This round is yours. Go show them what you've got. His earnest little eyes seemed sincere, so they half believed him. Fine, we'll head up first. Shame we can't skip straight to the top rank, that'd be so much faster. Grumbling, they stepped toward the ring at the center of the training grounds. There hear the trio of goddesses. A sharp-eyed freshman shouted, setting off a wave of excitement. Everyone was eager to see their performance. If they crushed the top 100 elites like they did yesterday, it would be a huge boost to freshman pride. So gorgeous. On behalf of all first years at Demon City University, I hereby crown them our campus queens. You're smug, but for once I'll let you speak for me. Same here, too stunning for words. Then someone noticed the uniforms. Hold up, what's that on their shirts? Ye Xiao Gear Shop, honest prices, bulk discounts, contact. What the heck? They're running ads? With a little heart emoji? Oh man, whose idea was that? Brilliant. I'm definitely checking out that shop when I get the chance. A faint blush crept across Xiao and her sister's faces as nearby chatter reached their ears. Big Sis bit her lip. Do we really have to go along with Master's plan? Yeah, let's do it, Xiao answered after a deep breath, struggle flashing in her eyes. It's only for today. We can't defy his orders. She hated every second of it. Memory of Ye Xiao's last outburst was still painfully vivid, and none of them dared anger him again. He'll count down 3, 2, 1, and we start. Got it. 3, 2, 1. All three vaulted onto the platform at once. Their boots cracked against the stone slab, seizing everyone's attention. In perfect rhythm, they swung their arms, twisted their hips, and stepped out textbook solo dance moves. Ye Xiao, you're the best. Ye Xiao, you're the strongest. Need gear? Go to Ye Xiao. Got gear to sell? Still Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao's gear emporium power. Quality. Fair price, honest trade by once and you'll know. The chants and choreography lined up flawlessly, evident proof of brutal rehearsal. When the jingle ended, they froze, faces crimson to the tips of their ears. In that moment, nothing seemed more appealing than a crack in the ground to crawl into. If not for the upcoming match, they would have buried themselves right there. Below the stage, Ye Xiao crossed his legs and chuckled. My girls have grown up, they know how to blush now. Not bad, looking more human every day. And Naiyun, standing beside him, rolled her eyes in disgust. Thank goodness she wasn't one of Ye Xiao's pet beasts. Otherwise she'd be on today's humiliation list too. A beat later the stands erupted. Well, definitely stop by. Of course, give the ladies a discount. Placing an order right now. Where's the shop? Xiao Qing's inward smile was bitter. Master called if this crowd is full of lechers drooling over us. Let's just start the match. Second sis muttered through a stiff grin. I need to erase this memory, it's a lifetime's shame. After striking one last pose, they all turned toward the top 100 box. 10 elite fighters stared back, their faces blown up on the big screens. That was just a warm-up, Xiao Qing called. Enjoyed the show? Who's coming down to spar? Her gaze fixed on Li Zhe, lips curling. How about you, senior? Yesterday's fight was hardly satisfying. Yeah, come play again, second and third sis echoed. Li Zhe's smile froze. He immediately looked away, pretending not to hear. Anyone else could fight wouldn't. Had already answered one challenge, and still had 3 exemptions left. After squeezing into the top 100, he couldn't risk being knocked out. Pride was cheap, resources were everything. The crowd buzzed. Did I see right? Senior Li Zhe is ducking the fight? Wasn't he preaching chivalry yesterday? Where's that now? Is he really scared? Are those 3 sisters that strong? Hu Wei couldn't stand it anymore. He shot to his feet, eyes burning into Li Zhe. His voice cut through the arena. Li Zhe actually thought you were my rival. Turns out I overrated you. You're trash. Losing to these publicity clowns yesterday was bad enough, and now you're dodging them again? You've disgraced every fighter in the top 100. Since you don't dare fight, just sit there and watch. The honor you lost, they'll win it back for you. Li Zhe looked at the wildly arrogant Hu Wei, gave a faint smile, and offered a casual reminder. Be careful. They're strong. Hu Wei lifted his eyes and snorted. Strong? No freshman has ever cracked the top 100 at Maching University. They'll show them this place isn't the little backwater they came from. Here, even dragons coil and tigers lie low. Li Zhe shrugged. Suit yourself. They'll wait right here for good news. Hu Wei snorted again, tapped his toe, and rocketed onto the platform like a cannonball. You 3 one at a time, or all together. Makes no difference to me. Hands clasped behind his back, he stood with unbridled confidence, treating Xiao Qing and the others as if they were nothing. The girls below the stage erupted. What's with that jerk? So cocky. Even our master isn't that arrogant. Sisters, who's going to shut him up? I will. Xiao Huang stepped forward. I'm the newest and weakest here. No need for my elder sisters to bother with this trash. Since Ye Xiao's bloodline awakened, she had lacked a decisive victory, and this was the perfect chance to earn him some respect. Fine, you're up. Trusting her strength, the others stepped down, leaving only Hu Wei and Xiao Huang on the platform. Hu Wei swept his gaze over her. Ready? Ready. Then lose. Before the word finished, he stomped. The arena floor cracked with a boom, and he blurred forward like a phantom. Huh. Xiao Huang froze. This wasn't like the novels where the villain brags for half an hour. Hu Wei asked one question and swung, leaving her no time to prepare. She raised her arm to block. Bang. The force numbed her limb and drove her back several steps. Hu Wei retracted his fist, a sneer tugging at his lips. So that's all. One probe told him everything she was capable, but nowhere near a threat. He took the chance to taunt Li Zhe. Little girl, don't mistake me for that useless senior. I'm this month's gatekeeper to the top 100. Think you can get in? Not even close. Gatekeeper to the top 100? The freshmen in the crowd were confused. An upperclassman explained the academy's unwritten rule. The rewards climb with the rankings. Guys like Hu Wei, sitting at 91 to 100, earn 500 points a month. Every 10 spots higher adds another 100. 81 to 90 gets 600, 71 to 80 gets 700, and so on up the ladder. You're all aware that credits are the academy's currency. Everything costs credits: daily expenses, dungeon runs, even resource exchanges. Because of that, the powerhouses on the top 100 list have started playing games, and senior Hu Wei is the perfect example. With his strength, he could easily sit in the top 90, yet he intentionally stays between 91 and 100 just to milk challengers for credits. Freshmen get 1 free challenge a month, so your upcoming match won't cost you a thing. After that, every challenge requires a 500 credit entry fee. Win and you earn those credits back. lose, and the defender pockets the lot. That's why these gatekeepers lounge at the bottom of the rankings without guilt, waiting for rookies or sore losers to show up with easy money. Most challengers can't win anyway, and the hall beats the academy's monthly stipend by a mile. Isn't this exploiting a loophole? Someone muttered. Doesn't the academy care? A senior snorted. Here, strength rules. If you're strong enough, the list will make room for you. If you can't get on it, you're simply not strong enough. As for the credits, someone's going to earn them. The crowd could only admit that power was everything, which meant the three sisters had even less chance against Hu Wei. You've got to be kidding. Senior Hu Wei. Before the sentence finished, the arena loudspeaker boomed. Huang Yin wins and moves up to 96th on the top 100. Everyone froze. Seconds ago, Hu Wei had the upper hand. So how had he lost in a flash? Before thousands of eyes, Huang Yin planted a boot on his chest while he lay flat on his back, blood spilling from his mouth as he drifted toward unconsciousness. What are you staring at? Get him to the infirmary. Want a death on your hands? Someone yelled. Hu Wei was rushed away. Huang Yin gave the stands a quick smile, then pointed at the sponsor patch on her combat suit. Ye Xiao gear, power guaranteed. With every eye locked on her, she brazenly plugged the brand and strode off the stage. Down below, Ye Xiao nodded in approval. The kid finally knew how to seize an opportunity. Half the spectators were still baffled. Replay? We need a replay? How could Hu Wei lose so fast? Giving in to the clamor, the giant screen lit up and rewound 5 minutes. The footage showed Huang Yin taking Hu Wei's explosive charge hidden and holding her ground. The blow hurt just a sting, but it was enough to make her get serious. Her eyes chilled, her body crouched, a blade about to be unsheathed. Just as Hu Wei drew back his fist, Huang Yin slipped inside his guard. An elbow strike, a throat lock, a rising kick, one seamless burst. In just 3 seconds, she dismantled his offense and slammed him onto the mat. Blood sprayed, protective aura shattered, and the result was even more decisive than anyone had imagined. The final frame froze on Hu Wei's unfocused pupils, and the arena fell silent. Only then did everyone realize his defeat was anything but unjust. In Huang Yan's mind, a single maxim echoed. When an enemy slaps you, take his head off. Never give him the chance to strike back. To stop Hu Wei from laying another hand on her, Huang Yin chose to show no mercy. With a light push of her toe, she vanished, as if erased from the stage, leaving a string of afterimages across the floor. Before Hu Wei could lock onto the blur, a long, slender leg packed with terrifying power slammed into his chest. Crack! The snap of bone echoed through the arena, and searing pain flooded his torso. He didn't even have time to raise his arms. His body, like a battered sandbag, was booted a dozen meters before crashing to the ground. A mouthful of blood spattered onto the platform, and his aura collapsed at once. If you don't pull out the roots, the weeds grow back in spring. Xiao Huang had no intention of giving her opponent any breathing room. She lifted her foot for another kick. If Ye Xiao hadn't raised a hand to stop her, Hu Wei would already be a corpse. The instant she withdrew her leg, rage and shock sent Hu Wei's vision black. He passed out on the spot just like Li Zhe the day before. For him, that was probably the best outcome. Was she strong? Senior, didn't you just say newcomers can't break into the top 100? Hey, don't leave, tell us more. After replaying that lightning strike, the students finally realized how fearsome the trio really was, and startled cries filled the hall. Xiao Huang seized the moment to plug Ye Xiao's gear. Shop, do me a favor and drop by, okay? The students traded looks, but silently decided to check it out. Please, that was too easy. So this is the so-called top 100? Xiao Huang brushed off her skirt, muttered, and jumped down from the stage. Her show was over. Next up were Xiao Qing and Xiao Ling. Elsewhere, in the seats reserved for the top 100, Li Zhe, who had been hanging his head moments earlier, finally straightened up and looked at the others. Well, thoughts? Their faces were grim, and they nodded. She's strong. We underestimated her. Hearing this, Li Zhe couldn't hide a grin. I did warn him, didn't I? Now look humiliated. It's not that I'm weak. They're just too strong. Losing to them is normal. Seeing Hu Wei get one-shotted filled him with glee. After all, head faced 3 of them at once, while Hu Wei was crushed on Yanru. By that math, Li Zhe figured he was still stronger, and that felt great. High above the academy, in a hidden space sealed by an array, the principal stood beside Inspector Feng and several other administrators, eyes fixed on a projection of the arena. Normally, a match like this wouldn't merit their attention, but these contestants had been assigned personally by the Netherwar god. Level 45 one-shotting level 55 impressive, the principal said, stroking his beard. Looks like that kid from the Netherworld finally sent us some real talent. This year Imperial City University will have to fight us for the title. After centuries as runner-up, we're due for some glory. So, principal, about those students. Prioritize them. Meet their needs as best you can, but don't go overboard, use your judgment. Understood, they answered in unison. After flooring Hu Wei, Xiao Huang skipped over to Ye Xiao, eyes curved like crescents. She waved her arms and cooed, Master, how did I do? Satisfied? Not bad, not bad. That little commercial at the end was especially impressive. Hey, race a kiss as your reward. I want one too, give me a kiss. Ye Xiao had always been fair, rewarding every merit and letting no one mooch a kiss for free. Want a smooch? Easy. Everyone saw how well little Phoenix just did. The louder the audience reaction, the louder the master's kiss. No way little Phoenix gets all the perks alone. Xiaoqing, you'll finish things off. He'll go first, the eldest sister said, but before the words were out, little Ling had already vaulted onto the platform. Bang! The already damaged arena crumbled into dust beneath her single kick. Do I have to pay for that? I swear I didn't think it was that flimsy. I don't have the money to fix it. That kick felt like it landed on every spectator's chest. The arena wasn't the strongest, but it was still forged from black ironstone. The ordinary fighters couldn't even leave a scratch. Little Ling had pulverized it into fine powder, leaving nothing behind. No need to pay. One moment. Stepping down from the stands, Supervisor Feng waved his hand. The shattered stones flowed back together in midair, and the arena was instantly restored, even sturdier than before. Continue. With that single word, he turned and walked away. Seeing the platform whole again, little Ling let out a sigh of relief. Good, no compensation required, or Ye Xiao would definitely dock her meals later. Right, the commercial. She blinked and decided to keep Ye Xiao happy first. Hey there, don't miss out. Come visit Ye Xiao's gear shop. We open in 2 or 3 days, right outside the academy gates. Quality guaranteed, reputation guaranteed. Opening day sale 10% off everything. First come, first served. She rattled off the ad for a full 10 minutes before finally turning toward the top 100 seats, satisfied. Enough talk, time to fight. So, who wants to spar with me? Let's make this quick. No one knew the true strength, or even the class of the three sisters. Stepping up rashly could end the same way Hu Wei did. The moment her words fell, the arena went dead silent. Since no one volunteered, she had to pick. After a glance around, the person she knew best was Li Zi Sr. She respected. Senior Li Zi, would you? I claim exemption. Li Zi had already accepted a challenge today and held 3 exemption rights. Saying I claim exemption now, he sounded utterly confident. With his exemption, the others' faces darkened. If they'd faced Zhang Heng earlier, this wouldn't be happening. Now they were slammed right up against the toughest of the 3 sisters. All right then. Little Phoenix just challenged number 96, so we'll settle for number 95. Heh, 95 is still me. I claim exemption. Li Zi grinned from ear to ear. Little Ling was speechless. She had wasted too much time on him. Fine. Number 94. Wu Qing silently cursed Li Zi. If not for that exemption, it wouldn't be his turn. But once named, he had no choice. With a flash, he landed lightly on the newly forged platform, not even kicking up a speck of dust. Hello, Junior. Hello. The moment they saw Wu Qing wearing the mild, courteous smile of a gentleman, everyone who knew him practically turned to stone. Was this really the same Wu Qing who used to look down on the world and bow to no one? Good afternoon, Senior. Xiao Ling had always been well-mannered. Since Wu Qing greeted her first, she replied politely. So, Senior, can we start fighting now? She asked, eyes sparkling with barely hidden excitement. Wu Qing felt a chill run down his spine. These 3 sisters were all battle fanatics, and he could already feel a headache coming on. Hold on, Junior. Before we trade blows, we should at least know who we're dealing with. Straightening up, he introduced himself. Wu Qing, Berserker, 2nd advancement, level 57. What about you? Care to share your stats? What a hassle, she muttered, but still returned the courtesy. Xian Ling, Holy Shield Warrior, 2nd advancement, level 45. She was careful not to mention her divine pet. 45. The onlooking freshman erupted. How could a first year already be 2nd advancement, level 45? Many were convinced she had to be a sophomore. Otherwise, that level was terrifying. Quit whining. I just checked the campus network. Xian Ling really is a freshman, someone announced, flashing the search result. Our mediocrity doesn't mean she's mediocre. That single sentence shattered quite a few egos on the spot. Even some second years felt their confidence crumble. A freshman higher leveled than they were. Holy Shield Warrior? Never heard of it. Must be a niche class, Wu Qing analyzed. The good news. He was 57, she was 45. Defensive class or not, overpowering him would be nearly impossible. If he could force a draw, her challenge would count as a failure. A smile tugged at his lips. Seemed luck was on his side. Ready, Junior? Absolutely. Xiao Ling could hardly wait. 3, 2, 1 fight. After Hu Wei's crushing defeat earlier, Wu Qing didn't dare hold back. From the very first beat, he went Allen. Super Berserk. Bloodlust. Enchant. The difference between the polite speaker and the raging fighter was night and day. Berserk energy roared through him. A crimson aura all but solidified around his body. Twin axes crossed, he charged like a storm. Super Berserk. All attributes 15, ignores pain. Bloodlust, strength 13, basic attack steal life. Lower HP, increases lifesteal. Enchant. Weapons gain 15 armor penetration and 15 crit rate. Hitting inflicts rend and bleed. The 3 buffs meshed seamlessly, pushing Wu Qing to his peak. Shield. With a flick of her finger, Xiao Ling summoned a slate gray barrier that wrapped around her like bedrock, its surface marbled with rugged veins. Cleave. Wu Qing leapt high, axes raised, and slammed down toward her head. Scream metal shrieked on stone. Boom. The next instant, the shield's rebound flung him several meters. He skidded back, carving twin trenches in the ground. The barrier didn't so much as ripple. Tell me that's not all, Xiao Ling said, blinking innocently, her soft voice edged with disappointment. So weak. No one could tell whether the remark about her pet name had provoked Wu Qing, but after being blasted into the air, he flipped over and hurled himself back toward Xiao Ling like a cannonball. His twin axes blurred vertical chops, horizontal hacks, diagonal cuts, every technique he knew, yet the pale blue shield around her never even quivered. For 10 whole minutes he swung more than 1,000 times, until his arms went numb and his chest heaved. Planting his feet, he gulped for air, bloodshot eyes fixed on Xiao Ling while his mind raced for a way out. She, however, had no intention of giving him one. If she hadn't wanted the audience to get a long look at the ads plastered over her gear, she'd have ended this long ago. The tempo felt right now. Any longer, and they would grow bored. Had enough? My turn. She raised one hand casually, and a dark green Xuanwu cleaver appeared from thin air. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the best-selling weapon at Ye Xiao's gear shop. Even mid-fight, the commercial rolled on. Xuanwu slash. In practice, that meant she vaulted forward and brought the blade down in a killing arc. She even offered a friendly warning. Don't run. The punishment for running is worse. Only a fool would stand still. Even from a distance, Wu Qing felt the crushing pressure radiating from the weapon. To face it, he'd meant death, or crippling at best. Boom. The cleaver landed. He sprang backward in a chain of jumps, dodging by a hair. The spot where the blade struck an arena floor director Feng had just repaired exploded into rubble, the entire platform collapsing into fragments. The spectators felt the ground shake beneath them. Holy crap, how strong is she? My knees are jelly from all the way out here. Tell me about it. That blade wind almost reached us. Any closer, and I'd have to say goodbye to the family jewels. She's supposed to be second tier, level 45? Looks third tier to me. While the crowd steadied itself, Xiao Ling flashed a sweet smile, then cast an aggrieved glance at Wu Qing. I told you not to dodge, but you never listen. Since you won't behave, they'll just have to make you. Prison of water. Clenching her fists, she summoned pillars of water that burst from the floor and wove into a cage, locking Wu Qing in place. Struggle, scream the more the better. She followed with bind, yanking his arms into a spread eagle and disarming him completely. He was now the perfect target. Let me go? Let me go? Wu Qing roared. Good boy. Relax, my blade is fast, you won't feel a thing. Xiao Ling leveled the cleaver at his chest and spoke softly, Xuanwu cleave. I concede. Faced with death, Wu Qing knew the difference between fighting for his life and throwing it away. The instant the words left his mouth, the Xuanwu cleaver halted a fist length from his chest. Boom. Had he spoken a moment later, that woman would have carved him open. The knife in her hand flashed like ice, her eyes even colder, and a chill shot down Wu Qing's spine. She truly meant to kill him. Maniac, total maniac. It's only a top 100 qualifier, and she's going for the kill? While cursing inwardly, he abandoned all pretense of dignity, spun around, and bolted off the platform. Anyone who still wanted to fight in that stupid tournament could have it. Had never set foot there again, especially anywhere near those three sisters. Staying alive mattered more. On the stage, Xiao Ling watched Wu Qing's panicked retreat and sneered. That was his courage. Power without the nerve to risk everything. People like that never survive long. Challenge complete. Xianling is now ranked 94th on the top 100 list. The referee's announcement thundered through the arena. Hearing it, Xiao Ling broke into a radiant smile and struck a string of exaggerated poses, a human billboard showing off the sponsor's logo across her chest from every angle. Only after camera flashes erupted nonstop did she hop lightly from the ring, satisfied. Master, you were amazing. I knew Xiao Ling was the best. Moi? Ye Xiao planted a playful kiss on her forehead without a hint of restraint. For that single word of praise, for that quick kiss, Xiao Ling had pushed the sponsor all match long. No matter how tired she felt, it was worth it. While the two of them basked in their sweetness, the crowd was still reeling. Li Zhe had fallen, Hu Wei had fallen, and now even Wu Qing was down. Three senior powerhouses toppled in a row by freshmen. The newcomers cheered as though they'd won themselves, while the seniors' faces darkened. In past years, freshman challenges were little more than rowdy pranks. None had ever cracked the rankings, and the school loved using the event to remind rookies that someone stronger was always out there. This year, the script had flipped, the sky had fallen, the roles reversed, and the seniors' pride was being slapped raw. Freaks, the lot of them. These freshmen just hit us square in the face, a senior muttered. When head enrolled, the upperclassmen had educated him. Now that he was finally a senior, an even younger class was trampling him again. It seemed he was destined to be the soft persimmon everyone squeezed. The sisters have 2 wins already. Only the eldest is left, and she's probably the strongest. Who can stop her now? Chatter rippled through the stands. At ringside, Xiao Qing tugged the sponsor sash at her collar and whispered to Ye Xiao, Master, the ads are enough, right? Keep pushing them and the crowd will get sick of it. Can't we drop it? As the eldest sister, she still had some pride. Ye Xiao wouldn't budge. He treated every beast pet the Sammy if he gave in now. How would he coax them next time? No way, Xiao. Put that thought away. Big sister should set the example. I know you can do it. There was no reasoning with him, so Xiao inwardly rolled her eyes. Finding it fast. A lightning-quick victory, and the audience wouldn't even remember her billboard face. In the next heartbeat, she flashed onto the platform, landing squarely at its center. Her voice was clear and carried unquestionable authority. As the eldest sister, I'll challenge the strongest. Who's number 91? Step up and fight. Called out directly, Lan Kai could only let out a rueful sigh and climb onto the stage. You're probably the strongest of the three sisters, right? Nice to meet you, my name is. Save the small talk. Can we start? Xiao stood at the center of the arena, arms folded and eyes filled with impatience. The slight lit a fire in Lan Kai's chest. He was ranked 91 on the top 100 list, yet she wouldn't even give him the courtesy of an introduction. Little freshman, you're way too cocky. Keep it up and cocky, unbeatable, call it what you like, Xiao said coolly. She saved her good graces for Ye Xiao. Every other man could step aside. Now can we fight? I'm on a tight schedule. The temperature around the stage seemed to drop. Lan Kai sighed inwardly. If words wouldn't work, he'd have to teach her with power. Magic shield. He yelled. 2 translucent layers of light wrapped around him at once. The first came from his spell, the second from the Earth God's shield in his gear. As the Lord of Lightning, he did huge damage but had little defense. Stacking shields before casting was second nature. Against most opponents, 1 layer was enough, but the 3 sisters were different. He chose safety. Time for a lesson in respect. Thunder God's fury. A piercing howl split the air as he began a rapid chant. Purple-white lightning streamed along the runes into his body. Across the ring, Xiao rolled her eyes. He needs a chant to cast? How slow? She opened her palm. The fragmented shadow white tiger sword appeared in a flash of cold light. One burst dash shot her forward like a meteor. In a heartbeat, she was at Lan Kai's side, sword tip aimed at his throat. Break my shields? You'd need more than 10,000 damage, Lan Kai said, still chanting. Below the stage, Ye Xiao sighed, raising a finger. Don't kill him. Then he watched in silence. Shields that stopped most challengers were tissue to Xiao. Ice spike. Frost formed instantly on the blade, crafting an icy sword and dropping the air temperature. Crack, crack. Both layers shattered in under a second. Lan Kai's pupils shrank. His incantation cut off, but too late. You're pitiful, Xiao scoffed. The sword flashed. The tip punched clean through Lan Kai's shoulder. If not for Ye Xiao's warning, it would have pierced his heart. Freezing energy surged through his body. The biting cold left nerves numb, the pain unfelt. Crack, 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 crack. In a blink, frost sealed him head to toe. Lan Kai froze mid-gesture. A human ice statue completely one-shot. The crowd erupted. No one in the bottom 10 of the top 100 had survived longer than a moment against the 3 sisters. Every bout ended in a one-hit defeat. Tonight's scene proved the rumors true. A system screen flared. Challenge complete. Ye Xiao is now ranked 91 on the top 100 list. At the announcement, Xiao finally smiled. She hopped off the platform, walked a few steps, then turned and waved to the stands. Oh, and Ye Xiao's gear shop is the best. Be sure to drop by. To everyone's astonishment, Xiao bolted from the ring. The crowd was still buzzing when she suddenly doubled back, flashed an adorable sign, and chirped a catchy ad slogan. One shy wink and a sugar-sweet smile sent half the boys in the stands reeling. I think I'm in love. Hey, wake up, man. Take a long look in the mirror. She's way out of your league. That's my girlfriend, so hands off. Have you all lost your minds? You were at our wedding yesterday, already forgotten? Whoever's got the strongest bladder, hose these 2 down and snap him out of it. The teasing roared back and forth, the place boiling like a pot left on high. At the same time, a teacher in charge of discipline rushed onto the platform. Lan Kai was frozen solid by Xiao frost spell. The teacher couldn't just watch. Man, that's cold. The instant his fingertip touched Lan Kai, a bone-deep chill shot through him, as if the ice wanted to swallow him, too. Luckily, the spell's power was fading, and with his cultivation he was fine. Clearly Xiao hadn't meant to kill Lan Kai, otherwise a corpse would be lying there in a block of ice. Lan Kai was still unconscious when Zhang Rong strode onto the stage, her pretty face set and grim. Ye Xiao, I, Zhang Rong, challenge you. Do you dare accept? Zhang Rong. Someone gasped from the stands. That's against the rules. Higher ranks can't challenge lower. Zhang Rong knew the rules, but seeing her childhood friend beaten half dead was more than she could stand. If a formal challenge was illegal, she'd just provoke Xiao until Xiao struck first. Oh wow, rank 81 Zhang Rong just stepped up. This'll be good. Can you blame her? She and Senior Lan Kai grew up together. Avenging her man is only natural, even if it breaks the rules. A freshman whispered, Seniors, is Zhang Rong really that strong? A sophomore rolled his eyes. She's 81st. You tell me. 81st, could she one-shot Senior Lan Kai? The upperclassman wanted to scoff, but couldn't find the word. Zhang Rong was strong, but one shot felt like a stretch. Someone muttered, honestly, She's not even as pretty as the three sisters. Not much of a scholar or a warrior. A nearby student bristled. After the humiliation we took from those sisters today, you still want to nitpick? How about we give you a little senior education? On stage, Zhang Rong kept pressing, her voice cold and sharp. Yi Qing, do you dare or not? Below, Ye Xiao rubbed his temples and waved to the three sisters. So, any interest in playing with her? Xiao Qing shrugged. Pointless fight. Those meager points don't tempt me. Ye Xiao grinned. Think of the extra advertising time, money enough to feed the three of you for ages. Deal. Xiao Qing's eyes lit up, battle mode engaged. If Ye Xiao says fight, he'll fight. Rank 81, rank 90 doesn't matter. One slap settles it. She raised a hand. I challenge rank 81, Zhang Rong. I accept, Zhang Rong answered. A triumphant curve to her lips shed defend the senior's honor and reclaim Lan Kai's pride at once. Disappear. The instant the word left her mouth, Zhang Rong formed a seal and vanished without a sound. Where'd she go? Freshman spun in circles, eyes wide. I can't sense her at all. She's gone. Where is she? Up in the stands, the upperclassmen were already wearing knowing smiles. Everyone in the arena knew Zhang Rong. She was a professional shadow assassin, a master of ambushes who could kill without leaving a trace. Under the right conditions, she could even take out opponents 3 tiers above her. To stop her, you either needed a mind sharp enough to sense her approach or a defense sturdy enough to throw up a shield the instant she struck. Xiao Qing listened to the murmurs around her, a faint smile on her lips. She cast a sideways glance into the dim light. There was Zhang Rong, crouched in the thin shadows, convinced no one had noticed her. A jet-black dagger rested in her hand as she crept forward, aiming for the small of Xiao Qing's back. The blow would be excruciating but not fatal. Jealous of Xiao Qing's looks, Zhang Rong meant to ruin one of her kidneys so she would never shine so brightly again. Still, Xiao Qing did not move, as if she felt nothing. A line from an unknown writer drifted through her mind. The greatest thrill is beating your enemy at their own specialty. If Zhang Rong wanted an ambush, she might as well let her try. Xiao Qing stood motionless at the center of the ring, a living statue. Within a single breath, Zhang Rong closed to 3 steps, her dagger's green edge glinting with lethal chill. Triple thrust. Zhang Rong hissed, the words exploding beside Xiao Qing's ear. The blade blurred, stabbing 3 times in a single flash. Hey, race your lesson, there's always someone stronger. She drove the dagger at Xiao Qing's lower back. Fabric tore with a sharp rip, then reality veered off script. The dagger punched a hole in the uniform and stopped cold. Skin remained untouched. A brutal recoil blasted up the hilt and into Zhang Rong's palm. Crack, her grip split open, blood splattering as the dagger flew away, arcing to the ground with a heavy clang. Impossible, how can this be? She ignored the blood on her hand, staring at Xiao Qing in disbelief. Level 59, second-tier assassin, point-blank ambush enough to cut even a shield warrior. Yet Xiao Qing, a level 45 rookie, had already one-shot Lan Kai with blistering speed, and now her defense felt like reinforced concrete. What kind of stats does this woman have? A fight isn't the time for daydreams, Xiao Qing said calmly, her voice as cold as falling snow. The next instant, frost swallowed the arena. White rime spread from Xiao Qing's feet, racing across the floor. Zhang Rong's heart pounded. She couldn't tank this, she had to run. Shadow blink. She tried to vanish, but she was half a beat too slow. Absolute zero freeze. Xiao Qing lifted a hand, and the cold rolled forward like a solid wave. Crack, crack, crack. Ice crystals erupted from the ground, climbing Zhang Rong's legs and locking her in place. She barely started to move before frost swallowed her from the knees up, shoulders, neck, fingertips, all turned translucent blue. The second human ice sculpture appeared. Zhang Rong was sealed solid, every trace of combat power frozen away. With that victory, Yi Qing jumped 81 places in the rankings. As soon as the system chime faded, a heavy silence settled over the arena. Everyone knew that Zhang Rong was almost invincible at her level. Her sneak attacks were impossible to guard against, and in a straight fight, she still outclassed ordinary contenders. Yet now this powerhouse and her husband were frozen solid by Xiao Qing, locked inside 2 life-sized ice sculptures. If no one intervened, the pair would end up buried on the spot, quite literally on ice. In the middle of the stage, Xiao Qing stood motionless, her expression distant, as if she were merely an outsider watching events unfold. The life-and-death struggle in front of her held no appeal whatsoever. I want to be as strong as I am. Swing by Ye Xiao's gear shop for the ultimate upgrade. Cool and cute. She recited the ad copy without changing her blank face. Yet her voice carried 2 completely different vibes. Gold in the first half, sugary sweet in the second. The contrast landed better than any flashy move. The crowd actually found the commercial more entertaining than the fight itself. Well, go. Well, definitely go. Anyone else can wait, your business comes first. Someone shouted, drawing hearty laughter from the stands. The cheers were still echoing when Xiao Qing, now wearing a playful grin, skipped over to Ye Xiao's side. Master, how did I do? Not a bad plug, right? She pointed at the crowd. That reaction is proof enough. Honesty is the ultimate kill shot. Excellent. I'm very pleased, Ye Xiao replied. She batted her eyes and tapped her cheek. So where's my reward? I'm the eldest sister, you know. No favoritism allowed. Mwah mwah. Ye Xiao lowered his head to kiss her, but before he could make contact, she darted sideways and planted a quick muah on his lips instead, stealing what counted as his first kiss. Hee hee. She hopped back, triumphant. The other two women immediately kicked up a fuss. Hey, big sis, that's cheating, taking advantage of the master like that. Exactly. We only got cheek kisses. You went straight for the lips. Outrageous. Don't like it? Bite me, Xiaoqing shot back, chin raised. The three of them fell into a playful scuffle while Ye Xiao chuckled to himself. The girl's getting bolder by the day, he thought, but they're all my people. One kiss won't cost me anything after all. Lip cells regenerate daily, which technically makes every day a brand new first kiss. All right, break it up, he clapped his hands. All three of you are on the leaderboard now. I'm the only one left. Points may not mean much, but every bit counts. It's my turn to step up. Go, master. You're the best. Master, your outfit, the uniform. Xiaoqing chased after him, waving a set of gear plastered with advertisement logos. Ye Xiao bolted, leaping onto the platform to escape the looming embarrassment of wearing that walking billboard. He was the owner. After all, some lines of dignity couldn't be crossed. Scanning the stage, he cocked an eyebrow at the VIP section. So, which one of you would like to spar with me? His entrance drew a lukewarm response. Aside from a cluster of starry-eyed girls waving furiously, the burly men in the stands showed little interest. No thrill, he mused. The three sisters have finished their fights, and with them, my moment of youthful excitement seems to have ended as well. One look at that guy, and you can tell he's flimsy. No way he cracks the rankings. The spectators whispered while sizing up the lean young man on the platform. Ye Xiao. Word had it he was unusually close to the Academy's famous trio of sisters. Their gear shop was literally called Ye Xiao Equipment, and the four of them had even signed up together yesterday. That tidbit instantly piqued everyone's interest. Just how capable was a man who could link arms with those three? In their eyes, Ye Xiao was at best a friend of the sisters. The notion that he might be their master never even crossed their minds. If they learned the truth, someone might well disembowel himself on the spot. How about you, Senior Li Zhe? Want to give it a shot? Someone coaxed. Li Zhe studied Ye Xiao. The other boy's bright eyes showed he wasn't a fool courting death. If Head volunteered, he had to be confident. And those terrifying sisters, Li Zhe lost his nerve. I forfeit. He still had one precious pass and decided to spend it here. Better let someone else test the waters first, just in case this kid was really strong. When Li Zhe called his forfeit, a few people snickered at his timidity, but the laughter died quickly. The last three who had fought Xiaoqing were already being hauled away on stretchers. No one wanted to be passenger number 4. Ye Xiao called out, Senior, that's not very sporting. When it's time to fight, you fight. Relax, I'm nowhere near as violent as they are. I'm practically weak. The ploy bounced right off Li Zhe. He shook his head like a rattle drum. Forfeit. His stance was immovable. Ye Xiao couldn't force him, though he felt a twinge of regret. Had been looking forward to smacking the guy around. He turned to the crowd. Anyone else care to step up? If not, he'll start calling names. Those seated in the top 100 all pointedly turned their heads. Volunteer? Dream on. Let Ye Xiao pick. Fate would decide. Just as Ye Xiao opened his mouth, a striking woman in high heels sauntered onto the top 100 platform. The moment she appeared, the elites sprang to their feet and bowed respectfully. Sister Foam. Sit down, she said blandly, waving a hand. Sister Foam? Ye Xiao narrowed his eyes. Before coming to Demon City, had been warned again and again, never crossed the Feng family. Clearly this woman was one of the manned influential, too, or the top fighters wouldn't be falling over themselves like this. He had zero desire to get entangled with Feng business and started to refuse. I chill. A nearby student murmured, I'd think twice before turning down Sister Feng's challenge. Unless you want the next 3 years to be lively. Ye Xiao's brow furrowed. Definitely Feng family. He addressed the woman directly. Hey, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Before the words were cold, a pack of bootlickers from the top 100 leapt up, barking in unison. Watch your tone with Sister Feng. Apologize. That's a bit baffling. All I asked was for her to introduce herself, yet a pack of guard dogs rushed to protect her. Ye Xiao scanned the area, then pointed at 3 guys in front of him. You, and Yuho's going first? They'll take you on one at a time. He let out a cold laugh, his tone explosive. Even a clay figurine has its fire. Think him a pushover? They'll break the lapdog's legs first and talk later. The 3 boys hadn't expected such a direct challenge. Their faces froze. None of them knew Ye Xiao's limits. One wrong move, and they might be carried off the field. With bad blood already between them, a real fight could leave them unrecognizable. What's wrong? You were barking loudly a moment ago. Keck out your tongue now. Ye Xiao raised his voice on purpose. Beside him, Feng Lily folded her arms, watching with amusement. Usually, once people heard she was from the Feng family, seniors and freshmen alike showed respect. Someone willing to clash with her heathen was rare, making her appreciate him even more. She cleared her throat, her voice unmistakably firm. Well, a junior challenges you, and you don't even have the guts to respond. When did Magic City University turn cowardly? Or do you need me to enhance your training? The three of them shuddered. Better cross the king of hell than Sister phoned the campus, saying wasn't a joke. He'll go. Him up. Don't cut in, he's mine. Fighting Ye Xiao left a sliver of hope, but angering Phone Lily meant certain misery. Gritting their teeth, the trio stepped forward. Even if they ended up half paralyzed, they had to give it a try. New freshman whispered from the sidelines. Senior, who exactly is Sister Phone? Why's everyone scared of her? Shoo. Keep it down, the senior muttered. Cross Phone Lily, and you'll wish you were dead. As for her background, don't ask, sometimes ignorance is bliss. Everyone mentally labeled her. Phone Lily absolutely untouchable. On the other side, Ye Xiao and the three still faced off. Enough, stop arguing, you're wasting my time, Ye Xiao said, one hand in his pocket. He'll give you a chance, come at me together. Saves me the trouble of knocking you down one by one. Arrogant, courting death, ignorant. Unknown, they might have been wary, but three unknown filled them with confidence. Together they could handle anyone below the top third or so. What was one freshman? Take back what you said, or don't blame us for being rough. Kid, don't be so cocky. Think you can handle all three of us? Cut the chatter. Are we fighting or not? I've got things to do. If you want strike, I will, and once I move, you won't even get a chance to hit back. Ye Xiao's gaze turned icy. He was done waiting. His arrogance wasn't blind. Only by displaying overwhelming talent would the university invest in him, and he hadn't even summoned his spirit beast yet. His base stats already topped 30,000. One casual slap would be more than they could handle. The three of them exchanged glances. Since Ye Xiao had the nerve to run his mouth, they'd teach him the price of arrogance today. Getting jumped is embarrassing, one muttered, but being carried off by a freshman is worse. They reached a quick agreement. If someone had to look foolish, they'd do it together. Amid a chorus of boos, the three seniors vaulted onto the platform. Hey, freshman, the leader sneered, rolling his wrists. Well, grant your wish and show you what it means to stay humble. You think trash talk can make up for mediocre skills? Ye Xiao couldn't be bothered to argue. His voice was calm, but edged with steel. Let's begin. Try not to get hurt, seniors. The final word had barely left his lips when he drove his foot into the floor. Bang. The alloy stage shattered like brittle glass, metal shards spraying outward. Using the recoil, he shot forward, a blur crossing the distance. A hazy afterimage still lingered on the ground. The real Ye Xiao was already in front of them. His palms swept out, the wind as cold and sharp as a blade, making their cheeks ripple. No. Smack. Left hand. Smack. Right hand. With two crisp cracks, the seniors on either side never even raised an arm. Half their faces caved in, shattered teeth skittering across the platform. It looked brutal, but the damage was mostly skin deep, a free facelift. In a heartbeat, two opponents were down, leaving only Zhao Jun. He stood frozen, pupils shrinking, staring first at his fallen friends, and then at Ye Xiao advancing step by step. Every hair on his body stood on end. Monster. Freak. This guy wasn't human. Stay back. Too con. Concede my ass. Ye Xiao cut him off with a ringing slap that smashed the rest of Zhao Jun's words and teeth down his throat. Senior, weren't you talking big a minute ago? Why so fragile? Were you going easy on me? Afraid I'd get hurt? I should really thank you. Ye Xiao sneered and booted Zhao Jun onto his back. Fuck you. Bark, dog bark. Let me hear you bark. What followed was a one-man exhibition. Fists, insteps, and knees landed in ruthless rotation. The crowd held its breath. Even the faintest groan was audible. The seniors tried to surrender, but Ye Xiao never took his eyes off their mouths, ready to silence any word. 20 minutes later, he finally shook out his hands and nodded, satisfied, as if he'd just finished a warm-up. Where's the medical team? Hurry up and treat these seniors. Can't you see they're hurt? Move. The medics shot him a glare while lifting the stretchers. Only Ye Xiao could beat someone half to death and still look like a saint. When it came to thick skin, he was king. After the three were carried off, Ye Xiao stood alone in the ring. He brushed the dust from his sleeves and looked around. Well, what are you waiting for? Isn't anyone going to announce the result? Congratulations, Ye Xiao, welcome to number 97 on the top 100 list. The announcement rippled across the sparring grounds, and every eye swung toward the young man in black. Ye Xiao gave a slight nod in acknowledgement, then turned neatly on his heel to leave. Cracking the top 100 was only a waypoint. From now on, he just had to show up when challenged, and hanging around any longer felt like a waste of time. He stepped off the platform with a light hop, landing without so much as a puff of dust. A silky voice suddenly drew out behind him. Junior, leaving already? Your senior's been waiting here to have a little fun? Phone Lily minced onto the stage, hips swaying, the pale skin beneath her chi-pao flashing like a blade in Ye Xiao's peripheral vision. What a siren, and from the Phone clan, no less, he mused. New to Demon City, he preferred to keep a low profile. Avoiding the phones would save him plenty of trouble. My apologies, senior, he said politely yet coolly. Those matches drain me, and I'm in no shape for another round. I appreciate the invitation, though. Anyone could see he was perfectly relaxed. He had finished his 3 fights with hardly more than a wave of his hand, and now looked anything but fatigued. What if I say no? Feng Lily folded her arms, a teasing glint in her eyes. Ye Xiao smiled faintly and kept walking. Threats were the quickest way to make him walk away. Her smile froze for a beat before turning icy. "Wanna leave? Beat me first." Heaven and earth, formation bind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 banners stabbed through the air, landing in a triangle. Golden threads laced between them, and the array snapped into place. In an instant the platform, the crowd, the clamor all vanished. Ye Xiao stood in a sea of white mist, as if dropped into a boundless void. "Senior Feng, what exactly do you want?" His voice stayed calm, though he kept his guard up. The Feng clan wouldn't dare kill him in front of the academy, so his life wasn't in danger. "How about a quick spar with your senior?" Her voice echoed through the fog. "I refuse. No fight. Then stay put. The last person I trapped spent 3 whole months in here," she said with a playful chuckle. "And I spiced things up for him whenever I got bored." Array masters alongside Beast Tamers and alchemists wear notorious money pits. Their banners were forged from rare materials, and carving the scripts was painstaking, but when complete in Array's power was terrifying. Feng Lily's talent with formations had impressed many experts. Her arrays could pin down even a 3rd-tier cultivator. "Senior Feng, attacking without cause violates school rules," Ye Xiao reminded her. "I'm willing to take that risk," she said lightly. "Fight or don't fight your call. Refuse, and you can cool off in here for a month," she added, uncompromising. "Shameless woman," Ye Xiao muttered under his breath, though he had a few tricks of his own. "Senior, you're underestimating me. This little array? I can break it whenever I like." He flicked a finger against the shimmering golden light. Feng Lily's eyes lit up, her curiosity fully piqued. Even 3rd-tier experts had to wrestle with her formations, yet Ye Xiao had dismissed it with a casual "whenever I like." Now she truly wanted to see what he meant by that. "Once you break through it, they'll leave you alone." Before Feng Lily finished speaking, Ye Xiao lifted his eyes with a faint smile, said nothing more, and projected his mind toward Qing, Ling, and Huang in the distance. "Whoever of you 3 breaks this formation first gets a kiss from me." At the word kiss, the 3 girls' eyes lit up and they could no longer hold back. Bang, bang, bang. 3 craters opened in the flagstone ground beneath the arena as the girls shot skyward like streaks of light, then dove together at the barrier shrouding the platform. Shattered shadow frost slash. Raging wave. Scorching gold gravel. Icy light tore the air. Waves roared like 1,000 cavalry, and searing flames rained down with sparks of gold. The 3 attacks slammed into the shield without restraint. Crack, crack. The array's runes shattered like glass, and the grand formation dissolved like a mirage in an instant. The array flags trembled, hairline cracks crawling across their poles until they were on the verge of bursting. As Ling and Huang were pulling back, Qing twisted in midair. Her white tiger longsword whistled down, the tip aimed straight at Feng Lily. The array master instinctively cast several defense formations, but under sheer force every glowing screen was cut apart by the slash aptly named one sword to break 10,000 arts. The blade halted at Feng Lily's throat, its chill seeping into her skin. "Don't move. Move again, and you die." Qing's voice and eyes were as icy as the steel, without a trace of jest. Feng Lily's heart pounded. She could even feel the sting of air sliced by the sword. She dared not move another inch. The formation gone and dust still hanging in the air, Ye Xiao brushed the grit from his sleeves, smoothed the hair tousled by battle intent, and walked over the rubble to stand before Feng Lily. "Senior Feng, well? Convinced? Why should I be? They broke the array, not you. What are you so proud of?" Ye Xiao shrugged. Hardly anyone knew his real trump cards. Since she refused to yield, he didn't bother to explain. "So what do you plan to do, senior?" "Whatever." "Fair enough." Ye Xiao narrowed his eyes in a smile, but his tone was colder than steel. 10,000 credits, or your life. Choose. 10,000. My life. "Boy, do you dare kill me?" The academy forbids murder. After 2 years of roaming the academy, it was the first time Feng Lily had heard someone speak of taking her life so casually. Shock and fury welled up inside her. "You struck first. If I kill you, it's self-defense." Ye Xiao's eyes were as still as dead water. "Feel free to test whether I dare." They stared at each other. Feng Lily failed to find the slightest hint of retreat or hesitation in Ye Xiao's gaze. After a long silence she gave in. "Fine, 10,000. It's steep, but cheaper than death." Ye Xiao raised 4 fingers. No 40,000. 10,000 each. 4 of us, 40. Call it extortion if you want, but it was a skill of its own. Ye Xiao knew better than anyone credits meant resources. 40,000. Why don't you just rob me? Feng Lily ground her teeth, laughing from rage. "Go ahead and kill me. If you really wish to die, I'll oblige." Ye Xiao's eyes chilled. "Qing, do it." "Yes." The white tiger's sword rose again, its light pouring down like frost and snow without the slightest pause. "Wait, I'll pay? 40,000 it is." 40,000 credits was a lot, but her own life was worth more. Feng Lily clenched her jaw and decided to pay now and settle the score with Ye Xiao. No one had ever dared extort her before. "Xiao Qing, don't hurt senior sister Feng," Ye Xiao said coolly. The shadow-breaking white tiger's sword hovered once more at Feng Lily's throat, its icy gleam sending a chill down her spine. Keeping her word, she tapped rapidly on the light screen, and 40,000 credits transferred instantly to Ye Xiao's account. Ye Xiao closed the screen and gave Feng Lily a polite nod. She was still a member of the Feng clan. There was no need to push things too far. He signaled Xiao Qing, and the sword light faded. The three sisters walked up beside him and waited quietly for his instructions. Around the arena, the chatter erupted. Damn, what kind of karma did that kid rack up to have the three sisters as friends? From the look of it, the sisters are the ones fawning over him. Shut it. Would take a knife for a friend, got it? If you don't understand, keep your mouth closed. With the credits in hand, Ye Xiao brushed off his sleeves and turned to leave the platform with the trio. Leaving already, Junior? You think it's that easy? Feng Lily's voice rang out, cold and sharp. She had no intention of letting the matter rest. 5-element spirit sealing array kill. 5 colored array flags shot from her palm, pinning themselves to the arena's corners. Light flared, trapping Ye Xiao and the 3 girls in the center. Little brother, my credits aren't that easy to take. Flame kill. Scarlet fire surged like a towering wave. Xiao Huang glanced over, sighed softly, and flicked her wrist. A shield of undying flame hummed into being. Feng Lily's inferno crashed into it and fell, like mice meeting a famished cat, not daring to advance an inch. Feng Lily's eyebrow rose so the girl had hidden strength. No matter, the show was just starting. Earth spikes. Xiaoling lazily tapped her toe. A gray-brown earthen shield wrapped around the group. Countless spikes erupted from the floor, but they didn't even ripple the barrier. Water drain. Xiaoling inhaled, and every drop of water essence in the air reversed course and poured into her body. Metal chaos. Would bind. She unleashed the rest of the array's power, yet still couldn't shake Xiaoling's defense. Master, I'm bored and hungry, a beast spirit complained. Me too. Can we end this dull game? Another echoed. Ye Xiao had wanted to study Feng Lily's formations a bit longer, but hearing his pets grumble, he shook his head. If she couldn't even crack Xiaoling's shield, what was the point? Xiao Qing, finish it. Flash. The sword left its scabbard. A half-moon arc of light flashed, and the 5 array flags disintegrated on the spot. As the array collapsed, Feng Lily tried to raise another flag, but the blade was already at her carotid, colder than ice. Thanks for the 40,000 credits, Ye Xiao said quietly. You're still alive. You get one chance, use it wisely. After being attacked again and again, even Ye Xiao's patience had limits. If the points weren't transferred, Xiao Qing would simply slice her in two, and with the 3 sisters on his side, even a war god could not keep Ye Xiao from escaping. Another 40,000 points vanished. Feng Lily felt her heart bleed. Her last bit of savings was about to be stripped away by Ye Xiao. Yet he held her life in his hand. She couldn't afford to gamble. After a brief struggle, she swiped the full amount through the terminal. 40,000, exactly. A flash of light confirmed the payment, and only then did Xiao Qing leisurely sheath her sword. Ye Xiao looked up blandly. 1 warning, 2 at most. There will not be a third. Try another sneak attack, and you die. Your Feng clan won't be able to save you. His voice was calm, but the killing intent behind it made Feng Lily's breath catch. She knew it wasn't a threat, it was a verdict. The nearness of death pounded in her chest, yet somehow the fear carried a strange thrill, and her curiosity about Ye Xiao only deepened. Still, she didn't dare move, choosing instead to stand at the edge of the ring and watch the group's performance. With Feng Lily dealt with, Ye Xiao, Xiao Qing, Xiao Zi, and Xiao Hong strode back to center stage and began their spirited pitch. Fellow students. Ye Xiao's voice boomed. 2 days from now, the Ye Xiao gear shop opens its doors. You're all invited. You might even walk away with autographed private photos of the 3 sisters, an absolute bargain. Before he finished, the crowd erupted. Nobody cared about equipment. All eyes were on those photos. Freshman, the shop's yours? Someone called. Of course, Ye Xiao declared. I'm chairman, chairman's secretary, general manager, manager's secretary, operations director, and head of planning, full service, top to bottom. As for the crafting, a world-class alchemy master guarantees the quality. Rest easy. Are those autograph photos for real? Limited stock. First come, first served. Ye Xiao arched an eyebrow. A senior girl shouted playfully. Then how about a set of your private photos, little brother? They'll totally support the shop. Ye Xiao straightened. A boss must maintain dignity. Ye Xiao, sell my labor, not my art. If you want my private photos, that's fine, just name a price. The arena froze for a beat, then burst into uproarious laughter. Sell your labor, not your art, good one. Kid, I want a set too. They'll make great toilet paper. Name your price. Heckling and laughter bounced around the hall, setting the mood ablaze. Advertisement complete, the 4 waved and stepped down. That ended the day's challenge matches only, and Naiyun remained winless. Naiyun had just reached her 2nd advancement and was still inexperienced. The seasoned upperclassman defeated her quickly. Afterward, she gave Ye Xiao's group a wry wave. Go have fun. I'm off to grind levels, I need to catch up. Xiao Yanru managed to keep pace through unique support skills and technique. Naiyun, however, was average in both combat and support. If she didn't push herself, Ye Xiao would soon leave her far behind. Clenching her fists, she made a silent vow. She would fight hard, maybe she'd never overtake them. But she refused to be left in the dust. Elsewhere, the principal and several senior administrators had watched Ye Xiao's group fight, grinning so broadly that the wrinkles on their faces bunched together. The four kids really exceeded expectations, the principal said, stroking his beard, eyes gleaming. Second advancement, level 45, yet they managed that kind of power. I thought they could at best spar with second advancement level 50, but even Feng Lily was forced onto the defensive. Director Feng, standing nearby, analyzed the bout in earnest. And they were clearly holding back. Their true strength is probably higher, maybe even on par with third advancement fighters. The freshman coordinator's insight was solid, yet he still underestimated Ye Xiao's team. Today had been nothing more than a casual warm-up. The principal nodded lightly. That boy is much smarter than we thought. Showing off like this was deliberate, wanted us to see. Remember, give them the highest tier rewards. As long as their requests aren't excessive, approve them all. At first, the administrators had worried Ye Xiao was an unruly agent sent by the Netherwar god, but now they realized they had overthought it. Anyone who dared shine so brightly in public could hardly be on a covert mission. The Netherwar god had probably just opened a back door for a few students. The principal chuckled and cursed fondly. That brat Netherwar finally did something decent, sent us 4 super geniuses. Not bad, not bad. Congratulations, principal, congratulations. Laughter filled the meeting room. Apart from his old mentor, only the current principal of Magic City University would dare call the Netherwar god that brat. Had the principal not covered for him back then, there might be no Netherwar god today. With everything settled, the meeting adjourned. At the same time, Ye Xiao and the girls had rented an entire floor of the cafeteria. Despite the name, the dishes rivaled if not surpassed those of high-end restaurants outside. 500 points for one meal. Ye Xiao sucked in a pained breath as he read the bill. You girls sure can eat. Had it been cash, he wouldn't have minded, but points were different. He had scraped together 120,000 of them with great effort, and 500 vanished in a single meal. Points were needed for everything at Magic City University, and he still had plans for them. Xiaoqing swallowed the last pastry and wiped her mouth. Let's eat off campus next time. The food might not taste as good, but it'll fill us up, and points are precious. The others nodded in agreement. Ye Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Economizing when possible would let them splurge when necessary. Come on, let's hit the points exchange and see what the school's got. At the Magic City University Points Exchange, a towering holographic screen scrolled through the gear list. Sky Set Obsidian Perfect 100,000 points. Epic Set Obsidian Perfect 150,000 points. Divine Shield Armor Obsidian Superb 200,000 points. Ye Xiao clicked his tongue in admiration. Magic City University really is loaded. They've got everything. His gaze slid farther down the screen, and the lines buried deep within made his heart race. There were even sacred grade and god grade items. With his current balance, grand tier gear was out of the question, and he doubted he could earn enough points even by the time he finished college. Blades gleamed coldly on the display racks, each price tag a miniature mountain of zeros, but Ye Xiao only spared them a glance. Their attributes were mediocre, the kind of mid-grade weapons Xiao Yanru could forge given a little time. So he had no intention of throwing hard-earned points into the shop's coffers. After checking the weapons section, he strode toward the next exchange counter. They even let you trade for beast companions. He stopped in front of a holographic panel. Rift Tiger, Overlord Grade Bloodline, Second Awakening, level 35, 80,000 points. Soul Devouring Rat, Overlord Grade Bloodline, Second Awakening, level 42, 130,000 points. The scarlet numbers pulsed in the air, bright and blinding. 2 seconds was all Ye Xiao needed to lose interest. Useful to other students, perhaps, but nothing more than dead weight to him. He could get as many beasts of this caliber as he wanted without paying a single point. The list did include sacred and divine pets, yet their prices were equally ridiculous, far beyond reach. He joked to the 3 contracted beasts beside him. Xiaoqing, maybe I should sell you off. Looks like you'd fetch a tidy sum. Xiaoqing rolled her eyes. Would you really let us go, master? Of course not. Then stop talking nonsense. If we're short on funds, sell Xiaowang first. She joined last, so the bond is Xiaolan then Xiaoling. She shamelessly threw her 2 sisters under the bus. Ye Xiao chuckled, patting her head. Hear that, Xiaoling Xiaowang? She's the real schemer here. Amused, he walked into the consumables aisle. Tier 1 Strength Sigil, 2,000 points. Tier 2 Strength Sigil, 4,000 points. Tier 3 Strength Sigil, 8,000 points. Tier 4 Strength Sigil, 16,000 points. Similar sigils for agility, endurance, and spirit cascaded down the holographic list, each tier doubling in price. The gain scaled just as sharply: 30 attributes for Tier 1, 100 for Tier 2, 200 for Tier 3, 300 for Tier 4, and each tier could be consumed 5 times per job advancement. For now, he could only use Tier 1 and 2, but maxing them out would still net more than 400 extra points in each stat. I need every point I can get, Ye Xiao decided. 4 Tier 1 sigils of each type and 5 Tier 2 sigils of each type came to a total of 112,000 points. His freshly earned 120,000 shrank to a mere 8,000 in an instant. Most freshmen would never dare spend like this, but he felt perfectly confident. He approached the counter and sent the list to the clerk with a single tap. 4 Tier 1 sigils in every category and 5 Tier 2s? The clerk looked up, glancing between Ye Xiao's student card and his face. That's 112,000 points. Are you sure you have that many? First years usually pinch pennies for living expenses, and missions don't pay much. Redeeming this all at once. Ye Xiao couldn't be bothered to explain. He handed over the card, calm and firm. Do it. Charge the card. Beep. The transaction was complete. The attendant handed Ye Xiao's student ID back to him along with the talismans. 16 of the first rank and 20 of the second. Ye Xiao knew the staff would never skim anything, yet he cautiously counted each slip, then counted them again, and even verified their spiritual signatures one by one. The clerk wearing a name badge was already scowling dark enough to drip ink. One count is understandable, he muttered, but over and over is an insult. He dared not lose his temper, though. As an official employee of Magic City University, he would never risk his job over a handful of talismans. When he saw Ye Xiao getting ready for a fourth round, he waved him off. Move along, move along. We're closing. If you don't leave now, I'll throw you out. Under his half-hearted shoving, Ye Xiao and the 3 unrivaled beauties Xiao Qing, Su Li, and Lung Yor invited out of the exchange office. Watching them go, the clerk cursed inwardly. The world's gone mad. The richer people are, the tighter their fists. Even so, he had to admit that piling up 120,000 points so soon after enrollment was no achievement an ordinary family could manage. Considering the 3 acknowledged goddesses walking at Ye Xiao's side, the clerk decided he'd better be polite next time. Ye Xiao remained oblivious to the speculation. The moment he left the office, he activated every talisman on the spot, light exploding across his palms. Ding. Tier 1 talisman consumed. Strength 120, Agility 120, Endurance 120, Spirit 120. Ding. Tier 2 talisman consumed. Strength 500, Agility 500, Endurance 500, Spirit 500. Flashes of light burst in succession, his 4 primary stats climbing toward the 3,000 mark. Even without his beast companion's bonus, his panel now dwarfed that of an ordinary student. Come on. If there's nothing else today, let's grind levels in the Dragonblood Secret Realm, Ye Xiao ordered. Xiao Qing, Su Li, and Lung Yu answered in unison. Meanwhile, deep within that very realm, a stooped figure crept along the cliff facade was the old man Feng Fun, who made his living selling blind boxes near the entrance. This time his target was not some trash mob, but the realm's final boss, the evil dragon. Lately the dragon had been focused on rebuilding its body. The outlines of scales and wings were beginning to take shape, and in a few more days it would revive fully and escape its prison. Feng Fun knew how wary it was, so he stacked every stealth, breath hiding, and silence buff he possessed, careful not to step on a single dry leaf. After days of observation, he had pinpointed its fatal weakness. At a set time each day the dragon entered a 3-minute window of extreme frailty. That was the only chance to strike. Hidden in the shadows behind the rock wall, he sat cross-legged, counting the seconds, waiting 2 full hours. Suddenly the oppressive draconic aura collapsed, and the monster's presence visibly weakened. Time's up. A cold glint flashed in Feng Fen's eyes. Spiritual flames surged around him as he sprang forward. A sea of fire roared to life. A pillar of flame dropped from the sky, catching the weakened dragon completely off guard. The last thing he expected was an ambush from Feng Fun at that moment. The instant the fire struck, he had no time to dodge, and his massive body was engulfed by searing heat. Feng Fun, you treacherous old goat. You broke your word and attacked me. The dragon roared from within the inferno, the edge of fear already creeping into his voice. Hovering in midair with his hands behind his back, Feng Fun replied coolly, "Where is the betrayal? Have I ever stopped you from reforging your body? It was almost complete, and I never destroyed it, did I?" The dragon froze, cursing inwardly, yet unable to refute him. Every other time Feng Fun had intervened, he had shattered the body the dragon had painstakingly forged, crippling his strength. This time the old man had spared the vessel and was merely beating him senseless. The flames scorched and tortured, but they were not lethal. "What do you want, old man?" The dragon hissed, his slit pupils narrowing with both rage and unease. "Nothing special," Feng Fun said, raising a thread of golden holy fire in his palm. "I'm going to thrash you and take you with me. Any objections?" I'd rather die than the dragon's bravado vanished the moment he recognized the sacred flame. No objections. None at all. He had suffered under that fire too many times. It burned soul as well as flesh, and surrender was the wiser course for now. They couldn't kill him. "Then get in," Feng Fun said, tilting the flame toward a nearby cage of black iron. "Try any tricks, and you know the price. I may not be able to kill you, but I can make you wish I had." The dragon shuddered, shrank to a manageable size, and slipped inside the cage. Feng Fun shut the door, picked it up, and left the secret realm. He settled down in a quiet corner outside, waiting for the right buyer. I wonder if that kid can really pull it off. Don't let my hopes go to waste, he muttered, sitting cross-legged and tapping the bars. The dragon, proud as he was, kept silent. Fengfen knew the truth. Aside from Ye Xiao, almost no one dared gamble for a pet here, and even then he would never display the dragon to just anyone. Moments later, Ye Xiao arrived at the entrance to the Dragon Blood secret realm with Xiaoqing and 2 other companions. Since he hadn't seen the old man for some time, he naturally went to greet Fengfen first and maybe scour the cages for a bargain. Still loitering around, old-timer? He called out from a distance. Fengfen cracked one eye, shot him a glance, and pretended to nod off again. Ye Xiao was used to his temper. He crouched in front of the cages and began reading the plaques one by one. Dragon Turtle, Overlord Bloodline not great. Dragon Hair, Overlord Bloodline Pass. Wicked Dragon, Divine Bloodline, capable of ancestral regression, 3rd rebirth, level 70, damaged no good. His finger stopped. Ye Xiao's pupils contracted. Wait a second, this one's different. He had expected to leave empty-handed, but now he stood motionless before the last Kageo Wicked Dragon, Divine Bloodline, 3rd rebirth, level 70. And Fengfen had simply left it sitting at a roadside stall. Just how strong is this geezer if he can catch a level 70, 3rd rebirth Wicked Dragon? Ye Xiao wondered, staring at Fengfen. Feeling the stare, Fengfen snorted. Well, are you buying or not? If not, shove off and stop scaring away customers. Buying, definitely buying. Why wouldn't I? Ye Xiao snapped back to himself and nodded vigorously. So what's the price? A 3rd rebirth, level 70 Wicked Dragon. Its current strength might exceed his, but once it regressed to its ancestral form, it would become absolutely loyal. When Ye Xiao chose the cage that held an evil dragon, Fengfen knew the young man must have something special up his sleeve, and he was right. All the mystery cages on display today were top tier, each priced at 1 billion credits. The crowd exploded the moment they heard the quote. 1 billion? Old man, why don't you just rob a bank? You'd rake it in faster than the whole market. Seriously, have you gone money mad? What fool would gamble 1 billion on a cage? Kid, don't fall for if this geezer's a con man. Ye Xiao met their well-meant warnings with a faint smile. To them, spending 1 billion on a mystery cage was a wild gamble. To him, it was simply stocking up on goods. A tier 3, level 70 divine class, evil dragon for 1 billion? Dirt cheap. He calculated rapidly. If the old man changed his mind, the deal could fall apart. So he had to secure the prize first. 1 billion it is. I'm not short on cash. He'll take this one. Swipe the card. A crisp beep sounded. The electronic receipt flashed by, and the crowd's eyes went wide. Ye Xiao hoisted the black iron cage with one hand and didn't pause for even a second, as if afraid someone might see through the ruse. If there's nothing else, sir, he'll be going. Let's work together again sometime. Before the sentence finished, he shot through the entrance to the Dragon Blood secret realm. Fengfen abandoned his stall and followed. He believed Ye Xiao had a plan, but in case the dragon turned, he would stay close. A single bite could end the young man. Inside the secret realm, Ye Xiao chose a barren slope littered with broken rocks. No one else was around. Drawing a deep breath, he released the sealing runes on the cage. With a metallic click, the door swung open. The evil dragon raised its head, scales gleaming coldly in the dim red light. A mocking curve appeared at the corner of its mouth. Little one, thanks for freeing me. For repayment, I'll eat you in one bite, won't even hurt. With Fengfen gone, the dragon dropped all pretense. The cage crumpled as it stretched. A 1,000-meter lizard dragon leapt skyward, wings blotting half the sky. 2 bronze lamp eyes locked onto Ye Xiao. Gulp. The beast was even bigger than had imagined. Even Xiaoqing and the other 2 might not handle it. Still, his expression stayed calm without real cards to play. Had never have dared wrest the cage from Fengfen. Hold on, give me 2 sentences, he said. The dragon glared. Centuries dealing with humans had taught it how crafty they were. What trick was this boy plotting? Sensing its hesitation, Ye Xiao let a taunting smile rise. What's wrong? Scared? I'm just a human, yet the mighty evil dragon trembles? Since when did a divine beast go soft? The jab hit home. The dragon roared, wings whipping up a gale. Scared? I was born fearless. Speak, then I'll send you on your way. Ye Xiao stopped circling and laid out his trump card. I can restore your bloodline to 100% and help you evolve. Inside, he called out, System, what can this guy evolve into? He only knew the black dragon could still undergo atavistic evolution. What it might become, however, remained a mystery. Divine Beast, a 5-clawed golden dragon, a 5-clawed golden dragon. Ye Xiao's voice brimmed with awe. My goodness, this is a true Shenlong, nothing like those western lizard dragons. Help me evolve? The dragon half closed its vertical pupils, coolly scrutinizing the diminutive human before it. Why should I trust you? You're nothing but a second-class insect. Ye Xiao had expected suspicion. He raised a hand, and 3 prepared examples stepped forward one by one. Xiaoqing, at your command, master. A flash of cyan light erupted as Xiaoqing reverted to her true form, the azure-eyed white tiger. She crouched low, pale blue stripes glimmering with frost. Though only half the dragon's size, Her presence was equally oppressive. Is the azure-eyed white tiger enough? If not, let's continue, Ye Xiao said, and a second figure emerged. Xiaoling, coming master. A curtain of water rose, revealing Xiaoling's sea-calming black tortoise form in armored mountain striding on 4 waves. Convinced yet? Ye Xiao arched a brow. Still not? Then one more Xiao Huang. Very well. A crisp phoenix cry split the sky as Xiao Huang unfurled her wings. The undying divine phoenix materialized in a blaze of crimson fire, coiling flames dancing before the dragon's eyes. Though none of the 3 divine beasts matched the dragon's raw power, their bloodlines and auras pressed it into silence. Azure-eyed white tiger, sea-calming black tortoise, undying divine phoenix impossible. How can a mere human command 3 sacred beasts? The dragon's pride was trampled. Its strength meant nothing against such lineage. Do you believe me now? Ye Xiao spoke calmly. I ask only one thing. Guard me for 1 year, and I'll guide your atavistic evolution, freeing you from that damaged body and turning you into a true 5-clawed golden dragon. He only half meant it. Once the evolution succeeded, the dragon would owe him lifelong loyalty, no yearly limit required. The priority was getting the dragon to evolve. Think it over, Ye Xiao said unhurriedly. I'm the sole person on Earth who can do this. The chance is right here. Whether you seize it is up to you. Miss it, and it's gone forever. His subtle persuasion echoed in the dragon's mind like an invisible whirlpool. Evolve atavism, evolve atavism. To the dragon, its ruined body meant that, even at peak cultivation, it would be no more than a war god dragon. But if it could truly become a 5-clawed golden dragon, that was a future it had never dared to imagine. Have you decided, Black Dragon? A 5-clawed golden dragon can surpass the war god realm. After endless temptation, it finally yielded. Fine. I'll guard you for a year, and you'll evolve me. But no tricks, I'll be watching you. Watch all you like. Ye Xiao shrugged. Trickery had never been his plan. He signaled his 3 divine beasts to withdraw their pressure, and Xiao Qing, Xiao Ling, and Xiao Huang returned to human form. Shrink yourself, you're too conspicuous at that size. Come closer. I'll start the evolution. It's painless and quick. The dragon complied, compressing its massive body to roughly 10 meters before crouching before Ye Xiao. Muscles tense, pupils locked on him. It was ready to shred him at the first sign of betrayal. Atavistic evolution began. Ye Xiao murmured. A system-like voice echoed in his mind, initiating atavistic evolution. Please wait. He lifted a finger and tapped lightly. A precise, intricate magic array blossomed in silver at the dragon's brow. Sensing no danger, the dragon remained still, awaiting Ye Xiao's next move. Ancestral reversion complete. Evolution in progress. Please stand by. Inside the wicked dragon, its blood seemed to ignite and churn. Blinding golden light burst through the gaps between its scales and blanketed everything for dozens of miles. What's that? A treasure's appearing. Go. Look at that light. That's got to be something amazing. Glad we showed up today. This is our chance. Move it. Don't let anyone else get there first. This one's ours. Everyone who saw the brilliance tore toward the source like madmen. Ye Xiao hadn't expected that a simple evolution for the dragon would cause such an uproar. All he could do was pray the process finished quickly so he could slip away. The light drew inward until it wrapped the dragon in a massive golden egg. Crack, crack. Fractures spread across the radiant shell, which then shattered into countless shards. A newborn dragon, molten gold from snout to tail with 5 clawed digits on each forelimb, poked its head out. Slurp. The little creature inhaled all the scattered light in one gulp, its golden scales glowing even brighter. A prompt seemed to explode in Ye Xiao's mind. Evolution complete, 5-clawed divine dragon. Time to go. People will be here any second. Ye Xiao grabbed the child-sized dragon, sprinted more than 10 miles, and stopped in a secluded valley. So this is a 5-clawed golden dragon. Looks decent. Still missing a bit of imposing aura. Skin's kind of soft, though. Yeah, springy too. Let me poke it. In a few offhand remarks, Ye Xiao and his friends prodded the dragon as if it were a pet. Surrounded, the little dragon could only roar in protest. I am a divine dragon. I know, Ye Xiao said with a raised brow, which is why we're making a contract. A contract? Don't be ridiculous. You said I'd only guard you for a year. I'm an evil dragon, a being on par with a war god. How could I bow to a two-rank kid? Sure. Evil dragon, what? It had meant to refuse, but every word came out twisted. Some unseen force rewrote its thoughts and speech. Impossible. I'm an invincible evil dragon. It raged internally. The moment it tried to lash out, that same force ground its killing intent to dust. After reverting to an ancestral form, a beast pet owed its master absolute loyalty. Any thought of harming Ye Xiao vanished before it could take shape. You agreed, so let's begin. No backing out afterward. No way. Never. I don't want to cont. Fine. Contract me. Mind and mouth completely out of sync, the dragon wanted to weep. Elders had warned it never to trust humans. First Fengfen bullied it, and now Ye Xiao had it in the palm of his hand. How tragic could a dragon's life get? Ye Xiao didn't care in the least. A magic array seared itself into the dragon's soul, sealing the pact. The evil dragon officially became Ye Xiao's fourth beast companion. And Master the little dragon stared up at him, thoroughly aggrieved. Its fate was sealed. It would serve Ye Xiao without question. Humans are the worst, making dragons work overtime. Dragon life is misery. Next time, please don't let me be born a dragon. Ye Xiao could read the dragon's mind completely. And to his surprise, the creature was as proud as she was prickly. Tapping the tabletop with a fingertip, Ye Xiao teased her. Finished complaining? Not too pleased with your master, are you? She rolled her eyes inwardly. Humans are all liars. I can't stand them, but what came out was a gentle, respectful reply. Not at all, master. You're my favorite. Without you I wouldn't have this body, and I love it. Her answer made Ye Xiao smile knowingly. He understood that no matter how defiant the dragon felt, the contract bound her, and in time she would get used to it. He raised his hand to bring up the panel. Display stats. Pet, 5-clawed golden dragon. Elements, metal, fire. Level, second rebirth, 45 stats redistributed after evolution. Strength, 12,388. Agility, 13,800. Endurance, 11,776. Spirit, 13,522. Passive elemental immunity max, immune to metal and fire damage. Passive elemental mastery max, manipulates metal and fire elements. Passive divine dragon physique max, stamina recovery 500, injury recovery 500. Skills, dragon breath, dragon claw, charge, divine dragon's blessing, divine dragon's roar. Her numbers were almost identical to Xiao Qing's. Both were divine beasts, so the gap was minimal. With this new force on his side, Ye Xiao's overall damage output shot up again. Good, let's see you take human form first. The dragon cursed under her breath, but the contract brooked no refusal. She answered obediently, yes, master. One moment. A burst of golden light swallowed her. When it faded, the massive dragon had shrunk into a delicately carved girl of about 8 or 9. Everyone was stunned. Instead of the statuesque woman they'd imagined, a tiny girl stood before them. What are you staring at? The girl's ears flushed under their gaze. Ye Xiao raised an eyebrow. Why, little girl? How old are you? 576, she answered solemnly. Dragons live long. This age is perfectly normal. Ye Xiao nodded. Xiao Qing and the others had awakened ancient blood, but this dragon had always been a dragon, so a longer lifespan made sense. The party was full of grown women. Having a child around actually lightened the mood. Call me Dad, Ye Xiao said suddenly. Huh. The dragon froze. A dignified divine dragon did not just pick a father at random. Yet the contract compelled her, and the word slipped out. Dad. Good girl, Ye Xiao said with a satisfied grin. The dragon gnashed her teeth inside, but could not resist. Whatever magic bound her turned every honest thought into words of obedience. My obedient daughter, do you have a name? Gu Jiaolas. Hold it. Ye Xiao waved his hand. That name is awful. Since I'm your dad, take my surname. You're a 5-clawed golden dragon, so you'll be Ye Xiao. I'll call you Little Yu. Ye Xiao, the girl repeated softly. It did roll off the tongue. Resistance was futile, so she nodded. All right, Dad. No wonder men enjoy being called Dad. The feeling is unbelievably satisfying. Ye Xiao lounged on a stone bench, one leg bouncing as he grinned at Xiao Yu. Come on, one more time, Dad. Xiao Yu's smile froze, a vein throbbing on her forehead. She muttered, unwillingly, Dad. Again. It sounds great. Ye Xiao swayed his head as if he were watching an opera. Xiao Yu drew a shaky breath. Dad. Ah, what a wonderful daughter I have. Ye Xiao was about to push her further when Xiao Yu's rage nearly took form. He, however, remained oblivious, delighted by her repeated obedience. Hidden nearby, several companions exchanged looks around here. It seemed everyone took pleasure in bullying Xiao Yu. Be good. Xiao Yu, call me Auntie, one teased. Xiao Yu, I'm your second auntie, another chimed in. And I'm the third, a third woman added. Get lost. Xiao Yu's eyes flashed upward, a violent draconic aura blasting the three women. A mysterious force protected only Ye Xiao, sparing him from her wrath. Watching from the shadows, Fengfen nodded with amused approval. Interesting kid, he murmured before turning away. Ye Xiao had already bound the evil dragon, and the rest no longer concerned him. After the commotion, Ye Xiao raised a hand. Enough. Time for business grinding for levels. Following the plan, he sent Xiao Qing and Xiao Ling to form a party and clear mobs. Xiao Qing, sorry to trouble you and the girls today. He'll be riding the dragon. Understood, Master, Xiao Qing replied, leading the others off. Ye Xiao vaulted onto Xiao Yu's back as she shifted into a 5-clawed golden dragon. Let's go. The icy, rigid scales quivered beneath him. Being ridden like this stirred an inexplicable thrill in Xiao Yu, tinged with excitement. Dragon breath. A deafening roar split the sky. Thousands of degrees of heat poured down, reducing hordes of monsters to ash in an instant. Fantastic. Ye Xiao laughed. Every man dreams of riding a dragon. His praise made Xiao Yu beam even brighter, her head held high like a triumphant general. Keep it up, show me just how strong you are. After one wave fell, Xiaoyu went out to pull more. This was her territory. She knew every corner. Sensing the overwhelming dragon blood in her veins, the part dragon creatures trembled in fear. Kill. The divine dragon dove. Golden light erupted from her brow as she plummeted. Boom. The shockwave ripped through the horde, grinding them into dust. Again. By the time the sun slipped below the horizon, they had fought all day. Suddenly, a brilliant pillar of gold surged around Ye Xiao. As expected, he had leveled up. Xiaoqing and the other three also leveled up, reaching second rebirth, level 46. Ye Xiao smiled at the glittering light surrounding his party and declared, "Great work today, everyone. When we get back, dinner's on me, and I'll buy you some new clothes. Do whatever you like tonight." The instant he finished, the four divine beasts reverted to their true forms. Shenlong coiled through the air, Baihu landed with a low growl, Xuanwu loomed like a living mountain, and Shinfeng spread her crimson wings. They formed a protective ring behind Ye Xiao, ready to leave the hidden realm at a moment's notice. As the beasts began to move, Ye Xiao suddenly froze as if spellbound. Congratulations, host. You have gathered the four divine beasts, Shenlong, Baihu, Xuanwu, and Shinfeng, achieving the title master of the four gods. Would you like to fuse the four beasts into a transcendent creature, the Shershan beast? The system's icy prompt slammed into his ears, and Ye Xiao's heart skipped a beat. A transcendent beast, the Shershan beast. Is a transcendent beast really that much stronger than a divine beast? He asked silently. The system answered yes. Roughly estimated, its combat power is 10 times that of an ordinary divine beast. Ye Xiao sucked in a sharp breath. 10 times. If he went through with the fusion, he could challenge third rebirth opponents or even war gods without fear. Fuse them. I have to fuse them. Excitement surged so fiercely that his hands trembled. Yet, just as his finger hovered over confirm, a pang of dread cut through his thoughts. Wait, what happens to Xiaoqing and the others? Will they disappear? The system replied without hesitation. The Shershan beast is a brand new life form. Once fusion is complete, the original consciousness of all four divine beasts will be permanently erased. Damn it. Ye Xiao jerked back, cold sweat beading on his forehead. If he hadn't hesitated, he would have made an irreversible mistake erasing the consciousness of the four beasts with his own hand. Losing Xiaoyu I could live with. Am not that attached, and the little rebel's been nothing but trouble, he muttered inwardly. But Xiaoqing, Xiaoling, and Xiaowang are different. They've been with me from the start. I can't do it. Yet the lure of the Shershan beast was almost unbearable. Master, there's no need to struggle, Xiaoqing said, her voice as clear as a breeze over water. Everything we have is thanks to you. Whatever you decide, I'll stand by it. She had sensed his hesitation the moment he paused, and her reassurance rang with sincerity. Ye Xiao drew a long breath and voiced the brutal question gnawing at him. If sacrificing the four of you could give me a huge surge of power, would you be willing? Xiaoyu immediately shook her head so hard her tail spun like a windmill. She couldn't speak, but her body language screamed protest. She had tolerated the contract, even calling Ye Xiao dad, but she would not tolerate being sacrificed. Ye Xiao had never intended to take her opinion seriously. To him, her vote barely mattered. As he expected, Xiaoqing, Xiaoling, and Xiaowang responded differently. Master, it's fine. If it makes you stronger, our lives are yours to give, Xiaoqing said calmly, her resolve unshaken. Exactly. Without you, would never have come this far. Sharing even a moment of glory with you is honor enough, Xiaoling agreed with a nod. Am willing to, Master, though I hate the thought of never sharing meals or sleeping by your side again, Xiaowang whispered, her eyes welling up. Xiaoqing was forthright, Xiaoling philosophical, and Xiaowang quietly aggrieved. She noticed their reactions, and they noticed his. They cared about him, and he cared about them just as much. Looking at the three of them, he made a decision in his heart: no fusion. They'll give it up. Who needs some super beast anyway? It means nothing to me. Sure, a super beast sounds tempting, but my girls are far more precious. I'd never sacrifice them for anything. Confirm abandonment? Abandon. A prompt sounded. Fusion mission failed. God-slaying beast disappeared. The system immediately followed up. In recognition of the host's love for his pets, a special reward has been granted. Skill 4 Divine Beast Fusion. Allows the 4 sacred beasts to merge, temporarily becoming the god-slaying beast. The strongest consciousness takes control. Duration 10 minutes. Cooldown 72 hours. Automatic separation at the end. The unexpected bonus made Ye Xiao raise an eyebrow. 10 minutes was enough to save a life. The only drawback was the long cooldown. He wanted to try the new form right away, but the thought of a 7-Titwahor lockout made him rein in his impulse. Let's go. I'm in a great mood today. Shopping spree, buy anything you like. He hadn't taken them into the human world for ages. It was time to make amends. Inside a trendy mall, lights glittered overhead. Outside the fitting rooms, 3 beauties and a porcelain doll sifted through clothing racks. Little master, isn't this too embarrassing? Xiaoqing tugged at her skirt and whispered, Master, your tastes are just outrageous. Xiaohong's cheeks reddened, yet she couldn't stop glancing up. I think it looks good, pretty sexy, actually. Xiaozi folded her arms, voice steady. Humph, just human kink. What's so special about it? Xiao pouted, hands on hips, eyes fixed on the uniforms behind the counter. That Sundara's look didn't escape Ye Xiao. Smiling, he beckoned to the clerk. Hi, try this JK set on the little one, and pick out a few more that'll suit her. I'm not wearing it. Xiao protested, yet let the clerk carry her into the changing room. Less than 3 minutes later, the clerk returned with her fully dressed. White blouse, plaid skirt, lace-up shoes, and a stubborn blush. She looked like a living doll. Gulp, even passers-by swallowed hard. Wow, that's adorable. Kawaii, like a real doll. Confronted with the praise, Xiao raised her chin. Humph, praise won't sway me. I don't even like these clothes. Her tone was prickly, but the pride in her eyes betrayed her. You ladies like these outfits too? Want the clerk to put some looks together? Ye Xiao asked the other three. No, we refuse. SSO embarrassing three mouths voiced denial. Yet when he added him paying, several little hands shot toward the hangers. They knew exactly what Ye Xiao liked. If they didn't dress up, what if they lost his favor? So the calculations began, and half-hearted refusals turned into a foolin' fashion shokapayos, sundresses, office wear, evening gowns. They were already beautiful. Every change made them stunning. Pack it all. Ye Xiao swiped his card without hesitation. Crystal shopping bags stacked like a waterfall of color on the counter, while a look of pure satisfaction spread across his face. People say shopping with women is exhausting. That only means the women aren't beautiful enough. Right now, Ye Xiao felt nothing but joy, spending a fortune simply to win their smiles. Moreover, they were 4 stunning women, and he was willing to pay any price. Yi Qing has won her challenge and moves up to number 51 on the top 100 leaderboard. Xianling has won her challenge and moves up to number 52. Huang Yin has won her challenge and moves up to number 53. Ye Xiao has won her challenge and moves up to number 54. The 4 announcements sparked a frenzy. The stands erupted in amazement. These 4 are unbelievable. The terms barely started, and they've already smashed their way into the top 50. If they weren't limited to 3 challenges a day, they'd be in the top 30 by now. No one has survived a single move against them. Only the old monsters in the top 30 can even slow them down. Even the top 30 are in danger. They're just too strong. Remember, they're only 2nd rank. Everyone in the top 30 is at least 3rd rank. No matter how freakish they are, they can't match a 3rd rank heathen. The chatter rolled on, but one thing was clear. Yi Qing's group had become the Academy's latest legends, beautiful, powerful, and constantly lighting up the leaderboard, with no opponent able to draw out their full strength. Too weak. No challenge at all, Xianling said, sheathing her sword with a snort. So this is humanity? Pathetic, Huang Yin muttered, rolling her eyes. As for Ye Xiao, she had taken all the frustration she had suffered from Ye Xiao and Feng Fun and dumped it on her opponents. Each one left the stage on the verge of collapse. If Ye Xiao hadn't stopped her, who knows what she might have done. Her new nickname, Little Demoness, was already eclipsing Feng Lily's former title. With the challenges over, the 4 women took their seats in the section reserved for the top 100. The matches that followed were dull by comparison. Ye Xiao sat at the center, half asleep, while distant fist winds howled at that level. Yi Qing and the others could finish anyone with a casual swipe, so he had nothing to worry about. A coquettish whisper brushed his ear. Master, I'm wearing black stockings today. Master, and I've got on fishnets too. Ye Xiao's eyes snapped open. Where? Where are you? Damn, I could play with these legs for a year, he muttered, wrapping his left arm around a long, silk-clad leg while his right hand found fishnet. Contentment spread across his face. The crowd exploded, eyes bulging. Let go of my goddess, let me take your place. That's way too rough. How can you be so rough? This guy must have saved the world in his last life. He's surrounded by beauties, and now a cute little schoolgirl shows up. Heaven is unfair. Brothers, kill that dog Yi and seize Yi Qing. Calm down, man. You're no match for him. You'd just be handing him an easy win. With so many hungry eyes on him, sleep was impossible. Ye Xiao patted the black silk and fishnets, stood up, and stretched. What time is it? When's my turn? Yi Qing reminded him. Master, you're up now. 30 seconds left. If you're not in the ring by then, you lose by default. Huh, only 30 seconds? Time really flies. Ye Xiao rubbed his temples. You're all done with your challenges? All done. Piece of cake. The 4 women chimed in unison. He glanced at the board. Golden lights flickered, and sure enough, slots 51 through 54 bore the names Yi Qing, Xianling, Huang Yin, and Ye Xiao. Not bad. Efficient, he said, striding toward the arena. Since you've all wrapped up your matches, I guess I'll go up and fool around a bit. As the host, Ye Xiao would never allow himself to be outshone by his female companions. When he announced, challenge rank 50, the girls below the stage cheered in unison. Go for it. Master. Finish him in one move. Ye Xiao gave them a slight nod, vaulted onto the platform, and landed squarely in the center. Unlike Xiaoqing and the others who could ignite the crowd with a single appearance, Ye Xiao's entrance caused only a brief stir. Almost everyone in the stands was doing the same calculation. If they could beat Ye Xiao and take his place, surrounded by that group of beauties, it would be worth dying the next day. The very thought filled the air with a powder keg tension. The giant screen flashed the matchup. Ye Xiao rank 69 versus Xie Sun rank 50. Xie Sun's in trouble this time, a freshman muttered, eyes glued to the display. Ye Xiao may be unpopular, but he fights like a monster. I still can't tell what class he Icevery match ends with a single slap. Xie Sun won't be any different. He'll get swatted away. Several sophomores and juniors nearby burst into amused, slightly scornful laughter. The freshman shrank a little and asked quietly, "Seniors, did I get something wrong? Or is there something special about Xie Sun? Your analysis works for ordinary opponents." One upperclassman grinned, but it falls apart with Xie Sun. He raised a hand, spreading 5 fingers. Hey, race a stat for you. Xie Sun has sat at rank 50 for a full 2 years. The roster has turned over countless times, and he hasn't budged an inch. On top of that, he's a junior, and he completed his 3rd job advancement last semester. Hiss. The word 3rd advancement drew a collective gasp from the freshmen. Then why doesn't he climb higher? One of them asked. With that kind of power, he could easily crack the top 30. Heh. The senior lounged back and shot back lazily. Do you know why Laozi wrote the Tao Te Ching? No. Because he felt like it. Such a simple answer left the freshmen speechless. All they could do was swallow the lesson that money can't buy, because I want to. Ye Xiao's luck really sucks, another upperclassman sighed. He's unbeatable below the 3rd advancement. Yet he went and picked someone who's already there. Heaven must be tired of watching him hog all those beauties and sent Xie Sun to straighten him out. Exactly. He can't handle that many girls anyway. Split one off to me, and he'd have fewer disasters waiting for him. Someone doused this dreamer with cold water. Amid the racket, Xie Sun finally opened his eyes at the edge of the ring, as if he still couldn't believe his challenger was Ye Xiao. Have you thought this through? You really want to challenge me? He asked in a low voice. Absolutely, Ye Xiao replied, brimming with confidence. Please, senior, show me what you've got. In fact, he had known from the start that Xie Sun was a tier 3, level 75 powerhouse. But challenging the strong was exactly his idea of fun. Besides, he had compared their stats. He was sure he still had the upper hand and hadn't even used half his true strength. In that case, Xie Sun said, a faint smile appearing, they'll play along. He hadn't moved in ages, and his joints felt stiff. A quick warm-up loosened everything nicely. Xie Sun rolled his shoulders and elbows, each pop echoing like snapping twigs. All the while, Head kept an eye on Ye Xiao, the young fighter who far outclassed most second-tier warriors, yet stubbornly lingered in that realm. Against someone who had already completed a 3rd advancement, though, Ye Xiao was bound to lose. On the arena platform, they faced each other. Their gazes met, polite smiles flashed and vanished, and the fight began in the same heartbeat. Ye Xiao struck first. He stilled his breath, melted into the air, and let hunting ripples spread, slicing the atmosphere with unseen waves. Xie Sun stayed calm. The wild hunter's pupils turned pale, allowing him to trace the heat of blood in any prey. In a blink, a crimson outline appeared before him. Ye Xiao's stealth meant nothing. Hunting assault. Xie Sun hurled an energy wave, savage firepower pelting the red silhouette like a rainstorm. Within seconds, Ye Xiao was forced into view, his robe ripped open in several places. So this is the power of a 3rd-tier fighter. Ye Xiao's voice was steady. Senior Xie Sun, you're strong. Since an ambush failed, well, fight Heaton. Huh. Xie Sun scoffed. The hunter's 16-word creed: advance if the enemy retreats, harass if he stalls, strike when he tires, pursue when he flees was no empty slogan. He never clashed Heaton. He would exhaust his prey and finish it at leisure. He lifted a hand and seemed to be shredded by wind, fading bit by bit. Hunting camouflage. An instant later, he vanished completely. Spectators gasped. Where'd he go? Senior Xie Sun's invisible too? Even my break sight can't track him. This was Xie Sun's unique talent, leagues beyond ordinary invisibility. In his hunting ground, no one could pierce it. Thuds erupted across the stage. Ye Xiao had to guard in place. Fist shadows shot left and right. Each time they appeared, they smashed into his ribs or shoulders, and by the time he countered, they were gone. Damn, Ye Xiao muttered, gathered power, and sprang back half a step before leaping skyward. Can't find you? Then he'll blanket everything. Dragon breath. A searing beam burst from his throat, sweeping in an arc that scorched the platform into blackened wreckage. Heat waves rolled, stone shards flew. Hovering above the arena, he locked onto the charred ground. I know you're alive, Senior Xie Sun. Keep it coming. Who said hunters can't fly? A cold laugh drifted from high overhead. Xie Sun materialized, feet stepping on air as if climbing invisible stairs. Our prey isn't limited to the ground. Sky beasts pad the record too. White light crossed in his arms. Time to fall. Hunting cross slash. A razor-sharp cross of icy light cut through the air, poised to slice Ye Xiao out of the sky. I've been waiting for you. Ye Xiao's lips curved in a subtle grin as he spun midair, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire that slammed Heaton into Xie Sun's cross slash. How is that possible? Xie Sun's pupils contracted. A hunter's instinctive dread made every hair on his body stand erect. Desperate, he threw up a magic shield. Crack. The ice blue cross slash shattered under the dragon fire, and the shockwave smashed into the shield a heartbeat later. Web-like fractures spread instantly, and the scorching blast rammed straight into Xiesun's chest. Boom. Engulfed in blistering heat, Xiesun crashed onto the platform, his chest charred, carrying the faint smell of roasted meat. Gah! Clutching the blackened spot over his heart, he stared up in disbelief. Almost no one ever saw through his hunter's disguise, so how had Ye Xiao read him and countered? That single blow had wiped out 80% of his strength, yet he was too proud to concede. Trembling, he forced himself upright and staggered toward Ye Xiao. Hunter's friend. Clang. A cold gleam flashed. A longsword was already pressed against his throat. Hunt my ass. With a blade at your neck, how will you hunt? Yield or die? I, Xiesun, would rather die than the lingering damage from the dragon fire stole his strength, and he collapsed with a dull thud. Smart choice. Ye Xiao sheathed his sword, pretending not to notice the feigned feint. Carry him off and get a healer. He's done. The referee announced. Ye Xiao wins and moves up to number 50 on the top 100 ranking. The stands exploded. Senior, didn't you say Xiesun was a beast? WHYD, he drop in one hit. I told you, anyone who can go head-to-head with Ye Xiao has to be top 30 at least. Top 30? They bragged Xiesun could make top 10. Ye Xiao's taking first sooner, or Liturgy's smashing everyone. Agreed. Freshman pride, absolute legend. The freshmen were ecstatic, while the upperclassmen wore sour faces. They'd just talked Xiesun up to the heavens, and 10 minutes later he was carted off. What a lousy year, even the freshmen were bullying them, yet what could they do? They weren't Ye Xiao's match either. After finishing Xiesun, Ye Xiao stayed on the platform. Next challenger. Him climbing in one go and farming points. I challenge number 40. The display refreshed. Ye Xiao 50 vs Lunwani 40. From the upper class section came a unified roar. Ye Xiao, wreck her. Leave her half dead if you can. Yeah, don't hold back, hit her as hard as you can. Ye Xiao froze, and the freshmen exchanged puzzled glances. Upperclassmen cheering for Ye Xiao? How bad could Lunwani be to earn universal hatred? Even Feng Lily had never been this unpopular. Senior, a freshman tugged on a nearby upperclassman and whispered, why do you all despise Lunwani so much? Spit. What kind of senior is she? Remember this. Whenever you see Lunwani, call her scum. She doesn't deserve to be your senior. At the edge of the sports field, the third year who spoke spat again, rage still burning in his eyes. Exactly. If the academy's rules weren't shielding her, she'd have died 100 times by now. The upperclassmen seethed while the freshmen, wide-eyed, sensed a major piece of gossip. Senior, tell us what exactly happened? Someone finally asked. That Lunwani is no human being. The senior's fists clenched, his voice low but every word clear. Her best friend tried to save her, and she watched that friend get killed, then ran for her own life. Survival is one thing, but afterward she twisted the story and cashed in on the tragedy. She's alive thanks to her friend, yet the first thing she did was cut all ties and publicly insult her friend's mother. Check the Academy forum. After you read it, you'll want her dead 100 times over. The freshmen immediately pulled out their terminals and opened the trending posts. Lines of accusations, curses, and exposés scrolled across their screens, heating the air around them. When they finished reading, many hands trembled in anger. Can't believe someone like Lunwani exists, one muttered. Venomous. She deserves 1,000 cuts. Another senior sighed. If the Academy rules weren't so strict and the evidence so thin, she'd have been gone long ago. Nearby, several sophomores and juniors waved toward a boy on the sparring platform. Ye Xiao, take her down. Floor her, and we'll forgive you for monopolizing those 4 beauties. Yeah, Ye Xiao, make her suffer. After that, Xiao Qing and the others are yours. Hearing the shouts, Ye Xiao crossed his arms, exasperated. Like I need their permission. Xiao Qing and the girls are already mine. Still, the crowd's fury piqued his curiosity. Lunwani had clearly offended every class on campus. Just then a soft, drawn-out voice called, Little Junior. Lunwani sashayed around the corner, hips swaying. Her smile was coy, as if the insults meant nothing. Ye Xiao raised a hand to quiet the crowd. Hold on. Let me check something. His eyes lingered on her for half a second before dropping to his light brain as he skimmed every post about Lunwani. Flaunting and flirting. Nothing good, he muttered. Line after line flashed by. Young but vicious. He snapped the screen shut and looked up. His voice was light as a breeze, yet every word cut deep. Senior, the woman on the forum, that's the real you, right? Your mental toughness is impressive and totally warped. His tongue turned razor sharp. So many people curse you, yet you live so carefree. We should take lessons. And stop wriggling. Doesn't anyone tell you how disgusting that looks? If you're ugly, at least be self-aware. You're only making everyone sicker. He paused, then twisted the knife. Oh, my bad, he forgot. You don't have friends left, do you? Your best friend died because of you, so there's no one to tell you how ugly you are. My bad, my bad. Ye Xiao went full trash talk. The rules forbade killing during a challenge. If he crossed that line, the Academy would punish him, and she wasn't worth it. Since he couldn't kill her, head roast her and enjoy it. For 20 minutes straight, he never repeated himself. His tone slid from icy to mocking. and the spit he sprayed nearly dampened the ground. He talked until his mouth went dry, yet every syllable stayed razor-sharp. Lunwani, however, stood like a statue, as if the torrent of abuse were mere background music. At last, Ye Xiao wiped the corner of his mouth. That enough? I can wait if you need more. Damn it. Ye Xiao had never bowed to anyone, but today he finally did. Lu Nuanx's skin was even thicker than had imagined. Anyone else, publicly cursed out by Ye Xiao, would have been seething, ready to fight to the death. Lunwani merely smiled and asked, "Finish scolding? If not, I can wait." Such a thoughtful big sister deserved a solid punch on the nose. Ye Xiao mused. "You're truly tough. Everyone should learn from you. With a mindset this unshakable, how could you not become powerful? Shall we start our match?" Lunwani asked gently. "Anytime you like," she confirmed. "Then let's begin." As Ye Xiao spoke, he sprang forward. He had barely lifted his hand when Lunwani raised hers. "Hold on, Junior, no need to rush." "What now?" Ye Xiao scanned the area. Nerves taught this woman could do anything. "I looked into you," Lu said casually. "You're from Haiqing, right?" "Haiqing's Ye Xiao. I heard you reclassed as a beastmaster, yet you've never summoned a single pet. Could your senior get a look today?" Ye Xiao knew his records weren't classified. Her finding them was normal. He didn't deny being a beastmaster, but his beasts weren't for just anyone to see, especially not in front of Lunwani. "You want to see my beasts?" "Of course. Going all out is the greatest respect you can show an opponent, isn't it?" "Good point." Ye Xiao nodded, then sneered. "If it were anyone else, maybe. But facing Lunwani, do you deserve it?" "I suppose I don't." Lu paused. "Not worthy." The students below echoed, and the arena erupted. Ye Xiao's strength backed his arrogance, and with Lu opposite him, he allowed himself to be even bolder. A crack finally appeared in Liu's calm mask, but she smoothed it over. Because he was a junior, Shed planned to hold back, maybe even recruit him. Since he refused her any courtesy, Shed stopped showing mercy. "So you won't give your senior the slightest respect?" She laughed softly. Ye Xiao answered with a dismissive heh. "Fine, very fine." Liu's voice went icy. "Since you won't give me face, then die." Flames of rage exploded in her eyes, merging with the dark queen rumors from the forums. Seeing her true face pleased Ye Xiao. The earlier gentle act had been disgusting. "That's more like it," he said flatly. "Why pretend? You may not be sick of your act, but everyone else is." Lu stayed silent, eyes frosty, fingers twitching. Blood-draining vines grow. She gave Ye Xiao no chance to respond. Her opening move was a killing blow. While trading words on stage, Shed secretly scattered seeds and waited for them to sprout. Now they only needed one last bit of nourishment to evolve. Ye Xiao was the perfect fertilizer. "Junior, be a dear and help your senior out. I only need a little of your blood, and he'll be forever grateful." Lu Nuanx's voice was soft and sweet, yet a chill crept in at the very end. "Ha ha, are you scared? Don't be. Your senior is really quite gentle." One moment she pouted coyly. The next she seemed on the brink of madness, cycling through moods without warning. Had Ye Xiao not already gauged her fragile psyche, he might have suspected she was truly schizophrenic. Dragon breath. Too lazy to argue, Ye Xiao gathered the power in his core. A torrent of scorching dragon fire roared forth, lighting up the entire sparring arena, as though a fire drake had descended. His aim was simple: incinerate the blood-sucking vines winding toward him. But the moment the flames erupted, every vine plunged neatly underground, evading the blaze without a trace. Entangle. Guided by Lu Nuanx's will, the vines regrouped beneath Ye Xiao's feet. Swish, swish, swish. Barbed, purple-black tendrils burst from the soil, slicing the air with a sound that made the scalp crawl, closing around him in an instant. Ye Xiao had no intention of meeting them heat-in. His figure blurred as he stepped back to his original spot. "Pointless. This ground belongs to me now," Lunwani sneered. Swish, swish, swish. With every step he retreated, fresh vines sprouted at once. Front, back, above, below, shadows of blood-sucking vines stretched everywhere. In moments, Ye Xiao was bound layer upon layer, until to the onlookers he appeared a massive black cocoon, his life or death inside unknown. The stands erupted in chaotic shouts. "Game over." Ye Xiao's in real trouble. "That Lunwani is vicious." She set a trap while they were still talking. Like it's news. If not for her, her own best friend wouldn't be dead. Someone like that needs to be taken out, fast. Too late for complaints. Let's just hope Ye Xiao can hold on. Who knows what's happening in there? Relax, he'll suffer at most, but he won't die. The officials are watching. If she really goes too far, they'll step in. Though everyone talked at once, none dared intervene. Lunwani was notorious at Maching University. The administration was itching for an excuse to expel her, yet she erased every trace of wrongdoing, leaving them to monitor her in secret. The instant she slipped, they would make her disappear. They were right. Lunwani had no intention of killing Ye Xiao. She didn't dare. Her strength wasn't enough to ignore school rules. But no killing hardly meant she lacked other ways to torment him. "Junior, you really are calm." She chuckled outside the vine cocoon, fingertips stroking the bark. "Counting on me not to kill you, is that it?" "Isn't that the case?" Ye Xiao's voice drifted out, as even as ever. By school rules, murder was forbidden. That was only a fraction of his composure. The larger part came from confidence. If he wished, he could break free at any time. You're right, I can't kill you. Lunwani admitted it without hesitation. There's a pack of watchdogs up there waiting for me to slip so they can kick me out. You know what would happen to me if that day came. So for years I've had to tread carefully, never leaving any evidence. At this, she actually began to sob, her voice trembling with practiced sorrow. Junior, do you have any idea how hard it's been for your senior? Inside the vines, Ye Xiao stayed silent. But from the stands someone let out a mocking laugh. Oh, so that's how it is. They're so cruel, aren't they? All she did was get her best friend killed and curse the poor girl's mother. How could anyone keep holding that against her? Senior, you're really pathetic, you know that? I almost feel sorry for you. Ye Xiao stood in the middle of the abandoned training arena, his voice dripping with mock sympathy. A single remark snapping Lu Nuanx's composure in an instant. Blood surged through her veins, yet he still dared to mock her in public. She sneered to herself clearly. This boy had never been beaten down by the real world. Fine, 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 my dear Junior. A muscle twitched in Lu Nuanx's cheek, a cold light flaring in her eyes. Since you feel so sorry for me, why don't you help me out blood-draining vines, impale him, and drain him dry? At her command, dark green vines burst from the ground, their barbed hooks glinting with a chilling light. Like a nest of snakes, they coiled around Ye Xiao's limbs, pierced his skin, and began to drink. A predator's grin spread across Lu Nuanx's face. She meant to siphon every drop of his blood, wreck his cultivation, and turn this prodigy into a cripple. A little blood loss wouldn't kill him as long as he was topped up afterward. She could wash her hands of any responsibility. What? You're going to bleed me dry? Ye Xiao's face filled with mock terror. He struggled half-heartedly, but the vines held him fast. Save your strength. Lun Wanqi raised her hand, and the vines tightened. My blood-draining vines can restrain even a third-realm cultivator. Why didn't she run back then? Because I tied her feet. In the end, she was hacked to death one sword after another, every stroke a critical hit. If you'd seen the disbelief in her eyes when she died, ha. Her manic laughter echoed off the stone walls, stoking Ye Xiao's fury. A woman like this didn't deserve to live. You really do deserve to die, he said coldly. Why, thank you. Lun Wanqi tilted her chin. Plenty of people want me dead, yet here I am. And your life is still in my. The words caught in her throat. Ye Xiao flexed his arms, and a shockwave of spiritual energy exploded from his skin. The dark green vines disintegrated on the spot. Impale me? With that little power? He brushed the dust from his sleeve. I was just playing along. Now that the game's over, it's time to settle the score. His gaze swept over Lun Wanqi. Senior, thanks for the vivid explanation just now. In return, I am going to kill you. Any objections? Crescent slash. Since Shed boasted about her friend being stabbed again and again, Ye Xiao decided to send her off the same way. His sword flashed free. The silver blade sliced the air, releasing a crescent-shaped arc of energy. A gale kicked up debris as Lun Wanqi ducked behind her blood-draining vines, hoping they would shield her. She had miscalculated again. The fragile vines shredded like paper, and the slash barreled on, heading straight for her chest. No. Lu Nuanx's pupils contracted. She couldn't accept defeat, couldn't believe her vines had failed to block even a single blow. The sword energy punched through her. Blood sprayed, a bone-deep wound gaping across her torso. The difference in power was glaring. Worse yet, she knew Ye Xiao had held back. He could have cut her in two. Realization dawned. His mercy wasn't kindness. He meant to prolong the pain, finishing her one strike at a time. Agony spread through her body. Her knees buckled, tears mingling with blood. Ye Xiao, I was wrong, spare me. Please, let me live. Please don't kill me. They'll serve you. Warm your bed. Fetch your water, anything you want. Lun Wanqi dropped to her knees, nails digging into the flagstones, her voice cracking as she begged the young man facing her. Moments ago she had been swaggering. Now she was groveling, her pride discarded for the sake of survival. Ye Xiao stood in the center of the arena, black hair lifted by the wind, a cold blue sword angled toward the ground. His gaze was detached, as if he were staring at an insignificant ant. Sorry you were born human, he said calmly. A woman like you doesn't deserve to live. She bobbed her head frantically, her throat raw. I want to live really. Name any condition. If I can do it, I will. Fine. Ye Xiao took one step forward, the blade singing. Go down there and apologize to your best friend. If she forgives you, you live. If she doesn't, you die. Perfect, right? The crowd around the platform chuckled, waiting for the show. Lun Wanqi fell silent. She knew he never meant to spare her. Can't you let me go? A big man bullying a helpless girl? She tried to play the gender card. No more moral blackmail. Ye Xiao replied, eyes like ice. Keeping you alive would only breed disaster, he decided. Bad people die from talking too much. Better end this fast. Sword light flared as he charged. Her face drained of color. She hurried to unwind the blood-sucking vines coiled around him, and the two returned to the platform. The vines lashed wildly, reeking of blood, but they couldn't slow his advance. Kill her now. Someone growled from the sidelines. Another whispered, The academy won't let Ye Xiao break the rules in public. They'll have to stop him. They guessed right. The instant he lunged, Director Feng in the stands tensed, ready to intervene. Ye Xiao, stop! He barked. A triumphant glint flashed in Lu Nuanx's eyes. Trying to kill me? Junior, you're not there yet. Really? Ye Xiao snorted. With a sudden burst of speed he vanished, then reappeared. Steel flashed. His sword drove straight into her heart without a tremor. Her pupils dilated, terror and disbelief colliding. He had sworn to repay every strike and he never broke his word. A second strike, a third, all the way to the 18th, each one merciless. Blood sprayed across the stone floor like a burst dam. By the end, Lunwani looked like a human pincushion, eyes full of resentment as life drained away. Help, her voice shattered, scattering through the crowd. Too late. Once Ye Xiao acted, everyone chose to stay silent, an easy chance to be rid of a menace. The spectators turned their heads in unison, pretending to see nothing. Blood pooled in the cracks of the arena, forming dark red streams. Finally she exhaled her last and crumpled. Ye Xiao, you've broken academy rules, Director Feng sighed. Take the body away, well, deal with it later. The school's leaders were equally troubled, but Ye Xiao's talent was worth bending the rules to protect. Even if we shield him, the university's reputation will still take a hit. Several senior administrators sat around a makeshift conference table, brows knitted, anxious to keep the damage to a minimum. A staff member sighed. The kid was too impulsive, throwing away his future for a stranger. Another raised a hand in protest. Impulsive? I think it shows he's loyal and warm-blooded. His character is solid. The most pressing issue now was to clean up the mess for Ye Xiao. Expulsion was out of the question. While everyone was at their wits' end. Hold on. A cool voice cut in. They looked up to see Ye Xiao pushing the door open. Wait, why are you grabbing me? Which rule did I break? Several instructors from the academic office half-dragged him forward, confusion written all over his face. Ye Xiao, stop making a scene, the director of academic affairs said in a low voice. We're trying to protect you. Come with us. Lie low until the fuss dies down. A soft approach is best right now. Ye Xiao clasped his hands in thanks. I appreciate the gesture, but I did nothing wrong. Why should I be put on ice? Handle what? You should be advertising this and rewarding me. I got rid of a menace for the university. How does that not deserve a prize? Everyone present knew he had a point and truly believed he deserved a reward. The reality, however, was harsh. Without solid proof, the school could not touch Lunwani. Yet Ye Xiao had killed her in front of a crowd during the challenge match. 18 strikes. Everyone a critical hit. Blood spraying everywhere. The audience roaring with fervor. It was exhilarating, yes, but rules demanded a price. Enough, the dean of students said, tapping the table. We all know you eliminated a threat, but in Demon City, no one is allowed to kill at will. If you break the rules, everyone will start taking matters into their own hands. Mo City University is a gathering place for the brightest of the bright, the future pillars of humanity. Once a precedent is set, their safety can no longer be guaranteed. The harm would outweigh the benefit. Ye Xiao raised an eyebrow. No evidence. Who says so? Do you take me for a fool? Would I have acted without proof? With an impatient roll of his eyes, he pulled a terminal from his sleeve, tapped the screen, and hit play. Lu Nuanx's voice rang out, sharp and venomous. Haha, I set the trap. So what? She deserved it. The recording continued, confession after confession, each word crystal clear. Animal, an absolute animal. Someone shouted, slamming the table. I suspected her all along, but never caught any proof. Smart move. Ye Xiao, recording her in advance, another marveled. And Lunwani was stupid enough to spill everything to him. The evidence was irrefutable. In an instant, Ye Xiao went from assailant to hero who exterminated a pest. Not only could the academy not punish him, it now had to commend him. Public opinion was unanimous, so the decision came quickly. Ye Xiao had removed a danger to the school. No charges, and a reward of 10,000 merit points. 10,000 points. Many students swallowed their envy yet accepted it. Ye Xiao had earned them fair and square. Master, you're amazing, absolutely amazing. For girls in the stands beamed at him, eyes sparkling. I knew that woman was trouble. Killing her was perfect. This is the heroic master we adore. Ye Xiao waved them off with a calm. It was nothing, really. With that, the four of them leapt onto the stage, fussing over him. Watching from below, a lone single guy felt a sudden pang of imbalance. I suddenly think Ye Xiao deserves to die after all. His buddy nodded in agreement. Same here. How come he gets 4 beauties while I'm surrounded by a bunch of rough dudes? Lu Nuanx's death was brushed aside with hardly a word. The night breeze swept away the stench of blood. The academy patrol never saw a thing, and her body was probably dumped in some deserted corner. After settling Lunwani, Ye Xiao casually challenged a senior student, defeated him in a handful of moves, and used the victory to climb even higher on the rankings. Ye Xiao no. 31 on the top 100 list. A freshman who had muscled past nearly all his upperclassmen. Outside the top 30, he was already the ceiling, and even a few veterans inside the 30 might not be able to stop him. Not long after, footsteps stopped outside his door. Director Foam? You're here about Lunwani? Ye Xiao leaned back in his chair, voice calm. Director phone waved dismissively, contempt clear on his face. Just a dead girl I'm here about Ye Xiao. Her enrollment is almost done. She only needs a file. Send it to me, and she can report in. That stumped Ye Xiao. You was only a spirit pet. Where would he find a student record? Understood. He'll submit it shortly. He nodded, quietly dumping the problem on someone else. For the Netherwar god, forging a file was child's play. After Director Phone left, Ye Xiao opened his comm panel. Since entering the academy, he only contacted the Netherwar god at the last moment for help. This time was no different, and he felt a bit embarrassed. Ye Xiao, senior, you there? Happy New Year in advance. Deep in the Imperial City's secret realm, the Netherwar god was hacking through monsters when a chime sounded new message. Sure enough, it was Ye Xiao again. With half a year still to New Year's Day, he replied, exasperated. Netherwar god, out with it. Ye Xiao chuckled. Senior, I just bonded another beast companion. Could you handle the paperwork? This kid really treats me like free labor. The Netherwar god cursed under his breath, yet he wasn't annoyed. They spoke only when Ye Xiao needed something, and he still went along every time. Netherwar god, the census is strict now. Forging a file isn't simple. You need a real paper trail and a few greased palms. Their favorite bribe is sacred pets, got it? Ye Xiao caught on instantly. Sacred pets? No problem. I can put together 10. The answer left the Netherwar god stunned. Head meant 1 or 2 cheap offerings. Instead, the kid casually offered 10, as if they were free samples. I really underestimated you. Growing more curious, he couldn't help but ask. Netherwar god, so, what kind of beast did you contract this time? Yumingjianshan, I'm not prying. I just have to forge something for her, so I need to know the details. Honestly, I'm not that curious. The line popped up in the private chat, and Yumingjianshan instantly realized it was the classic the more you deny, the guiltier you sound. The guy claimed he wasn't curious, yet curiosity was practically written across his face. Ye Xiao didn't bother to hide anything. His fingers flew over the keyboard as he tossed out the facts. It's nothing special, really just a 5-clawed golden dragon. The next second, a file called picture.jpg finished uploading. Yumingjianshan opened it. Gold flooded the screen. Scales gleamed like cast armor. The dragon's head looked stern and regal. It had no wings, yet its aura dwarfed that of any frostworm. Yumingjianshan came back to himself and typed, quick question. How pure is that 5-clawed dragon's bloodline? Need me to test it? Ye Xiao replied at once, no need. The purity isn't that high, only 100%. Textbook humble brag. Yumingjianshan almost smacked his keyboard. Still, 100% pure made him click his tongue. He had never seen a dragon line that clean. So this is what a dragon looks like when the bloodline's a full 100%? He asked. Ye Xiao stayed calm. Only the 5-clawed golden dragon counts as a true Shenlong. Those western lizard dragons don't compare. Their blood is hopelessly diluted. Exactly a real Shenlong, Ye Xiao went on. 5-clawed golden dragon, azure-eyed white tiger, ocean-guarding black tortoise, immortal phoenix. A half-forgotten rumor flashed through Yumingjianshan's mind. Gather dragon, tiger, tortoise, and phoenix, and a massive fortune will appear. That was the very set Ye Xiao had just listed. There was no way this was coincidence. Ye Xiao had to know something and planned to claim that prize. In his head the scene played out. An ancient secret realm opens. Heaven and earth boil. The 4 divine beasts stand at the corners, and the gate of fortune creaks wide. Had Ye Xiao heard his thoughts, he would have slammed the table in protest. Had never heard of any fortune. He just contracted pets whenever he ran into divine bloodlines. Completing the set was pure luck. Still, a war god's pride told Yumingjianshan not to pry. Yet his curiosity itched so badly he knew he'd lose sleep if he didn't ask. To hell with it, I'm asking. He slapped the desk. Ye Xiao's shameless anyway, why should I care? The private chat flashed again. Rumor says collecting dragon, tiger, tortoise, and phoenix unlocks a huge fortune. Mind telling me what that fortune actually is? Ye Xiao froze. Busted? How did Yumingjianshan know? Should he reveal his real trump, Car the Godslayer beast? That 10-minute berserk mode was his biggest ace. Even a war god would back off. He thought of Yumingjianshan's atavistic talent and weighed his options. The man had uncovered his bloodline secrets, yet never leaked a word, even covering for him more than once. Maybe he could trust him just this once. Ye Xiao didn't reply immediately. He just stared at the screen in silence, keenly aware that if the Godslayer beast were exposed, the whole world would erupt. And Yumingjianshan was different, was the only one who, after learning Ye Xiao's uncanny talent, had kept every secret locked tight. Because of that, the labs hadn't carved Ye Xiao up for study, and he was still free thanks to Yumingjianshan's silence. Forget it. It's only a minor Godslayer beast, nothing to write home about. On the far side of the light screen, Yumingjianshan stood with his arms crossed. His tone sounded offhand, yet his eyes never left Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao lowered his head, still uneasy. Can I choose not to say? You certainly can. Yumingjianshan's voice was low and steady. It's your secret. Even if you keep silent, no one will blame you. While I'm here, no one can force it out of you. His considerate manner made Ye Xiao secretly admire him. This war god was surprisingly loyal. Then he remembered Xiaoyu, and his heart sank again. As for Xiaoyu, he ventured carefully. Yuming Zhanshan shrugged. That's one favor I really can't do. The data are incomplete. I can't forge a flawless background. Maybe find someone else, someone with different connections. Ye Xiao nearly slapped himself for trusting him a minute earlier. This war god never fires until he sees the rabbit. You really can't handle it? He pressed. Really can't. Realizing he had no other choice, Ye Xiao showed his trump card. There is an opportunity of 4 sacred beasts can merge into a super beast called the Godslayer beast. Yuming Zhanshan's eyes lit up. A super beast? Just the name sounds stronger than a sacred beast. Pictures, files, show me everything. Ye Xiao shook his head. I already declined the fusion quest. Do you know what that means? Yuming Zhanshan nearly leapt through the screen. A super beast is leagues above a sacred beast. Turn that quest down, and you may never see it again. Are you crazy? Ye Xiao spoke calmly. I know exactly what it means. I'm not crazy. I just think the quest is inhuman. Once the fusion is done, the 4 sacred beasts vanish for good. After a brief silence, Yuming Zhanshan sighed. Fine. You've refused, so there's no point arguing. The 4 sacred beasts alone are enough to crush your peers. They'll finish the archive for you this afternoon. He glanced at Xiaoyu in the corner. She looks young. How about I set her up as your daughter? Sure, Ye Xiao agreed at once. Free fatherhood was a bargain, and it would let Xiaoyu call him that openly. The corners of his mouth lifted. Shall call me dad by day and dad by night. Heh. Yuming Zhanshan glared at him. You're twisted. Who can deny a man the right to be a dad? Ye Xiao argued. Scram. The war god cut the connection. The signal vanished. Ye Xiao walked over and rubbed Xiaoyu's silky hair into a messy nest. She struggled half-heartedly, then gave up. Moments later, his communicator chimed. Ye Xiao opened it and beamed. Your records are done. Legally, you're now my daughter. He knelt on one knee, eyes sparkling. Come on, call me dad so I can enjoy it. Dad, Xiaoyu said softly. Again, dad. No one knew how many times she repeated the word before her lips turned dry, but only then did Ye Xiao, thoroughly satisfied, let her go. Come on, let's run some dungeons and level up. Dungeon runs? The moment Xiaoyu heard that Ye Xiao was taking them into a dungeon, her eyes lit up. She had been trapped in the Dragonblood secret realm for far too many years, bullied by Fengfen every time, and had never enjoyed a proper grind to level up. This time she could barely restrain herself from dragging Ye Xiao in right away. Ye Xiao soothed her. Easy, the dungeon is on campus. We'll be there in a few minutes. As a premier institution, Demon City University had access to impressive dungeon resources. There were 4 of them on campus alone. 1. Level 35 Divine Dragon Dungeon guarding the east. 2. Level 45 White Tiger Dungeon anchoring the west. 3. Level 55 Black Tortoise Dungeon commanding the north. 4. Level 65 Phoenix Dungeon standing watch in the south. Like the 4 mythical beasts, these dungeons protected the university. Their names were man-made, yet they embodied every student's wish to defend the school. In the western sector, crowds of players had gathered in front of the entrance to the level 45 White Tiger Dungeon. Most of them were second-class specialists, seniors above level 45. So close. With a bit more healing, we would have cleared the party's normal mode and maybe even snagged an S rating. Sorry, I held you back. Find a better healer, and you'll get it next time. Elsewhere, someone was bragging excitedly. Awesome. Soloed normal mode and got an S. That was only 30% of my power, he said, shaking his head, eyes brimming with confidence. Just wait till you hear about my run on hard mode. Some cheered for their victories, some hung their heads at narrow defeats, and some looked sadly at their grayed-out names on the leaderboard, dead inside the dungeon. Compared with the chaotic recruitment scene outside campus dungeons, this place was relatively quiet. Students usually arranged their parties in advance, and only improvised when a lineup fell off. Ye Xiao wasn't looking for teammates this time. The experience had to be split 5 ways already. Adding outsiders would only dilute it further. To avoid a scene, he recalled Xiaoqing and the others into his beast space first. They'll summon you once I'm inside, he said. Fame, however, was hard to hide. The moment he approached the entrance, the crowd closed in. Master Ye Xiao. Look, it's Ye Xiao himself. Didn't expect you to run the White Tiger Dungeon. Want to team up? Our lineup is solid with you. We could breeze through hard mode. Yeah, give our party a shot, will you? Ye Xiao waved them off. Sorry, I already have a team. They'll be here shortly. Everyone immediately understood. Got it, got it. 5-man squad, right? With your lineup, you'll head straight for nightmare mode. Good luck, Master Yi. No one wanted to offend a player of his caliber, so flattering smiles spread all around. Knowing he had Xiaoqing and the rest with him, they stopped pressing for a slot and dispersed. Some resumed recruiting, others headed off to make their own attempts. After making sure no one was paying attention, Ye Xiao entered the instance. Solo dungeon. Ding. Selection confirmed. Please choose a difficulty. With 4 divine beasts at his side, the choice was obvious. Nightmare. Nightmare difficulty confirmed. Transferring in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Transfer complete. In the next instant he vanished, unnoticed by anyone around him. The world blinked into a howling wasteland. Sandstorms raged under a dull, bleached sky. Luckily, the spawn point was a tiny oasis, barely 100 meters across, and the dungeon's only safe zone. A desert map, huh? Ye Xiao muttered, releasing Xiao Qing, Xiao Ling, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Hong. Scalding wind full of grit swept over them. The four beasts narrowed their eyes as sand stuck to fur, feathers, and scales. Xiao Qing, Ye Xiao prompted. Gale ward. She flicked her paw and a wall of wind burst outward, clearing every grain within 10 meters and blocking the heat. Nice work, Ye Xiao praised her. It's the White Tiger dungeon today, so you're my mount. Xiao Ling, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Hong lowered their heads, regretting they hadn't shown off first. The system panel appeared. Main quest, stabilize the shifting sands and defeat the Desert Emperor. Side quest, clear desert mobs. Rewards, based on completion. Failure, no penalty. An endless desert with no map. Finding the so-called Desert Emperor would be a nightmare. Still, with no timer and no punishment, he could treat it as pure grinding if he wanted. All right, brothers, sisters, my lovely girls, time to hunt. Drop the girls part, please, Xiao Yu muttered. Ye Xiao spread his arms and golden light washed over them, stacking every blessing he had. Holy blessing, all stats 20. Mana and stamina recovery 200. Physical and magical damage, defense, and HP 50. In seconds the beasts were fully buffed, leaving him free to play commander. The four assumed their true forms. Xiao Qing, the white tiger, fur like fresh snow, wings outspread. Xiao Hong, the vermilion bird, feathers dancing with flame. Xiao Yu, the black tortoise, shell glinting teal. Xiao Ling, the azure dragon, scales rippling with light. Ye Xiao vaulted onto Xiao Qing's head. Wanting to make the ride more comfortable, Xiao Qing had forged a white tiger throne of solid gold, its seat covered with her own painstakingly groomed fur, warm and velvety soft. Ye Xiao ran a hand over the cool metal. Thoughtful of you. But where did the money come from? I don't remember approving this. While you were sleeping, I borrowed your card, Xiao Qing said, sticking out her tongue in a playful grin. You don't like it? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have spent your money without asking. Pout. Head droop. Tail wagger. Apology was flawless. Ye Xiao had to laugh. A chair was nothing. Even if she maxed out his card, he wouldn't blame her. Most of that money came from their own dungeon runs anyway. Come on. What's mine is yours. Spend whatever you want. Don't hold back. I knew Master wouldn't hold it against me. Xiao Qing giggled. She made a playful face at Ye Xiao, and he affectionately ruffled her silky hair. If he hadn't once tried to fuse them for more power, he might never have seen this lively, adorable Xiao Qing again. The thought left him relieved. Strength mattered, but the smile before him mattered more. Don't spread out too far. Watch each other's backs. Ye Xiao's reminder carried quiet authority. With power like theirs, danger seemed unlikely, yet anything could happen. If the Desert Emperor hurt even one of them, it would break his heart. Move out, he ordered. As the eldest sister, Xiao Qing unfurled her wings and shot from the oasis with Ye Xiao on her back. The other three followed close behind, then fanned out overhead in a broad search pattern. 100 meters on, the sand exploded. A barbed, pitch-black scorpion tail burst free, swelling to 100-meter length as it whipped toward Xiao Qing's belly, trailing a pungent stench. Its inky sheen screamed lethal venom. One hit would cost half a life. Evade and freeze it, Ye Xiao commanded, calm yet undeniable. Xiao Qing moved like green smoke, slipping past the stinger by a hair. As she swept by, her crimson lips parted and a blast of icy mist erupted. Frost raced along the tail. Even the scorpion buried below was frozen solid before it could surface. Ding! Desert scorpion slain. Experience 1,200. The beast never even showed its face before it became an ice sculpture beneath the dunes. Almost simultaneously, system prompts chimed from Xiao Ling and the others. They had met monsters too, and dispatched them just as easily. Keep hunting, Ye Xiao said, and the slaughter resumed. Ding monster slain, ding level up to 47. The desert instance teemed with creatures. Every step brought another swarm. Yet none could survive a single exchange with Xiao Qing's group. In less than half a day, everyone gained a level. With nothing else to do, Ye Xiao gathered loot and materials while he waited for more experience. They bulldozed forward, killing so many enemies and covering so much ground he lost count. Anything that entered their sight was wiped out. The endless chimes grew annoying, so he muted them. Too much experience, too much gear, too many materials. All materials were bundled off to Xiao Yanru, and unless equipment was obsidian grade, he didn't bother to look. Master, I sense a massive aura ahead. The Desert Emperor should be close, Xiao Qing reported. We feel it too, Master. It must be the Desert Emperor's lair, the other three added. They had expected a long search, yet by chance had walked straight into their target. A sharp light flashed in Ye Xiao's eyes. Let's finish the Desert Emperor first. The lesser monsters no longer interested him. The boss had to die before it sensed trouble and fled. The five accelerated, reaching the Desert Emperor's territory in the blink of an eye. 410 li in every direction. Gales howled and sand filled the sky, An ordinary cultivator would be flayed alive by the torrent of grit. The storm alone revealed the Desert Emperor's terrifying power. Come on, let's take a look inside. The closer they moved toward the eye of the storm, the more violent the flying sand became. Only Ye Xiao's team, with their considerable strength, could advance unscathed. Razor-edged grains rode waves of scorching wind, slamming again and again into the protective auras around them. Anyone else would have been shredded long ago. No wonder nobody had cleared this nightmare-level dungeon. The sandstorm alone could wipe out 90% of the challengers in an instant. The raw energy raging here was comparable to a full power strike from a second-class, level 60 expert. Blasted out of hiding, Ye Xiao ordered quietly. Suspended in midair, Shao Qing and the other three gathered their power. Frost, tidal force, godfire, and dragon breath intertwined in their palms. Arctic tempest, Poseidon's roar, undying hellfire, supreme dragon's breath. Four distinct, yet equally terrifying energies converged into blinding pillars of light. They slammed straight into the heart of the swirling sand. Boom, 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 boom. For thunderous explosions burst into searing white light. The desert floor was carved into a 100-meter-wide crater whose depth was impossible to measure. A blast of heat and shattered sand forced the party to fall back. From the pit's depths, a torrent of manic power erupted. The sand in the air churned and converged as if answering a summons clearly. Their strike had enraged the real master of this place. Desert dwellers, your emperor has returned. A deep, authoritative voice rolled out from beneath the dunes. Within a towering column of sand, golden sparks gathered into a massive, translucent figure. Moments later, armor, cloak, and scepter formed entirely from sand grains. The Desert Emperor, Azir, had arrived. Desert Emperor Azir. Level, 2nd advancement, 70. Stat strength, 18,000. Agility, 19,255. Endurance, 18,722. Spirit, 17,988. Skills, Desert Entombment, Sand Soldiers, Forbidden Wall, Ascension. Ye Xiao stared at the data flashing across his vision and couldn't help drawing a sharp breath. He had thought Shao Qing's squad represented the pinnacle of combat power in this realm, yet they were still outclassed by this ascended being. With the terrain bonus on top of it all, Azir's stats would be even more outrageous. Mortals, you dare disturb the Desert Emperor. Azir looked down on them, contempt dripping from his voice. The Emperor is inviolable. Two choices: submit or die. That lofty gaze infuriated Ye Xiao. Submit to a mere Desert Emperor? Not a chance. His fist tightened. Master, leave him to Ush's dead meat, Shao Qing declared, battle lust blazing in her eyes. As soon as Ye Xiao gave the word, the four would unleash everything and behead this emperor on the spot. Kill him, Ye Xiao said coolly, his gaze razor sharp. Let's see how strong this Desert Emperor really is. Individually, they couldn't match Azir, but together their combined stats easily surpassed his, and their recent training had forged flawless teamwork. One Azir shouldn't be a problem. However, you dare raise your hand against me? I grant you death. Azir swung his scepter, and the sky dimmed instantly. Sand soldiers. Endless sand spiraled toward the scepter's tip, condensing into soldier after soldier. Spears, tower shields, war chariots. Blades of light flashed as yellow grains cascaded. The soldiers seemed limitless. In a blink, they surrounded the emperor layer upon layer. Thousands, then tens of thousands, then a million. The desert stretched on without end, and in this limitless wasteland Azir reigned supreme. Here he could summon sand soldiers forever. Spears bristled, sand wings beat the air, and wave after wave of puppets crashed toward the four companions. Though lifeless constructs of dust, they charged without hesitation. Individually, each soldier was mediocre, roughly a first-tier, level 30 fighter, but their sheer numbers were monstrous. The moment the quartet dispersed one line, Azir molded another from the dunes. Clarity, clarity. Bursts of spell light flared at the party's center while their mana plummeted. Ye Xiao kept restoring it with clarity, but the endless tide of soldiers was maddening. To make matters worse, anyone who ventured within 100 meters was slammed back by a descending forbidden wall. Ranged attacks were soaked up by sand shields. Melee fighters were forcibly pushed away. The stalemate was complete. Master, this won't work, Shao Qing grumbled, batting aside a sand spear. We'll drop dead before we reach him. The moment we close in, he throws down that wall. Ranged gets blocked, melee gets bounced. The Fire Phoenix sighed, wings flicking in frustration. He's stalling, waiting for the desert to wear us out. Azir watched coldly, then raised a hand. Desert burial. The dunes exploded into hundreds of sand pillars, each tipped with razor-sharp grit that whipped toward them. Convinced his foes could not touch him, he went on the offensive. Those who disturbed his slumber had to die. While fending off the pillars, the four searched for a way to break the deadlock. How about that move? Xuanwu murmured. I'm in, Zhu Ke said. Same here, Baihu added. Qinglong rolled her eyes. Born a dragon, and I still have toe fine, whatever. All four turned to Ye Xiao. Without his nod, they couldn't initiate the technique. Have you really thought this through? Ye Xiao asked dramatically. I'd hate to lose you. What if? The three divine beasts groaned in unison. It's just a fusion evolution. We'll be back after we drop Azir. You're making it sound like a tragic farewell. Against an enemy untouchable at range and unreachable up close. Fusing into the Godslayer beast was the only sure shot. Everyone knew it. Ye Xiao still insisted on the theatrics. No sense of style, Zhuke muttered. Since you're decided, let's do it. Ye Xiao dropped the act, eyes flashing with anticipation. I want to see how strong the Godslayer beast really is. Ready? Four divine beasts fusion evolution Godslayer beast. Ye Xiao vaulted from his golden throne, windmilled his arms, and struck what he clearly thought was a heroic pose. Then he whipped out his phone and hit play on the BGM head queued up beat hit, its drums booming through the air. His companions stared, speechless. Their master was this much of an edgelord? It was only a fusion evolution. Did it really need such a grand ceremony? They didn't realize this was Ye Xiao's youth in full bloom. If he couldn't go Alan now, then when? Their arms were already sore from holding heroic poses, yet their master still showed no reaction, and the background music was about to fade out. Since he was clearly enjoying the theatrics, they decided to humor him. After all, their master was hopelessly dramatic. Sisters, let's merge and evolve. Azure-eyed white tiger, guardian black tortoise, immortal divine phoenix, the five-clawed golden dragon, Xiaoyu, crossed her arms and huffed, clearly unwilling, but when she saw the other three beasts fired up, she gave a curt nod. It definitely wasn't that she was excited, she was simply saving face. Four sacred beasts, combine. A gale of sand erupted, wiping out every sand warrior within 100 meters. A pillar of seven-colored light speared down from the clouds, locking the four beasts in its grip. Azir hovered in midair, staring at that familiar divine power. He had once possessed this strength, but it had been stripped from him, leaving him to fall so far. Bathed in the radiant glow, the beasts began to fuse. A dragon's head, a phoenix's tail, the body of a tortoise, and the claws of a white tiger. Towering 1,000 meters high and spanning more than 100 meters wide, a fearsome chimeric god-slaying beast was born. High above, Ye Xiao floated leisurely, admiring his masterpiece. He couldn't help clicking his tongue. Good thing I didn't merge with them. What on earth is that thing? It's hideous. Master, ugliness is in the eye of the beholder, Shao Qing cut in. Ever thought the real issue might be Xiaoyu? Come to think of it, the beast's face was that of the dragon Xiaoyu's face. So the ugly one is Xiaoyu, Ye Xiao concluded. Looks aside, power mattered more. Shao Qing, take him down. I want to see the God's Layer's true strength. Leave it to me, Master, Shao Qing said, brimming with confidence. Amir Azir is nothing. Holy light. Before the words had faded, a sacred brilliance enveloped the God Slayer at its core, expanding in a heartbeat until it covered the entire desert. A wave of purification swept across the sands, reducing every sand warrior to dust. In the vast desert dungeon, only Azir remained. Ding. Congratulations, you have slain experience. Ding. Congratulations, you have slain experience. Ding. Level up, second rebirth, level 50. Ye Xiao stared at the God Slayer in disbelief. So this is what an Ultra Beast can do. One move had wiped the dungeon clean and rocketed him straight to level 50. Maybe merging wouldn't have been so bad after all. Azir, feeling that overwhelming power, spun his staff furiously as rolling dunes gathered at his feet. I am the Emperor of the Sands. I will not fail. Desert Greatsword. With killing intent condensed into steel, a colossal blade formed above Azir's head. With a roar, he sent it crashing toward the God Slayer. Mere child's play. Shershin Beast met Azir's slash with the barest curl of its lip. A cold snort left its throat as one claw flicked lazily forward. Icy light tore through the air. A razor-edged claw mark shot out like a solid projectile. In a single blow, the desert saber detonated, scattering into a storm of yellow sand. Watching his attack dissolve in an instant, Azir's face turned ashen. At his peak, this would never have happened, and he knew it. Now, all he could do was endure. Out of moves. Then he'll begin. Shershin Beast's eyes stayed flat as the four-god seal burst open. The Azure Dragon of the East, White Tiger of the West, Vermilion Phoenix of the South, and Black Tortoise of the North thundered into existence, circling Azir in a living cage. Lattices of light fused into a binding array. Before he could react, he was pinned in place with no hope of breaking free anytime soon. We've wasted enough time. End it. Ye Xiao's mental command sounded. The fusion of the four gods lasted just 10 minutes. If they delayed, anything could happen. Yes, Master. Shershin Beast's pupils were cold and still. Divine Slayer verdict. A pitch-black rift split open above Azir. From its depths came an ancient, resonant decree. Judgment rendered death. Effective immediately. Thunder wrapped the sword of judgment as it plunged for the center of Azir's brow. No, Azir will return, I will. Golden light erupted. The sword vanished. Azir's form was wiped away, leaving only a blinding pillar of gold on the sand. The fusion time expired. Shershin Beast unraveled, and four young women drifted back to the ground. Master, Shershin Beast is terrifying 10 times stronger than we are, Maybe more the memory of that fathomless power left them trembling. They understood that no matter how hard they trained, they might never touch such heights. Knowing Ye Xiao had given up power like that for their sake, their eyes grew misty. Even the normally distant Xiaoyu fell silent. His sacrifice was too great. This human is interesting, Xiaoyu muttered. He was nothing like her first impression, and his insistence that she call him dad left her chest oddly tight. All she could do now was keep watching. Their shifting emotions didn't escape Ye Xiao. He ruffled their hair. So what if it was strong? I want you girls, not that monster. Aren't we doing fine? But, master, that Shirshan beast, it's ugly, they whispered. We're far easier on the eyes. Besides, 1 pair of black stockings and 4 pair sway can tell the difference. Ye Xiao cut them off with a kiss. Everyone knew he had zero resistance to pretty faces and an even bigger weakness for black stockings. He couldn't sleep without holding a pair. Enough chatter. Let's see what the Desert Emperor dropped. He changed the subject, walked to the golden pillar, and bent to pick up the loot. Ding. A system prompt rang out. Congratulations, you have obtained Desert Staff. Desert Staff Divine, damaged. Magic attack, 3000. Agility, 1500. Spirit, 1500. Casting speed, 100. Requirement, Spirit, 5000. Special effect 1, damaged, requires repair. Special effect 2, damaged, requires repair. Even damaged, the Desert Staff was still divine grade, its stats staggering. On the open market, it would fetch trillions without breaking a sweat. Naturally, no one would put gear of this caliber on the market. It's the kind of super equipment that leaves everyone else in the dust. It was a pity Ye Xiao wasn't a mage himself, or he would have armed up long ago. Xiao Qing already had a reliable weapon, and Xiao Ling was fully geared, so by order of turn it was Xiao Huang's chance next. As their master, he had to stay fair good or bad. When it's your turn, it's your turn. Xiao Huang, play around with this staff for now. When Xiao Yunru's power improves, have her try to repair it might just work. Ye Xiao passed the staff to her. For me? Xiao Huang stared at him in disbelief. Something this nice should have gone to big sis. Ye Xiao saw straight through her thoughts. You're all equally important to me. Take it. The others already have their weapons. Thank you, master, she whispered. Gear was only the icing on the cake. Their real combat power barely changed, but Ye Xiao's even-handedness warmed their hearts. Xiao Huang turned the staff over in her hands, then equipped it. The instant it synced with her energy, she realized how generous the gift was. Master this. What's mine is yours. It's nothing special. The others will get one eventually. He waved it off. Xiaoling jumped in at once. Exactly. Don't think the master only dotes on you. He spreads the love around. Big sis gets the biggest slice, and you, little third wheel, still have to wait your turn. Xiao Huang stopped protesting and accepted the staff without guilt. Take 10 minutes to collect every piece of gear and material that dropped, Ye Xiao ordered. Skip the low-level junk, it wastes space. The Godslayer beast cleared the whole instance, so the loot pile is massive. Don't throw money away. 10 minutes later the 4 of them handed over every last item. After confirming nothing was missing, Ye Xiao turned in the quest, and the dungeon officially ended. Exit, he said softly. Ding, please wait 3 minutes while the system calculates your score. Scoring complete. Congratulations, you cleared the Nightmare difficulty instance with an SSS rating. Reward distribution in progress. Congratulations, you have received Nightmare Chest 1. You are the first to clear the instance. The record has been saved. Would you like to display your name and class? An SSS rating triggers a global announcement. Do you want your name and class shown in the announcement? Rewards and prompts flooded the screen, and that familiar global broadcast popped up again. Low-key, Ye Xiao muttered, as always. Anonymous. Ding, selection confirmed. The clear record will be announced globally in anonymous form. Exiting the instance in 3, 2, 1. A flash of light, and the group was back outside. Ye Xiao didn't stash Xiao Qing and the others in the contract space. The record showed a solo clear, and 5 people appearing together would keep anyone from connecting the dots. Hidden in plain sight. Perfect. Sure enough, the moment they materialized, curious eyes locked onto them. Their reputation on campus was just too big. Boss, did you clear it? What difficulty? Take us next run. As if you deserve a carry. Boss, give us the good news. What difficulty was it? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.